Marcel. Mauss. The Nation. List of volumes. 1. Henry Hubert and Marcel Mauss, Essay on the Nature and Function of Sacrifice, ed. F. Weber. 2. Henry Hubert and Marcel Mauss, Outline of a General Theory of Magic, ed. F. Weber. 3. Émile Durkheim and Marcel Mauss, On Some Primitive Forms of Classification, ed. E. Bryan. 4. Marcel Mauss, Prayer, ed. F. Weber. 5. Robert Hertz, Saint Bess. Study of an Alpine Cult, followed by Tales and Sayings Collected on the Front Among the Poilus of Mayenne and Elsewhere, ed. S. Bachiaki and N. Marriott. 6. Marcel Mauss, The Nation, ed. M. Fournier and J. Terrier. 7. Marcel Mauss, Essay on the Gift, ed. F. Weber. 8. Marcel Mauss, Techniques, Technology, and Civilization, ed. N. School Anger. 9. Marcel Mauss, Sociology and Psychology, ed. J. Clement and F. Weber. 1. The Nation, Root of a Research Project. 2. The Nation, or the Sense of the Social. Polysegmental Societies and Empires. The Nation as an Integrated Society. The Nation as Democracy. The Nation as Nationality. The Socialist Nation. 3. Boundaries of the Nation. Notes on establishing the text. The Nation, or the Meaning of the Social. Purpose of the book. First part. Of the Nation as a Kind of Society. Chapter I. Introduction. Chapter 2. Nations and Nationalities. I. 2. Second part. International Relations, or Internationalism. Chapter I. International Phenomena. 2. Prior Observations. I. Civilization. 2. Technical. 3. Aesthetic. 4. Religion. V. Legal Facts. 6. Linguistic Facts. Chapter 2. Morphological Phenomena. I. Roads, Means of Communication, Intersocial Groups. 2. War and Peace. 3. Subordination and Colonization. Chapter 3. Ideal Phenomena. I. International Law. 2. Christianity. 3. The Worker International. Reactions on Structures. Third part. Nationalizations, or Socialism. Introduction. Chapter I. Definition of Socialism and Nationalization. Chapter 2. Socialist Ideas. The Principle of Nationalization. Ideas and Systems. Short Critical Expense of Theories of Socialism. Chapter 3. The Economic Facts. Economic Facts. I. Formation of Capitalist Communities. Formation of Anonymous and Collective Capital. 2. Organization, Scaffolding Collective Capital, Cartels, Trusts. 3. The Trust in Depth. 4. Effects of War. Chapter 4. The Economic Movement from Below. I. Worker Democracy. 2. The War and Post-War Period. 3. Consumer Cooperation or Democracy. Complement to the Nation. The Principle of Nationalities. I. The Nations. 2. Internationalism. 3. Conclusion. PUF.com. Has. Forward. Beyond the Great Sharing. Marcel Mauss is celebrated around the world as one of the main founders of social anthropology. His work is a gold mine for the specialist. In France, it remains little known among students and the general public. Until now, the French-speaking reader could rightly have been disoriented. He found himself faced with a crumbled, abundant work, of which it was impossible to take an overall view. Certainly, Mauss himself blurred the lines, but the different French editions of his work have made an already fragmented work even more opaque. It is only in France that two visions of Mauss clashed, the precursor of structural anthropology, highlighted in the collection Sociologie et Anthropologie published by Puv in 1950 under the aegis of Claude Lévi-Strauss, whose introduction to the work of Marcel Mauss is now available as a separate volume, the companion and successor of Émile Durkheim, highlighted by Victor Carity in the 3 volumes of the works of Mauss, published by Minuit in 1968 and 1969. For the student, Mauss is also the French inventor of ethnography, curious misconceived, as his Manual of Ethnography, republished by Payet in 2002, seems obsolete to the specialist. The course notes taken by Denise Palm and published in 1947 remain hostage to a strict division of labor, long abandoned, between a learned compiler and a small army of auxiliary workers. The break between the first Mauss, Durkheimian, that of the Essays on Sociology, a collection without introduction taken from the works published by Carity, and the Mauss of Maturity, that of Sociology and Anthropology taken up under the banner of the total social fact, is constructed in a surprising inaugural gesture. While, for its authors Henry Hubert and Marcel Mauss, the outline of a general theory of magic was the continuation of the essay on the nature and function of sacrifice, Claude Lévi-Strauss edited Magic Without Sacrifice, by transferring to the end of the text the pages which explain the link between the two and adding in a note. Some preliminary pages have been reported in an appendix, attached to the end of this study. This passage, however, justifies the reasons why the Durkheimian school moves from the study of sacrifice, a collective institution par excellence, to the study of individual magic. For Hubert and Mauss, it is a matter of understanding the nature of rites in general and of showing how, in magic, the isolated individual works on social phenomena. 1. The English-speaking reader is better equipped to understand this essential thread in Mauss's work, which links collective sacrifice and individual magic, but also prayer to the gods and gift between men. Because it was necessary to translate, and because the greatest English anthropologists were engaged in the enterprise, he has several distinct volumes, commented at length, several editions of The Gift, prefaced by Evans Pritchard then by Mary Douglas, Sacrifice, preface by Evans Pritchard, A General Theory of Magic, but also more recently on Prayer, Berghahn Books, 2004. Across the Channel and across the Atlantic, Mauss' work was not separated from the reception of the Durkheimian school. The names of his first companions, Henry Hubert, Robert Hertz, are rightly almost as famous as that of Mauss. The links between the sociology of religions and ethnography are better understood, his full belonging to the Durkheimian school too. This 9-volume Mauss series seeks to bridge the gap between the reception of Mauss in English and French. It allows us to reconstruct the chronology of publications and, with it, the very movement of Mauss's thought. Volume 1, co-written with Henry Hubert and published in 1899, is devoted to sacrifice. Volume 2 takes up their work on magic, published in 1903. The successive publication of these two essays will make it possible to understand the links between these texts. It was in the same year, 1903, that the article by Durkheim and Mauss on primitive classifications appeared, which became a classic in the sociology of science. It is the subject of Volume 3 of this series. In 1909, Mauss continued the study of rites in his unfinished thesis, La Priora, a manuscript entrusted to the publisher Felix Alcan in 1909 and immediately withdrawn by the author. For those who read this manuscript in detail, it is then that Mauss takes the turning point which will lead him to the essay on the dawn published in 1925. Mauss arrives at a conception of the rite which leaves aside religious considerations, which makes the gift to the gods a particular case of the gift in general, and the gift between humans a condensed social rite. 16 years and 2 major historical events, the First World War and the Russian Revolution, separate the prayer, Volume 4, and the essay on the gift, the most famous text in social anthropology, Volume 7. From the war where his younger comrades died, Mauss returned with a feeling of debt which would encourage him to compile the complete works of Robert Hertz with whom he had worked so much. This is why Volume 5 of the Mauss series is devoted to the edition of Robert Hertz by Mauss. From the Russian Revolution, Mauss draws an anguished political reflection. Did not Durkheim's work inspire, through its appeal to intermediary bodies, the construction of Soviets and youth groups which broke down face-to-face relations? Deadly face between the individual and the state? His unfinished work, The Nation, Volume 6, is imbued with it. Our last two volumes, Techniques, Technology, and Civilizations, Volume 8, and Sociology and Psychology, Volume 9, are collections of articles which testify to the fruitfulness of Mauss's work for dialogue between disciplines. In the field of anthropology, archaeology, and the history of techniques, Volume 8 is the work of Nathan Schoolanger, already published in English in Techniques, Technology, and Civilization, Berghahn Books, 2006. In the field of psychology, the collection is the work of Julian Clement and Florence Weber, who reissue the main texts where Mauss undertakes this dialogue between sociology and psychology, showing in particular the physiological and psychological effectiveness of rituals. Without claiming to be exhaustive, this Mauss series pursues two objectives: to make the work of Marcel Mauss and its most current extensions available to all, show the collective and historical character of this work, incomprehensible without recalling its links with Durkheimian sociology, as evidenced here by the volumes written with his uncle Émile Durkheim, his early classmate Henry Hubert, and by his young companion who died too quickly, Robert Hertz. She reminds us that the work of Mauss is essential for anyone seeking to understand, today, individual acts of a collective nature. Florence W. Eber. May 2012. p. Resentation, 1. The Nation, An Expedition into the Normative Domain. In 1930, at the age of 58, Marcel Mauss wrote a notice on titles and works for the purposes of his candidacy for the Collège de France, replacing Jean Isolet, holder of the chair of social philosophy. 2. This text, as is customary, aims to describe all of the candidate's work, especially highlighting the specificity and originality of his scientific contribution. One of the common threads of this presentation is the clear distinction made by Mauss between, on the one hand, the pure science illustrated by his anthropological and sociological work, and, on the other, writings relating to the domain normative. 3. Towards the end of the text, Mauss briefly mentions a great work in preparation, almost complete in manuscript, devoted to the nation seen as element of a modern politics. 4. He adds that this work will not be published in the works collection of l'année sociologique, as he wants to distinguish pure sociology, even from an absolutely disinterested theory. 5. Mauss presents this work both as a synthesis and a development of previous publications on the cooperative world, on the nation and internationalism, on Bolshevism, and as the culmination of his reflections on social and political philosophy. During Mauss's lifetime, this work would never be published, nor even truly completed. After his death, as we will describe below, only fragments will be made available to the public. The election of Mauss to the college, which marks a form of consecration for Durkheimism and for the social sciences in general, is difficult. This is shown by the numerous debates on the nature of the chair to be created, a chair which in turn determines to a large extent the person most capable of taking responsibility for it. Social philosophy, political and economic organization of Europe, history of philosophy in the Middle Ages, are all titles considered. Finally, it is on the creation of a chair of sociology that we agree. Marcel Mauss was elected there on November 29. It is not absurd to think that it was these hesitations about the nature of the chair to be created which led the candidate to place emphasis, at the end of his notice, on his political writings, because, for us who know the content of the great work, it is obvious that it relates as much to sociology as to political and social philosophy, while offering reflections on the political and economic organization of Europe from a perspective very long-lasting. By insisting on the existence of a political side to his thought, Mauss was perhaps able to surprise his contemporaries. This is because, with the exception of his text on Bolshevism, published in the Revue de Métaphysique et de Morale in 1924, 6. His political writings were published essentially outside the academic field in the strict sense, firstly in the press, as well as in association or union magazines. 7. Moreover, due to the influence of Kantianism and positivism, still marked at the end of the Third Republic, the caesura between fact and norm, between science and politics, probably appears in 1930 as more clear and obvious than it is the case for us. Mauss himself, in the text we have mentioned, describes himself without hesitation as a positivist, believing only in facts. 8. By contrast, the assertion that Mauss's thought, and undoubtedly all of Mauss's thought, is also political thought may seem banal to us. Indeed, numerous texts by Mauss, starting of course with the essay on the Don, have had a very political reception. We could multiply the examples, evoking for example the very normative use of Maussian writings by the College of Sociology of Georges Baudeley, Michel Léris, and Roger Cale Lewis. 9. Or even, more recently, the work of the Mauss, anti-utilitarian movement in the social sciences, led by Alain Cale, one of whose efforts consists of a form of political application of a very precise interpretation of the essay. 10. Furthermore, it must be emphasized that unlike Mauss's contemporaries, we benefit from easier access to his political writings. 11. This is what inspired numerous specialized research on Mauss, scholar and politician. 12. Part of which is devoted to the Maussian approach to the national phenomenon. 13. Certainly, the impact of Mauss's reflection on the national question remains modest. It is the essay on the Don which continues to inspire the majority of exegetes and political thinkers. However, we can no longer assert, as Raymond Aron did in 1976, that the Nation is a text that is very little read and very little cited. 14. Note for example that Dominique Schneiper, in his study on the national phenomenon, is explicitly part of the Maussian lineage. 15. Rogers Brubaker, one of the great current representatives of nation and nationalism studies, devoted a penetrating critical study to Mauss. 16. However important this research may be, it is necessarily limited by the unavailability of the master work that Mauss devoted to the political phenomenon. Until now it has not seemed appropriate, or even possible, to present to the public a text which is certainly very advanced but still incomplete, and a good part of which only exists in the form of manuscripts written in haste, very crossed out, many passages of which are almost indecipherable. Henry Levy-Bruhl thus affirmed in 1956 that there was no question of publishing them as they are, some of them being absolutely illegible, others insufficiently elaborated. 17. He thus contented himself with publishing fairly short extracts, transcribed with great care. In 1997 and 1998, Marcel Fournier enriched our knowledge of the text by making other extracts available. 18. The editors of this volume wished to judge on the basis of the content of these manuscripts. Considering all the files submitted to the Marcel Mauss Fund at the Institute of Memoirs of Contemporary Edition at the Abbaye d'Ardennes, it appeared to them that the interest of the subject, the breadth of the text and the originality of the processing were considerable, and that its edition was possible, although difficult. It is this sum, this treaty, that we are making available to the public here. Of course, it is an unfinished work, but there is, we are convinced, a great interest in making it appear. If Mauss describes his political articles published until 1930 as incursions into the normative domain, it seems appropriate to speak of the great work as a real expedition. This text in fact has the character of a summation, or of a treatise brought back from a distant journey. In other words, even when he acts as a political philosopher, as a historian, as an economist, Mauss does not completely abandon the anthropological method and remains faithful to the approach of the discipline, distancing that the detour through unfamiliar reality, meticulous observation and collection of facts, synthesis of the knowledge thus acquired, presentation, where appropriate, of practical conclusions. We have endeavored to make this text correspond as closely as possible to what the author had desired, a great work on politics, but without avoiding the hesitations, the contradictions, the implausibilities, nor the errors that the manuscript includes in certain places. We will explain below the principles, very Maussian, which guided us in establishing the text. But first, in our introduction to this edition, we would like to emphasize 3 points: describe the genesis of the project and situate it in the life and work of Émile Durkheim's nephew during one of the periods, that of the years 1920 and 1930, the most active of his professional and activist life. 1. Present the main points of this text, emphasizing in particular its originality. 2. Explain the unfinished nature of this work and some of its limitations, taking into account both its internal tensions and the context of the interwar period. 3. 1. The nation, root of a research project. Some clues suggest that Marcel Mauss was already thinking about a project for a work on the nation while he was at the front during the 1914-1918 war. Particularly interesting on this point are the war memories that Mauss evokes in his manuscript of La Nation, 19. He mentions the long leisure and hours of moral solitude that he finds even in the midst of the worst moments of the war, where rain the blows near and far which struck ours, the immense misfortune of all, the anguish of the aftermath of war. In these moments, he seeks to understand the why of what is happening, and this is how his work germinates, which first was dreamed of, at the front. 20. He immediately considers an appropriate method, starting from the facts, arriving at practical conclusions, and a justification for his effort, the usefulness that such a work would have for all societies. Mauss's hope is in fact to indicate some of the surest ways to guarantee peace. All possible, reasonable efforts, in the short space of time that our life already worn by age and war leaves us, have been made to document and elevate our research. We believe that we have posed the problems in a sufficiently certain, sufficiently pragmatic manner, and on the other hand with enough perspective and generality for this work to be useful, beyond our time, and beyond the current societies, especially Western ones. 21. Returning to civilian life, Mauss sets to work to bring the planned work to fruition. The major effort was concentrated in 1920, particularly during the summer months and early fall. Invited to speak on the problem of nationalities during a conference in Oxford which took place from September 24 to 27, Mauss prepared his communication retired in Epinal, his native village in the Vosges where his mother Rossini still lives. He also continued his work on the nation. Every morning, he specified in the letter he wrote to Henry Hubert. And it is not without pride that he presents to his friend and work twin the result of his work. The fifth book on socialism is written, ch. Definition of socialism. History. Definition of nationality, written. Chapter 2. Forms of socialism. History and criticism of utopian, pamphleteer, state, worker, revolutionary socialism, written. Chapter 3. Difficulty of action on society, written but too long, 140 p. Sent to L.B. Levy-Bruhl. Ch. 4. Theory of nationalization, written in part, stopped while waiting for Webb's book. Chv. The Socialism of Institutions, written in part. Ch. 6. Conception of the next social changes, to be written. 22. All this is quite far from the idea that we can have of Mauss's work based on the text on the nation that Henry Levy-Bruhl published in 1956. We find in fact represented in this last text only the related themes of the nation and internationalism, while the question of socialism, which forms half of the project, is left aside. Conversely, the list above barely mentions the national question. But if we refer to a two-page handwritten note, 23, we can see that Mauss immediately developed a vast and ambitious project. According to this almost illegible note, the title of the work was to be The Nation or the Sense of the Social. There we find the outline of a work plan, which allows us to see what themes Mauss intends to address. Among these very numerous and diverse themes, we can decipher the conscious character of the nation, the rights of citizens, the definition of socialism, the recent character of socialism, the distinction between socialism and communism, the character reactionary, primitive, Bolshevism, the notions of nation, collectivism, nationalization, the theory of professional groups, Durkheim, and the theory of classes, Marx. Envisioning, as he wrote in the body of the text, a work above all about politics, attempting to describe the present situation of nations, and to deduce from it some rather rare precepts of practices. 24. Mauss is aware of the difficulty of the task, and this for two reasons: firstly, the necessary perspective is not given, and secondly, the information is lacking. Mauss takes the risk, while hoping that a short space of time will invalidate or confirm his observations. 25. The editorial work of La Nation was repeatedly interrupted and resumed. At the end of 1921, a serious illness, pulmonary congestion, forced Mauss to take a long sick leave. Surprised, his friends advise him to take complete rest, but regret that the state, the nation, and everything that follows remains in limbo. 26. Following this leave, he did not resume his classes until April 1922. Mauss turned to other activities and other research, and no longer devoted all his efforts to the nation. At the end of the year, he described to his English friends Sir James Fraser and Lady Fraser the delay he had fallen in his work. Unhappily, my great work on La Nation is rather backwards, not through my fault. But if my health keeps strong enough, I hope to be able to finish it next year and return after to my former studies. 27. But Mauss is gradually carried towards other shores. He first devoted a lot of time to his political commitment and also rediscovered his privileged field of action, cooperation. He agreed to write regularly in L'Action Cooperative, more than 20 articles from his pen between January 1920 and August 1921. Education is in fact his great concern. The question is, he repeats, both to train executives and to educate the masses. 28. An active propagandist, Mauss was also involved in the organization of cooperatives, remaining, until 1925, a member of the Technical Office of the National Federation of Consumer Cooperatives, FNCC. In 1922, he participated in a new education commission set up by the Federation, one of the tasks of which was to bring together and provide the media and the educational community with all useful documentation on cooperation. Finally, when activists and specialists in cooperation launched the project of a scientific organ devoted to the study of the problems of cooperation, the Revue d'études coopératives, Mauss agreed to join its editorial committee. He signed the Cooperative Manifesto, which appeared in the first issue and published in the fourth issue a long article on the need for a statistics department at the National Federation of Consumer Cooperatives. Let's do cooperative statistics, he exclaims. 29. At the same time, Marcel Mauss resumed his activities as a journalist, and from the summer of 1920, he regularly published in La Vie Socialiste texts on cooperation, memories, reflections on new forms of socialism, and short analyses on the international political situation, Poland, Great Britain, Italy, without forgetting the big question of the day, membership in the Third International. Faithful to Jean Jaurès, La Vie Socialiste intended to resist this support but was unable to avoid the rupture, which led to the creation of the French Communist Party. The socialists then lost control of the newspaper El Humanite. Founded 4 years earlier by Jean Longuet, Le Populaire, a brave little newspaper, according to Mauss's expression, established itself as the central organ of the socialists. And when the newspaper transformed into a morning daily, Mauss agreed to be a member of its board of directors and its management. Between 1921 and 1925, he published numerous articles, including 3 series on changes, a first between December 4 and 21, 1922, 7 articles, a second from January 18 to April 3, 1924, 24 articles, and a third, including a postscript, from May 14 to 14, 1924, 5 articles. Real work as a political economy specialist. Mauss reads Keynes and Charles Rist, the author of Deflation, and discusses with his friend François Simond, sociologist and economist. We are in the aftermath of the Great War. It is obvious that one of the central issues of this work is of an international nature. If we want to prevent Europe from going drift, it is a question, as Mauss himself emphasizes, of establish a rational reparations policy fixing in a reasonable manner the assets and liabilities of the belligerents and to develop a foreign exchange policy. 30. Marcel Mauss has no pretensions to very high economics. For him it was a matter of understanding what was happening and explaining to the socialist activists the critical financial situation that France was going through at the time, which was characterized by the instability of the franc and the difficulty, for the government, of ensuring the budgetary balance. From his study on foreign exchange, Mauss intends to do objective work and, in the manner of Leon Blum, leader of the Socialist Party, he proposes a whole set of immediate measures: devalue the franc, establish a tax on inheritances and on capital gains, balance budgets by imposing new sacrifices, new taxes, reduction in government spending, etc. 31. Mauss draws a general conclusion whose main idea, which he borrows from Simond, is the following: to make the manipulation of currencies and credits a means of social revolution, which is without difficulty or pain. This, according to him, is a way of bringing science into socialism, of putting reason into politics and of finding concrete solutions. The publication of the series of articles on Les Changes ended with the failure of Le Populaire, which went from a daily to a fortnightly rhythm in 1924. From a professional and intellectual point of view, Mauss is also increasingly busy. The air that he is must in fact ensure the relaunch of L'Année sociologique, second series, 1925 to 1927. In the first volume, he published his famous essay on the Don, 1925, a text of more than 150 printed pages, very well documented. At the same time, he participated in the founding of the French Institute of Sociology and created the Paris Institute of Ethnology in 1925, in collaboration with Lucien Lévi-Bruhl and Paul Rivet. Mauss is also working on a little book, in contrast undoubtedly with the great work on the nation, which he intends to entitle Sociological Appreciation of Bolshevism and which he publishes in February 1925, in Le Monde Slave, the introduction and the first chapter under the title Socialism and Bolshevism. 32. Other parts were published the previous year in the Revue de Métaphysique et de Morale. Mauss himself indicates that he finished writing the book at the end of 1923, and he specifies, it will be necessary to update the last two chapters, which will be easy. 33. The work, however, will never appear. Mauss's way of working does not predispose him to carry out major writing projects, as he himself confided to the American sociologist, E. Eubank, passing through Paris: I simply work on my materials and, if, here or there, a valid generalization appears, I establish it and move on to something else. After I completely finish a job, I forget about it, put it aside and move on to something else. 34. As we see in the fragment of a plan of general descriptive sociology which appears in the first issue of the new journal, Mauss appears less concerned with developing a global sociological theory than with proposing various avenues of research. We first have so much to know and know, we then have so much to do to understand. 35. At the beginning of the 1920s, it was the reflection on the phenomenon of the gift which gradually prevailed over that devoted to the nation. In 1920, he published some facts concerning archaic forms of contract among the Thracians, L'Anthropologie, Volume 30, and in 1921, he published an ancient form of contract among the Thracians in the Revue d'études Greques, Volume 34, p. 388-397. In 1923, a text entitled The Obligation to Return Gifts appeared in L'Anthropologie, Volume 33, p. 44-45. In the course he gave in 1923 to 1924 at the École pratique de hautes études, the discussion focused on Malinowski's work and specifically concerned the potlatch, the agonistic giving ritual of the Quakie Yult of Northwest America. In the mixtures offered to Charles Endler, Mauss published Gift, 36. Finally, the essay on the gift dates from 1925. If we can see the transition from one research theme to another between 1920 and 1925, it would be wrong to see it as a break. As some interpreters have pointed out, 37, there is in fact a form of continuity between Mauss's work on the nation and that on the gift. We could even speak, to a certain extent, of a deepening, with the essay on the dawn, of his work on the national question. On the one hand, as Florence Weber indicates, the main political issue of the essay on the dawn is the critique of alms and the founding of the right to national solidarity, to social assistance, 38. On the other hand, we must also mention the other essential axis of this famous text, that of the relationship between social entities. In other words, the nation and the gift are two sides of the same problem, that of the nature of the intersocial. When reading the conclusion of the essay on the dawn, Henry Hubert also reproaches his friend for having mixed considerations of politics and practical morality with his analysis and asks him, "Are you sure that we can connect the development of social insurance to your human rock, as you say?" In this paragraph, you thought more about your book on the nation than about your current subject. I don't think the tone is right. Fundamentally, Mauss's idea is that the identity of any social entity, an individual, a clan, a class, a nation, a civilization, is a function of its exchanges with other social entities, so that these different levels form a hypersocial system of social systems, 39. The social sciences must therefore always take into account, to understand a social phenomenon, the context in which it takes place. This applies to societies. It is indeed an abstraction to believe that the internal policy of a nation is not largely conditioned by the outside, and vice versa, 40. This is also the case for individuals, products of the socialization process and always immersed in a social environment. Thus, any society which is already an environment for the individuals who compose it, lives among other societies which are also environments. And Mauss concludes very logically, the set of international, or better, intersocial, conditions of the life of relations between societies, is a milieu of milieus. 41. Both the nation and the essay on the gift are part of this social philosophy. The first of these two texts emphasizes the importance of intersocial exchanges, described as the fundamental fact of the life of societies. It is not a question for us here to describe all the elements of the very rich and very original Maussian reflection on the international, but several strong points are worth noting. First of all, Mauss, against humanist and cosmopolitan philosophies, emphasizes what we could call the concreteness of exchange. He is attentive to its material conditions and mediations, roads, navigation techniques, means of communication, etc. 42. For example, in a few remarkable paragraphs of anticipation, Mauss notes that the development of the telephone, the telegraph, travel, is in the process of completely transforming international relations. The whole world is now a single space of communication, which gets excited and senses what is happening in everyone and reacts. A public opinion of humanity is formed, capable of keeping governments under its surveillance, forcing them to abandon the most ancient Machiavellianisms and brutalities. 43. On the other hand, Mauss is interested in the social agents carrying out the exchange. He devotes a few pages full of rich sociological intuitions to transnational communities, dispersed peoples, Jews, gypsies, 44, merchants, settlers, sailors, soldiers, artists, philosophers, travelers. Although always decried and despised by sedentary people, these groups have been powerful leavens of progress and civilization wherever they have gone. 45. All this indicates that Mauss seeks to go beyond the evolutionary paradigm as much as the theories of simple influence, by offering a true sociology of transfer, which will have to analyze very precisely the role of the actors of transfers and that of their material forms. 46. Mauss emphasizes that everything that is social and which is not the very constitution of society, namely its territory, its natural resources, and its large social groups, can be borrowed from a nation, from one society to another. In erudite pages, Mauss concretely describes how material goods, but also ideas, vocabularies, the arts, and even religions and legal norms, can circulate between nations, between civilizations. Let us now come to the essay on the gift. This text fits into the Maussian paradigm of relationship and interaction by focusing on three phenomena. 1. The constitution of individuals through the network of links that they weave between them through exchange, which takes notably the material form of the present. 2. The exchange relationships between social segments within the same social entity. For example, the Kula and the Potlatch connect all the clans and tribes belonging to the larger society of the Trobrianders and the Quakiadl, respectively. 3. More elusively, exchange between large societies, such as empires or nations. We thus find in these years an insistence by Mauss on the fundamental openness of societies, on the porosity of social limits, on the circulation of ideas and goods. Any exchanging tribe is forced to leave entirely the narrow circle of its borders, even of its interests and its rights. 47. Exchanges express the constitutive mixture of things, values, contracts, and people. 48. To summarize and simplify our interpretation, we could say that, in Mauss, the 1920s were marked by the desire to sociologically found internationalism, in the sense of a desire for cooperation between societies at the global level. This cooperation must be regulated by legal norms, and these norms must be negotiated within international bodies, the model of which is the League of Nations, which Mauss supports enthusiastically. Now, faithful to Durkheim, Mauss is wary of philosophical abstractions, of cosmopolitanism, of philosophies of history showing humanity culminating in a world state. It is therefore out of the question that its internationalism is a simple normative position, a simple desideratum. It must be based on taking into account the concrete reality that the observer can best and most immediately reach. Namely the social organisms, the great collective personalities which have been constituted over the course of history. 49. Thus, we must look at the entities identifiable at each level of the hypersocial system to describe them, classify them into genera and species, analyze them, seek to explain the elements that compose them. 50. In short, political internationalism is only possible as a normative appendix to a sociology of social and intersocial relations, and it is indeed such a sociology that the Nation and the Essay on the Gift jointly describe and found. The relationship between the two texts is expressed particularly explicitly in this passage from the essay. It is by placing the desire for peace against sudden madness, that people succeed in substituting alliance, gift, and trade for war and isolation and stagnation. So this is what we would find at the end of this research. Societies have progressed to the extent that they themselves, their subgroups and finally their individuals, have been able to stabilize their relationships, give, receive, and finally, return. To trade, you first had to know how to place the spears. It was then that we succeeded in exchanging goods and people, not only from clans to clans, but from tribes to tribes and from nations to nations and, above all, from individuals to individuals. This is how the clan, the tribe, the people knew, and this is how tomorrow, in our so-called civilized world, classes and nations and also individuals, must know, to oppose without slaughter and give of oneself without sacrificing oneself to one another. 51. This extract, taken from the final part of the essay, Conclusions of General Sociology and Morality, seems to us to illustrate well the internationalist and pacifist concern which lies at its heart. After the essay on the gift, Mauss turned towards other research themes. He published in particular the physical effect of the idea of death. 52. Then introductory and methodological texts in sociology, which are also not exempt from reflections on politics, since he attempts to clarify the relationships between social sciences and politics. 53. In these texts, Mauss takes up Durkheim, asserting in turn that the social sciences would not be worth an hour's worth if they did not inspire the search for practical solutions, but it is precisely this proximity which must push the researcher to eliminate politics from pure sociology, which for Mauss means avoiding dictating laws in a peremptory manner, and also accepting the gaps that all knowledge entails, a non-dogmatic attitude which, moreover, through a feedback effect, should also inspire politicians. 54. Finally, we must mention his conference on the notion of civilization, held in 1929, 55, about which we will say a few words below. To the nation, or the sense of the social. Taking up a suggestion from Mauss, we have chosen the sense of the social as the subtitle of this work. 56. It seems to us that we must above all perceive in this term meaning the idea of direction. The nation thus constitutes, according to Mauss, a goal towards which societies tend. This betrays in Mauss an at least partly teleological approach to history, where we prefer to see a trace left by Marx than an evolutionism of the Comtean or Spencerian type. 57. In any case, Mauss's primary intention with the nation, as we have just suggested, is to provide sociological arguments in favor of an anti-nationalist and internationalist political attitude. As for this attitude itself, it is motivated mainly by the experience of war, immense modern scourge, attack against human life. 58. Everything must be done to prevent its return. The political matrix of the nation is therefore a project for the lasting pacification of international relations. To carry out his project, Mauss proposes a reinterpretation of the nation in its double dimension of concrete social fact and political representation and value, exploring its morphological as well as physiological dimensions, to use the distinction proposed in Divisions and Proportions of Sociology, also very present in the text of this volume. His idea is not to deny the importance of the national fact, but he considers it essential that it be perceived differently. Against the objectivist nationalisms of the 19th century, Mauss seeks on the one hand to historicize, and consequently also to denaturalize, the national fact, by describing it as a specific form of social organization, typically modern. On the other, he strives to develop a sociological theory of international relations, which the very premises of the social thought of his time had until then made difficult. Mauss proposes a political definition of the nation as a set of individuals jointly accessing the awareness of their economic and social interdependence, and deciding to translate this interdependence into collective control over the state and the economic system. For a society, being national means leading its citizens to exercise the prerogatives of sovereignty over themselves. In a nation, individuals no longer delegate blindly to the foreign forces of tradition, religion, or nature. The power that they know they now possess. 59. As Mauss observes, events are more than ever directed by public opinion and the will of men. 60. A nation is a state of law, that is to say a society guaranteeing to its members this power deriving from the dialectic of formally guaranteed freedoms and the obligation to contribute to their maintenance. This is what Mauss expresses in his intervention on the problem of nationality. In a nation, the central power is stable, permanent, there is a system of legislation and administration, the notion of the rights and duties of the citizen and that of the rights and duties of the homeland oppose and complement each other. 61. If the nation is always a state of law guaranteeing its citizens certain freedoms, it is not necessarily a democracy, if by this word we mean a society offering, among the freedoms it ensures to its members, that of participate equally in political decision-making processes. These societies also deserve the name of nation, which realizes the ideal of government of the people, for the people, without however having reached the stage where it is also by the people that decisions are made. In reality, there is a difficulty here that deserves to be discussed in more detail. The texts collected here in fact contain three distinct definitions of the nation, which are not entirely compatible, and whose diversity, at least at first reading, does not fail to disturb. 62. All insist on the criteria of conscious adherence and identification with the political community as factors of the national. On the other hand, one of these definitions seems to posit democracy as the foundation of a nation. The same definition strangely requires, in addition to conscious adherence, subjective element, a race, a language, a morality, a national character, objective elements, 63. And finally, what to do with socialism, to which half the text is devoted. Does Mauss see it as one of the essential elements of a completed nation, in the manner of certain theorists of the Second International, 64? To fully understand Mauss's position regarding the national phenomenon and resolve these tensions, it is important to understand that he does not perceive the nation as a static thing, but as a historical unfolding, as a process. Similar to Simmel and Weber, 65, Mauss conceives of society as a complex and moving reality, which leads him to propose a theory of nationalization rather than a theory of the nation. However, at the same time he seeks to identify typical moments or forms in this process. In particular, he speaks unambiguously of a completed nation or even a complete nation, a form with very specific characteristics, towards which potential nations tend, without perhaps ever reaching it, without in any case, specifies Mauss, having still reached it at the time when he was working on these questions. It is because several related, but by no means identical, social forms deserve to bear the epithet of national that Mauss offers several definitions of the nation. In what follows, we first briefly present all the societies which cannot deserve the qualifier national, then describe 4 possible moments in the development of a nation. Although Mauss does not thematize this element explicitly, it is important to keep in mind that the transitions between these different stages of development are caused socially, even if we can detect in him, as we have said, the traces of a form of philosophy of history, the engine of modernization, which includes the phenomenon of nationalization, is, for Mauss as for Durkheim, the tightening of the meshes of the social fabric, at the source of the processes of integration, of individualization and secularization are the densification of societies, the increasing geographic mobility of people, or even the multiplication of exchanges between groups and individuals across increasingly vast territories. Polysegmental societies and empires. As a primary condition for the existence of a nation, we must mention social integration. An integrated society is one that is not divided into subgroups with moral and political authority, such as families, clans, feudal hierarchies, or religious groups. In polysegmental societies, Mauss takes this expression from Durkheim, individuals mainly locate authority not in society as a set of tribes, but at the immediate level of the clan as an extended family. In integrated societies, the tendency is on the contrary to leave the 2 poles of the continuum of social entities face to face, the individual and society, symbolized by the state, 66. The centralization of political power is thus one of the aspects of the integration of society. A nation can only exist if political allegiance is granted exclusively to the state to the detriment of social subgroups, 67. This is how Mauss only describes as nations in the making those societies where intermediate groups are still important, such as Japan, marked by the persistence of clans, 68. Even the situation in Great Britain is problematic, since it is divided between England, Scotland, and Wales, 69. Among the other factors limiting access to national rank, Mauss mentions the collective belief in the extra-social origin of norms. This is how countries where social rules are considered as the fruit, not of the work of society on itself, but of tradition, nature, or religion, do not deserve the title of complete nations. Japan and even, a striking conclusion, Germany, where the respective emperors retained religious legitimacy, are according to Mauss in this case. In summary, a society must be socially integrated and possess intrinsic power, 70, neither traditional, nor charismatic, nor religious, to be able to access the title of nation. Depending on the exact nature of their organization, notably the presence of a stable political leadership, Mauss calls polysegmental, non-integrated societies, clan-based societies or tribal-shaped societies, 71. As for societies in the process of integration, but still insufficiently compact or secularized, Mauss suggests calling them peoples or empires, 72. Mauss still places, in 1920, numerous societies at pre-national rank. The Aboriginal societies of Australia and the majority of African societies have not yet achieved, according to Mauss, the form of a nation, or even of an empire, 73. If some South American states are sufficiently integrated to form nations, others, like Mexico or Venezuela, are at most empires, 74, this is also the case for Russia, 75. Concerning the relationship between established nations and societies in the process of integration, this is the colonial question. Mauss expresses himself quite clearly. He firmly condemns all forms of colonial arbitrariness, from pure and simple massacres to economic exploitation. Nevertheless, taking up a position very common on the left during the Third Republic, he defends colonization when it can free a society from indigenous tyranny, whatever the crimes of imperialist colonization. It pushed back barbarism, war, slavery, misery, of significant parts of the globe. 76. Certainly, Mauss's position is that all peoples will eventually access the national stadium. But this does not prevent him from attributing to Europeans a role that is both pioneering and driving force in this development. In his evaluation of the nations in the making of South America, Mauss highlights, for example, their character as composite, backward societies, with too few Europeans, too full of mixed-race people, Negroes and Indians and various mixed race of various races among themselves, 77. Between the emphasis placed on the phenomena of borrowing and the importance attributed to homogeneity in the development of the life of nations, there are tensions in Mauss that should be analyzed in more detail. The nation as an integrated society. Once a certain degree of integration and secularization has been achieved, a society can become a nation, that is to say a materially and morally integrated society, with stable, permanent central power, with determined borders, with relative moral unity, mental and cultural of the inhabitants who consciously adhere to the state and its laws. 78. Perhaps the most revealing notion in this quote is that of conscious adherence. Mauss emphasizes the feeling of legitimacy of the state that citizens must feel. This conception emphasizes individual representations. A nation is based on the subjective dispositions of its inhabitants, on their identification with existing political institutions. In addition to this awareness of the law, the citizens of a nation, as Mauss shows by offering comparisons with antiquity, have a feeling for society as a whole. They are informed in particular of the events which take place in the country, inside the community, and feel a form of solidarity with other members, for example, in the event of an external threat. If the national society is a morally and materially integrated society enjoying the support of its citizens, we note that Mauss, in this first definition, mentions neither democratic organization nor even popular sovereignty as conditions of the national. In 1920, several societies were at this first national stage. Mauss mentioned the young nations of South America, Chile, Argentina, Brazil, and the new independent states of Europe, such as Poland or Hungary. Japan, China, and India are not far from this state, because it lacked democracy until 1918. Mauss considered bringing Germany into this category. The nation as democracy. Faithful to his emphasis on processes, Mauss is less interested in democracy than in democratization, which he understands as a tendency to extend to the people, by means of the system of popular and parliamentary delegation, the sharing of sovereignty and direction of national affairs. 79. This process seems to be one of the characteristics of the future of modern nations. In fact, the criterion of democratic organization appears central in the second definition provided by Mauss, that of the complete nation. There, it is a question of a sufficiently integrated society, with democratic central power to some degree, having in any case the notion of national sovereignty. 80. France, Switzerland, the United States, Belgium, all form models of democratic nation-states. These examples show that homogeneity of religion and language is not always necessary, an additional sign of the very politics that Mauss gives to the definition of the nation. The nation as nationality. This second definition of the nation continues with an evocation of borders, which must be those of a race, a civilization, a language, a morality, in a word, a national character. The evocation of these criteria is curious, 81, since they mark a transition from the subjective to the objective, from the political to the cultural. Even more disturbing, Mauss mentions race and language in his introduction as so-called criteria of nationalities, 82. This is what led Bruno Carcenti to say, rightly, about this third figure of the nation, that it was the most difficult point to understand in the Maussian argument, 83. To resolve these difficulties, as Carcenti also points out, it is necessary to take into account the Maussian theory of the hardening of the nation into a nationality. While a nation is guided by the principles of voluntary membership of citizens and popular sovereignty, a nationality is built on an idea of cultural and social homogeneity. In other words, in the nation as nationality, the organizing principles of the national turn against themselves. A nation, in fact, rests on the conscious will of its citizens. It also has a centralized state apparatus capable of intervening in social relations and guiding them. These elements make possible a more rapid and profound self-transformation of society through democratic work of society on itself. Mauss suggests the possibility, thanks to public education in particular, that the collective character of the nation, hitherto unconscious, has become the object of an effort for progress, 84. Now Mauss, in an interesting reversal, shows that this capacity for democratic action can also lead, not to a fluidification of social relations, but to a form of hardening that Mauss calls national fetishism, 85. This hardening occurs in two stages. First, the nation is structured and integrated following the increase in interactions between members of society, thus, for example, legislation, disappearance of customary rights, language and social standards in use, weights, measures, taxes, currency, etc. These processes are conscious, unification results from political decisions. However, it can happen at the stage that the members of society, and this is what happened in Europe in the 19th century, somehow forget the historical construction of national unity and begin to perceive the specificities cultural acquired as the expression of an immemorial identity. Thus a sort of naturalization of the national is produced and a specific nationalism emerges as a cult of the originality and purity of a given culture. In this context, a nation can develop a form of fetishism of its literature, its plasticity, its science, its technique, its morality, its tradition, its character. In a word, 86, use of the Marxist term fetishism clearly shows the error concealed in this way of seeing, as in commodity capitalism, nationality is falsely perceived by its members not as a social process, but as an immutable object. The nation conceals its emergence from its own eyes, it believes that the race creates the nation, while the nation creates the race. She believes that language creates the nation, while it is nationalities which, in many cases, create languages, 87. Mauss describes this fetishism as a disease of national consciences, 88, which contains a double error. 1. The forgetting of the constituted, historical character of the nation as a social form, which prevents us from considering a transformation of society, mental and moral progress. 2. The conception of the nation as a closed entity, absolutely separated from other nations and in rivalry with them, which fuels political and economic tensions at the international level. Mauss considers it an urgent task of all political theory to empty this abscess, 89, that national fetishism represents. In other words, one of Mauss's objectives with the nation is to save the nation against nationalism, 90. The socialist nation. Beyond a complete nation, where the democratic principle reigns at the political level, Mauss envisages a type of integrated society where the democratic principle would be extended to the economic world. He hesitates between the concepts of nationalization and socialization to describe a process where citizens exercise their ever-increasing control not only in the political field, but also in that of the production of social wealth. 91. Explicitly situating himself in the continuity of the Durkheimian definition of socialism, Mauss sees in socialization an extension of the principle of a conscious direction of social development to the economic sphere. As he is well aware and as he indicates in his terminological reflections on socialism, the concepts of nationalization and socialism evoke management of economic affairs by the state, but this is not there to him the essential aspect. Workers' influence should instead take the form of direct management of businesses by the working class, ideally within production and consumption cooperatives. However, Mauss, defender of self-organization and also of the market, which is one of its forms, does not prohibit the state from any economic role, particularly in the field of credit, and perhaps in that of heavy industry. 92. In his rich reflections on the development of the economy since the end of the 19th century, Mauss identifies three trends in capitalism, all of which testify to a progress in collective control over socio-economic development. 1. The diffusion of state intervention in economic matters, what Mauss calls socialism from above. 2. The self-organization effort of the working class to influence political leadership, socialism from below. 3. Finally, a tendency towards the anonymization and dilution of property, decline of family property, birth of limited companies, etc. Mauss perceives in this last phenomenon a prelude to the socialization of capital. We therefore see that it is part of the continuity of certain Marxist analyses, which start from the principle that the development of capitalism necessarily creates the conditions of possibility for socialism. Furthermore, by defining socialism as an ultimate realization of the national principle, Mauss, member of the SFIO, takes a position in the ongoing debates within the Second Workers' International, against Rosa Luxemburg in particular. He refuses to see these two principles as antithetical and thus comes closer, as we indicated above, to the line of Austrian socialists, such as Otto Bauer. 3. Boundaries of the nation. What is immediately striking in the text of the Nation is that Mauss is rather restrictive in his use of the epithet national. If we carefully consider the text, we will see that there are only two countries to which Mauss attributes it without qualification, France and the United States. This confirms how the concept of nation carries, in this text, clear political and revolutionary connotations. It evokes images of awakening, commitment, foundation, collective effort. For Mauss, the nation is thus a phenomenon of the future, the common sense, so to speak, that societies are seeking. It will be objected that this restrictive definition of the nation is perilous. Mauss wanted to base his internationalism on a historical sociology of nations as interdependent entities. Historically, and today, in fact, less than ever, societies have not been formed the one without the other. 93. However, the material necessary for its sociological investigation is partly lacking, since the nations are not yet all constituted. Moreover, many of them suffer, as we have seen, from a disease of national consciences, so much so that they close rather than open up. Thus, far from a social science which would inspire, or even generate, political thought, as Durkheim and Mauss would have wished, it seems that it is rather a prior political conviction and will which directs historical and sociological research, of which the nation is the result. Against the wishes of Mauss himself, the nation therefore ends up being a primarily political work, disguised as a treatise on historical sociology. It cannot be ruled out that it was awareness of this difficulty that pushed Mauss to put aside, even if, in his mind, temporarily, his project. On the other hand, a kind of paradoxical optimism deserves to be noted in Mauss's reflections. It would almost be possible to speak of utopian reflection, if he had not warned us against this term. In fact, Mauss is very critical of any philosophy too far from social reality, as well as of the abstract voluntarism of many politicians. He is thus one of those who, like his friend François Simiand, dedicate their thoughts to advancing socialist action beyond any utopia, in the exclusive domain of facts. 94. The fact remains that some of the analyses that Mauss offers of the facts are risky, almost speculative. We will mention two examples. First, as we have indicated, it was the war and the desire for peace which acted as triggers for Mauss's research. One could have imagined that the war, caused in large part by nationalism and imperialism, would inspire a skeptical and critical meditation on the national phenomenon. However, Mauss pursues the opposite objective, namely to detach nation and nationalism to save the former. Faithful to his methodology, he seeks to found his internationalist and pacifist position by searching for it in social facts. He thus develops an analysis of public opinions in the post-war period and acquires the conviction that the various nations are now aware of the need to do everything to prevent the return of large-scale military conflicts. In a chapter of his manuscript, Mauss looks at the emergence of the League of Nations, in which he places great hope. 95. He observes that the post-war period still brings us this consolation: people feel that they are morally obliged to each other. While before and during the conflict, the notion of independence, of national sovereignty was of the order of the absolute, now the feeling of a moral interdependence of societies is spreading within opinions public. This is what marks the beginning of a law of nations, the replacement of force by law. Mauss returns to this idea numerous times. He points out that everything conspires towards material, intellectual, moral relations, more and more intense, numerous, and vast between nations. 96. He also emphasizes that this conspiracy takes the form of a convergence of public opinions, of a collective desire for peace. It is a will of conscious nations, in any case it is that of more and more numerous, followed and strong parts of public opinion. This is not yet a reality. It is already a desire, proclaimed, desired, to which few parties and politicians, even thinking the opposite, have the courage to oppose. Pacifism becomes a reaction against war, an article of faith. 97. Behind these observations, there is the idea of a sociology of war as a paradoxical catalyst for the fusion of societies. 98. In the chapter on the League of Nations, Mauss emphasizes that we can observe this phenomenon at the following the First World War. It was above all a war of coalitions, and thus taught nations to constantly adjust their actions in relation to each other, to their goals, and to pool their forces and their laws. The optimism expressed here was severely undermined during the 1920s and 1930s, during which the League of Nations was reduced to powerlessness. In the same vein, we must mention the rise of tensions and violence in European societies during the 1930s. How, with the rise of fascism, can we think the nation? Is it still possible to save the nation against nationalism? Mauss is increasingly worried. Around him, within the socialist movement, comrades have joined the Third International while others, like his friend Marcel, are pursuing a renewal of socialism which will gradually bring them closer to fascism. 99. A brilliant intellectual trained at the École Normale Supérieure and an associate professor of philosophy, Diet is associated with the effort of Durkheim's faithful disciples to revive l'année sociologique. 100, and collaborates closely with the Social Documentation Center headed by Celestin Bugel. Diet then calls himself a revisionist and wants to develop a pragmatic socialism. 101. A few years later, in 1933, there was a split. The Neos, including Diet and several other friends of Mauss, left the party to form the Socialist Party of France. An idiotic situation, according to Marcel Mauss, who then found himself in embarrassment, but who refused to leave the old house. While reaffirming his personal sympathy to Diet, he wrote to him, "I have good hope that a day will come when the unity, which was dear to Pierre Renaudel as to Georges and me, will be achieved again." 102. Mauss is attentive to the approach of the leader of the new Socialist Party of France, but he does not follow him. He is not convinced of the thesis of the rise of the middle classes and the old activist that is. Mauss refuses the formula order, authority, nation dear to the Neos. In February 1934, Mauss participated in the Great Unity March organized by the CGT to protest against far-right organizations. He joined the anti-fascist movement, supporting the Vigilance Committee of Anti-Fascist Intellectuals and participating in some activities of the World Committee Against War and Fascism. Marcel Mauss observes, helpless and worried, the general evolution of Europe between Bolshevism and fascism. It is a return to the primitive, 103, he writes, which can only end in tragedy. For the sociologist and also the socialist activist, one of the pains of his life was, at the end of the 1930s, witnessing, in the name of the primacy of the state, the worst crimes and to the regression of societies themselves, and, even, in some cases, to their disappearance. 104. All that is happening is, Mauss reminds one of his students, a too strong verification of things that we had indicated and proof that we should have expected this verification by evil rather than by good. 105. Another almost utopian element, the nation hypothesizes a global civilization, which could emerge from an increasing extension of societies, and Mauss mentions the United States of Europe as one of the possible stages of this process. Mauss does not, however, have in mind the appearance of a single world society, but a progressive rapprochement, through exchange and political cooperation, of societies remaining distinct, each retaining its specificity and sovereignty, on a practically federal mode. We will observe that this is a development of Mauss's thought, since in his 1913 text on the notion of civilization, co-written with Durkheim, he had denied, perhaps under the influence of Unkel, that humanity can come together in a single civilization, that is to say in a system of distinct societies, but strongly related to each other. There does not exist a human civilization, there is there are always diverse civilizations, which dominate and envelop the collective life specific to each people. 106. By contrast, Mauss observes in the 1920 text that we can now speak of global human civilization. 107. Indeed, mentalities, even violently closed, of nations are in reality more open than ever to each other through one of those returns whose progress is customary. 108. This openness is expressed in the circulation growth of material goods and ideas on a global level since the end of the war, in the legal convergence of nations. 109. In the birth of a public opinion of humanity, facilitated by technical progress. 110. Here again, we can say that Mauss's initial optimism will be severely undermined by the events of the decade to come. This is reflected in the great caution shown by Mauss in his 1929 lecture on the word and idea of civilization. There, Mauss persists in thinking that permeations unheard of up to us are being established and that the forms of each nation and each civilization will resemble those of the others more because the common fund increases every day in number, weight, and quality, and is expanding more and more each day with accelerated progress. But he now emphasizes, contrary to the 1920 text, that nations and civilizations will survive. 111. Even though he returned there regularly, according to the memory of Mauss's nephew, Pierre, his uncle never stopped revisiting his manuscript at regular intervals. 112. Mauss did not publish La Nation. We announced above that we wanted to suggest some reasons for abandoning this project. We must of course remember that the nation is not the only project abandoned by Mauss. Prayer and his work on Bolshevism were not realized either. Thus, an explanation in terms of biography or personality cannot be excluded. However, it seems to us that other elements, textual and contextual, must be taken into account, and we have mentioned a few of them. Particularly decisive seem to us to be the tension between the scientific component and the political component of the project. 113, as well as the growing disparity between Mauss's predictions and the unfolding of events during the 1920s and 1930s, two marked decades, as everyone knows. By calling into question the international ideal and a reinforcement, in the form of fascism, of particularly radical forms of nationalism. 114. Despite these limitations, it seems to us that the nation remains a text of exceptional interest, both as a possible source of inspiration for a theorization of the nation and internationalism, and as a document allowing us to better understand Marcel Mauss in his time. But we leave this interest, as it should be, to readers and researchers to be the judges. Notes on the establishment of the text. The following texts reproduce the contents of files 26.11 to 26.14, 30.1 to 30.5, and 34.16 from the Marcel Mauss Fund deposited at the Institut Mémoires de l'Édition Contemporaine in Caen. With the exception of the text The Principle of Nationalities, contained in file 34.16 and on which some indications are given in footnotes at the beginning of said text, it is a single large manuscript, that of the book planned on the political and the normative, on which Mauss worked for several years, without ever completing it. The files contain a total of some 350 handwritten sheets, approximately two-thirds of which were typed by a collaborator of Mauss, whom we refer to as the typist in the critical apparatus. This makes deciphering the manuscript easier, but the typewritten versions cannot be authentic, since they contain many omissions and a large number of errors, particularly in the transcription of proper names. Overall, the condition of the manuscript is quite unsatisfactory. The text, first of all, is clearly a first draft. It was composed in a tiny, hasty, very scratched handwriting, and very difficult to decipher. However, three factors prevent us from talking about simple notes. The text itself is fully articulated, composed of complete sentences whose tone corresponds to that of a monograph. It is accompanied by structural indications, chapter, section, etc. Finally, it includes numerous bibliographic remarks reported in the margin, which Mauss introduced as a memorandum for his own use. These remarks, in their current state difficult to decipher, would undoubtedly have been developed into a complete apparatus of notes. Furthermore, the physical condition of the manuscript, without being deplorable, is not impeccable. At the margins and at the bottom of the pages in particular, tears sometimes make reading difficult. On the other hand, a section of the manuscript, devoted to the League of Nations, brings together partly disordered pages, which further complicates reading. Finally, certain parts of the manuscript are missing from the Marcel Mauss Fund. Indeed, the jurist Henry Lévy-Bruhl, son of Lucien, friend of Mauss and known for his primitive mentality, transcribed and published in 1956, in an almost impeccable philological manner, moreover, a large extract from the manuscript which concerns us, under the title of the nation. However, part of the text given by Lévy-Bruhl is not found in the files of the Mauss Fund, neither in handwritten form nor in typed form. We also have several parts of text in typewritten form without a corresponding manuscript. The challenge of this volume is to reproduce all of the texts present in the cited files, in order to make available to the public a volume which corresponds as closely as possible to what Mauss envisaged. We approached this objective, on the one hand by transcribing and publishing for the first time numerous texts. This volume includes around half unpublished material, and on the other hand, by completing and correcting the already known texts, on the basis of a very detailed study of the folios. But the condition of the manuscript and Mauss's notoriously cryptic writing made it impossible for us to completely achieve our goal. We therefore often had to omit passages that we could not decipher. For the reasons mentioned above, we have also left out an entire chapter of the book, devoted to the League of Nations, from which we have given extracts in the first part of this introduction. For the establishment of the text, we followed the principles laid down by Marcel Mauss himself. Mauss was the editor of several posthumous texts, for example by his uncle Émile Durkheim and Robert Hertz. He indicated his philological standards in his introduction to Durkheim's course on socialism. Very few passages remained illegible. We did not seek to fill these gaps. Any alteration is indicated in square brackets. We checked citations and made changes to the text only to mark chapter headings. We also had to cut out some lessons. Coarse repetitions have not been affected. All titles are by Durkheim. 1. It seemed right to us to apply to Mauss the standards he claimed for others. Thus, the following text always takes the manuscript as a reference, when available. Like Mauss, we wanted to remove only the illegible passages and not add or modify anything without expressly indicating it. The text thus contains gaps and errors, but these in no way diminish its general interest, which we consider fundamental. Here again, we remain faithful to the spirit of Mauss, while Durkheim had forbidden him a posthumous publication of his course on the family. The nephew declared in a text from 1925 his desire to override the instructions received, and to offer the following justification, which we would, for our part, like to apply to the text that we publish here. We wonder if we have the right to keep secret the beautiful discoveries of which it is full, quite simply to hide the errors, the simplifications, and the crude form which were inevitable. 2. We therefore reproduce Mauss's thoughts at work here, without seeking to embellish. But we have nevertheless granted ourselves some minimal licenses, which are, 1. Unification of the use of capital letters, of which both Mauss and his typist make very free use. 2. Standardization and modification of punctuation, when it seemed to us that the meaning and coherence of the text would benefit. 3. Introduction of italics for titles of works and foreign words. 4. Transcription of certain figures in full. 5. Replacement of abbreviations, St. Simon by St. Simon, EU by United States, etc. Except for these changes, which are not indicated, any alterations are indicated by brackets or in footnotes. Unreadable words or passages that we have omitted are indicated by ellipses placed in square brackets. The numerous crossed-out passages are only reported or indicated if they facilitate the understanding of the text or if they reveal something of the work and thought of Marcel Mauss. In this case, these striped passages are indicated by chevrons. Words followed by a circle, or sentences framed by the same symbol, are uncertain to read. The numbers in square brackets indicate the pages of the manuscript for the corresponding file, which we announce each time in a footnote. 3. A small part of the footnotes comes from Marcel Mauss and is marked as such. The majority of them, however, are the work of the editors and aim to compensate for the absence of a note apparatus that Mauss would undoubtedly have carefully elaborated for a definitive version of the text. We have introduced 5 types of notes. 1. Terminology notes, to clarify certain difficult terms or translate foreign words. 2. Historical notes, to present an event, person, or organization that is difficult to identify today. 3. Bibliographical notes, to indicate an article, a work, or to briefly introduce an author cited by Mauss. 4. Notes relating to quotations, which include either complete references, or translations of quotations given in Latin, Greek, or German, or additional quotations, in cases where Mauss only cites a very short extract. 5. Philological notes, including elements of description of the manuscript as well as indications concerning variants and gaps. Table of philological signs used. Sign. Example. Meaning. Ill. The word nation is a relatively recent use. Ill. In the technical language of jurists, and even more so, in that of the people themselves. The concepts of city, uncertain word, illegible word, uncertain passage, crossed out word or passage, several illegible words, one or more sentences omitted. Table of previous publications. The Nation. Part. Prior publication. Subject of the unpublished book. Introduction. A. The Nation, L'année sociologique, 3rd series, ed. Henry Levy Bruhl, 1953 to 1954, 1956, p. 7 to 68. B. The Nation, Works, Vol. 3, Social Cohesion and Divisions of Sociology, ed. Victor Carody, Paris, Minuit, 1969, p. 573 to 625, Republication of A. Nations and Nationalities. A. The Nation, L'année sociologique, 3rd Series, ed. Henry Levy Brohl, 1953–1954–1956, p. 7–68. b. The Nation, Works, Vol. 3, Social Cohesion and Divisions of Sociology, ed. Victor Carity, Paris, Minuit, 1969, p. 573–625, republication of A. Unpublished War Reactions, not reproduced in this volume. Morphological Phenomena, Socio-Anthropology, ed. Marcel Fournier, No. 4, 1998, partial. Unpublished Ideal Phenomena. International Phenomena. A. The Nation, in l'année sociologique, 3rd Series, 1953–1954–1956, p. 7–68, ed. Henry Levy Brohl. b. The Nation, Works, Vol. 3, Social Cohesion and Divisions of Sociology, ed. Victor Carity, Paris, Minuit, 1969, p. 573–625, republication of A. The League of Nations unpublished, not reproduced in this volume. Socialism and Nationalization, unpublished introduction. CHI Definition of Socialism and Nationalization unpublished. Chapter 2. Socialist Ideas. The Unprecedented Principle of Nationalization. New Ideas and Systems. Short critical presentation of the theories of socialism. Socialist Ideas. The Principle of Nationalization, Political Writings, ed. Marcel Fournier, Paris, Fayard, 1997, p. 249–267. Chapter 3. Unpublished Economic Facts. Chapter 4. The Unprecedented Economic Movement from Below. The Principle of Nationalities. Prior publication. A. The Problem of Nationality, Proceedings of the Aristotelian Society, Volume 20, 1920, p. 242–251, partial, b. The Nation and Internationalism, Works, Vol. 3, Social Cohesion and Divisions of Sociology, ed. Victor Carity, Paris, Minuit, 1969, p. 626–634, republication of A. The Nation, or the Meaning of the Social. Purpose of the book. 1. Our subject will be limited to the domain relating to political art, but will only concern the latest forms of societies, nations, the most advanced of known societies. It will only address the problems that their organization poses. It is not in our spirit to seek the general laws of the life of any society and to prescribe for every possible society. The old philosophers claimed to do so, when, in fact, they only speculated on the Greek cities, or the law of nations within the Roman Empire. The founders of social science, from Machiavelli to Rousseau to Comte, still claimed this, and their school survives. Basically, they were speaking about the very formation of nations. There are still theorists of the science of the state and of politics in general. Comte clearly retained the very strong feeling that it was only necessary to legislate for the next positive age, the next state of humanity of which he believed himself to be the founder, and of which he ended up believing himself to be the prophet, the high priest, the saint, almost the god. He thought that he would be worshipped among the heroes of human religion, and, in truth, he still has one. But in this way, he contradicted himself, because he wanted to legislate for all future humanity. He was neither a relativist nor a positivist on this point. On the contrary, we will try to be, completely. We will try to communicate an acute sense of degree, their history degree, and we say straight away that the nations whose theory we are going to attempt to develop and practice are neither the first nor the most natural of societies, they are neither the last nor the most ideal forms of common life that current history and humanity have presented to us. They are the last currently, and the most perfected known, they are eternal neither in the present nor in the future. To the position of this problem of the modern nation, we will devote 2 books, the first, purely scientific. We will first have to define what a society is, by what external signs we recognize it. We will then be able to define what kind of society the nation is, among these very societies. Furthermore, these 2 books, which are quite short, will not be without political interest, even current ones. 2. Because by defining what we recognize a society by, we will have to criticize the various political uses of the so-called criteria of nationalities, race, language, civilization, questions for which social science has precisely the instrument to dispel so many prejudices due to self-interest. Likewise, by defining what a nation is, we will be able to show to what degree they differ from each other, to what distance the other societies still existing in humanity are still from this new form of society, and we will see which progress must be made by young nations and societies which are not yet nations in order to become one, and to appear as equals in the concert of peoples. With the 2 descriptive books completed, we will examine what we believe to be the 3 main problems in modern politics. Of the 3 problems, one is resolved or close to being resolved in almost all nations worthy of the name, that of individualism. In other words, it was the essential political problem of the last centuries, the constitution of the nation against the state, the struggle of the mass of citizens emancipating themselves from the ancient tyrannies, royal, imperial, religious, even popular. The nation is nothing more than civil society, the natural group of free and independent citizens, whose personality is, theoretically, the object of religious respect, such the form that social life has taken and in which are moving and must continue to move for a long time, without doubt, individuals, until they are all citizens of the world. We will only devote the last part of our work to this problem, the easiest, because these are rights acquired and already sanctioned by use as those of the individual, for which we will have to advocate respect and guarantee and some developments. We will title this last book The Fight Against the State or on Individualism and the Guarantee of the Citizen. 2. The 2 other major problems posed by the life of nations are far from being currently clarified, and we will have to make a great effort towards scientific clarity. One looks at the relationships between nations, the other at the relationships between classes within nations. The 3rd book will be devoted to the first. It is entitled International Relations, or Internationalism. In the light of a comparative history of the life of nations, peoples, and nations degree, we will study the current state of these nations, we will indicate the questions which arise and the possible chances degree, if not their solution. We will examine how nations can mitigate the horrors revealed by the last war, if not the last war. The IVTH book will be devoted to the 2nd problem and is entitled On Nationalization, or on Socialism. 3. It will be entirely domestic policy. In one part, we will show how nations tend to make themselves masters, if not of the entire economy, at least of the part of the economy which is their own domain. In our conclusions, we will show by what means, in law and in fact, by what new forms of economic, moral, or political organization, they can really transform themselves, in law and in fact, into organs of what they are already natural groups of associates, users of the territory, of wealth, of human capital, of the national future. Finally, a general conclusion will bring together all the results obtained and propose a synthesis, and indicate some sort of general direction. Asterisk. This is all we will study. It will be surprising that we do not deal with problems which have until now been specially studied by politics, or rather by what is incorrectly called political science, the problem of sovereignty, of the constitution, of democracy, of legislative power, and administration. But this is because I believe, for them less urgent, and above all I consider them to be sufficiently elucidated by current doctrines. For my part, I have the keenest admiration for the works of Sidgwick, 5, or Weber, 6, or Woodrow Wilson, 7, for the great works of Lord Bryce, 8, and Ostrogorsky, 9, on democracy, by the great and original theories of administrative law of Mr. Horiu. 10. There is very little to add. The practical theory of the modern state, otherwise that part of the comparative science of law which becomes the international one, is in our opinion very clear to minds. 11. Why take up a problem so clearly and correctly resolved? Far be it from us to think that it would be useless to treat it. Infinitely original thinkers are stirring it up at the moment, in New York, around Veblen, 12, and New Democracy, 13, in London with Mr. Graham Wallace, 14, etc. Number of workers seeking to see more clearly in the practice of modern politics, and Mr. Stammeiler, 15, in Germany founded a whole tradition of legal philosophy, from which we could also have benefited. But their acute analyses as moralists and philosophers do not lead directly to compelling practical conclusions. Rather, they are interesting contributions to science on the one hand, and on the other hand curious documents on the idea that we now have of states. These are not political works. However, we do not deny the urgency either and will touch on the issues they address in passing. Thus it is obvious that relations between nations must be placed under the control of the will of the majority of citizens, for it is proven. This is neither the right, nor the ideal, nor the interests of nations that were held in view by diplomatic traditions that have been decried as secret, but which rather deserved the name of pure and undemocratic diplomacy. We will therefore have to conclude that if people want to live in peace, they will all have to form a republic. 16, and to show under what conditions they will truly have the direction of their international affairs. Likewise, admitting that people tend to no longer grant their national private domain to individuals, and tend to nationalize their interests, to guarantee those of the communities which compose them, we will have to see how, in a nation of users, how the state will behave, what rights and powers they will vote for it, and who will administer them. We will therefore take sides on questions as burning as that of the professional recruitment of public authorities, on which there is also good work, such as that of Mr. de Benoit, 17, so French, or that of economic parliament, so controversial in Germany and England, or even that of the organization of the Soviets. But our conclusions on these points will perhaps appear extremely moderate and timid, even conservative, and their discussion will take up little space for us. This is because we fully agree on the importance of forms of government, but we are so much more convinced of the importance of regulation and legislation themselves. We are so convinced that the essential thing is the economic organization in particular, and the social organization in general. We are so certain that any alteration and even more so any improvement of it changes, and even more so improves that one. We are finally so skeptical about this way of only wanting to change not even the head, or the brain of society, or its spirit, but simply its leaders. We are so taught by the experience of these struggles between rival political personnel. In a word, we consider all this as secondary compared to a profound action on the body and the very spirit of the nation, to which we cannot and do not want to devote too much time. Who will do politics and how they will do it matters less than knowing what politics will be done. Today we usually use the Proudhonian formula, economics must give way to politics. And we thus designate a state of mind that we could confuse with our own. However, nothing would be more erroneous than this confusion. Our doctrine is in no way anti-political and in no way gives precedence to the economy. To fall into this old habit would be absurd. Pure political phenomena, wars have had such dimensions that the economic simplisms of Marx and Proudhon simply appear contradicted by the facts. But what the best practitioners of trade unionism and productivism really mean when they speak like this is not very far from our point of view. They want legislation and regulation of the true interests of nations to take precedence over the alternation, relativism as the Spanish say, of political parties that are all fundamentally conservative as soon as they come to power. They demand a policy of justice and practice, and not the ill sound of parties in the closed enclosure of a parliament. However, they are still wrong, and we will have the opportunity to see it when they imagine the current suppression of parliamentarism possible. They do not see that we have not yet found a better way to express, not very precisely, of course, but finally peacefully, the conflicts of particular and general interests, of opinions of all kinds and of all origins, of instincts of all kinds. Sections of a large country. And above all we have found nothing better to control the bureaucracies which everywhere, even in the most democratic movements, the union and cooperation for example, succeed in proliferating and governing, if we do not put good order. We will also touch on this problem of democracy twice, with regard to nationalization and with regard to the rights of citizens. But we believe it is useless to break a tear in favor of an institution characteristic of modern nations, which young nations imitate and towards which the nations which are forming tend, especially when we see those which try to do without it so lamentably fail, Soviet Russia among others, founded by followers of Mr. Sorel. Parliamentary democracy is not the best possible form of government. We agree, and let's look for better ones. But it is the best currently known. So let's start from it and not try to replace it from scratch. Moreover, let us be convinced that some progress made here and there will alter it, immediately, and significantly. Above all, let us realize that the general progress of the political spirit of citizens on the one hand, of their economic organization on the other hand, of their desire to personally control their elected representatives, finally, will do more to change the parliamentary system than all reforms and revolutions and purely political coups. Let us care for the body, the spirit, of nations, sick and healthy, it does not matter, let us give them our care because health must be guarded as we must care for evil. The choice of the necessary personnel, and their distribution, will also come naturally. Let us stop deluding ourselves and believing that, because we would have put in power a new party, a new class, or because we would have invented a new constitution, we would have solved the problem of peace, that of justice and that of performance and well-being of the nation. This is why we will go straight to the point, and to the depths. At this tragic moment for the nations of at least 72 continents, at the moment when the drama is perhaps beginning to unravel, the nations must find as quickly as possible the solid, constitutional base of their morality and of their economies, the rhythm of their actions and their thoughts. This rhythm will probably be common, because it has the chance of spreading to a large part of humanity, and of regulating not only their interior life but their common life, a League of Nations, if it is founded. If this morality, this policy, this economy does not emerge from the general effort of individuals and peoples, if they are not sufficiently popularized and believed, like religions, by the very large majorities of citizens, the great nations, bled, collapsed and panicked, will perhaps avoid crises as atrocious and barbaric as the Russian one, but they will not avoid this impoverishment, this latent crisis, this slow decomposition which is so visible, alongside happy symptoms return to life. They must fight against these symptoms of death, they must want to live well and justly, their evil, for nations ravaged by war, is of a physical nature. But here, joyful and organized work may be able to repair material losses. However, human capital, and especially spiritual capital, is in danger. Any further weakening, any delay in the effort to pull oneself together, to create life and thought, can be fatal. The only two nations that the ancient world created died of exhaustion of their race, and of the spirit of this race. If our people don't want to die, they need a job. This is where we are. Politics must harvest this will, and clarify and comfort the soul of nations, disconcerted after the tension of war. It has to teach them to think correctly about themselves and to see their future clearly, to move energetically towards it. Because they do not know themselves, they do not see the path where they are going, and they are without strength at this moment. Politics as we understand it is a kind of psychiatrist. We must therefore re-educate this soul. To do this, we must learn to think at the same time internationally and nationally and liberally. Internationally, otherwise people will return to the politics of selfishness and nationalist madness, and they will again resort to violence and war. Nationally, otherwise the ruling classes, for whose benefit nations are ruining themselves, will have to fight the ill who simply want to replace them at the profit table, and there will be civil war. Liberally, because if nations lack respect, the necessary respect for the individual, and his family, if any tyrannies are established, it will be the economic and moral death of our individualist and egalitarian nations. It is not enough to even propose solutions to any of these problems. They must be considered, 18, all at once. A sincerely pacifist nation must not be led by rapacious capitalists, whose economic empire other nations would fear. A nation can only be pacifist if its citizens are truly in possession of democratic control of domestic politics, and if it fears nothing so much as the attack on human life that is war. Likewise, the wealth of nations is a function of the world market. Also, the individual will only be able to find his moral independence when nationalization and insurance have given him economic independence. We would go on and on listing the reasons for linking these questions. Only after having exhausted all the systems of this combination of three things will we have finished listing the connections of these three problems. We will see them articulated throughout our work. Internation, nationalization, freedom of citizens are the three terms of the same phase of development of our nations, large and small. It is to the demonstration of this fact that this work is devoted. And this demonstration will allow us to draw some specific practical conclusions and a general political conclusion. If this demonstration seems attractive to some good minds, and if our practical conclusions seem feasible, 9. If a few thinkers, philosophers, artists want to take hold of it, and if a few statesmen want to make a profit from it, if, as we ardently hope, some sections of the enlightened public are willing to take them into account, discuss them in public, and put them into public opinion, we will consider ourselves as not having worked in vain. Perhaps this condensed formula of ideas that are in the air that we breathe will crystallize goodwill, and possibly action. It only takes a slight shock for the mass to form, sometimes. Our duty as sociologists and citizens is to try to provide this. If, by chance, we had this modest success of expressing everyone's ideas, our wishes would be fulfilled. First part. Of the nation as a kind of society, 1. Notes. 1. The title is a creation of the publishers. V.S. Hapter. I. Introduction, 1. The word nation is a relatively recent use in the technical language of jurists and philosophers, and even more so in that of the people themselves. The concepts of city, or society, of sovereignty, of law, of politics, have long been fixed. That of the state has been so since the movement of ideas which went from the great French jurists of the 16th century to the great Dutch and German jurists of the 17th and 18th centuries. 2. That of the nation was infinitely slower to be born. In a good number of languages, it is not yet very common. In technical language, it is not yet fixed, and most of the time is confused with that of state. A little history of ideas and comparative philology is necessary here. Asterisk. The word nation still designates in the French language to what it formerly connoted exclusively. We still say in consular law, and even in everyday language, generally of such and such that he is of French nation, English, of French birth. In Paris we preserve the memory of various nations represented by the various colleges at the university. It is in these two orders of institutions, canon and university law, and Christian consular law in idolatrous countries, that the idea was formed that the subjects of a prince abroad formed a nation. The principle is still applied in the capitulations applied in Muslim countries, where each nation was named by the authority of its consuls. It was the clerics in civil and public law, and clerics in canon law, who first studied the meaning of this word. It seems that in the 16th century the word was still quite popular, and almost already had a modern meaning. We see it used by our great jurists and economists of the beginning of this century, the Cujas, El Hospital III and Bodin, 3, all these great and brave men, whose action resulted in these States General of 1543, 4, where the voice of reason begins to be heard. The nation and its prince, These are the two terms which they already used in a very clear opposition. Likewise, in another part of the Christian world, Luther was already addressing the nobles, then the people of the German nation, 5, which he also saw realized in its clergy, its universities, if not in the empire still Roman and its people still divided. This tradition, contemporary with the first efforts of liberalism and democracy, was unfortunately forgotten. From that moment on, the notions of sovereign, state and law were developed. It seems that they were indeed logically antecedent. 6. It was undoubtedly necessary for the states to be unified by the will of the prince, the supreme, although unconscious, expression of the will of the people. They had to be governed by a law, a constitution of which the prince was the first servant. Above all, for it was necessary that the concept of nation, that is to say of all the citizens of a state, a group distinct from the state, could appear to the eyes of philosophers and jurists. He appears with the philosophers of 18th century and the politics of the two revolutions. Curiously enough, he remained almost ignored by the theorists of the two revolutions, who did more than any to establish the democratic regime inseparable from the very notion of nation, the two English revolutions. Even today, the English word nation is only part of the English radical and socialist vocabulary, where it returned from French. The constitution of the English nation was made with the old words of subjects and kingdom, of country at most, as it is true that in technical matters, especially in politics, we can make a something without having previously had the concept, especially abstract, we can even continue to do it, without becoming more aware of it than is useful. 5. It was the philosophers of the 18th century in France who developed it, if not clearly and adequately, at least distinctly. The encyclopedists and Rousseau, the latter especially, adopted it definitively. 7. The sage of Geneva, above all, had seen popular legislation working in Switzerland, if not at home, among the gentlemen of Geneva and those of Bern, patrician democracies, at least in the small cantonal communities. He knew from experience what a people and a nation are, better than those who only had their eyes fixed on the English constitutional apparatus. And it is he who distinguishes, as in Swiss practice, the represented, sovereign in the case of his assembly, from his representative the legislative or executive assemblies. Then there are the theoreticians and politicians of the French Revolution. The American Revolution, in which a nation was founded on a full national crisis, pitting a young democracy against an old kingdom and a colonial bureaucracy, was also half unconscious of its fundamental character. 6. The Anglo-Saxon peoples indeed have a practical genius which makes them invent capital forms of law, but they have at the same time a sort of timidity, especially of language, which makes them lose awareness of the revolutionary character of their political inventions. 8. The continental revolutions, the French and the German, are thought of quite differently. Concepts and ideals often precede the law. However, here again, between the anticipations of the philosopher and the practical decisions of politicians and the key ideas, 9, of public opinion finally fixed around institutions, there is a margin. The concept of nation finds a much more precise, clearer, more fruitful form at the same time, after the memorable days of 1789, and especially after the great day of federation, when for the first time in history, a nation attempts to become aware of itself, through rites, through a celebration, to manifest itself in the face of the power of the state. We have to go back to recent times, to the Russian revolutionary intoxication to find events of such high kind. The nation, the law, the king, the trinity of constituents was composed. 10. 7. Completely normal movement of the concept, and strongly included in its very essence. The nation, as conceived by the great revolutionaries of America and France, was the ideal environment where patriotism definitively flourished. Republican and patriot formed joint terms from the beginning. The peoples who had first asserted their rights ran to the borders to defend them, and defeated the armies of the conspiring tyrants, according to the expressions of the time, which are still true today. Loyalty to a king, devotion to a state, the vague sense of national independence, or rather the horror of foreign government, were far from the clarity of the notion of homeland. This is only necessary with the heroes of Valmy. It was from there that it spread, in their images, to all the generous minds of Europe. The nations that were forming, Germany, Italy, even more the oppressed nationalities, Poland, Bohemia, Hungary, Serbia, therefore successively became aware of their desire to revolt, to reconstitute themselves. The principle of nationality, the role of which is not yet finished, symbolically expressed these claims of nations to existence, and to complete existence, and as in many cases, 8 was Trinity, 11. Later, it was just a dyad, the law, the nation. However, the idea of nation underwent an eclipse, or rather its spirit changed in the 19th century. The principle of national sovereignty, the dogma of Rousseau, was too much what Proudhon calls the revolutionary idea to be the favorite idea of anyone who was not sincerely republican. From a certain point onwards, we hardly find it except among liberal doctrinaires, philosophers, like Fichte, then among socialists. So we abandoned it? Theorists of law and politics preferentially attach, 12, to the notion of the state. Besides, they had another form of the nation to which to attach themselves. The notion of nation had given way to the notion of nationality. Because, before asking the question of the internal and external regime of nations for a good number of nationalities, the potential nations, Renan already said, it was necessary to create actual nations. Europe, over the last 120 years, has been constantly working to preserve, to give birth, to bring to life nations, new nations. The end of the Napoleonic Wars, like even the two main wars of the 19th century, that of 1859 and that of 1870, and the Great War were wars of nations fighting for their lives or their resurrection. 13. 9. In reality, we have not yet emerged from this logomachy. It is even difficult to imagine, in Western Europe, the acute, clear-cut nature of these concepts and their political importance. We live in long-established nations, most of them free and democratic. In the east of Europe, the regime of force and tyranny, Turkish, Austro-Hungarian, and the Russian world, oppressed the nationals without number of nations which sought to be born. More than a century passed in these struggles, unsuccessful during the first part of the 19th century, victorious since, the Great War, to the extent that it was an Austrian war, was a war of nationalities. But like these states of pure force, the Machtstaaten, 14, of Central and Eastern Europe, most of the new countries are still mixed societies, where national minorities believe themselves to be or are still oppressed. For a very large number of our contemporaries, the notion of nation is above all that of nationality, that of nationalism. It has a negative content above all, the revolt against the foreign oppressor often, the hatred that we keep against everyone, even when they do not oppress. 15. Furthermore, the effort of jurists to define the nation 10 has been weak. Not only theorists of international law, but even those of constitutional law and civil law, continue to only add importance to the state, or more precisely, confuse them. The classic definition that Bluntschli, 16, gives of the state is more or less the one we give of society. Consciously or unconsciously, he believed and made citizens believe that there is nothing other than the state. The most curious event was certainly that of Germany where, however, the opposition Staat and Gesellschaft, 17, was classic, and where we ended up hypostasizing, substantifying, deifying the state instead of the nation. Everywhere still, even in theory, the content of the idea of nation is therefore still weak. In short, nationalism is still the only somewhat positive form degree, but although nationalism generates other illnesses of national consciences, above all it is the expression of two reactions, one against the foreigner, the other against the progress which itself saying undermines the national tradition. Empty this abscess, on the contrary, Filling the meaning of this idea with all that it contains is the urgent task of all political theory. 11. It also needs to be acclimatized. In fact, even among people, in the most enlightened nations, the word nation is not yet in common use. In France, it is true that we frequently say, national. But often this word is only there in the absence of others. It replaces the old and pompous royal or imperial, it only designates state or simply state-sponsored institutions. National Academy of Music, quite simply the former Royal or Imperial Opera. It looks awkwardly like the Republican Academy. The French speak quite clearly and make fairly constant use of the word nation. But they are still the only ones. Most other languages borrowed this word from them. Already a sign that the idea was not developed everywhere at the same time and in a natural way. The English do say nation, but that's not all the English. vs. Hapter. 2. Nations and nationalities, 1. 1. This definition of society having been established, 2. We can now try to say what kind of society deserves the name nation. We are not going to try to give an exact picture of the general history of the political organization of societies. First, we have no overall work to rely on. To our knowledge, only 2 sociologists have attempted it, Morgan followed by Powell, 3, but both of them, deep and original minds and, how would I say, too American, can only be followed with infinite precautions. Both were rather concerned with the theory of the family and the extent to which changes in the public life of society determine the shift from the clan to the individual family. Durkheim, in unpublished lectures but which we hope to publish, also touched on this problem. 4. We are largely inspired by his ideas. We will find them scattered, moreover, in the 12 volumes of the Sociological Year, in its critiques of publications on political organization. Finally, most of the facts that we are going to mention are known, but how many other equally important facts are little or poorly known. We have, from now on, quite serious views on the primitive forms of polysegmental societies, societies based on clans, tribal systems, on the primitive forms of monarchy and some of its evolved forms. At the other 2 end of the evolution, on the modern state, the works of jurists and philosophers abound, but still poorly digested and hesitant between dialectics and practice, focusing more often on ideas and history of ideas than on facts and the history of facts. However, between the 2 fields of study, how many territories sociology, certainly very young, has left unexplored. The primitive kingships, on the one hand, are virtually unknown, except with regard to their religious character, on which we have the suggestive and amusing book by Fraser. 5. The ancient royalties themselves were poorly treated from a legal and administrative point of view, until the Roman Empire, the founder of the notion of the state. Western European feudalities are well known, but what is feudalism in general? It remains to be done, let's not hide it, a comparative study, and this supposes that of clan chiefdoms, military castes, throughout the world, ancient Persia, India, ancient and modern, ancient China, Northwest America and Center, Polynesia, Africa. So much for monarchies and aristocracies, but for democracies we are in the same uncertainty. Thanks to centuries of philology, we know roughly what ancient democracies were, and medievalists and legal historians know what the communal democracies of medieval Europe were, although we know less well how those they joined together and formed the great Western democracies. We even lack works similar to those of Pyrrhon. 6. For the Netherlands, for what concerns England, or the formation 3 of the Estates General in France. And about their origins, about the Gallic and Germanic civitates, how many points will remain eternally obscure? We are not yet really sure whether they are aristocratic or democratic. But on the fundamental principles of the division of political regimes, which surely dates from Socrates, 7, which Aristotle made classic and which still is, what is there not to say? The division into democracy, monarchy, aristocracy is surely true of the organization of power and the quantity of men who participate in power. In truth, a fairly good criterion of the forms of this power. However, it in no way prejudges the basis of this power. Aristotle already wanted for the pi omicron lambda iota tau epsilon alpha iota, for the constitutions, and Montesquieu, like the English and French philosophers, only imitate him, a happy mixture of monarchy and aristocracy, of democracy, like England and Sweden in still present one, like Germany after 1870. But not only can the forms mix, but they can also be independent of the background. Power can be far away and very different from the people being governed, they can live their everyday social lives independently, the joint families, the Slavic, Hindu, Irish villages, continued to live with the superposition of aristocracies, despotisms, or both. The Annamese and Chinese villages are, in their family and popular form, the real organs of social life in these countries. There is no logical contradiction between this and that element of political life and, 8. It is however necessary for that the sociologist, and the politician, should not remain in intellectualist simplism, but that truly, like the psychologist and the doctor, he got used to understanding that men can want, think, and feel contradictory things, at the same time or in successive times. Prussia, a type of royalty by divine right, is at the same time by popular law. There are only two claims there, but they are still perfectly founded, and a large number of Prussians, up to Mr. Rathenau, still see, even after the war, in the monarchy the only means of managing the interests of the people for the people if not by the people. We must proceed with a certain fearlessness. Let us quickly classify the political forms of social life in order to be able to precisely define those of the societies known to history which deserve the name of nations, those which are currently in the process of becoming one, those which perhaps are not and will never be ones and perhaps are not even companies. We will then be able, but only then, to arrive at practical and political conclusions. In matters of science, one cannot go too slowly, in terms of practice we cannot wait. Science must respond with its knowledge immediately, even through provisional and empirical consultations, as is to a certain extent our work. We can classify societies into 4 large groups, equal family political groups and amorphous within, composed of equals, as was Israel before entering Canaan, the future Romans before the founding of Rome, the ancient Germans. 5. Durkheim proposed calling them polysegmental. 9. And it is certain since Morgan that all humanity has gone through the stage of organization. The tribe gathers only rarely, administers itself only temporarily, and totemism, the nature of which is beginning to be known, the cults of assimilated animal or plant species only symbolize the clans and only come to symbolize, through painful evolutions, and very rarely, the tribe. Of this number are all Australian and Melanesian companies, a good number of Indian companies from both Americas. Above come societies with a tribal form that are still polysegmental because the clans persist there, but where the tribe already has a constant organization, leaders with permanent power, either democratic, aristocratic, or monarchical. We find in fact a mixture of all these traits. For example, transitions are frequent between certain forms of tribal concentration in Bantu countries, in this immense area of civilization of almost uniform race and language in South Africa. Our days have seen the founding of the Zulu and Baganda dynasties. They saw the tribes, formerly very concentrated kingdoms, of Congo and Longo democratized, although the feudal hierarchy of these ancient barbarian courts remained. To this type of society belong almost all the great tribes of North America, those of the Algonquins, Sioux, Iroquois, and above all, they were the ones who founded the first cities in the south of the United States, in the southwest of Central America and in western South America. Also included are almost all the Malayo-Polynesians, the Nigrition Sikhs and Nilotics, almost everything that remains savage in Asia, tribes of Annam, the interior of China, etc. 10. The second group of companies is also divided into 2. The societies which succeeded clan-based tribes and tribes in general are opposed to them by 2 characteristics, the more or less disappearance of old segments, clans, undivided families, and the elimination of these borders. Internal conflicts, of these oppositions from clan to clan, from village or town to town, of these internecine wars whose persistence or rebirth, even in extremely evolved social forms, has marked the delays or regressions of political forms up to times and in countries very close to ours. Thus, in Japan, the clan still exists, it still plays a capital role in political life, however extraordinary the unification of this people may be. The politics of clans and even feudal clans is like a trait which links them to much more primitive societies. The disappearance of political family groups coincides with a great change within societies. The stable organization of political society marked by the presence, strength, and constancy of a central power, this is what Spencer called integration and what we can continue to call this when distinguishing societies non-integrated, which are clan-based societies, and integrated societies, for example the most ancient China, the most ancient Egypt, the most primitive tribes of Greece are surely already integrated societies. 7. And we can say that all Indo-Europeans at their entry into history are already societies of this order. There was among them, if not everywhere, the reality, at least the possibility, of a central power, Rokai, Imperium. Pre-Columbian America on certain points, Central and Andean America experienced states of this kind. To this type of society, as to other higher ones, it has been proposed to give the name of nations, and I must say that we ourselves, Durkheim and I, used this nomenclature until recently. We had basically borrowed it from the comparative history of religions which, since Canon 11, distinguishes between national and universalist religions. But this nomenclature is flawed and we propose here to clarify it. We confuse, in fact, under this name, societies very different in their rank of integration, on the one hand, what Aristotle called peoples, ethni, and on the other hand what he called cities, polis, and which we call states or nations. Distinguishing the latter is the object of the present work, but it is useful, not simply in passing but for our study, to distinguish the former. If biological comparisons were not dangerous in sociology, comparisons are always dangerous because they are always analogical reasoning. We would here directly apply the classification processes of zoologists and we would say that polysegmental societies are comparable to lower species animal families and genera 8, some comparable to animal colonies of which each associated element is, fundamentally, independent, capable of life, death, and reproduction, the others, the tribal organizations. Being strictly comparable to the higher forms of invertebrates, still composed of segments but already relatively dependent, capable of being resected, 12, without the organism suffering, but already provided with a central nervous system, and not without unity of consciousness and life. The last two groups of societies would, on the contrary, be comparable, some to insects and mollusks, others to vertebrates. The detached members of the former are incapable of reconstitution but not yet of life, like the legs of the spider, all of which can still withstand considerable ablation of parts. Likewise these companies. Aristotle said that Babylon was hardly to be described as a polis but as a people, an ethnos, because it is said that 3 days after its capture, part of the city had not yet noticed it. National solidarity is still strong, cowardly in short, in these societies. They can allow themselves to be amputated, mishandled, or even decapitated. They are not very sensitive either to their borders or to their internal organization. They have foreign tyrants, foreign colonies, assimilate to them or simply submit. They are neither vertebrate nor highly conscious. They do not feel any difficulty in being deprived even of their political traits and rather accept the good tyrant. 13. Then they have the desire to govern themselves. This is basically the life of all these masses of people, of India, Indochina, China, Eastern, and even Central Europe, where the instability of power, the amorphism of states, the indifference of peoples content to be governed or rather exploited, eaten as the ancient Kshatriyas of India said. 14. The expression, curiously, is found in the so-called Russians, to eat a province when speaking of its governor, provided that they have peace and that the central powers, often unknown, almost Always absent, always little loved, let them live on their fields. The relative amorphism of the societies which preceded those of ancient Greece and those of Rome is expressed in thousands of ways. 15. The succession of dynasties, their indifference among their peoples, the way they expand and restrict their domain, this is the best known category of symptoms. 16. This amorphism is also reflected in the laws and in the often composite character of these states, small and large. In the first place, there are, so to speak, no political laws, the laws are mainly customs and either civil or criminal law. 17. Very little public law, and the latter almost entirely religious, or simply specifying the rights and duties of the king and those of the upper castes or classes. The oldest legislations date from these societies, such as that of Hammurabi, king of Babylon. They are much older than the first Greek legislations, or those which became the Pentateuch and for which they served as a model, but they are very different. 18. Those of the Medes and Persians and Hindus of the classical period are still of the same type. 10. Secondly, these political laws, when they are formulated, are exclusively from the point of view of power. The kingdom is only the king's thing, his justice is only the necessity for him to make order reign there, and the law, when we understand it, is only the order of the castes, his law, if not the law. They are strangely Machiavellian. We must deceive the people and deceive the enemy. Basically they are extrinsic to the mass of the people who receive from above only a discipline, and not at all a law, a constitution to which they adhere other than mechanically, either by constraint, or by passivity and indifference. Basically, in this state remained all the countries of Muslim law, Chinese law, Hindu or Malay law. 19. This is the state Russia was in before the Tsars. These countries are basically integrated, administered, they are not administered directly by the interested parties themselves. The law was not the recognized work, 20, of each of the citizens, indifferent to what was not their local customs and their parochial interests. Even these enormous cities of India or Assyria or ancient Egypt, where however the population was orderly, where hygiene, the arts of Italy, those of civil and religious architecture were born, the police and certain of our municipal laws, give, and their heirs still give now, the impression of inorganic enormities, of divisions into classes, castes, tribes, mixed nations, of conglomerations of peoples, rather than of this solid thing, firm, organic, standardized that already is the ancient city or the Jewish people. 11. These two prototypes of our morality and our public or religious law. Moreover, in these societies, the importance of local rights, the always possible, most often real, independence of provinces, viceroyalties, very often of cities, finally and above all the character often, the more often even, composite of society, the persistence of clans or ancient tribes, the isolation of villages are very often persistent traces of the segmental character of the societies which preceded the societies which have a defined formation. While the uncertainty of the borders, the vassalage of the marches, often the duality, the frequent multiplicity of capitals, the total instability of the functions and of the officials conceived as servants of the king or temporarily elected representatives of the cities, all this betrays the relativity, the instability of regimes, their own distrust of themselves, that is to say that of the rulers among themselves and of those under their administration, and that of the governed vis-a-vis. The governments. The King of France in his Louvre or his Vincennes, that of England in his Tower of London, the Tsar in his Kremlin, are heirs of this instability, of this separation of the sovereign and the citizen which, in our opinion, characterizes states not yet perfectly integrated, which do not deserve the name of nation. We therefore distinguish among non-segmental societies those with diffuse integration and extrinsic central power, those that we propose to call peoples or empires, depending on their form of organization. We can't find better words to describe them. Moreover, democratic organizations among these societies are rare. 12. Their smallness and their federal character make them resemble ancient confederations of tribes. 21. It was in this situation that the Caucasian tribes or societies, the Mongolian societies of the Volga, the Cossacks of the Don and the Crimea still lived at the beginning of the last century. These so-called republics are, moreover, the remains of ancient kingdoms destroyed, isolated, refugee in the mountains. Central power in general is not of democratic origin. Only the Greek cities, and in their imitation, the Latin ones, developed it, and this is what made them nations and formed the type of social life that our object is properly to describe and see functioning in the present. 2. By nation we mean a materially and morally integrated society, with stable, permanent central power, with determined borders, with relative moral, mental and cultural unity of the inhabitants who consciously adhere to the state and its laws. Let us develop the theme of this definition. In the first place, the title of nation thus defined only applies to a small number of historically known societies and, for a certain number of them, has only been applied since recent dates. Societies are still rare in the history of the human species. 22. Currently living human societies are far from all being of the same nature and of the same rank in evolution. To consider them equal is an injustice to those of them where civilization 13 and the sense of law are more fully developed. An enormous number of societies and states still exist in the world, which in no way deserve the name of nation. All the societies of Asia, except, perhaps, India, China, and Japan, which are at this moment, in varying degrees of transition, in the process of forming states, all the indigenous societies of Africa, those of Oceania, cannot be considered nations or even states. It was through ridiculous fictions intended to fool the unfortunate colonized and the colonizing rivals that the 18th and 19th centuries applied to unfortunate Australians, to Queen Pomare, 23, or to the chiefs of the Congo and the Zambezi, improbable and poorly established uses of the law of Christian societies, flags and protectorates. The more or less mixed societies of Central and South America range to extremely varying degrees in a hierarchy of peoples and nations. Some are states of the European type and are already forming young nations, still more or less weak in terms of population but already large in terms of the enormous territories where they reign, Brazil, Argentina, Chile. The others are composite, backward, with too few Europeans, too full of half-breeds, Negroes and Indians and various half-breeds of various races among them. Rather, they owe their independence to the fact that large states are disinterested in them or that their dimensions, their turbulence, their remoteness make any permanent intervention impossible. This is verified several times 14 in this century and in the last century, with regard to Mexico or Venezuela. Where major military or economic interests have pushed the United States to intervene, in Panama, in Puerto Rico, things have taken on a stable aspect but which brings these states closer to simple colonies. Because, to a certain extent, we must consider all of the American continents known under the supervision of North Americans. This is what the Monroe Doctrine expresses in fact, not in law. That leaves Europe. This is where the national and international public law of these forms of society was established. The number of states which deserve this name with any consistency has been extremely variable and always limited until the very latest events. The Serbs divided into 3 or 4 sections, Slovenia, Bosnia, Croatia, Montenegro. The Romanians divided into 3 principalities, Transylvania, Banat, Bessarabia, etc., only became nations in centers of attraction, Old Kingdom, Principality. The Bulgarians were massed more quickly, but they have only been independent, some since 1820, others only since 1879, 24, and the Greeks likewise. It is only from the previous century and the Balkan War that a unification dates from which extended to Epirus, Thessaly, Thrace, and could have done so to Macedonia. Further north, the Ukrainians have never been a nation, barely at times a society, a state. The Poles have hardly had an independent existence for more than 400 years and their borders have always been extraordinarily elastic. The Slovaks are, like the Little Russians, a large peasant mass who, until the last century, rarely aspired to 15 unity. The Czechs have a little more solidity, they formed a glorious kingdom in the Middle Ages and until the 30 Years' War were essentially independent. The Hungarians likewise, although they paid tribute to the Turk and the German, the Lithuanians and other very ancient populations, all the Finnish populations of the immense ancient European Russia, were for a long time in a state of subjection or primitive independence. Finland was, until the 19th century, a Swedish colony. It had basically remained so under Tsarist domination until the Revolution of 1905 and the first elections by universal suffrage. As for the immense Russian mass, it only formed a real state for a long time in Muscovy, and it is only since Peter the Great that it has really had a monarchical constitution, a spirit, and is extended to the frontiers of civilization and the great Russian race. The Albanians are still in a very primitive stage of civilization, certainly more primitive than the Indo-Europeans at the time of their entry into history. So the Slavic and Hellenic or mixed East of Europe is entirely populated by young or imperfect nations, or by societies of a lower form than that. Western Europe, on the contrary, is the empire of nations. There, all the nations heirs to Roman law kept the memory of what the Roman citizen was, and the rebirth of Roman law in the 12th century, even in Germanic and Anglo-Saxon countries, was a decisive blow in this direction. But on the other hand, the large social groups which formed the Germanic, Frankish, Anglo-Saxon masses, had evolved, and the Germanic male was surely already, and especially in Scandinavian countries, a form of the political life of societies already important. Our European nations are the product, as is our entire French law, of an evolution from a mixture of Germanic and Roman elements. The Slavic nations were, in short, created in their image. The essential part of public law was given by Rome, by England and France, then by 3 revolutions, of England, the United States and France, but many elements were formed by small nations also constituted from the 16th century, and it is no coincidence that the first theorist of the law of nations was a Dutchman, Grotius. They can be fairly easily placed historically. Were nations, or disappeared, or subsisted as such in 1914, Rome, which disappeared in the 6th century, France and England which were established around the 11th century, Switzerland, the Netherlands, the kingdoms Scandinavians in the 13th and 14th centuries, Castile and Aragon in the 14th century, Hungary and Bohemia united around this time to disappear, the first at the start of the 30 Years' War, the second under Maria Theresa, Poland in the 15th century and disappeared in the 18th century. Russia, in the 17th and 18th centuries, with Peter the Great, extended from Muscovy to encompass the Russian mass. In the 18th century, the United States, in the 19th century, Belgium, Greece, Italy, then at the Congress of Berlin the small nucleus of Serbian, Bulgarian and Romanian units was formed, which only the Balkan Wars and the Great War constituted as nations. However, the successive emancipation of the Portuguese and Spanish colonies of South and Central America founded these states which all tend, from the 17 origin, by their democratic form and by their basis of public law, towards national organization, but a small number of which, Argentina, Chile and Brazil, have gone beyond the stages of tyranny, oligarchy and primitive forms of the state. However, in Japan, a nation is being formed, a new form of political life that we would like to qualify, but so poorly known that we hesitate to do so. It is obvious, in fact, that Japan has evolved very quickly, in 60 years, under the influence of the national idea awakened by Commodore Perry's expedition, 25, but which still retains all its most primitive characteristics of religious empire and feudal organization, alongside one of the most remarkable integrations known. China, since the revolution against the Manchu dynasty, despite the anarchy which seems to divide the republic, is evolving very quickly. These large, strong, fertile masses, of old civilization, of refined language and literature, rapidly enriching themselves, will undoubtedly create their own, original institutions, which it would be imprudent to foresee and to want to fit into the framework of a genealogy of specifically and typically European social types. Having said this, what are the main characteristics of these societies which are obviously themselves of a more or less completed type, and to whose hierarchy and classification we will return? First, there cannot be a nation without there being a certain integration of society, that is to say that it must 18 have abolished all segmentation by clans, city, tribes, kingdoms, feudal domains. The kingdom of France, or that of England, could be compatible with feudalism, and yet we know how often divisions, especially those of royal inheritance, put them in danger. The French or English nations have, on the contrary, with or without kings, erased these anarchies, these sovereignties. Likewise we can read in Cavaignac, 26, the remarkable story of the kings of Prussia and that of their victory, for their benefit and that of the Prussian people, against the nobles reduced to the military and bureaucratic hierarchy. This integration is such, in nations of a naturally completed type, that there is, so to speak, no intermediary between the nation and the citizen, that any kind of subgroup has, so to speak, disappeared, that the omnipotence of the individual in society and of society over the individual exercised without break and without cog, has something unregulated, and that the question arises of the reconstitution of subgroups, under another form as the clan or sovereign local government, but finally, that of a sectioning. This integrated society is integrated within well-defined borders, it does not include independent markets, enclaves, or zones of foreign influence. She is even particularly sensitive to everything that concerns her national center, it is just as much at the center as at the extreme limits, which is expressed by the law of the flag, the extraterritoriality of warships, all creations of international law in the Middle Ages and early modern times. It has none of that insensitivity which makes a society allow itself to be amputated, dismembered, divided, governed, or beaten at its borders. It does not even want to expand, and only the classes representing the previous forms of the state push for what we call, and we adopt this nomenclature because it coincides with ours, imperialism. The great democracies or states have always been peaceful, and even the Treaty of Versailles expresses their desire to remain within their borders. The appetites for conquest, for violent domination over other peoples, are on the contrary currently the prerogative of all young, poorly established societies which are trying their hand at national life, which have emerged from war, and which their dynasty has the Germanic origin or their recent traditions still imbued with the traditions of the police state, Austrian or Russian, lead down the path which was fatal to Russia and Austria. Even among the great powers, the youngest nation, Italy, is also the most imperialist, and the one in which there is no vestige of the monarchical past, the United States, is the least. The notion of independence is manifested by the notion of homeland, with its consequences, cult of the flag, idea of unredeemed lands, concern for secure military borders, feeling of revenge in the event of defeat, resistance to any internal intervention, to any attack on the right of sovereignty, to any diplomatic intrigue, to any military threat. There is no need to note facts here. Those of the war, in particular what happened in Serbia and France, do not need to be analyzed 20 here. One of the reasons for the failure of Russian efforts is, on the contrary, that these ideas did not animate the great Russian masses that Tsarist brutality had left uneducated and that Kerensky, 27, was unable to ignite. Liberty or death, said the people of the convention, it was neither then nor lately an empty word. And, in fact, this principle was even the one which made the German force stand up above all against what was, for every German of all races and religions, Russian barbarism. 28. The second manifestation is economic, it must be considered equally important. Until this peace, and even now, the most extensive human economic unit known is the nation. The German word Volkswirtschaft, economy of the nation, which designates this form of economic life of the great European nations, is infinitely clearer than the words social economy or political economy which are used in France, where the so-called political and social sciences are moreover much less developed. The national form of economic life is a recent phenomenon. It began to be seen in France by the admirable Baudin from the 16th century. But this was only a fact when internal customs disappeared with Turgot, and we know that France is the last country where the survival of the old economy of the cities still remains. The Grant, 29. England, and especially Scotland, had preceded France in this movement, and it is to this fact that we undoubtedly owe the appearance of the doctrines of Adam Smith, 30. Likewise, it was not only the distant political consequences of the Reformation, it was the economic development of the German states which brought about German unity. It is no coincidence that the notion of the national economy, Nationalökonomie, appears with von List, 31, shortly after the notion of the German nation had been clarified in the mind of Fichte and from 1813, 32. It was even less of a coincidence that German unity began with the Zollverein, 33. Here everything fits together. The development of public law is in fact a function of the economic state of society, and vice versa. The process which formed nations was both economic on the one hand, and moral and legal on the other. The idea of nation had to be present to the French and German masses so that they could create an economic unity. Conversely, economic unity had to be a material necessity to prevail over the interests established in the closed economies of cities, small states, and provinces. Not only is it modern history which is summarized here, but also the general economic history of humanity. It is still necessary to read the beautiful book by Bucher, 34, already old, and about which one can make many reservations, but nothing better has been written on the functions and on the successions of the general forms of economic life. Bucher classifies these forms into three phases: that of the closed economy, of the clan and the family, that of the urban economy, that of the national economy. There was a time, in fact, when men only produced for their family and their village, and this form of economy is still very widespread. Another time which dates from the formation and multiplication of cities and the invention of money itself, where men traded, they produced more widely, but always for the benefit of small groups, cities, and small states. And finally, vast systems of interurban and rural exchange and the beginnings of international trade and production changed the needs and means of peoples of ever greater volume and density. We will see later that this process of nationalization of economic phenomena is far from complete. But for now let's consider pre- or post-war Europe, and North America. It still is despite everything, made up of states relatively independent of each other, whose protectionism, national currencies, loans and national exchanges expressed both the will and the strength to be self-sufficient, and this notion, inherent in currency, that all the citizens of a state form a unit where we have the same belief in the national credit, a credit in which other countries trust to the same extent as they have confidence in this unit. The coincidence of nationalism and protectionism, the idea that the national economy must be closed, is only a form, undoubtedly pathological, but surely frequent, and very natural, a simple exaggeration of the normal phenomenon which, naturally, economically unifies the members of the same nation, without distinction of class or origin. We will even see that all the conceptions of the most advanced economic internationalism fundamentally suppose this national unity and this rivalry of interests between nations. But this political unity, that is to say military, administrative, and legal, on the one hand, economic on the other, and above all this general, conscious, constant desire to create it and transmit it to all, and was made possible only by a series of considerable phenomena which unified subsequently, or in parallel, or previously, other social phenomena. A nation worthy of the name has its civilization, aesthetic, moral and material, and almost always its language. It has its mentality, its sensitivity, its morality, its will, its form of progress, and all the citizens who compose it participate in short in the idea which leads it. Curiously enough, the considerable increase, in the two preceding centuries, in the number, strength, and greatness of nations, resulted not in a standardization of civilization, but, from certain points of view, in an individuation of deeper and deeper into nations and nationalities. In Europe, in the Middle Ages and until the 18th century in universities, Latin was the only vehicle of thought when the Church was the main repository of arts and sciences. Only barbaric folklore distinguished the people, while the elites lived in a uniformly Christian atmosphere. Today, on the contrary, whatever the permeability of our Western civilization, the weight, intensity, and quality of each have become such that each member of each nation can no longer even concentrate them in himself, and is barely educated in the main elements of its history, its art, its politics, its law, its interests, and that even the numerous efforts devoted to secondary education do not succeed in making the young bourgeois, burgher, citizen, French or German, and, even more so, English. The honest man, the nu rho kappa alpha lambda kappa gamma alpha theta, the vir, which we were much more easily in ancient Greece, in Rome, in the French 17th century. The individuation of Germany in the 18th and 19th centuries, that of France since the 14th and that of Italy since the 13th led more or less slowly to the formation of states, and Germany is not yet complete, Italy has only been complete for a year. But it is an obvious truth that civilizations, in such a long history and in such vast nations, have become so great, so particular, and at the same time so human that, on the one hand, they can be better self-sufficient, because they encompass all the essentials of human knowledge and practical wisdom, and, on the other hand, they can diverge infinitely more than Greek civilization diverged from Roman. Let us add to this that national economic conflicts, diplomatic and military rivalries exaggerate efforts for independence, unification movements, the need for withdrawal, singularization, even opposition of a nation to everything which does not is not her. The struggle begun at the end of the 19th century to reduce the number of Latin words in German, the efforts of literary nationalism almost everywhere, the bringing back into fashion of old folklore through literary and musical romanticism, etc., are only outrageous manifestations of this spirit. This local, moral, and legal unity is expressed in the collective mind, on the one hand by the idea of homeland, on the other hand by the idea of citizen. The notion of homeland symbolizes the total duties that citizens have towards the nation and its soil. The notion of citizen symbolizes the total rights that the member of this nation has, civil and political, that is, in correlation with the duties that he must fulfill. There is no need to dwell at length on the analysis of these two ideas. Since antiquity it has been made and remade, and their history has been attempted by a number of philosophers, orators, and historians. The most magnificent documents abound. The speech of Pericles in Thucydides, and the Prosopopoeia of the Laws of Crito, and the Panegyric of Isocrates, and all the Roman Contiones, 35, and the Encyclopedists, following the great English liberals, of Locke, 36, and all the Republicans of the United States, of the Legislative and of the Convention, and all the men of the Germanic Awakening, Fichte, Arndt, 37, and the others, and those of the Risorgimento, and the Russian Decembrists, all have translated into words and into action the ideas which serve as a basis and model for humanity since there have been cities, and since the idea of an expanded right of the city to the nation has emerged. It is better to note the important and lesser known fact of the correlation of the two ideas, homeland and citizen. Ancient cities, even non-democratic ones, already recognized that there was no city where there was no citizen. Already, if Rome was the land of patriotism, it was also that of civic-mindedness, and the founder of citizen rights, Civis Romanus Sum, 38. However, it was reserved for the states of Europe at the end of the Middle Ages to found the doctrine that the citizen was no longer that of a city but that of a nation, and that there was no had nation only where the citizen participated by parliamentary delegation in the administration of the state. And it was the first two great republics of the Western world, that of the United States and that of revolutionary France, which made the doctrine go from complementary, practical, or ideal as it had been in England since Cromwell, to the dignity of a fundamental and exclusive doctrine of political life, because these two notions of homeland and citizen are, fundamentally, only one and the same institution, one and the same rule of practical and ideal morality, and, in reality, one and the Same capital fact which gives to the modern republic all its originality and all its novelty and its incomparable moral dignity. It became conscious, reflective. The individual, every individual, is born into political life. The citizen participates in the development of laws, in the progress of religion, science, and the fine arts. He is no longer a conscript of the king, but a volunteer or a soldier of the republic and a free country. And the whole of society has become to some degree the state, the sovereign political body, it's all the citizens. This is precisely what we call the nation, this thing which the English imagine to have been created by the Magna Carta, and which was really created in the United States in 1777 by the Congress of Richmond, 39, and at the Champ de Mars during Federation Day, 40. Even these kinds of rituals of the pact, imitation of the theories of the social contract, are the desired expression of this idea that the nation is the citizens animated by a consensus. And conversely these theories of the general contract which are the basis of English or Swiss or French rights and theories and the expression of this value of the contract, this doctrine of the general will and the popular origin of the law, are simply the philosophical translation of a state of affairs. Philosophers generalized in the past and in the future a state conceived as original and desirable, but of which, in fact, Hobbes, Locke and the Radicals, and Montesquieu saw the example functioning in England, and of which Rousseau brought the model from Geneva. The main idea, 41, of the nation has become hypostatized in patriotic and civic, metaphysical and legal terms. But it is the spontaneous work of generations who extended to the people, through the system of popular and parliamentary delegation, the sharing of sovereignty and leadership. We arrived at the idea, totally foreign to the old regime, that an individual could only serve his homeland. Public morality has become, even in countries as amorphous as Russia, very sensitive to the relationships of public figures with foreigners, even allies. Everything in a modern nation individualizes and standardizes its members. It is homogeneous like a primitive clan and supposedly composed of equal citizens. It is symbolized by its flag, as he had his totem, it has its cult, the homeland, as it had that of the animal god ancestors. Like a primitive tribe, it has its dialect raised to the dignity of a language, it has internal law opposed to international law. Like the clan, like a vendetta, it demands compensation like that which France demanded for the murder of Sergeant Mannheim, 42. From the foreigner who appears before its courts, it requests bail judicatum salvi, 43. It has its currency, its exchange, its credit, it has its customs, its borders, and its colonies, which it generally claims to be alone in exploiting and which it is always alone in governing. Individuation goes so far as to mark itself in two orders of phenomena with which one might believe that it was incompatible, in mentality and in race, in the higher forms of intellectual life and in the deeper forms of biological life. The thought that a language, rich in traditions, allusions, finesse, and complex syntax, an abundant, continuous, diverse literature, centuries of reading, writing, education and, especially over the last 50 years, daily press, have universalized to a degree unknown to the highest ancient and modern civilizations, 44. All this means that the very gait of a Frenchman resembles the gait of an English less than the gait of an Algonquin resembles that of a California Indian. And this also means that the methods of thought and the ways of feeling of an Italian are infinitely more separated from those of a Spaniard, although both are of a single civilization, than are the morals and popular imaginations of which the extraordinary uniformity in the world expresses the unity of the primitive human mentality. This individuation in the formation of nations is, in fact, a considerable sociological phenomenon, the novelty of which is usually not sufficiently felt. We can even say that sociology as a whole still suffers from the vice of this erroneous view. By an error in the dialectic of contradictions, as there are so many in the history of science, it has alternately made all societies, even the most primitive, considered under the aspect of modern nations, and, as such, has considered as more individuated than they are, and, on the other hand, considering the history of societies as one, and reduced in short to that of civilization, neglected to give their part to individualities, especially national, and especially in modern times. Until our societies, none of the large groups was characteristic of a specific society. Their boundaries, even those of languages and those of law, were not necessarily those of the tribes and states that practiced them. They were only exceptionally the object of those beliefs which make a people attached to its institutions. Greek and Latin do not form for the people the object of this cult which French has received since the 17th century and the Academy, which German has received since Lessing and Fichte, and Italian since Dante. In modern nations, on the contrary, all these signs, which we have recognized as not being sufficient to define the limits in time and space of a society, can all, or a certain number of them, especially in unified nations, to be the object of that superstitious attraction which in the more primitive forms only law and the legal elements of religion aroused. A modern nation believes in its race. This belief is also very erroneous, especially in Europe, where all the known populations, except perhaps the Norse and a few Slavs, are obviously the product of numerous recent crossings. But, nonetheless, the German, especially since the Romantics, imagines that there exists a German race, and Fichte took the greatest pains to prove, with great strokes of fanciful and philosophical linguistics, that only the Germans are an Urstam, 45, in Europe. The Scotsman believes in his purity, and Buckle, 46, would convince us of this, if that were possible. The Irishman is convinced of it. Hence the use, so questionable, of so-called ethnographic notions in history, even more questionable in diplomacy. Many Slavs were denationalized, their descendants are claimed as Slavs, and today we see certain Bohemian parties claiming the Wends and the people of Lusatia who nevertheless became authentic Germans. Pan-Germanism wanted to see, if not the German flag, at least German rights wherever there was a colony of Germans, even in a foreign country. Race creates nationality in many minds. Thus the Zionist Jews when they claim for their nationality quantities of Jews perfectly adapted to their countries. But all these paradoxes and these paralogisms and these sophisms of political interest are produced by a fundamental fact which they translate: new races are being formed within modern nations. The ease of migration, travel, the existence of large urban centers where people of all origins meet, recent forms of life, such as the barracks in the last years of peace, or that of the civil servant whose career takes him into an entire country, began to achieve the fusion of the old population strains of which a large number still remained in place. At least physiologically, muscularly apparent types were formed, if not osteologically. Other nations, produced by recent migrations where all kinds of ethnic elements come together, in reality create a new race, such as those Australians with whom we had the honor of living, 47, and who mix in themselves the physical and moral qualities of the English, the Scots and the Irish who unite there as they do not unite in the old country. This process is so important that an exaggerated theory has been given and, in reaction against the data of anthroposociology, 48, one of the most distinguished ethnologists, Mr. Mauss, 49, believed he could demonstrate that the way of life and diet could transform the breed without there even having been any crossbreeding. Through abundant statistics, he believed he could prove that in one generation purebred Italians or Jews, transplanted to New York, acquired the fundamental characteristics of the American race. The figures, criticized, really only demonstrate the improvement of these children of poor parents. But this is already a fact. And it is certain that the numerous mixtures joined to the enormous progress made by wealth in ever larger strata created new and more vigorous and more beautiful types of humanity in the time, now more favorably judged, before war. In short, it is because the nation creates the race that it was believed that the race creates the nation. This was simply an extension to the entire people of the beliefs which until then had been reserved for the divine races of kings, for the blessed races of the nobles, for the castes which had to keep their blood pure, and had gone as far as marriage between consanguines for ensure. It is because the last French or German has the pride of his nation that he ended up having that of his race. Then a nation believes in its language. She makes an effort to preserve it even more than to make it live, to spread it, even artificially, even more than to enrich it with new words or new speakers, to fix it even more than to perfect it. Linguistic conservatism, proselytism, fanaticism are completely new facts which express this profound individuation of modern national languages, and, thereby, that of the nations which speak them. A French Academy, its recent imitation the British Academy, the intervention of the state itself in questions of spelling, with what pedantry and what prudence. A French alliance modeled on the Germanic or Pan-Slavic model, and how many other important facts are complete novelties in the history of languages, popular languages, of course, because purism was contemporary with writing, the contemporary archaism of the first traditions, and the superstition concerning words and formulas date from the very origins of language. But this superiority of a strange, archaic, or purified language was only the object of the reverence of an elite. The people, on the other hand, were indifferent to it, participating, except in Greece where education was general, only in the reflections of civilization, speaking through its dialects, its technical vocabulary so rich, its moral vocabulary so poor, its pictures so simple. This was where language lived. But he lived a natural life, without contours or detours, without refinements, with strength and freedom, without political ambition, without belief in his superiority. It was when the languages of culture became, with the formation of nations, the languages of the people, that the feelings of which they were the object extended to the entire people. Beautiful speaking, the excellence of the language, the distinction between people who speak the language and those who do not have become the belief of the people. For the average German, every German must speak this German which is High Saxon speaking, which has successively become the language of the court, the language of literature, the language of religion with Luther, of the army with Frederick, the language of university after Aufklärung. The history of the French language is the same, older and richer in events because the languages of Oceania had a more brilliant history than the Germanic dialects. Printing, as we know, in other words the placing of written language before the eyes of the masses, is what gave this primacy to the languages of culture, and extended the beliefs of which they were the object to the masses who began to practice them, and who believed in them, as the elite had believed in who abandoned Latin, but transferred pedantries and superstitions to French, Italian, and Spanish, English and German, with which she had surrounded the dead languages. The phenomenon intensified and spread throughout modern Europe. And it's not finished. It is even gradually extending to multitudes of languages in the world, and currently Arabic, Chinese, and Japanese are going through the most serious vicissitudes due to their transition from languages written and spoken by elites, both to languages of European culture, and national languages that people believe they should and want to speak correctly. But without going further into the details of these crucial linguistic facts, let us come to the dominant fact. The last century saw the creation of national languages by nationalities which did not have them. People who had never written, or rather never written with continuity and intensity a language of civilization, began to create one. Others returned to ancient, long-forgotten languages, Greek, Irish, Slovak, Slovenian, Flemish, Finnish, of which the Kalevala, the so-called epic, is only a folklore manual. Nationality was even often preceded by language. This is how Ruthenian has only a political existence, due to an arbitrary choice of a Little Russian dialect of Galicia, either by Russians, to counter the Austrians of Cisleithania, or by them to defeat the Little Russians of Russia and the Russians, or by the Ruthenians themselves to defeat the Poles who were oppressing them in Galicia. We see a desire of the people to intervene in processes which until now were left to variations and unconscious developments. And it would be wrong to believe in a particular artificialism. The desire of fathers to see their children receive a complete education in their mother tongue is what this linguistic effort naturally expresses. It reflects the need of generations united by a language not to undo it through bilingualism like that of our Bretons, Basques, or Alsatians, or through the forgetting of dialects, as we see in our provinces. The struggle of the Flemings for a university in Ghent, of the Ruthenians in Lemberg, 50, of the Croats in Agram, 51, is only the final episode of this linguistic nationalism of peoples who want to give the color of their language to culture European, and who, for this reason, create, maintain and perfect a language at the cost of what efforts and what inconveniences. But if nationalities create languages in this way, it is because, in modern times, language creates, if not the nation, at least the nationality. The development of great scientific and moral literature, with the turn of mind created by identical methods of education on an unsuspected scale and with unsuspected forces, manages to shape national minds, even beyond the limits of states. The diverse sympathies of the Swiss during the war, the Romans favorable to France and its allies, the Alemanni sympathetic to the two Central Empires were nothing extraordinary. Even more notable, this coextension of language and nationality results in this still silent, but always latent, claim of the nation over those who speak its language. The debates at the peace conference brought this to light. Linguistic criteria served as arguments, the number of vocabulary words, geographical onomastics proving this or that in fact of origin were the subject of debate. Even if a given population was delapidated or degermanized, or if a particular land was once populated by such or such peoples whose linguistic proportion has changed, this is a sufficient reason to claim a border, a province whose inhabitants have not the slightest memory or taste of this or that nationality. In fact, the Germans do not understand why the Flemings, who nevertheless speak another Germanic language, were not delighted to become subjects of the Reich, and the majority of them do not yet understand that the Alsatians never wanted to be there. The Pan-Slavs proceeded in the same way. Likewise, states have claimed to impose the language of the dominant nation on populations with different languages. This is what the Russians claimed almost everywhere, especially in Poland, and the Germans in Lorraine. We have just witnessed the scandal of Denikin, 52, returning to Ukraine and closing during his brief appearance the 1,200 Ukrainian schools opened since the revolution. That this was, in short, unanimously appreciated as a fault indicates what progress the notion of the autonomy of peoples has made since the war itself. The protection of schools of national minorities, in almost all regions with mixed populations, by the Treaty of Versailles, is a sign of the right of a people to have their language, and national individualities. It is only regrettable that exceptions were made to the rule in favor of Italy, which absorbed several 100,000 Yugoslavs without guarantee. If the great powers had been willing to apply the same rule to themselves as to the small ones, it would not have been hurtful to them. Thirdly, a nation believes in its civilization, its morals, its industrial arts and its fine arts. She has a fetish for her literature, her plasticity, her science, her technique, her morality, her tradition, her character in a word. She almost always has the illusion of being the first in the world. She teaches her literature as if she were the only one, science as if she alone had collaborated on it, techniques as if she had invented them, and her history and morals as if they were the best and most beautiful. There is a natural conceit here, partly caused by ignorance and political sophism, but often by the necessities of education. Smaller nations are no exception. Each nation is like these villages of our antiquity and our folklore, which are convinced of their superiority over the neighboring village and whose people fight with the madman opposite. Their public ridicules the foreign public, as in Monsieur de Pourceaugnac, 53, the Parisians ridiculed the Limousins. They are the heirs of the prejudices of ancient clans, ancient tribes, parishes, and provinces because they have become the corresponding social units, and are the individualities which have a collective character. It would take a long time to describe all the facts by which this nationalization of thought and the arts is marked. We are not expected to summarize well-known themes from the histories of literature, art, industries, morals, and law. These are the themes on which the 19th century and the beginning of this one perhaps insisted too much to the detriment of humanism and as a reaction against the Masonic humanitarianism and cosmopolitanism of previous centuries or of progressive classes of various nations. Theories of literary history like that of Taine's milieu, applied to England and France, 54, theories like that of Hegel's Volksgeist, 55, have been applied to the history of German civilization. All this happens in the domain of criticism. What is happening in the field of arts and sciences itself is perhaps less marked, but much more serious. On the one hand, there is a conscious effort to remain in tradition, which already carries all its weight. Millions of imitations, quotations, sentence, and allusions have frozen literature into national forms that are often insipid. Rhythms, canons, customs have fixed the dances and facial expressions. Academic authorities, conservatories, aptly named, have restricted the inventions. And the evolution of the arts, sciences, and ideas, in the Middle Ages and during the Renaissance, with the unity of the Church and the universities, despite difficult communications, the absence of printing, photography, patents, had a different unity and logic than the bumps and clashes of thoughts, modes of aesthetic expression, isolation, prejudices, and hatred of nations impart to progress, as proven, for example, by the French cabal against Wagner and his stupid revenge. Even industrial techniques have been the subject of traditions, appropriations, and national oppositions. The Portuguese, Spanish, and Dutch reserved their Indian concessions like the Phoenicians. The secret of the Cassiterides, in the 17th century, even in the 18th, for example for the invention of porcelain, industrial secrets were guarded like the military, and the Germans of the 20th century had in these matters, to surprise the secrets of others and keep their own, morals worthy of the glassmakers and the Republic of Venice. The notion that the nation is the owner of its intellectual property and can plunder those of others with impunity is so strong that it is only very recently, through the Berne Conventions, 56, to which not even all states have adhered, that literary, artistic, technical and industrial properties, after having slowly been recognized by domestic law, passed into the sphere of private international law. Even forms of law, of economic life, even the unbridled exploitation of land or subject populations could be conceived as founding national rights. We are so convinced of the fact that what we call civilization is a national thing that we have made it the basis of territorial rights. It is almost comical to see poorly known, poorly studied facts of folklore invoked before the peace conference as proof that this or that nation must expand here or there because we still find this or that shape of house there, or this or that strange usage. On the other hand, there has been a constant effort, especially in the nations of Eastern Europe, to return to popular sources, to folklore, to the origins, true or false, of the nation. It is not only the language, but it is also the ancient tradition that we have tried to reconstitute and revive, which, sometimes, we have succeeded in reviving. The movement started from Scotland, and we know the astonishing story of the false Ossian, of this supposedly rediscovered Gaelic literature, 57. Then it was the Romantics and the Germanic philologists, the Tales of Grimm, 58, and the discovery of the Edda, 59, were the two decisive moments. It was believed to have found Germanic civilization itself. And poetry and music, especially Wagnerian, went to great lengths to draw on these origins, to bring them to life. The names of the Germanic epic sadly ended up being given to the trenches which were to protect the routed army. The Finns and Slavs followed this example. And Serbs, Croats and Czechs created literatures of this kind. Russian music is intentionally folkloric. We know the principles of the famous four. The ethnographic museums, the returns to national arts, the successive fashions which have taken hold of them, all of this is the same fact. While it is the nation which makes the tradition, we seek to reconstitute it around tradition. It is both comical and tragic to see the development that has been given, in Eastern Europe, to the notion of dominant civilization. We will return to this subject in the conclusion of this chapter, because it is of the greatest practical importance. But at this point in our demonstration, we must note the fact itself. In diplomatic, folklorist, imperialist, German, or Slavic jargon, used by pan-Germanists or pan-Slavs and others, we understand by dominant civilization, in a composite society, the character of the civilization of the dominant people having imposed itself, and even to be the only one in the country. For a long time, it was in the name of this principle that the Habsburgs ruled over the Slavs and Hungarians since, under their scepter, Germans in Cisleithania, Hungarians in Transylvania tyrannized Slavs and Latins. It is the maintenance at all costs of these false rights which was, in the Serbian affair, one of the causes and the main occasion of the Great War. And this still had the result of making the application of these principles more difficult, if not absurd. The fact of a people having stopped all material and moral development of another people is no longer, thanks to the gods and the 14 points, 60, a right to reign further over this other people. If it is true that in eastern Galicia the only element of culture is the Poles, and that the Ruthenians or Ukrainians are only poor peasants, it no longer follows that the right belongs to this so-called elite, and not to the mass. It is no longer true that the disposition of the people and their land must belong to the noble owners and the Polish lawyers and bourgeois, to the Jews baptized Poles for the occasion. No more than it is true that Bessarabia appropriated by Russians must remain Russian or Balticum become German because of the predominance of Teutonic barons and partially Germanized Jews. The pain of a people to endure a civilization other than their own, their daily resistance, their efforts, often heroic, to create a morality, a tradition, a teaching, these are modern, notable, laudable, and relatively common. A people wants to have its merchants, its lawyers, its bankers, its masters, its newspapers, its art. This is a sign of the need for true independence, for the total national freedom to which so many populations, hitherto deprived of these goods, aspire. There is no doubt that this situation will change. Numerous layers of the population hitherto dominated are precisely in the process of becoming richer, compared to the conquering white races exhausted by the war. They will try to emancipate themselves, to free themselves, to create their civilizations. The example of Japan, which knew how to keep everything from its past and acquire all the advantages of modern civilization, will be contagious and followed throughout Asia. The struggle between nationalisms and imperialisms is not over. The popularization of civilizations is not yet finished either, nor their individuation. Many national characters still need to be reformed through blood, struggle, effort, and time. The work of individuation of old nations continues. It is desperately that Germany calls on Austria, and that the latter tends towards the single homeland. They stand out, they separate, in a word, they create a collective character. Here we purposely use the word character in its psychological sense. A character is the integrated set of the various faculties of an individual, some being more or less sensitive, others more or less intelligent, or voluntary, some more or less raw or lively, strong or weak, some personal, others devoid of any personality. Now, remarkably, the development of nations, the formation especially of great nations, has resulted, not in the destruction of collective characters, but in their accentuation. The last century saw the birth of a new genre of literature. To the study of individual characters, classic since Theophrast, Mandeville, and La Bruyere, is added that of the character of peoples. Hence the innumerable psychologies of the French people, of the English people, etc., 61, we would find in Montesquieu, and in Voltaire, and in Kant the origin of these studies which have so happily established in advance so many documents for sociology, still to be developed on this point. But this is only the literary manifestation of a fact, the conscious formation of national characters. Until recent times, the characters of societies were rather the unconscious work of generations and the circumstances in which they found themselves, internal and external. Moreover, the normal division of all societies which fills the gap between the primitive form of societies with amorphous clans, with primitive egalitarianism, and ours with theoretical egalitarianism, into gens and populace, eupatrids and pi lambda theta omicron, pobel, 62, and nation, reserved for always cosmopolitan elites, 63. Some stick to their old folklore, others, enamored of an ever more refined civilization, extranational naturally, until Rome, Latin in the Middle Ages, humanist later, Angloman, Galloman, Spaniolized, Italianist later. It was only in the Greek cities, and in Judea, we distinguish it from the rest of Israel, during the development of the synagogue and the community of the poor, that the idea of the total education of the entire people emerged, against the big guys. Thucydides tells us about Mycalessos, a small Boeotian city whose Thracians, during the Peloponnesian War, massacred the children whom they found all gathered at school. This idea of compulsory education only existed among the Jews and in the Greek cities that became Latin municipalities. It occurs with eclipses in the Church, the Catechism, then the Reformation. But then, as among the Jews, she was entirely religious. It was in Switzerland and Germany, in Protestant countries, that the idea of an education which was, at the same time, religious and national, was formed. At the same time the encyclopedists and the French Revolution, the English radicals and especially Presbyterian Scotland, the Quakers and the New Republic of the United States returned to the notion that the citizen of the nation must be instructed and educated by it. The day when public and compulsory education was founded, when the state, the nation, legislated effectively and generally in this matter, that day the collective character of the nation, hitherto unconscious, became the object of an effort for progress. In short, a complete nation is a sufficiently integrated society, with democratic central power to some degree, having in any case the notion of national sovereignty and whose borders, in general, are those of a race, a civilization, a language, a morality, in a word a national character. Some elements of this may be missing. Democracy was partly lacking in Germany, in Hungary, completely in Russia, linguistic unity is lacking in Belgium and Switzerland, integration is lacking in Great Britain, Scottish Home Rule. But in completed nations, all this coincides. These coincidences are rare, they are all the more notable, and, if we are allowed to judge, more beautiful. Because it is possible to judge, even without political prejudices, societies like animals or plants. Second part. International relations, or internationalism. vs. Hapter. I. International phenomena. 1. Nations, any more than societies of any type, are not alone in the world. Whether or not they have settled their relationships with other societies is one of the dominant facts of their life, and which must be analyzed. Certainly we can conceive of closed and self-sufficient ones. Populations of distant Pacific islands were able to give this illusion to the first European navigators who approached them, to a novelist like Stevenson, to a romantic ethnologist like B. Thompson, too. On the other hand, vast societies extending over continents, enjoying the most diverse climates and soils, such as the United States or Russia, may one day, if necessary, demonstrate a degree of autonomy and extraordinary economic independence and effortless disinterest in anything that is not itself, which is, in fact, the United States is doing right now. But historically, and today, in fact, less than ever, societies have been formed without each other. Their interdependence is further increased by this phenomenon of their relationship life that is war. The problem of this relationship life therefore comes to the fore. This study and that of some practical conclusions which result from it are the subject of this chapter. They will necessarily be summary. We are not here on ground as well cleared by sociology as the origins of the family or new forms of the economy. War is poorly known, the forms of peace are even less so, and only public and private international law begins to be known in their history from the Middle Ages. But these are not the only intersocial phenomena. The history of civilizations and languages must be remade from this point of view, and it is only recently that this type of study has emerged in the method of ethnology and linguistics. We know a little better about the migrations of religious phenomena, tales and symbols in particular, and the expansion of the great so-called universalist religions. All of these facts are even less well known. Only the works of anthropogeographers can be used immediately. In short, they are confined to the geographical conditions of relations between societies. We may be surprised not to find here a history of internationalism and doctrines. It must be remembered, that the problem is not that of ideas, but of facts, and that ideas only interest us as facts or corresponding to facts. Now if there is one area of anticipation and romance, it is indeed that of pacifist and internationalist theories, such that we will only have to consider them exceptionally, as symptoms or forces, and that provided that they corresponded to specific social states or at least entered into specific moments in history. But these gaps in our science should not prevent us, after having marked the unknown, from stating the known, and from drawing up a sort of summary geographical and historical atlas of the relationships between societies. We may be surprised at the length of the detour and that we must therefore go back to the flood. But we must also feel that the relations between modern nations, the great nations in particular, are only one case of the relations between societies. We must then see how the appearance of these new forms of social life has required new relationships. Finally, it must be made clear that the problem is permanent. Today's questions are only of relative importance, they are, to tell the truth, only exciting for us, this generation who will have experienced these moments. This scientific attitude, this withdrawal, from above and from the side, of our observation, will allow us to treat without passion, with serenity and independence, the most burning questions of today, and to consider in all its generality the current practical problem of international politics and morality. 2 prior observations. First of all, we are here on new ground and in the presence of phenomena of an order different from that of the facts we have just studied. International, we should always say intersocial, facts do not correspond to limited social groups, except for exceptions to this rule when there is official recognition by the laws of the country. They are entirely of the physiological order, even when they lead to demographic alterations of societies as in the case of war, so radical that they can go as far as total suppression. We can compare them to the phenomena of animal relationship life. A company is an individual, other companies are other individuals. Between them it is not possible, as long as they remain individualized, to constitute a superior individuality. This observation of fact and common sense is generally lost sight of by utopians. But conversely, societies are not irreducible individualities, and synoicisms are, as we have seen, the rule. It is this process that is the origin of great nations. This possibility for companies to merge is, in general, scorned by the corporate conservatives of their time. 1. And we will say, 3. Internationalism is entirely a phenomenon of the ideal order, but, on the other hand, the formation of increasingly large groups, absorbing increasingly considerable numbers of large and small societies, is one of the best observed laws of history. So that there is no a priori limit to be made to this process, and in reality we only have to show to what point in this evolution humanity has reached today. Second observation, international phenomena are, as national phenomena were in the past, before nations, more and more numerous and more important. That is to say, it is obviously that, if they have existed at all times as we have seen with regard to the notion of civilization, in the last millennia of history they have taken on an increasing force and frequency. Wider trade, wider and more complete exchanges, more rapid borrowing of ideas and fashions, great waves of religious and moral movements, more and more conscious imitation of economic and legal institutions and regimes, finally and above all, the growing and more in-depth knowledge of literatures and languages which is the consequence, have brought large and small nations, and even today the most backward societies of the world, to a state of permeation and growing mutual dependence. So that, if the formation of social groups larger than our great nations is still entirely in the domain of the idea and the ideal, on the other hand, the importance and awareness of the phenomena of relations between nations and societies of all kinds have grown to unforeseen degrees, even since the war. And consequently extremely numerous conditions are given so that the practical solution of a practical problem becomes, if not immediately possible, at least conceivable. The phenomena of relationship life can be divided into three groups: 1. Phenomena of borrowing, or civilization; 2. Demographic phenomena; 3. General relationship phenomena. 2. This classification classifies contacts between societies according to whether they involve relationships limited to a point in social life, or to limited, segmental social groups, or involving the total life of the societies in contact. It has the advantage of following precise criteria, and by allowing us a fairly complete review of the facts, to clearly show their diversity and dimension. It has only one drawback, a capital one, it is true, which is that it does not sufficiently bring out the connection of these facts, and their eminently physiological character, and above all their capital importance, from the historical point of view. Because it is they who explain, not simply the relationships between societies, but very often the considerable alterations within the societies themselves in their structure, their regime, their customs, their language, their art, and their institutions. Indeed, for example, if a social mass adopts, as a result of market demands, a certain form of industrial life that was hitherto foreign, this is necessarily the cause of significant modifications in the general conditions of its life and its law. As we see today in Japan and the Indian Empire, where the introduction of capitalism results in gigantic variations in the entire social machinery. But we will ignore this serious drawback, because this is not our subject. We do not have here to demonstrate how the life of relationships acts on the number and functioning of societies, but to describe it summarily. This reservation must, however, be clearly visible in everything that follows, because we must remember that societies, like all natural things, only really change if their environment changes, and have in themselves only relative forces of alteration. Sociologists, unlike historians who on this point have always described reality better, have only too often attributed to social groups an internal virtue of evolution, and have only too isolated the social phenomena of various societies. It is time to introduce into social science the notion of these contingencies and these detours and these stops which are familiar to history, and which only the metaphysical idea of a uniform progress and laws general, of autonomous genes is, contradicted. On the contrary, a truly positive sociology must take the greatest account of them, because it is precisely these relations between societies which are explanatory of many phenomena of the internal life of societies. It is indeed an abstraction to believe that the internal policy of a nation is not largely conditioned by the outside, and vice versa. Only, remarkably, while societies live among other societies, that is to say that in short, to the extent that it is not physical or geographical, their environment is of the same nature and of the same order that it, other organisms, including human individuals, live in environments that are totally heterogeneous to them, whether it is internal to them, like the physical environment, or superior like the social environment. A society which is already an environment for the individuals who compose it, lives among other societies which are also environments. So we would express ourselves correctly if we said that the set of international, or better, intersocial, conditions of the life of relations between societies, is a milieu of milieus. We would thus clearly see the extreme complexity, the importance of the fact, and also the difficulty there is in describing it with everyday language. Finally, this human environment which is a society, and this set of environments which is humanity, since the totality of the ecumene is known, are not, like the physical environment, outside of all human action. Hence the absurd notion, but the well-founded illusion, that man can arbitrarily change societies and will intervene. The idea was popular, it is one of the great ideas of history, she inspired the great legislators, it is she who moved the great tyrants, and Alexander, and Caesar, and Napoleon, and Robespierre, and Lenin, although the latter was a Marxist. However, as we will see later with regard to individualism, human environments, unlike others, and because in fact they constitute not only biological, but also psychological environments, are influenced by individualities more than no other natural environment, influence each other, alter and destroy each other with speeds experienced by no other biological phenomenon. So that, to be complete, we understand that a history of societies must be a history in the ordinary sense of the word, with all the procession of news items such as Cleopatra's nose and Napoleon's cancer. Civilization. The history of civilization from the point of view which concerns us is that of the circulation between societies of the various goods and assets of each. As we said in our study of the notion of civilization, 5, and when we noted that societies are not defined by their civilization, and as we recalled with regard to the formation of nations, the societies are in some way immersed in a bath of civilization, they live on loans, they are defined rather by the refusal to borrow, than by the possibility of borrowing. See on this subject the remarkable argument of this king of one of the kingdoms of the Chio China to his advisors and his great feudatories who refused to take the costume of the Huns, Manchus, and to ride on horseback instead of chariots, and how he has the greatest difficulty explaining to them the difference between rites and customs, arts and fashion. Politeness, gestures, even the kiss, all sorts of things that currently travel and are imitated, have been precisely those things known, presented and refused by societies. But this is not the place to study the negations of borrowing, which are a matter of descriptive, historical, or better psychological sociology, much more typical of given societies and more explanatory than the borrowings themselves. It is enough for us to have indicated that communities are more marked by institutions than by trends on this point, and that this itself proves that borrowing is the normal phenomenon, since non-borrowing is precisely what distinguishes a society compared to another. The facts of borrowing, all physiological, fit fairly well into the order of sociology and classical social sciences, economic, technical, aesthetic, linguistic, legal. We will never stop listing the main ones. We know that it was on them that the witty and illusory doctrine of Tard was based. 6. And we will find in his books an abundant but rather banal description, not very historical, even less logical. We 5 will limit ourselves to indicating a few facts more typical than the others, and above all to marking for each of the major categories of social facts the degree of permeability presented by modern nations, and the degree of uniformity which has resulted from this for the civilization of today and that of tomorrow. Everything that is social and which is not the very constitution of society can be borrowed from one nation, from one society to another. This is what we will content ourselves with bringing out, because historical development, 7, has singularly increased this human character of institutions, technical and aesthetic arts. So much so that we can now speak of world human civilization, to use a word from modern jargon which there is no reason not to use before the Academy has given it an official stamp. We give the name commerce, and the Latins gave with great precision the name commercium, not only to economic relations, but also to relations of all kinds, to exchanges of all kinds between societies, and to reciprocal services of all kinds. Only we must distinguish between intrasocial commerce and intersocial commerce. The exchange of services and goods between the various elements, clans, tribes, provinces, classes, businesses, families, individuals is the normal fact of internal social life, and constitutes it to a large extent. However, we remember that in polysegmental societies trade between clans and tribes is to some degree conceived as trade between foreign groups. Thus, parallel rules of Hebrew law and Greek law admitted marriage and the transfer of immovable property within the clan, but prohibited them outside the tribe. The limit of exchanges was once curiously low, either because of the small number of things that were exchanged, or the small number of people who participated in them. Trade between companies was rarer, more difficult, almost impossible. We will see in the third paragraph why. It was only more serious and more solemn, especially when it was necessary. Things and customs filtered painfully through the watertight partitions that societies erected between them, and through the cracks that, no less curiously, these societies allowed to remain there. 6. It is only in our days that nations have relatively ceased to close themselves morally and materially to each other. Far from decreasing, they have on the contrary increased the quantity, possibility, and intensity, 8, of exchanges. In reality, today they are more or less in the position where, at the beginning of the simplest political and family organization, the two exogamous, amorphous, and clashing clans were, where then the tribes, the associated towns, the small states before becoming possessions of the big ones. While ancient law did not recognize the commerce and connubium of non-nationals, modern nations had already for several centuries introduced commerce and connubium with almost all of humanity into their private and public law. The only exception is Japanese law. It is true that practically justice is refused to the Japanese by important nations, Anglo-Saxon nations. But theoretically the law of nations was, a few years ago, completely contrary to this old code of the type that the Emperor Hadrian had modified among the Jews, and which recognized rights only to connationals. And morally, mentally, materially, the most intimate commerce existed between societies, and in any case between individuals of all conditions and all populations. We can therefore talk about trade outside the economic framework. However, let us restrict this term to this use as is now customary, and say that relations between societies have always been, and above all, commercial. We may be surprised by our assertion, but we do not know of a society so low and so primitive, or so ancient as we can imagine, which has been isolated from others to the point of not trading. Australians trade over long distances. Among them, certain stones and scales, which already serve as currencies, even travel from tribe to tribe. There are even fairs in the centre, and Sir Baldwin Spencer, the wonderful observer of the tribes of Central and Northern Australia, has just described to us a curious system of intertribal exchanges, priced, on the occasion of funeral rituals, Hakautu, 9. Events of this kind surely happened in Europe from the earliest Neolithic period. The amber and the crystals were already traveling. Pre-Columbian America, even the oldest, also had its amulets, its pottery, its fabrics traveling great distances, because we should not imagine all these societies as without civilization, and civilization as so young in the world. The Melanesians, for example, are people of great navigation and traders, and who have a currency. The Nagas too, 10. What civilization has done in the vulgar sense of the word is to regulate, multiply, universalize commerce, to move it from exceptional or ritual silent barter, to free barter, from barter to purchase, from purchase to the market, from the colonial or national market to the world market. In fact, now national economies have become so loosely closed that they are all functions, not only of each other, but even, and for the first time in history, absolutely, of a certain tone of the world market. In particular that of precious metals. Let us standardize values. We will return to this fact, largely the result of the war, and full of lessons. We can simply see here where it is located. It is at the maximum of a curve whose origin coincides with that of human societies. 2. Technical. The trade was originally primarily that of magical and religious objects, currencies, that of technical objects, and more rarely of consumer objects. The journeys that the instruments, utensils, weapons, etc. made in this way were very great. Workshops producing this or that category of points, arrows, or axes operated in prehistoric Europe at infinitely remote times, and with the help of Australian documents we can imagine how this trade worked. The prestige, often magical, which resulted for the tribe holding both the raw materials and the technique which transformed them into tools. This intersocial commercial side of technical life has developed to the point that in Soviet Russia, today, the unfortunate peasant, incapable of repairing or better maintaining the most vulgar agricultural implements which all came to him from the foreigner, gradually returns to the most primitive agriculture. But this is less important than the phenomenon of borrowing and spreading techniques. Normally, unless it is devoid of labor, or wool, or raw materials, and unless it has prejudices, a society makes every effort to adopt and make its own the techniques which she notes superiority. It is often forced to do so, particularly in military matters, as superior weapons give societies power of life and death over their neighbors. But more often than not, these are just questions of interest, of the search for a better and easier life. There has hardly been any economic constraint of this order since the development of means of communication, maritime and land, that of currencies, and the creation of a world market. Under penalty of becoming unduly impoverished, a nation had to keep pace with the technical level of others. But this goal was only consciously pursued from the 16th century, during the first developments of big trade and big capitalism, and this despite the frenzied protectionism of the time, degree even if he knew the change degree as a struggle between states competing for state secrets to acquire wealth. It can be said that all the great industrial civilizations have since been international. Industry became standardized, equalized, spread out, and diversified before the war throughout the world. Exchange of techniques and, through them, intense exchange of products, one made the other possible, and a global industry was being created, made possible by a global exchange of products and raw materials. The dream of the cabbage plain, 11, that Mauss ridiculed was largely realized. We cannot exaggerate, against the absurd reservations of writers and nationalists, the importance of technical borrowings, and the human benefit that derived from them. The history of human industries is properly the history of civilization, and vice versa. The propagation and discovery of industrial arts, this is what is fundamental progress, and allowed the evolution of societies, that is to say, an increasingly happy life, larger and larger masses on larger and larger grounds. It is she who, through the development of societies, has caused the development of reason and sensitivity, and of will. It is she who made modern man the most perfect of animals. It is she who is the Prometheus of ancient drama. Let us reread, thinking of her, the magnificent verses of Aeschylus, 12 and 9. Let us say that it was she who made men, weak ants who haunted sunless caverns, children who did not see what they saw, did not hear what they heard, and all their long lives, blurred their images with the ghosts of dreams. It is she who equals man and worries the gods. It is she, there can be no doubt, who will save humanity from the moral and material crisis in which it is struggling. She was saved from poverty and chance, and stupidity, because she had and propagated animals, domestic plants, and gradually adapted the soil itself for her use. She thus made herself master of herself and her destiny. It is science, and human industry, which is superior and not subject to fate. She is the third God who puts an end to the gods, to the tyrants of heaven and earth. The common heritage of humanity is, even more than land and capital, the art of making them bear fruit and the treasures of products, the knowledge and tradition of these arts and these products, which make their humanity, internationally civilized humanity. 3. Aesthetic. But it is not just these two orders of economic and technical phenomena, which would be in essence intersocial. Aesthetic phenomena and the fine arts are also, and of all antiquity probably, at least if we can judge by what is happening today in the most primitive societies. The Australians, and we say this of all Australians, have a system of drama, poetry, music, and dance, called by a name borrowed from the dialect of the Sydney tribe, the Corroboree. Now these Corroborees travel considerable distances, troops of actors will rehearse and teach them, from tribe to tribe, others come to learn them, and sometimes even with surprising speed. Tales and fables have traveled like this, and certainly, we would not like to take a position in the quarrel between folklorists who see in everything borrowings, and folklorists who see in all similarity the proof of the unity of the human spirit and of the fact that the same causes produce in it the same impressions. But all forms of art have, in sometimes diverse civilizations, enormous extensions. Let's take a good example, musical instruments, and among them the most primitive, 10 the musical art, and the panpipes, where have they not penetrated? What did they not convey with them, even collective mentality? The notion of the musical note that travels with them, what importance does it not have in the history of the arts? Later, was not the discovery of the laws of strings, founding the notion of harmony, that of numbers, and so many others, a decisive moment in the history of the human mind, when at the same time the Greeks around Pythagoras and the Chinese around Confucius spoke in the same terms about the accuracy of tones, unisons, and harmonies of social life, Leakey, 13, and Philolaus, 14? Reason itself, which we say is of collective origin, is not only in the sense that it is only the work of men working in common and comparing their experiences within a society, it is in the sense that to a high degree, it is the work of collaboration between centuries comparing their experiences. These technical and aesthetic borrowings do not go without conveying ideas, these transplant, flower, and develop and return to their point of origin or are found in other forms, or combine with other ideas. So that incessant control, the shock in return of these journeys, these contributions of foreign elements are precisely the essential means that human reason, science, has had to clarify itself, to filter national errors, to absorb the benefits of other nations, and to constitute in short the essential treasure of humanity, human knowledge and its laws. What we are describing here is, in short, the history of science from its origins in the Mediterranean world. Although considerable questions are far from being answered in this regard, we begin to see how the Greeks, through the intermediary of the people of Asia Minor, the Phrygians and the Carians in particular, were able to make their profit from the geometry of Egyptian and Chaldean surveyors, of the astronomy of Chaldean astrologers, of Aramaic arithmetic, as they had made their profit from Phoenician writing, etc. Research into the origins of our sciences is only just beginning. No doubt new documents will renew them, for example the study of the oldest Sanskrit documents, or the primitive forms that the sciences kept in India longer than in Greece. An astronomy and a medicine in particular which are made on the originals from which the Greeks started to give them rational form. One of the first remarks made on this subject is that the Hippocratic oath is the same as that with which Caecura Ayurveda begins. The rites of the temple of Ephesus are those of the oldest doctors. If it would have pleased the heavens that this human sharing of the discoveries of science was constant, and thus without national barriers, without religious opposition, without a return to barbarism, without the murders of Archimedes or Lavoisier, science and philosophy and reason would be infinitely more developed than today. If so many precious traditions, invaluable manuscripts, rare and essential techniques, not yet found, and flourishing schools of art and science had not been destroyed in these beginnings of barbarism in which it seems that societies sometimes take pleasure, where would our knowledge not be, and our sensitivity, and our mastery over the world and over ourselves? It seems, however, that this time, in this war, humanity has strongly condemned 26:15, certain attacks against what is greatest in man, and that the notion of a human art, of a human science, of a human philosophy, of reason, in a word, still emerges intact and grown from a dangerous torment. National appetites and selfishness have only manifested themselves on these points in declarations which at a distance will seem more ridiculous than guilty, like that of the 93 German professors, or those of certain academies. 4. Religion. The arts and science, undoubtedly following techniques, have not been the only ones to form the consciousness, even in the minds of powerfully individualized modern nations, of a humanity superior to the nation. It is very remarkable that it was in religion, in religions, and in their successor, philosophy, that this notion of humanity, of man everywhere identical and equally worthy and respectable, first evolved. This is where universalism was founded. It is there that, at a time contemporary with the formation of the great states of the East, Buddhism for the first time 27 preached the love of man for man, without distinction of caste or race. Neither religion nor society. The most advanced religions which immediately preceded it or which are its immediate contemporaries were national and even nationalist. Confucius and Lao Tse only preached to the Chinese, the prophets saw only for the Israelites, Zoroaster only revolutionized the Persians, perhaps the Medes, Orpheus and Pythagoras only spoke to the Greeks. However human the principles, however lofty and universal the formulas of these religions were, they only applied to specific peoples. To the extent that there was proselytism and messianism among some, this was conceived as the granting to other peoples, barbarians, and Gentiles, 16, of a superior law to which they had to adhere even by iron and blood, and who were deigned to be accepted as secondary followers of a sort of national brotherhood. So much so that at first glance it is difficult to explain the wavering, the antithesis which brought out from these national religions the 328 universalist religions which are Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam, religions of the salvation of the man as such, 17. However, a more in-depth view of the religious systems which preceded or even accompanied the great, 18, so-called national religions will allow us to see on what basis religious universalism was built, this first form of consciousness that humanity took from herself. Religions of all times have been permeable to each other. And in a way they were. First of all, tales, legends, myths travel and are borrowed. One of the most remarkable cases of these borrowings is the wholesale borrowing, by these bigots who were the old Romans, of the entire Olympian mythology, with which their gods had nothing to do. We remember that for the editors of the historical books of the Bible, the history of Israel, from the Judges to the end of the Kings, is only the succession of faults of the people unfaithful to Yahweh and always trying to worship 29 foreign gods. For it is not only the gods, it is the cults with them that travel, 19. We mentioned earlier these peregrinations of primitive forms of dramatic art in Australia. But we could also have specified from then on that many of these dramas are religious in nature and content and form. This is how we now know that this corroboree of Molonglo which ethnographers witnessed throughout Central and Eastern Australia had the effect of giving Europeans diseases of a certain kind and the death they brought to the natives. Apart from obligatory cults, which are an integral part of the most primitive constitutions and even those of cities, of those of indigenous gods, there have always been special cults which have been borrowed and propagated from the most ancient times. Or in the most primitive societies, 20, as we saw not long ago the sun dance and the snake dance spreading in train among all the Indians in all the prairies of the far west. That of the mother goddess, that of Bacchus, Thracian god, the mysteries in the ancient world, and those of Isis and Mithras and those of Christ, do not form anything other than these special 30 cults. Buddhism is still there today in China and Japan. The Chinese or the Japanese believe in it, as the secularists of ancient India believed. In addition to the national religions and national morals that they have kept. Intersocial phenomena are more frequent and more serious than is generally believed. Previous Asia was for more than 2 millennia a sort of witches' cauldron where these special cults mixed and from which radiated, and this lasted until after Mani and Manichaeism which ravaged from China to the south of the France, 21. Syncretisms and accretions are as old as religions, 22. And these, like all other institutions, evolve in the midst of institutions, moral, metaphysical, physical, and mythical and magical ideas, which dominate and alter them. Now these are, from the time when the ancient world began to form unity, in the first millennium BC, very extensive, by essence extra-social, 23, and national. The Zoroastrian revolution was known to the Greeks, very soon after it was made, and long before they adopted the mysteries of Mithras, and nothing will make us believe that Buddhism was not at the background of the palingenesis of Platonic souls, attributed by him to son of Armenios, 24. It is in these already cosmopolitan environments that 31 religious cosmopolitanism was founded. It was when Christianity left Judea with Paul that Christ became the Messiah of the Gentiles and not of Israel. It is in his imitation that Islam brought salvation to the world and not only to the nation of the Prophet. However, Buddhism, which had found the formula, and had lost its footing in India, did not become a religion in the true sense of the word, because the church remained composed of monks determined to save themselves through the Buddha and did not call to deliverance all individuals, but only those converted. Religious universalism and theological anthropomorphism, 25, are therefore in essence the effect and cause of cosmopolitanism and individualism. It is there that the notion of the individual emerged from the social matrix and that man became aware of himself. We will return to this subject when we study the current state of the various attempts at religious internationalism. V. Legal facts. Legal phenomena are, as we have seen, among those which, with language, are the least borrowed and are the most characteristic of given societies. But we shouldn't exaggerate. We have taken great care to distinguish between their system, which is the constitution, the translation into moral rules of the structure that a society has and gives itself, and the various institutions 32 of which they are composed and which, themselves, are borrowed and spread from the most primitive societies, while this effort of standardization, of legal and moral progress of societies, became a completely characteristic feature of public life, starting with Hellenic syncretism in particular. There is no shortage of examples. It was a few Australians who invented the system of marriage classes, about which there has been so much discussion in recent times. It was others who perfected the system to respond, in a manner as primitive as it is elegant, to the requirements of various uterine, male, class, phratry, etc. relationships. And whatever one thinks of the question of knowing whether one or the other belong to different strata of populations, there is no doubt that throughout this continent, tribes very isolated from each other were divided according to the same methods, adopted for these divisions the same proper names, and the same rules. The extension of a system of institutions, as curious and as important, because it actually sets the whole tribe in motion, and even confronts the tribes among themselves, like that of the potlatch in the American Northwest, is just as interesting. And can also be 33 reported. In the rich tribes of the Pacific coast, in the islands and on the slopes of the Rockies, over a considerable area, from Vancouver to Bering Strait, the entire winter is spent in festivals, to which some tribes give the name of potlatch, and which consist of extraordinary exchanges, rivalries, and benefits and bets, of all kinds of things, rights, wealth, women, rights, seats, functions, names, and even souls, between clans represented by their leaders, between people of various clans, between tribes. Now not only these tribes but also the Eskimos in the north, the Salish in the south, began to imitate these customs. We found these institutions also widespread in Melanesia. We can therefore, and probably must, take literally what we know about the expansion of certain forms of division of society in Greece, in Rome, elsewhere. Thus the division into tribes, opposed to the division into clans, the institution of the plebs, plethos, voting en masse, were 34 decisive moments of civilization antique. It was then that the notion of democracy was formed, 26. Likewise today we see parliamentary institutions spreading even among people who have the least taste for them. And conversely, anti-parliamentary ideas spread before us in the form of Soviets, 27, that is to say, institutions invented from scratch by a society, a nation, which never knew what was neither a citizen, nor a democracy, nor even a law. In fact, legal institutions can now be considered as tending extraordinarily towards unification, uniformity, not at all because there is a fashion, but because there is a necessity for nations having reached a certain economic, aesthetic, and political standard of living, to accord their morals and their rights with each other. International conventions such as that of artistic, literary, or industrial property on the one hand reflect the state of internationalism of certain facts, and on the other hand oblige the 35 various states to all basically adopt the same principles of law, and even authentic case law. Thus, Russia had to modify its literary property rights to be able to accede to the Berne Convention. But these movements are especially sensitive in political matters, and we will see that the great democratic nations not only imposed their principles of political life but even claimed to ensure their application throughout the world. We are in fact in a period of very active legislation, where all groups are seeking solutions to almost identical problems posed everywhere, and where they are all willing to benefit from each other's legal and economic experiences. We will return to this fact about socialism and many other times. Before this abominable war, we can say that European and Anglo-Saxon law was rapidly becoming unified, in theory and in practice. The war itself was a regression, but the consequences will undoubtedly, we will 36 soon try to prove, precipitate the unification of codes in the civilized Western world. So that we can say that if nations tend towards increasingly strong oppositions and individualizations, it is more morally and mentally than legally and politically. Their structure, their constitutions become more similar almost every day, and it is truly among equals that the concert of nations will be established. 6. Linguistic facts. The second group of social facts which generally pit nations against each other more than any other is language, vocabulary, or words, grammar, syntax, morphology, phonetics. It is truly through their languages and because of their languages that the great masses that we call races, the large and small nations, seem impenetrable to each other. Their true mentality is in fact closed to those who do not know their 37 languages. Everything that Laguerre said, in a famous passage, about the vertigo of personalities, the anguishing void that separates them, is just as true, if not more so, of modern collective individualities. 28. Incomprehension and misunderstanding are ill the rule here. We do not understand each other, in the absolute and moral sense of the word. Hence the illusion, as we have seen, that language is the best criterion of race. And yet it is precisely in the life of relationships between societies that languages have found one of their main factors. They have always been and will always be dominated, as social phenomena, by the relationships that the societies which speak them have with their neighbors. The school of M. Millet, 29, in linguistics tends more and more to attribute more and more importance to the borrowing, from society to society, of extremely diverse elements of languages. For Mr. Millet, and for us, this is even one of the most properly 38 sociological parts of linguistic phenomena. The classic example of these influences of societies on each other and at the same time that of the formation of a society by successive and simultaneous layers of populations reacting on each other, is the formation of the English language and that of English civilization. A British mass, let us give up talking about what precedes the last waves of Celtic invasion, on which are superimposed or into which very small compact masses are introduced here, extending there, not vast immigrations, first of all Angles and Saxons, elsewhere Norman and Danish, finally Franco-Norman. This is what the real history of England was. It was also the history of language. This Breton mass who had renounced their language for Anglo-Saxon, still pronounced it in their own way, for example phonetically with the th that the Celtic dialects of Great Britain had and preserve. It also kept a very small part of vocabulary and necessarily simplified morphology and syntax. Then came the Norman and Danish invasions from the east. They barely leave a trace except in the vocabulary, in certain elements corresponding 39 more especially to law and technology, especially maritime. Finally, they are the Normans, in reality pure French people of good Gallo-Roman stock, equipped and trained by a handful of more or less mixed Normans. William himself had only one ancestor in 4 who were pure Norman. And as a result, the vocabulary changes, increases, alters in its proportions, and the English language at the same time as England is formed with this special character of having a largely Latin vocabulary, Germanic verbs, a phonetic of its own, a particular morphology where gender and number almost disappear and a syntax which has almost nothing of the primitive layers. Examples of this kind abound, there is no need to cite more. It would also be useful to take up from this point of view the physiological facts which are directly linked to contacts, superpositions, amalgamations, mixtures, compositions, and the study not only of linguistic borrowings and even linguistic facts, but even that of all physiological facts. 30, and 40 we would undoubtedly see that a good number linked until now to so-called autonomous and fatal evolutions are on the contrary due to these facts of bringing together diverse societies, and such alterations which are usually described as the product of a national genius by virtue of a sort of sociological vitalism, are really the product of an alteration due to the environment of other societies. Thus we saw, following Prussia, in the 19th century, itself following revolutionary France, all the nations of Europe obliged by military and external conditions, not capitalist as some claim, to have permanent national armies, with significant reserves and not militias. 31. But let's return to our subject and to linguistic borrowing. Not only is it a normal phenomenon of the life of languages, but above all it is a normal phenomenon of mentality. The importance of these loans cannot be overstated. We laugh or smile when we hear the unfortunate Russian soldiers and peasants and workers, 32, talk about revoluция, cooperacja, intelligentsia, and yet these words act 41 and carry with them more than ideas, forces. The terms of Christian or Greek or Jewish morality and metaphysics were not inert things either. Many of our people are speaking at the moment, in a mystical way, 33, of Soviets and the Republic of Councils, 34, others talk about production, international trade, intensive agriculture, peace, international agreements. And they all speak not only with the same words, but with the same sentences. Because it is the formulas that are borrowed in this way, just as much as the words. The journey of Proverbs was one of the first moments of the expansion of human wisdom, and we would like to be able to borrow conclusions for our demonstration from a theory of comparative literature which unfortunately has not yet been made. Apart from the old works, 35, according to which all the proverbs were borrowed from a mythical Indian wisdom, like the tales, we are very embarrassed to cite a comprehensive work on these journeys and these translations of sayings and formulas. But let us pass over this difficulty, 36, and let us content ourselves with pointing out the extreme extension of such and such proverbs. 42, of such and such apologues, ill the number of their equivalents, and we will realize that there was a wisdom of the old world, perhaps not unrelated to that of the new. Borrowing extends to languages. This is an unexpected fact, but it is a fact. The special cults which borrow from each other, which we have spoken about, borrow from each other entirely, not only with their dramatic and scenic ritual apparatus, but also with the very words and phrases which are sung to accompany the mimes. The fact is general in Australia, where all observers agree that when one of these primitive dramas of which we have just spoken is transmitted, it is transmitted in its language, whatever the distance between the creative tribes and intermediate tribes. And in fact the sort of Australian Rig Veda that Mr. Strello has just recorded in 2 central tribes shows the extreme extension, to almost the entire ritual, of this rule, the Aruntas using a number of words, sentences, songs, whole loriches and vice versa. 38. It is not today that Mass was said in Latin. The opera is sung in Italian. Halt is a Germanic word. Special languages spill over from societies and onto societies. 43. And we often see a society which annexes new techniques, religions, forms of art, at the same time annexing new forms of language and thought. For example, rhetoric, Greek logic, dialectics, and sophistry are still the basis of our mentality, and anyone who rereads these old authors will be surprised by the quantity of their commonplaces. 39. On which we live. However, it is obvious that the latest events will generate a reaction. All these new nations will create a complete education in national literature, translate in quantity the classics of all countries, their languages will become unique. Russian is less likely to be the Pan-Slavic language than it was just 6 years ago. German continues to remain faithful to the instructions of William II, proscribing the use of Latin and French words, even on cook's menus. 40. The great languages of the great nations diverge more widely, even when they are of common origin, than the dialects and all the Semitic languages. Is there reason to believe in these conditions in the possibility of a greater fusion of languages, in the very formation 44 of a universal language, an indispensable condition for perfect understanding between all men? We will refrain from taking a position on this issue. Prominent linguists, who are sociologists at the same time, and equally eminent philosophers believe in the possibility of the creation of universal languages. Others label all these attempts, which have multiplied since Leibniz, 41, as artificial and ephemeral creations. All that we see that is clear and obvious is this: a universal scientific and technical language is created, like sciences, techniques, their various standards and methods. In addition to this language, the extension of forms of art, economy, and law does not happen without a particular language that is identical everywhere, either that the terms simply vary with things, or that equivalents borrowed from the original civilizations be found and conventionally reused. Thus we borrowed from the English political vocabulary the word parliament in a sense other than that in which we used this word when parliaments were no longer anything other than courts of justice. 42. In fact, there has been created, in theology, in morality, in philosophy, not only in science and the 45 fine arts, a generally equivalent vocabulary. Islam and Buddhism conveyed ideas with words throughout the East and the Far East, just like philosophy and Christianity, partly air, 43, of it. And not only words, but also formulas, commonplaces, kappa omicron iota nu omicron iota tau pi omicron iota, or even civilizations can meet and complement each other. In fact, a good third of our modern vocabulary, at least, relates to this supranational and human part of our social life. A good part of our conversation is full of these aphorisms, these identical turns of phrase, these reasonings, these problems and solutions, which are the very achievement of pure reason and of practical reason and human judgment. The ideas are not only translatable, they are identical. There is no reason whatsoever to suppose that with the considerable development of the sciences, the arts, including the political and moral, and the fine arts and reason, the fruit of education and tradition human, 44, this universal part of our mind does not result in a single language finding equivalents everywhere, even in the details of speech. And on the other hand, we see entire continents 46, like America, populations of people who overwhelmingly speak only 2 or 3 languages, English, Spanish, Brazilian and Canadian French, and the number of families and languages decreases rather than increases, 45. On the other hand, small groups and even small nations, 46, are focusing more and more on the study of living foreign languages, some to benefit from the language of a large nation, the vehicular language, others to be able to trade and converse directly without an interpreter or intermediary. We will conclude that it is impossible to foresee when there will be a single language. This is certainly impossible until there is a universal society, but that everything indicates that the number of languages is destined to reduce further. Thus the Negro world, from South Africa to the Melanesian and Polynesian East, finally begins to speak English, Pidgin English certainly, but English. And that in each language this part which corresponds precisely to what is human, and not national, increases. So that here we can conceive that increasingly larger peoples will speak a smaller number 47 of languages, understanding each other better and better. So much so that the heterogeneity of languages will be counterbalanced by this homogeneity of the rational part, and that ultimately we can conceive, which it would have been difficult to conceive only 100 years ago, how a universal language will make possible the universal society and vice versa. The mentalities, even violently closed, of nations are in reality more open than ever to each other through one of those returns of which progress is customary. We are at this moment when the unity of the human spirit, so perceptible, as we have said, in the absolute homogeneity of these primitive creations, will become perceptible through the very progress of nations in the ways of science, of industries, and of art, and of life in common. Everything conspires towards material, intellectual, moral relations, more and more intense, numerous, and vast 48 between nations. And we will conclude this first part of our work on international phenomena by noting that now the forms a world, that there is no longer any people who are not in direct or indirect relationships with others, and that, despite all the shocks and failures, the progress, or if we do not want to use this optimistic term, the sequence of events goes in the direction of an increasing multiplication of borrowings, exchanges, identifications, even in the detail of the moral and material life. It is the prejudice of a poet, and even of a bourgeois poet, to mock, as Mauss did, the cabbage plain that would be the civilized world. First of all, we regret them at the moment, These cabbages. Then there is nothing to prove that this division of labor within nations and between nations, which will be the rule of economies and rights, and of the arts of tomorrow, will not result in a happier diversity between regions and countries than these prohibited and closed economies, these mentalities. 49 Bristling against each other. 47 Where all societies strive to do without others, and everyone is basically obliged to do the same thing. Solidarity will do, for nations, what it has done for men within nations. It will exempt them from spending their lives on multiple tasks. 48 And none of which is one where they can excel, and will allow them the increasingly full development of their individuality. 49 Which can only be real only in an increasingly full community of peoples. vs. Hapter. 2. Morphological phenomena. 1. The increasingly numerous, large, and serious borrowings, all this extension and intensification of human civilization, and no longer just national, are linked to extremely important morphological phenomena, of social structure, whether they condition them or they are conditioned by them. 50. Many of these phenomena have been extensively studied by anthropogeographers, or theorists of human geography. Because the morphological facts of the relational life of societies particularly interested them, a good number being precisely those facts which are incorrectly called political geography. Because we could say with much more reason political geographical, given that the physical environment remained the same, but as the human environment changes, societies change their relationships with each other. As we can see for 3 millennia on the shores of the Mediterranean, where states, cities, and relationships between societies have been disrupted 1,000 times, the physical conditions remain substantially the same. It is only in exceptional cases, the magnitude of which we will certainly not conceal, that changes in the physical environment necessitate changes in the relations between societies. Thus we quite readily admit the theories of Mr. Huntington 51 on the pulse of Asia. 2, and we would quite readily explain with him by the changes in climate and the drying out and the formation of deserts in the Central Asia, not only as in recent times the settlements and depopulations of these regions, but also the great migrations which left these regions and gradually passed to other peoples and resulted in large displacements. But although human history knows these facts, normally it is not the environment which was the cause, it was only the condition of the contacts and the alterations in the contacts of societies. Rather, they are phenomena relating to the physical environment, the techniques, and the societies present, products of at least 3 factors that we will now try to describe as clearly as possible. We cannot exceed a certain limit of accuracy because these events, a function of so many others, are still 52 difficult to analyze in a book that is not dedicated to them. Roads, means of communication, intersocial groups. The first of these facts, first logically and undoubtedly chronologically, is that of the route that these intersocial, international currents follow. We could even, by some artifice, consider that it is the only one. Relations in societies, as between groups of the same societies, have always followed determined paths and are only conceivable in this way. Terrestrial first, they are linked to the ground, following the valleys, passing the passes, and certain specific points of the sea, which must be considered in reality as a vast road and not an obstacle, that it has not been that as long as navigation was unknown, and it became less and less as navigation was perfected. The existence of prehistoric roads is certain, from the end of the Paleolithic. It multiplies, with the Neolithic. It is not only migrations of peoples which are proof of this, they are 53 migrations of objects. And we know that there are these tracks followed over very long distances in the continents populated by the most primitive peoples, 3, in Australia, for example, and that the geographical knowledge of numerous American, Melanesian populations, etc., are simply marvelous, compared to the intellectual level reached in the rest of their civilizations. There is no point in developing these facts regarding Europe after the Roman Empire, North Africa, etc. They are all well known. And the beautiful research of Mr. Badier, 4, on the Chansons digest in the Middle Ages following the route of pilgrimages, like that of Mr. Berard, 5. On the Homeric peoples are only the applications to the comparative history of literatures of proven principles of historians, geographers, and sociologists. We are here on one of the best known areas in the history of societies. But another side, purely sociological this time, 54. The second fact is the sea roots themselves, 6. The sea, and in general everything that is fluvial, lake or maritime on the surface of the globe, 7, has not been the obstacle that we believe, at least in the last 4 or 5 millennia of our societies. As soon as navigation was invented, and especially in calm or monsoon seas, Pacific, Northern Indian Ocean, the settlement of islands, and at long distances, took place and relationships were maintained step by step. All it takes is mediocre boats. We have been able to reconstruct quite well the history of the migrations of the Eskimos, who only have the kayak, the small individual boat of the harpoon fisherman, and the karluk, 8, the large women's boat. Now, they must have been quite rapid and covered the entire coastline of North America, from Cape Flattery to the mouth of the St. Lawrence, including the circumference of Greenland and the islands of the Glacial Sea, surely more populated in the past than today. However, the Eskimos, despite the immense distances, have kept a language and a civilization almost perfectly identical everywhere. The sea is a means of contact in itself. However, as long as the means of navigation remains so 55 elementary, man, barring chance, seems to have been linked to the coasts. The decisive moment seems to have been the invention, which seems to have been simultaneous and perhaps independent, of the two means of stabilizing the boat, the outrigger and the keel, and the first purely mechanical means of propulsion, the sail on the mast. The discoveries, which all seem to date from the 2nd millennium BC, and from earlier Asia, have given a completely different aspect to the whole of civilization and global relations between societies. Their final effect was only acquired by the discovery of the New World, and the complete recognition of the Old degree and the North and the South degree. They brought together peoples, the needs of these peoples, ideas, as nothing before had done. We are very seduced by the latest hypotheses of Mr. Smith, who links the entire megalithic civilization in the world to the invention of great navigation. 9. We would even be very willing to extend it. The addition of the sea route to the land route was surely a decisive moment in human history. But without further general considerations of pre- and proto-history, let us now note the influence of maritime and river transport, and for example the considerable development 56 of steam navigation changed the face of things. 10. And it is not madness to say that we are only at the beginning. The fleet of the United States, insignificant 6 years ago, that of Japan, inconsistent 30 years ago, are now the second and third in the world. Tonnage in the world of commerce will increase very quickly, now that the losses of submarine warfare have been compensated, and beyond. The tonnage of ships landing in London has increased tenfold in 40 years, the same in New York and in Antwerp. Duisburg-Ruhrrad, which almost did not exist in 1870, transported 33 million tons on the Rhine in 1913. The major movements of goods and interests are now maritime and river. Hence the international importance of rivers like the Rhine, or like the Danube, which truly become centers of common interest, with the current treaty or this or that way in which it will be applied. Hence the importance of the notion of freedom of the seas, unfortunately left in the limbo of future international law, because of English navalism, the reason for which we do not deny. All this is a profound evolution in the general conditions of people's lives. Everyone aspires to water, to maritime space, to becoming planetary beings 57, and no longer just European or American. Their future and their present is in this world that they imagine it. What was given in the ancient world only to the Phoenicians, the Carthaginians, and the Greeks, what in the world of the Middle Ages was the prerogative only of the Normans, the Hansa, the Genoese, the Venetians, is become the rule of part of the life of all modern societies, and will be more and more so. The world is small and can be traveled, now. But it is still far from being a well-cultivated field, it still remains very neglected, this park, this paradise, such is the meaning of the ancient word, of men and beasts and plants that it will perhaps one day be. There are still centuries of work to do to create this Garden of Eden that the Bible dreams of, in imitation of the old Mesopotamian empires, or the games that the emperors gave to the Romans. But the eternal dream now appears as a tangible reality, a possibility. Woe to anyone who insults this ideal of human solidarity. The tyrants who ordered the sinking of the Lusitania, 11, poorly atone for their crime against law and humanity. Fortunately, civilization and law are getting back on track, stronger and better regulated after the crisis than before. We foresee the moment when the earth will be a large garden, a vast workshop. 58 Another side, purely sociological this time, of the same facts, is that of the effort made by societies to increase these points of contact, these routes, and especially that made to intensify exchanges, along of these roads. This was the effect of at least two interrelated factors: increased international needs, increase in means of transport to meet this. These days we have difficulty imagining a society without means of transport. And these long-distance internal and external transports of the masses, have so become part of our customs that we readily consider any obstacle that is brought to them as a crime against the nation and civilization. But we must measure the interval which separates a primitive family like an Australian, where the largest bags can hardly exceed a very small load, and the capacities of an ancient chariot, and those of our wagons or trains. Here we 59 enter one of the commonplaces of political economy and sociology, 12. And above all it is an international fact of discussion of which it is urgent to become aware. The facts also force us to do so, since the economic crisis which is currently following the war is above all a crisis of land and sea transport. We were accustomed, even during the war, to an ease, a speed, a volume of exchanges of all kinds, including moral and news, which was part of our existence, and we submit with difficulty to the privations which are so little that we could not even imagine them a few decades ago. In fact, the economy, and even art, such as French, Italian, or American cinema at the moment, were in a sort of constant creation due precisely to ease, multiplicity, and rapidity. Communications. Everything was everywhere. 60, and we have every reason to believe that the population and civilization of the entire will surely increase rather than decrease. The number of roads, rivers, canals, and railways, and ports and the intensity of their uses will increase with them, not to mention transport by air, by automobile. The number of miles of railway increased in the United States between 1870 and 1914 from 52,000 to 245,000. The tonnage of ships arriving in London increased tenfold during the same period. Who can say where we will be in 40 years, where we would have been without the war? Soviet Russia is suffering above all from a crisis in its railways. She might die, she couldn't even export her wealth ill. The exchange of everything for everything is thus made possible and necessary for all societies. These are no longer caravan routes and tracks, they are a sort of gigantic vascularization with intense and strong traffic which was established in the last 61 century on the surface of the world, and which is only becoming more widespread. Increase and consolidate, as we will see later. The other group of facts is apparently entirely technical, and yet we place it here. It is that of all the means of communication between men, telegraphy, 1844, transatlantic telegraphy, 1866, telephone, 1876, wireless telegraphy, 1900, wireless telephony, 1910, posts, 1840, international posts, airmail, 1919. We think we can offer this ranking because it is a serious alteration in the very structure of peoples to be united in this way intellectually, materially, financially, by the telegraph, the press. The immediacy and completeness of information has brought about an extraordinary sensitive interdependence between nations. They all feel what is happening to everyone, and know. A great financier these days telephones from home in Paris, Berlin, London, cables to New York, 13, in the blink of an eye. The markets know each other and arbitrage each other. And communications are 62 even now carried out independently of the will of states, and the Soviets communicate by wireless, despite everything, despite the whites, their official literature to the world, which receives it, like a communique. The Germans were hardly better ill, from this point of view. It is as if the great nations had created a voice and a hearing with infinite range. There is an alteration in the structure of their being. They see, know, and hear. They have new organs, more and better than ever. They form a sensitive, nervous environment, and this environment is constant, more solid and more alive in peace than in war, but at this very moment more exasperated, more unstable than ever. In any case, it would be a serious shortcoming on my part not to emphasize the greatness of the fact. And it is one of the greatest faults of pre-war diplomacy, that which we called secret, to have continued, in the world of the telegraph, of the telephone, processes which dated from the most Machiavellianisms and brutalities. Ancient. It is an error of psychology, but above all an error of sociology, to believe, as we believed in Potsdam in 1914, as some 63 still believe at the Quai d'Orsay, in localized conflicts, in small wars, in aside solutions. Right now the whole world is getting angry and feeling what is happening to everyone and reacting to it. There are only backward minds who still attach importance to intrigues, to kings, of Hejaz and elsewhere, and do not attach importance to stock exchanges, presses, agencies, parties, to the public opinion of humanity. Because this exists and makes alliances, victories, credits, bankruptcies, revolutions and reactions. The world today is very different from that of Napoleon. It is no longer a few diplomats occasionally reading Blackwood and the Times, the Debates and the Monitor, who make the map of Europe, and a few financiers sending late letters who set the course. These are the people who want a certain world populated by nations at peace. Likewise economically, although there is nowhere a stock exchange and a universal clearing house, in fact, the world market is everywhere, like science, and basically art. Thus the technical and then moral revolutions 64 of the last 100 years give us a humanity very different from that founded by the international political law of the great modern nations. These, barely 80 years ago, were still isolated like old mountain tribes, closed by protectionism, keeping gold and credits, excluding heretics and foreigners from their universities, naturalization almost impossible, ignorant of the languages, customs, literatures, and arts of others. And since then, this whole exchange system has grown, tourism is developing, we know each other. Even the war with its enormous transports of people of all kinds to all parts of the world has opened many eyes and opened many brains. He remembers a Hindu in Orleans, at the start of the war, realizing with astonishment, but also with this keen ear and phonetic sense that Hindus have, that the Hindustani word batan was of French origin. French, button, he said to one of my friends, English, button, Hindi, batan. For my Australians and even for the Germans, the French woman was a revelation of an ideal. All this will germinate, and although everything seems to come together, 65 as they say in the theater, it will only be a connection in appearance, for older generations and adults. The others who will be born in a completely different environment, with a completely different horizon. They will have what Marcel and his students call a different space. And this space will not be that of the bell tower where a nation, even a large one, was still before the crisis, which changed at least that much. We would have finished with these phenomena of contact morphology, so to speak, of societies, if we did not believe we had to note a rather rare, but quite serious and important, fact of morphology due to these contacts. Entire societies were formed which were essentially dedicated to these, and their very particular structure has been singularly altered. At the same time, they have been and still are important elements of civilization. Curiously enough, they have almost all been uprooted, and floating among all sorts of other nations, they are willingly charged 66 with all sins, formerly witchcraft, and now cosmopolitanism and Bolshevism. We want to talk about these dispersed peoples, merchants, settlers, who spread across the world and, let us believe it, were powerful leavens of progress and civilization wherever they went. Phoenicians and Arameans are the oldest known and are probably not the first, just as there were many wars before that of Troy. Some by sea, others by land, they seem to have traveled the most distant routes of antiquity, and we know the journeys of some, the role of others in the extension of trade in Asia, at least until Marco Polo. The Greeks come next. Because outside their small provinces, all were colonists, merchants, sailors, mercenary soldiers, artists, and traveling philosophers, who have been found in Italy since the 8th century BC, and who are numerous in India immediately after Alexander. Then come the Jews, whom Sombart praises for the marvels and blames for the crimes of capitalism, 14, and who are in diaspora, in dispersion, from the 6th century AD, as proven by the story of Esther and recent discoveries of the Elephantine Temple. 67 Long before Josephus, there were more Jews outside Palestine than inside, and the riches of the temple already came from communities beyond the Euphrates and beyond the seas. Finally came the Gypsies. But this phenomenon is not so rare that it must be confined to the classical Orient and Europe. West Africa has its Diolas and its Hausas, these remarkable tribes who organized caravans and trade throughout the Niger and Chad basin. The Swahilis were Bantus. They became Islamized and before Stanley and Livingstone crisscrossed equatorial Africa, from the Congo to the Zambezi and the Nile, supplying slaves and ivory to Europeans, and on occasion to kings, the tribes. The Tibetan caravans of Ladakh and Nepal, the Pathan of the Pamirs, Afghanistan, and Persia, the Malays proper, are all examples of these peoples dedicated to this industry of travel and colonization. Respectably rooted peoples certainly do not pay the homage that history will pay them, despite their faults, their appetites and their crimes. But it is they who were the first to live outside 68 themselves, for themselves certainly, but with others, and since these have always tolerated them, in fact for others. The Dutch, the English and even more the German, in recent times, have been the heirs of these peoples that legend always represents on a journey, a wandering Jew, confused with the Bohemians, a flying Dutchman, and it is they who, in reality, were the leaven of the earth, discovered it, exploited it and would perhaps be able to monopolize it if the nations did not know how to defend themselves from them, and understand among themselves. These trading peoples, these nations with strong colonizing, commercial and especially maritime activity, constituted real social environments, so to speak cosmopolitan, where people are citizens everywhere and at home. The German under the Delbruck law, 15, kept his nationality despite his naturalizations, just as the Hausa kept wives in each country where he trades. But that both were able to admit such habits and customs, like these Lacedaemonians and these Athenians who remained rivals while serving the great king, or his satraps, proves that the notion of citizen of the world is in the process of being made. Today, there is more than one Anacharsis Klutz, 16, a German, who walks the highways 69, and these cosmopolitan, extra-social, extra-national environments are more and more numerous. This is a fact that we will have to take into account later, when we contrast cosmopolitanism and internationalism. 2. War and Peace. First we must study the third group of facts of the relational life of societies and in particular of nations. These are the general relations between societies, peace, war. In peace they can be in a state of mutual independence or subordination. These are facts of general sociology, and not just of structure. However, they affect the structure and physiology of societies to such a high degree, and they also so interest all institutions and arts, and goods, that one cannot too much dispute their character as dominant facts of on the one hand, and simply expressive facts on the other. A society grows or shrinks in one or the other of these conditions, to the point of being everything and being nothing. Think of the Selinunt of the Greeks, it only lasted 70 years. And left incomparable ruins and a name in history. A city small in size but large in civilization, of military, colonial origin, and which is disappearing as it came. Think of Angkor, ruins of an immense and also ephemeral kingdom. And to so many societies 70, destroyed, disappeared, ruined, mixed, lost in others, 17. There is no need to repeat the old discourse on universal history, but let us mention this here. Contrary to the ideas that are generally attributed to them, sociologists attach as much importance to these facts of potential relationships, so to speak, between societies as do historians. And I know nothing more absurd than people who claim to write history without mentioning wars, except those who reduce the history of man to battles, those of kings, their armies, and their fleets. We are quite poorly equipped at the moment for the study that will follow. War and peace as sociological phenomena have not been as analyzed as the fact of communications between societies. Mr. Steinmetz and his student, Mr. Nilsson, 18, are among the only ones who gave them the necessary attention. Although Spencer made it a starting point for his theories on the primitive military organization of societies however, the fact itself has not been studied except in its moral and legal consequences, or rather to the extent that it looks at social and political institutions in general. In short, it is rather the effect 71 of war than the nature of war that we know. Now this question raises endless problems, the first and not the least of which is to know why man is the only animal who regularly kills his fellow human beings. The second, even more serious one, is to still know why the singular animal believes it must kill. Because if strictly speaking we can understand that our anthropoid ancestors killed themselves out of self-interest, it is difficult to imagine how all of humanity believed in it and sees it as an obligation, and in the warrior a hero. Then, although sociology was at the origin, and has remained for a long time, especially for our American colleagues, a very general science, covering all societies and social facts, naturally it is not in the general's domain that she has made progress. Some particular institutions are better known by others. What is most poorly understood at the moment are the relationships between various phenomena, and between their forms and social structures. It is therefore not surprising that the phenomena of total relationship life, the clashes that are wars and the compromises that are peace, between societies, are even worse. No matter, let's say what we know, and indicate some avenues where we could look. The first point that must be kept in mind is that war is as old as humanity, 1972, and that all progress has consisted not in a reduction in the cost of wars, but in a certain reduction of their frequency. The state of war, which was normal, and constant, until the 16th century in Europe, has become relatively abnormal, quite slowly since then. Switzerland is the only country that can boast of pacifism, which was only interrupted by the invasions of France and the Allies, 20, Sweden and Norway, united until the 20th century, with a now thwarted pacifism. The rest of the world does not know peace. But the form of warfare changed as larger and larger societies were formed. 73 Indeed, originally, the war seems to have been constant, of each society against all neighboring societies. And it is in this state that we find many societies based on clans. Australian women in particular believe, all those of whom we know anything believe, that death is not natural, that it is always due to some evil magic, 21, of some other tribe, and avenge it by a war which is actually a vendetta, or a vendetta that is actually a war. Inside the tribe, from clan to clan, particularly for natural homicides, it is the rigor of the duel and already the competition that works. Certain tribes, undoubtedly more numerous than is said, carry out real general purifications, especially on the occasion of major tribal initiation festivals. But, as we see, the primitive form of war is vendetta, private war, that of a society against an individual, determined, or not, from another society. It is satisfied by the killing, even sometimes mythical and simulated, of this individual, even if it means being avenged by this tribe in turn in this endless chain of murders and revenge. We must 74 interpret the Iroquois Wars in the same way. These consist, according to the description of Lafita, 22, in distant expeditions, precisely so that the tribe, the avenging clan, does not have to fear revenge, protected as it is by the rest of the Confederation. The Apaches did the same thing, and their names have been given to some of our people who still wage war of this kind against society. Constant war of attack against individuals from other societies, requiring only the assistance of a small expedition, constant war of defense against these surprise attacks. This is how a clan-based society generally fights with its neighbors. And let us not imagine that this life is little military, nor little murderous. We have an absolutely reliable statistical document which shows us the importance of these losses in very small Melanesian tribes of the Gazelle Peninsula, in the Solomons in the past, 23. 1 in 3 men perish in these wars of the whole group against everyone else. All of life is dominated by the need to form alliances, defense, revenge, marriage. Donations, taxes, initiation, all this is done for this purpose. It is true that we are in tribes which practice headhunting, this custom of all inferior peoples, from Assam in Asia to New Zealand, and where a man cannot marry before having killed another man, 75 even if it was a slave. It is only gradually that the vendetta war, constant and not individual, has become a war, a crisis where an entire society confronts an entire other society, and where, between them, the question that arises becomes a question of either life and death, or at least a question of freedom and subjection. It does not appear that wars of this kind were known to much of the ancient world, and, before the arrival of Europeans or Arab slave traders, to much of Asia and Africa. It even seems that it was the Europeans who transformed the system of Iroquois wars and used the Six Nations as the avenging whip of the unfortunate Algonquins. This is also certain of the Sioux and the Apaches. Civilization has had one of its ugliest sides here, because progress is only a word in certain respects ill. And there is no more terrible crime in history than that of the War of the Tasmanian Settlers, 24, against the unfortunate Aborigines of this island, degree technically delayed degree in the Paleolithic period, and which we end up massacre, or to concentrate in reserves where ancient customs died, following a vast search of the island. This was even more savage than the wars of the conquistadors and the Inquisition in Central and South America, or the most absurd expeditions of punishment by the colonial troops of all the colonizing nations. This response by a 76 war to what are only vendettas, taught war to populations who did not know it, and did so mercilessly. The Semitic, and Hamitic, Egyptian and Assyrian, Chaldean worlds seem to have been the first to conceive of war under the aspect of the prohibition dooming the entire tribe, of the city attacked, to destruction or consecration to the victorious gods. It is the constant history of the oldest kings before Nineveh and Babylon, and that of the destination of the Jebusites of Jerusalem. It seems that they still existed long after they were destroyed, that of the expeditions of the pharaohs. Without going into other historical problems, as numerous as they are insoluble, let us note that the Chinese have never had such a doctrine. The war for Confucius and for the feudal dynasties themselves, even more for the following dynasties, is even between Chinese a struggle for prestige, force being only the manifestation of this prestige, of this real force, before which the wise man himself bows. Against the non-Chinese, it is recognition, it is the imposition of Chinese superiority that must be achieved, not destruction and invasion. Also, all of Asia is full of these composite societies whose very existence proves that 77 everywhere and always victors and vanquished manage to live together. The first national war in the Indo-European world and the bloodiest that legend describes to us is in short the Trojan War, 25, we must believe that there was indeed something historic. The cause was, for the Greeks, a private adventure. A sign that we are still in the transition phase from private to public war. But already it is a struggle to the death between peoples. The Greeks have always recognized Homer as one of the founders of Hellenism, if not of Hellas, which never existed as a society, nor even as a complete confederation, since Thessalians, and Boeotians, and Ionians of Asia and the islands, and colonies, were the allies of the great king during all the Persian wars. Hellas had a moment of existence during the two invasions, the first not very important and poorly fought, the second better, pushed back to Salamis, at the very moment, we say the very day, a symbol which remained precise for a long time in the minds of the Greeks, Herodotus, Aristotle, Politics, when the Syracuse tyrants and the Dorian colonies aided by the Greeks of Italy defeated in 26, the armies of Carthage. Then Greece returned, despite the leagues, and Epaminondas, and Pyrrhus, and Philopoemen, and the others, to division, to private wars. But the cities, especially the Spartans, kept the barbaric customs, 78, and the customs of bloody destruction became those of the cities during the Peloponnesian War and beyond. The Latins, and perhaps the Gauls before or perhaps after them, on the contrary experienced national war. The first wars, which contributed to the formation of Latium were in no way wars of destruction but of imperio, 27. However, they were already wars from society to society. From then on we no longer bargained for war, we made it non componens bellum, said belligerents, as says the verse of Ennius quoted by Cicero de Officiis I 1238, 28. And the Romans certainly had in theory, although Cicero saw no regrettable exception except in their destruction of Corinth, to destroy only those who had been cruel or monstrous, de Officiis I 35, 29, or those who wanted the very existence of Rome, the Celtics and the Teutons. The others, those who ad imperatorum fidem confugint, 30, even when the ram beat the walls, 31, must be admitted, and the imperator became their patron and representative in Rome. War of existence, war of empire. The fact, the law, were invented by the Romans, even more than by the Semites or the Greeks. And it is with them, the first great nation, that the right of war of nations was born. 79. However, all of Europe resisted the invasions weakly. The Germanized French-speaking countries hardly regained military awareness except against the Huns and the Arabs, and then again. National wars only resumed after the Constitution of the Commons, after the Sicilian Vespers, in Italy, after Bavine, in France, with Joan of Arc. Even these years were only crises in the midst of dynastic and feudal wars. For movements like those which followed the sack of Saint Quentin by Charles V, the capture of Corbie under Richelieu, or previously Denain, in England, like that of the time of Elizabeth against the Armada, how many wars of our kings and of our English and French princes were criminal and stupid, savage and basically, 32, mercenary, without effect, without interest other than that of the military of the time. In reality the war was constant, and private even more than public. The societies which became the integrated nations of our West were fragmented into sovereign bodies, anarchic, themselves unstable, obliging themselves to a central power which was anarchic and itself unstable. War was therefore still largely what it was in polysegmental societies and states before, a vague, sporadic struggle against poorly defined individuals or fragments of states. 33. These are the great wars of independence which were the great national wars. Conversely 80 it is very often against a military threat that nations were formed or became self-aware or fought for the first time nationally. The commons never enter the struggle alongside the host, 34, of the king in France except at a critical moment in national history. This was the case until Corbie and the establishment of conscription by Louvois, 35. Shakespeare expressed in very noble and exact verses the difference between the troops of Henry V at Agincourt and the levy against the Armada. Nations are built in, through, and for war. The decisive moment was the Revolutionary Wars. It was revolutionary France which invented the national army, as the Greeks invented the phalanx, and the Latins the legion, 36. But the excesses of French, Napoleonic militarism forced other nations to imitate in order to live. They also organized themselves into armed nations. From dynastic wars or pure imperialism, colonial wars and mercenary wars, for the past century we have been at national wars, all calling into question the existence or legitimacy of nations. They took on a dignified, serious, complete character, which they did not have. 81 War has become a crisis, a life and death struggle between nations. The drama is less spicy, but more serious, more total, more tragic. A people against another people. It is something more grandiose, but also more horrible than a vague war expedition of a clan against an isolated encampment of a distant tribe, or than a war of kings. It's fairer, at least in defense, but it's more dangerous. It was believed that the sight of these dangers would keep the war away. It has moved it away, and the biggest nations no longer wage war as in the past, and even today we still fear the small ones. We will have to examine whether, now that they have all passed through the frightful tragedy, they have really turned away forever, and whether, really, following the words of the ancient sage, they will definitively prefer peace, working towards leisure, and doing what is necessary and useful, and especially what is beautiful. 37. This short history of war in humanity shows to what degree the distinction that we now establish 82 in law and morality and in fact, between war and peace, is a recent distinction, dating in short from the founding of Law International, in classical antiquity, and restricted for a long time to our nations. The doctrine that every foreigner was an enemy is that of the 12 Tables. Cicero, De Officiis I 34, 38, Pert Ellis, Hostus, Peregrinus, 39, were synonymous terms, still in the 5th century, in Rome. The Cretan and Dorian cities in general surely had the same principles. We remember the beginning of Plato's laws. The Athenian stranger converses with Megillas, Lacedaemonian, and Clinias, Cretan, on the road which leads from Knossos to the cave where Jupiter gave to Minos the warlike laws of some Cretan cities, the oldest laws of Greece, all headed towards war and which made Crete happy. Now Clinias praises Minos for having instituted everything with a view to war. It seems to me that it is absurd to believe, like the masses, that there is always a constant war, as long as their lives, of all cities against all cities. For what the multitude of men call peace is only a word, in fact, of all cities against all cities, it is always naturally an unproclaimed war. 40. We, 41, know from Aristotle, 42, that the internal wars in Crete were not as serious as the Cretan wanted to tell Plato, as 83 showed the weakness of the Cretan cities when a foreign war came to ravage the island. This idea is fundamental. The confusion of the stranger and the enemy, hostis, of the being with whom one cannot contract all or more than individual relationships, of hospitality, of friendship, of war, with which the tribe, the state, the city, do not contract collectively, nor community against community, has been dominant until our days. The notion still dominates that between one country and another, there are no rights, that the nationals of one country only have in another country the rights that this country is willing to grant them, and that ordinarily he is without rights. When Bethmann Hollweg spoke of the scraps of paper that are the treaties, he was expressing a lawyer's idea. Fortunately, above and beyond the law alone, there existed morality and united interests attached to the good faith of peoples. But the right of peace, and the observation of treaties, were, even after the Hague, left, even in the most solemn circumstances, to the good faith of the peoples. 43. In short, before the war, in international law, public and private, we were in the state where pilgrims and client peoples were vis-a-vis Rome, before the formation of the Latin city, of Praetorian law, and of the Jus Gentium, when the progress of the Roman market could only rely on Roman good faith, when the peoples who lined up under the eagle had only to pass through the cotton forks without knowing if they would be accepted in the city. We had not yet designed sanctions for violations of public and private international law, and consequently, there were only moral customs, very variably followed, not a right, with duties and corresponding sanctions. The war, the Great War, undoubtedly put an end to these ideas. Everyone accepts the idea of limiting national sovereignties, limited by the superior law of all nations, regulating contracts and observing their execution, making peace a piece of good faith. Mea quidem sentia paci, qui nihil habitura sit insidiarum, semper est consulendum. 44. A peace without pitfalls, this is the dream of Cicero after the Stoics. Today, this is no longer a dream of a political philosopher. It is a will of conscious nations. In any case, it is that of increasingly numerous, followed and strong parts of public opinion. This is not yet a reality. It is already a desire, proclaimed, desired, to which few parties and politicians, even thinking the opposite, have the courage to oppose. Pacifism becomes, in reaction against the war, an article of faith. Will it remain so? Will the experiences of the coming years not swing back the pendulum of public opinion, and swing diplomatic or military traditions even further back? Men are so incapable of inventing politics. 85. The old traditions are such deep ruts that it is difficult to get the chariots of the states out of them. It is so convenient for reactionary parties to persist in bogging people down. I would be without hope if, in addition to the facts and reasons that we will see later, I did not see a possibility, an ancient tradition to which I could refer. It is a series of usual events into which the notion of modern peace can be inserted, as it will be developed by the legislators of nations, and the conferences of their delegates, and future treaties. It is by seeing how areas of internal peace were formed that we can imagine how universal peace will be constituted. It is useless to want to achieve it from outside. At most, like the universal language, the nation can be the object of agitation, the subject of more or less happy formulas in which currents of feelings and ideas, of communities, crystallize. Peace will become more and more frequent and longer and more secure as a series of ever closer alliances between peoples are formed. It must be said, universal peace cannot be the result of different pieces. Seen from this perspective, the problem is no longer without a solution, the solutions are no longer without 86 precedent, and we are well within the realm of possibility, from which we have made it a rule to never leave. Now we can succinctly describe the facts. The need for peace is as old, as normal in human societies, as warlike tendencies. He immediately found his satisfaction, in the agreements between groups no longer of consanguines, of allies through marriage, but of cognates. The Athenian of the laws already said, in summary, to the too ill of Lacedaemon and Crete, but for a city to be strong on the outside, peace must reign within, between the tribes, the clans, the families, the people of which it is composed. Immediately the Ionian that he is opposes the city constituted with a view to internal peace to these Dorian constitutions directed towards external war. The Athenian of the laws had a fair feeling for the facts. Most known polysegmental societies are concretely organized as if their origin was due to a simple alliance of peace and war between phratries, clans, then tribes, then associations of tribes. The primitive clans are opposed, and allied at the same time. The tribe is only rarely thought of as having a common ancestor. She rarely has a tribal god, a great god. The peace between them is unstable. It is ensured by the system of commercial exchanges, of women, of 87 reciprocal ritual services, of these purifying festivals, which, remarkably, seem to purge above all the faults reciprocal, and are places where everything is liquidated through duels, the bellum duellum limited to first blood, salutes, organizations of revenge expeditions where precisely brothers-in-law, fathers-in-law, etc. must take part. Very often all social life is conceived as a vast system of regulated rivalries. The tribes of the American Northwest Coast, among the richest and most isolated, all live under this regime, well known to ethnographers under the name of potlatch. 45. I was able to establish that the Melanesians know about institutions of this kind. The Thracians certainly had it, and it is described to us throughout by Xenophon when he tells us how and by what ceremonies he placed himself in the pay of serfs, pretender to the throne of the Odryses. 46. This is a very important trait of the oldest societies and which still lasts. The Latins had preserved a very accurate memory of these institutions, and the entire last part of the Aeneid is the story of the arrival of a group of colonists, contracting citizenship and marriage rights. 88 Before societies were integrated, before fortified cities first, then, like cities, states with sacred borders were formed, we must realize that the various segments were rather federated than unified among themselves. The proof is the number of separations, and new alliances. The history of the Hebrews up to the kings is full of these events. Reread from this point of view the story of the destruction and reconstitution of the tribe of Benjamin. The Greek cities were full of each other's phi upsilon gamma delta epsilon, 47, since the time when Eteocles of Thebes fought against his brother Polynices, who became son-in-law of Adrastus, king of Argos. Sometimes a segment detaches itself, it was a clan, it becomes a tribe, a city. Other times, the root city itself detaches itself from its soil. Clans grow within society, absorb it, Judah, subordinate themselves. Everything is in a state of perpetual flux. This perpetual peace that we have before our eyes allows us to imagine things. Conversely, for example, the uncertainty of Lithuanians about whether they prefer to be Russian or Polish or themselves is concretely of the same kind as the hesitations of this or that clan, or pueblo, in central Texas or Arizona to ally itself with this 89 or that tribe, or confederation of pueblos. There is peace between clans, tribes, cities when they replace their instabilities, their uncertain sovereignties, settle justs, reciprocal hospitality, the rights to take wives from each other, in a word, when they limit their rights, and replace murderous war with the rivalry of segments of the same society. This is also how many companies were formed. We can even say that the war was one of the causes of these constitutions of societies. The growth process was very often caused by the need for alliances of related societies against a common enemy. This is the origin of the Legion of the Iroquois, as well as of the Swiss Confederation, Decapolises, Dodecapolies, leagues so numerous in antiquity, in the Middle Ages, the United States. And Morgan himself notes that the United States was inspired, by the examples of the Iroquois League. Other times, it was the need of related tribes, of related societies, to put an end to the war between them, a war which appeared internal, harmful. These treaties of truce, of perpetual peace, of opposition to private wars, are at the origin of the Latin Confederation, of the various amphictyonis, leagues, groups which never succeeded in being permanent. The Iroquois had very clearly remembered both their 90 private wars, and the way in which they had put an end to them by founding their Perpetual Peace League. And it is a story of this kind that the entire end of the Aeneid tells us, a faithful transposition of the conventions which founded the Latin Confederation, 48. The first and legendary pact of the old cantons in the Grutley meadow is concretely modeled on these old models, 49. Like those who formed the North German Confederation in 1860, and will undoubtedly form the necessary confederations of peoples, prior to the great mergers, and the definitive leagues of nations. We recognize them, these supremacies born of war and against war and for internal peace by the sign that they are both alliances against anyone who is not one, and protections against private war. The first pacts between men were pacts of civil peace and foreign war. The essence of barbarians is, above all, internal peace, which must not be disturbed by murder or private vengeance. We have here, as we will see, practical conclusions to draw. For it is obvious that it is only when the nations have confederated that they will consider wars criminal and harmful, which they will consider as the ancients considered vendettas and private wars. The spirit of peace is above all a spirit of federation. It is only possible through 91 federation, and it is this that must be created to have peace, and not vice versa, to create peace in order to then have a United States of Europe or of the world. It is when there is a United States of Europe that there will be peace in Europe, when there is a United States of the world that there will be peace in the world. Not before, Let us take upon ourselves the boldness, the risk, and the ridiculousness of this prophecy. We must therefore immediately propose a practical conclusion. It is useless to want to immediately achieve universal peace from outside. Peace is an internal attitude of nations and societies even more than an external attitude. She must not impose herself. We will see shortly how force can be put at its service artificially. No more than it is possible to create and have a universal language adopted before there exists a universal society, any more is it possible to create universal peace before there exists a universal society. Universal. At most, the notion can be the object of agitation, the subject of more or less happy formulas, where currents of ideas, feelings, and interests of increasingly vast communities will crystallize. It will be necessary to achieve peace step by step 92 by creating larger and larger societies or, since the current fashion is not only for large nations, but also for small ones, larger and larger federations and confederations, between which simple and extensive treaties will make it increasingly easier for peace to reign and to distance, until they disappear, wars. The generous and exact ideas which presided over the Covenant of Versailles and will make the name of Wilson and our entire era immortal, lack this middle term, the Messin-Akron degree, 50, the societies of neighboring nations. We just want to jump a level. Maybe the latter will hold. But nevertheless it is the role of the scholar to warn that a bar is missing and to encourage his contemporaries, the politicians of all nations, to set it. It will be safer and stronger. We show further that, in fact, nations are already working on this construction of federations and we will return to these first practical conclusions. 51. 3. Subordination and colonization. The third phenomenon of general relationship life between societies 93 is that of subordination or independence either in war or in peace, it does not matter. After a war and a peace, a relationship is established between neighboring nations, or brought together, and not separated, by the sea. They leave each other independent or subordinate each other. In general, originally, the name peace corresponds to an alliance, a convention. The independence that one society leaves to another, its neighbor, is conceived as an alliance. Peace in Sanskrit only translates as santhi, composition. This composition is that of an alliance between equals, or indeed an alliance between unequals. Degree the laws and rules of political art, their leader, their prince, preferred these procedures to war, they create friends and subordinates degree, but do not conceive of other positive relationships. All Eastern states are still, theoretically at least, immersed in this tradition. We know the regular usage, even extended to the labels of Negro courts, and perhaps dating from the most ancient royalty, which considers any ambassador as a delegate paying tribute and homage. The very history of modern Japan has as its starting point an incident in this protocol, that of the end of Algeria, too. Like their distant ancestors in Egypt and Chaldea, all despots always claimed more autonomy and sovereignty than they had, and gave 94 trophies for simultaneous victories and stels for identical and contradictory claims of simultaneous suzerainties. The mentality of these diplomats is not very different from that of their distant ancestors, the Aramaic scribes at the court of the great king. Through the Roman Empire, and the Holy Empire, and the Papal Curia, the traditions of boasting, of supremacy, of prestige, of hegemony, of ambition, were perpetuated. These ancient and barbaric dreams surely haunted the thoughts of William and his supporters, they were the very atmosphere in which the centuries of the Habsburgs worked, and the liars who have the art of singing claimed for the defeated Tsarism of the Straits, and the suzerainty of the Balkans, and that of anterior Asia. All this barbaric humanity lives in the depths of many hearts, even today, and this is the rule for at least two continents, Africa and Asia, lands of mandates and protectorates, and zones of influence, where, at this day, only Abyssinia, Japan, and Siam claim a certain freedom, and where the unfortunate Chinese Republic, and Persia, and Arabia, have little independence other than that 95 we are willing to leave them. The European world, even the most internationalist, is still full of ideas of this kind. Poles and Bolsheviks argue over Ukraine. The United States mercilessly applies these principles to Panama, Puerto Rico, and Cuba, and attempts to apply them to Santo Domingo, hesitating to apply them to Mexico, more out of laziness and Machiavellian calculation than through a lack of precision in ideas which animate the whole of public opinion there. This will only recognize the Mexican states, because Mexico itself is a federation, as equal to the states of America when they have been definitively annexed, as was done for Texas, Arizona, and California. Until then, the whole of Mexico is considered by the United States as an anarchic country in which, basically, there is no treaty, no peace, no rights, no equality in sovereignty. So war and peace are still conceived as corresponding states which are entirely resolved in power relations. Independence is only a case of alliance, alliance is only a case of subordination, for a whole part of the practice, and even of the theory of diplomats. We call this zone of influence, economic necessity, strategic necessity, mandates, protectorates, all sorts of modern words which are nothing but hypocritical homages paid to opposing principles by politicians, 96 diplomats who do not mean them. In reality, it is always a matter of military alliance, suzerainty, colonies, hegemony at least. Let us describe these facts of subordination a little more closely. They can be divided into three: colonization, military domination, annexation. We call a colony a swarm detached by a parent company, called a metropolis, and which settles in a neighboring territory ill or confining it. As long as the link between the metropolis and the colony exists, there is a colony. As soon as it becomes absolutely sovereign, it is obviously a new society. Colonization is one of the oldest phenomena of humanity. But it is itself of several kinds, 52. We are not going to theorize them, nor list them all, but they have such importance in political history, and even more in the history of civilization, from the oldest to the most modern. They play such a role in modern societies, even the most democratic, the wisest, that a theory of nations which ignored them would be absurd. Colonies are usually divided into settlement, exploitation, and administration colonies. In settlements, a group of the colonizing society moves and lives alone or by itself in the old way in new territories. In that of exploitation, the mother country only sends the quantity of people necessary to exploit territories and populations, formerly called barbarians, or savages, and now called indigenous. In those of administration, usually too poorly placed from a climatic point of view, or too far from the markets or too poor, the sovereign state only sends the personnel necessary to administer the country, and in short only exports civil and military officials, and is content 97 in short with the salaries, the pensions which are assured to them, and the strategic advantages, and the commercial profits that the monopolies and the ill degree bring to the degree metropolitan capitalism. This classic distinction expresses the practice of modern nations quite well, and perhaps retained for the purposes of demonstration. Thus France has settlement colonies, the old ones, which it hardly populates, the islands of the Indian Ocean, the old Antilles. She had Canada, or rather the province of Quebec, the only one where the race really formed a root of its own. It has exploitative colonies, Algeria, which it claims to populate and does not populate, but treats as a French department, North Africa, Senegal, where nationality was granted to black people who were exploited. The others are more administrative colonies, and we have rather exported our administrators, and our soldiers, than our capital and our traders, or planters, or miners. But this classification poorly expresses the relationship that exists between the societies that originally occupied the land, and the victorious society that colonizes. We will see other sides of the question. The superior society can annihilate the society it colonizes. This barbaric adventure was more and less frequent than we believe in the very history of great modern nations. Settlement is particularly deadly. That of the Anglo-Saxons was especially so. The Indian Wars, that of Tasmania, often 97, 53, little justified, Spanish colonization very often resulted in the destruction of entire races, like that of the Indians of Cuba, which Spain did not even replace. Often, moreover, the disappearance of the inferior race occurs automatically, and without any fault of the settlers, by new imported diseases, venereal and pulmonary in particular, by the restriction of hunting territories, extensive cultivation, etc. The struggles between settler colonies are particularly bloody. In most colonies, it is simply a question of exploitation of land and an attacked population which is allowed to exist. The old Greek or Carthaginian colonies are at the origin of the factories. See the history of the island of Jerba degree in Herodotus. Cities just like the old Portuguese colonies of the States degree of Africa or the Indies, or the scales of Levant and the Venetians in Slavic countries. Rather, they exploited a privilege of import and export through a port which they did not claim to annex to the country, independent a few leagues from the walls. The hinterland was only the subject of a vague theoretical claim. It was only through the fictions of international law from the 16th century onwards, and especially the law of missions, awarded by the Pope, what was he involved in? That modern colonization claimed sovereignty 98 over a territory where a flag had been planted or a lead shield bearing the king's arms buried. The populations became subject, after a timid attempt at naturalization in 1848 by France, almost alone. Scoelcher Decree, 54, applied in India, the West Indies, and Senegal. In short, we came to consider the annexed societies as nationals of a lower rank. Even in our protectorate countries, it was legally impossible for a native to become naturalized. Degree this has become degree possible. In fact, it is almost impractical and unrealizable. Modern colonizations are, especially the Anglo-Saxon ones, infinitely harsher legally than the ancient ones, or even that of the Renaissance. In fact, the swarms of men who left a metropolis in the past usually left without women, and took wives in the country. In general there was interbreeding. We know well the ways followed by the most important Greek colonies, by Miletus in particular. The Trojan legend of Ostia similarly depicts the companions of Aeneas marrying Latinos and Tuscans. The Spanish and Portuguese colonies in their current state were the result of a long interbreeding, continued for centuries. Contempt for mixed-race people is a modern thing, especially Anglo-Saxon. The refusal to cohabit with the conquered race is one of the main insults that the white race makes to the so-called inferior races, and to those that its crossbreeding gives birth to. There are, in germ, and for a long time, sources of very serious conflicts, all the more serious because they are 99 purely moral. On the other hand, from an economic point of view, modern colonization is even more than the old one of the type that the Germans quite accurately call Raubwirtschaft, 55, pillaging. It is in fact a question of acquiring for nothing, or for minimal sums, or even in the form of taxes, all of the products of the soil and the work of the natives. The white person who exports believes he has all the sovereign rights against the native, considered to have only a sort of tenure. Here again the germ of future proletarian or indigenous revolts. The settler state applies this law even more for its own benefit. The French colonies degree were until recent times monopolized degree. Here too is the seat of war between colonizing nations, who exclude themselves from essential markets and seek the place in the sun due to their capitalists. Not everything is beautiful in the modern world. But little by little a new doctrine, with the Jesuits, the Lutherans of the 18th century, with the French Revolution, and the Presbyterians and the Wesleyans and the Freemasons, in America, in Cape Town, in England, Christian and humanitarian, came to light. Now, France, for example, which has a practice very different from its theory, claims to colonize for the good of the peoples it annexes. Distinguished bodies of military and civil administrators, in the administrative colonies where we found rich and strong populations, can thus, and the enormous majority of the French nation and even French settlers, especially in Algeria, accept the idea of extending the right of citizenship to ever larger masses of natives. In England, we are taking a different direction. The old Liberal Party, the Labour Party, increasingly admit that colonized peoples must be led as quickly as possible on the path to autonomy and self-determination. Government. Colonized societies 100 are no longer conceived as guardianships, temporarily subordinate, until they have reached the national level which qualifies individuals for naturalization, nations for absolute independence. This theory is explicit in that of mandates and the League of Nations. Some silver lining. It is all the same better for the Moroccans to be governed by the French than by the bosses, for the Arab to be under English rather than Turkish aegis. Whatever the crimes of imperialist colonization, it has pushed back barbarism, war, slavery, misery, from significant parts of the globe. Even indirect aggregation into large nations is, especially in the case of their moral development, a guarantee of peace, education, emancipation for peoples even less exploited by us than by their own tyrants. The merger of societies is the second result of war and peace. There have just been quite a few mergers, Czechs and Slovaks, Slovenes, Croats and Serbs. It would only have been a matter of wiser diplomacy for the mountaineers of the Caucasus to form, on the Swiss model, the type of a society due to a fusion, a solid confederation, capable of independence, between the solid mass of the Turks and the enormous number of Russians, less solid, but more formidable. There was once a merger between Lithuania and Poland. Renewal is not impossible. We have described, in short, these fusions at the origin of most of the great modern nations. The French-speaking peoples gradually merged, and it is not over. Those of the German language have not completed their merger, and I do not believe that it is impossible or desirable to prevent it, especially the Anschluss of German Austria. 101 These were the history of the Netherlands. Despite the separation of the United States from Holland in the 17th century, which was followed by the separation of Belgium in the 19th century, that of Italy, by the Piedmontese, the Savoy dynasty, the Lombards, the Republicans. Because we can say that all these mergers were above all the work of national dynasties, supported by provinces or more particularly patriotic classes of a nation, against feudalities, principalities, local dynasties, supported by inertia crowds or classes or the privileged. Tuscans, Neapolitans, even Romans were quite indifferent to their Italian nationality. Prussian or Parisian patriotism were decisive in the fight against federalism, Vendée and Provençal here, Bavarian, Baden and Hanoverian there. The mergers carried out in this way were as normal as they were beneficial. There is legal bigotry in only accepting those of plebiscites which are sometimes rigged, just as there is legal bigotry and national cowardice in accepting for any fraction of a people the right to break away from that people. Modern nations, since the French Revolution, are and proclaim themselves one and indivisible, whatever the origin, military or legal, of their rights. Annexation is the third form of definitive relationship between societies. It is basically the violent form of fusion. However, all these three forms of subordination are not as different as one might think, and were originally indistinct. This is at least how 102 we, for our part, conceive of most conquests, in the prehistoric or proto-historic or even barbarian world. It is very rare that entire societies have emigrated with weapons, baggage, women, and children, destroyed the inhabitants of the old soil, and prospered in their place. The migration and the destruction of the people of Canaan are rather a legend told in the Bible, and it is in imitation of this legend that we imagine the ancient conquests. They were of a completely different nature. Very rarely did ancient peoples destroy another, usually their neighbor. They usually came home. The Greeks did not remain in Ilion, the Assyrians in Jerusalem during the capture, nor the Romans in Carthage, during the second capture of the city. It was in completely different conditions. Let us think again of the story of Aeneas, but so instructive in so many respects, on how a learned poet could love to best represent Latin origins. A group of Trojans, without women, in search of a mythical homeland, perhaps less mythical than was believed in the time of Augustus, because archaeologists today very generally admit the kinship of the Tyrrhenians and of the Dardanians, approaches, reveals himself, finds a Latin leader who has them as colonists, as genus, thus they extend their alliances, broken contracts with Turnus, another Latin leader, unleashed war. While the divided Etruscans allied themselves, some with the Latins, others with the Trojans, a battle took place. 103 Aeneas, descendant of an Olympic goddess, is victorious, and can settle down. But it's on condition. The contract is made between the Roman Juno, protector of the local nymph Juturna, and the Olympian Jupiter. Juno says, Pro latio obtestur, pro majestate tuorum. Cum jam connubias pacem felicibus, esto. Component, cum jam legs et federe jungent. Ne vetus indigenas nomen mutere latinos. Neutro es fieri jubius tucrisque vocari. Aut vocem mutere viros aut verdera vestem. Sit latium, sint Albani per secula regis, 56. And Jupiter responds. Commixti corpor tantum. Granti tucri. Morum redisc sacrorum. Agicium facium omnes uno or Latinos, 57. Victorious and vanquished gods, victorious colonists, vanquished allies, everything mixes, and the Latin nationality, product of this Sinoicism, is founded. The feeling for social facts is here very ill, as usual among the Latins. Now in the other branch of the Indo-European world, which has so many features in common with the Italo-Celts, in India, the doctrine of these facts is expressly formulated. The victorious Raja leaves his rival, or his family on the throne and limits himself to imposing tribute, alliance, subordination, inspection. This was the practice throughout India, and still is. This was the practice of the Medes and Persians, and degree we can venture to conceive degree thus the entire conquest of the world which became the Indo-European world by 104 small groups of migrant soldiers, large degree isolated bands degree, left often at considerable distances. Galatians going to the 3rd century BC to found the Asian Tetrarchy, Vandals going to Carthage, Normans from Normandy and Sicily, are examples still very close to us. The greatest Celtic, Persian, German, Macedonian, Arya of India, Saka of India, Khmer conquests of the Indo-Chinese kingdoms, the Mongol or Spanish conquests of America are the work of handfuls of men. It is on this type that we must imagine the progressive assimilation of territories into Indo-European civilization ill. We see, even today, the infiltration of Islam taking place in the same way, against and under the European infiltration in Arab Negro countries, or rather the Arabized Negro, closer to the tribe or the foundation of tribe, or of the Negro king, imposes himself, marries, himself becomes the military leader, the commander, the priest, the dynast finally. The last adventures of this kind were those of the Brooke degree who became and still are sultans of Sarawak in Borneo, in 1841, 58. Because then two phenomena can occur. One is described by the old adage Graecia capta ferum victorum cepit, 59. It's exaggerated. The Latins took Greece well, and only borrowed its civilization, in part. But this was the case of the Chinese and the Mongols, who absorbed the Manchu conquerors, or the Turks in Egypt and in the Barbary countries. Or this handful of men, without women, especially in the case where the mass to be civilized, to be denationalized, is weakly integrated, or small in number, or when the small group of conquerors is 105 supported by the proximity, the strength and authority of the metropolis, this small group of administrators, soldiers, traders, settlers, civilizes by simple authority, denationalizes by the sole virtue of its military, material, economic, moral ascendancy, mental, the entire mass. The first historically known great conquest of this kind is Latin, the Greeks even after Alexander having been only colonists. One of the most beautiful is that of the Normans of France in England. But before these historical facts there are prehistoric ones. There is not the shadow of a doubt that the Celts, the Germans, the Arya of India converted very anciently to their laws, their customs, their techniques, their language, very large masses, who remained elsewhere flexible to convert in other directions. The Galician masses became Romanized, on the contrary, they no longer became de-Romanized because they had in the meantime formed a nation. The conversion to the Germans of the Slavic, Prussian, Wendish masses, etc., must and can be recounted in the same way. Send us a man-at-arms and his followers, asked the Teutonic knights of the Grand Master of their rather poor order. And he only sent the knight, which, in the circumstances, is enough. The men who had iron, who rode in chariots, who had boats who were the first to mount horses, were among these conquerors. It is only today that the result of the conquest 106 no longer has, with few exceptions, this amorphous character. It is now conscious nations that are colliding. A conquering nation now wants to nationalize the conquered provinces or nation, taking away their laws, language, civilization. Nations are no longer left to chance. The Magyars wanted to Magyarize the Romanians, and the Croats and the Slovaks, the Germans wanted to Germanize the Czechs, the Russians were Russifying, in theory. And the history of Alsace-Lorraine is that of a struggle against forced denationalization. Thus the conquest has an appearance of violence, of force, of brutality, which it did not have previously. Although murders, enslavements, and fires are much rarer, less serious, less offensive to human dignity, annexations appear to be crimes under public law. Thus the victorious nations who, in the past and until today, did not hesitate to annex provinces and peoples, now hesitate. We do not generally realize the dimension of this fact. A serious injustice of German opinion towards France is not recognizing that, with all its faults, the Treaty of Versailles does not allow, outside of Italy, no new violent annexation. However, there is no shortage of fools in France who wanted to make the left bank of the Rhine a French territory, and the Rhinelanders, baptized for the needs of the Gallo-Roman cause, French. As it existed before the defeat and still exists after the defeat, very vast areas in Germany which had claimed Antwerp and Bresse. Germany would surely seize it in the event of a revenge. German intrigues in the Baltic only ceased by force, in January 1920. The lessons of Alsace-Lorraine are not enough for the sophists of patriotic ethos and pathos. Now it is to the praise of France and its allies that, throughout Western Europe at least, the great democracies have more or less respected the principle of nationalities. 107 That no German has been forced to become French or, which amounts to the same thing, that the French did not, accept any German among them. But until the French Revolution, the rights of peoples did not exist. The plebiscite, a Swiss invention, is a revolutionary law. It only came into practice in the 19th century, and quite late. Until 1912 and the annexation of Bosnia it was only of restricted application. On the contrary, it was the rule of the Treaty of Versailles. However, this progress should be noted. The fear of these annexations, the desire to die rather than cease to be free, had a lot to do with the severity and violence of the Great War. The desire of the victors and the vanquished to each stay at home, as a compact mass, is on the contrary remarkable after this war. There is a happy and, we hope, definitive reaction against the old dynastic and military principles. If we could put a stop to the imperialism of the new nations, of Poland in particular, and if we can put a stop to Japanese, Russian, and English imperialism, the English will undoubtedly take care of it at best. Important seeds of war will have disappeared. Because the principle of freedom of peoples is ultimately in this common morality of peoples. It will be within their rights tomorrow. To this misfortune is good. Thus we see that at this moment in the history 108 of men, theory and practice agree, despite appearances, to reduce the permanent relationships between nations and other societies to these forms: between nations, equality, sovereign and mutually respected independence; between nations and other societies, colonization, mandates, protectorates, or indifference. but the unanimous will of the people to decide on their rulers and leaders, to arrive and help others reach this rank of nation, and for a progressive emancipation of all human groups. This humanity of today, very different from the unconscious and amorphous amalgam or kaleidoscope of states and empires, and tribes, which was the humanity of yesterday, is taking shape. Political groups are beginning to coincide fairly closely with natural, affinity and election groupings. Because there are nations, we are in the process of building international law, on top of international morality which already regulates morals between nations. When we have identified this right, which is the last phenomenon in the life of relations between societies, we will have finished this table of facts and we will finally be able to take sides in this party struggle, controversies of ideas, and pose problems and more immediate practical solutions. vs. Hapter 3. Ideal phenomena, 1. Until now we had entered the domain of reality. Although all the facts of the relational life of societies and nations are of the physiological order, or of the order of contact, even when they result in relationships as strong as destruction, they are not less visible, tangible material facts. Even in the case of borrowing such ideal things as maps, words, ideas, books, science, there is a transfer of something from someone to someone. Here we enter a completely different domain, the theoretical domain of the life of the relations of societies, in that of the ideal. The ideal is something vague and poorly defined by philosophers, even more poorly by sociologists. Its relationships with social reality are even less known. I know of nothing better in this regard than Durkheim's lessons, which are still unpublished, too, but which many of his students have benefited from. But let's not enter into this difficult territory. It is not necessary to do this for our demonstration. Let's stick to the vulgar meaning of the word. There are enough facts to have to and be able to draw conclusions to without the need for a particular philosophy. Because in addition to the patent facts that we have described, there exists a sort of zone of vague and diffuse ideas, unclear and not very distinct like all moral ideas, not yet passed into reality, into defined institutions, into things. But these ideas were, 3, already wishes and desires, principles of action. And on the other hand, a large number of these ideas already inspired uses, provided conduct, either for nation peoples or for fairly large groups among these peoples. We will mainly focus on those which were already in the implementation phase. We can classify them from this last distinction, depending on whether these ideas were recognized by the law, at least customary, of nations, or whether they were only ideal rules practiced, or rather recommended by sections of the public opinion. The first group of these facts is constituted by the set of customs and sanctions, and principles, more or less acquired, more or less individually recognized by more and more numerous legislations which regulate, or regulated before the war, the relationship life of societies, or rather of nations. The second group consists of the set of ideas usually decorated with the name 3 internationalism, which are generally the specialty of certain separate groups of citizens of various nations, peace leagues and international churches and sects, international various. We will have to criticize the use of this term internationalism. For the moment it is enough to divide the subject. I. International law. It is usually divided into private and public. The private sector is the set of customs, conventions, and legislation which regulate relations between citizens of various states. Public international law is that which regulates the relationships of states. The division is not perfect, because for example the most important conventions of private international law of modern times, those concerning the laws of industrial or literary property, are, insofar as they support individual rights, of right private, but at the same time, are expressed through public law treaties. Likewise, postal railway agreements are externally public law agreements, and yet are primarily intended to sanction rights to use public services. There is a whole category of new rules that are extremely important, from a theoretical and practical point of view to which we will return because, even before the war, They had already placed the rights and legislation of nations in a special atmosphere. It had given them a tone that the special laws in the states often did not have. The observation of these intermediate facts will be most fruitful when we want to measure the state of internationalization towards which current nations are tending. But, for now, let's move on and follow the classics. Private international law had, before the war, reached considerable dimensions. Theoretically, it was admitted by all citizens, and even the subjects of all states enjoyed in all states almost absolute freedom, rights almost identical to all those of nationals, right to property, commerce, marriage, to take legal action, etc. The exceptions were rare and rather discussed, poorly accepted by universal morality. They were the subject of violent criticism from all parties involved, and acute political debates from the victims. We can cite the exclusion of the Japanese in America and the Dominions, and reciprocally, the absolute closure of Japan, which brought war and revolution to Japan, and which basically persists, since 5 Europeans cannot be direct owners of buildings there. We can cite the exclusion of Jewish citizens of various nationalities by the former Russian Empire, which raised so much discussion and which only the United States had the courage not to admit. One of the oldest forms of private international law, which still survives, established a jurisdiction of exclusion rather than a common jurisdiction. It is the law of capitulations which, in Muslim countries, makes nationals ill litigants in the courts of their nations. But all positive international law resulted in absolute equality of rights, and in transforming the metic into a sort of citizen with full civil rights. Curious things, but normally yes, international law has developed as much because of denials as because of justice agreements. In French law, for example, there was, in civil law, no difference except the possibility, the procedure, and before trial for the French defendant, of claiming cautio judicatum salvi, for. In criminal law, there was none, and foreigners have the same legal guarantees as French people. In commercial law, no difference for foreigners residing in France, or choosing domicile for business. There is only a difficulty if he invokes his national law and does not make this election. There were only in public law where, quite naturally, fairly broad exceptions 6, 5, were made with regard to foreigners, possibility of expulsion, etc., compensated moreover by exceptions made in their favor, non-extradition for political crimes, etc. Impatient internationalists are unfair to modern nations in this regard. They were the first to invent and practice international law, and they had taken it to a very high level before the war. Let us measure the distance traveled. What a change since the private peace war of primitive tribes, cities, barons. Impossibility of trading, of living in a foreign country, insecurity even at home in the face of expeditions of murderers, slave traders, and women, and this was still the state of the entire Barbary Mediterranean until the 19th century, and of Morocco again until the 20th century. The state our nationals are in at the moment in Russia is quite similar. They are hostages, not even guests. 6. Let us further measure this progress between the law of the divine Antonine brothers, and that of societies in the 18th century, because throughout the Middle Ages private international law was of the pure order of the ideal and outside the guarantee of markets, and primitive consular law which, basically, did not exist. It was then that kings began to no longer consider foreign traders as delegates of the foreign king, that bills of exchange, international debts, and credits that had hitherto been handed over to the maid were sanctioned. 7. Faith of the parties. However, all this still remains unstable. The slightest war immediately reverses all contracts. It is only embargoes, raids, confiscations, imprisonments, all things that we no longer see before this war throughout the 19th century, and that we hoped we would never see again. Finally, in the 19th century, the movement accelerated. The excess of the Napoleonic Wars, that of the Continental Blockade, and that of the continent by the English, led to a reaction. Exequatur of the courts, extradition treaties in criminal matters, clauses, usually annexes to treaties of commerce, alliance, or peace, for the protection of reciprocal equality of the nationals of the treating states, treaties of commerce, alliance, or peace, reciprocal equality of nationals of foreign states, passports, then gradual abolition of passports, international legislation on waybills, pilotage, lighthouses, access to ports, conventions and international legislation on literary and artistic property, industrial patents, commercial trademarks, etc. All this is the admirable and new work of the great states of West, a century of legal science and practice where theory has always outstripped practice, and where necessities have been as often anticipated as neglected. I do not see why the most progressive minds would refuse their homage to the prudent legalists who expressed and often succeeded in passing not only into jurisprudence, but even into the laws of the country, principles and usages of which the together, with the hindsight that history already gives, will appear as in every way as monumental as the origins of Praetorian Law 8, which in Rome was basically formed under the same conditions. Modern nations have actually limited their sovereign rights, of life and death, of good and evil with respect to foreign individuals. We will see why. Public international law, to which we now come, has not made the same progress. But if we must be less admiring, we must not be unfair. Especially not for the nations who were the first to desire it, to invent it, to apply it. Because it is an enormously new thing in humanity, entirely historical, essentially Western. Neither the Bible, nor Confucius, nor the Koran, nor the books of India have the slightest notion of any kind of respect for any other people or religion. The notion of just war, de officiis, I. 32, 8, and that of peace and international faith is entirely of Greek and Latin origin. But it does not seem that in Greece it went beyond the limits of theory, in particular that of the Stoic doctrine, 9, and that it was anything other than a wish. The good faith of the Greek cities, in fact, does not seem, even between them, to have ever been anything other than a subject of discourse and commonplaces. But this is already something. 9. The Latins, 10, with their wonderful sense of law, of secular law, put it into practice. Certainly the imperialists that they were, and even the people of civil war that they always were, applied these principles with regular hypocrisy. There was a just war when you could demand something from the enemy. This was easy to find. But faith in treaties, without hostages, without sacrifices, pi iota sigma tau, 11, simply by word, by Roman pride in not reneging, this is what Cicero rightly claims for his people. It is Roman law, the notion that one can contract between nations, without necessarily being allied by blood, religion, the marriage of princes, the cohabitation of tribes, appearance at the same games. 7. The Romans are the founders of international law, an immortal title in the history of civilization. Although they had acquired the imperium of what for them was the world, they were the first to recognize that each society had its right. They respected, to a large extent, the right of people to unwritten, divine laws, of which Sophocles speaks and which Aristotle already cites, Nicomachean Ethics v. 12, the laws of Antigone. They also linked it to the theory of natural law and reason. Although the body of their doctrine on this subject is uncertain, there is no doubt that they conceived the right of peoples to each be themselves, and this not out of indifference and cowardice, but out of morality and 13, by policy. For it is goodness and wisdom that speak here. However, the Romans even surpassed us in the Christian era, after their entire public law was inspired by the religion of people, ethne, and the law of nations, largely confused with that of the Praetorium, only applied to the rights of war and peace, and within the empire. The victorious Christian religion had also taken on a national appearance, Paul, Gallan 3, 25. Christ fought, and this with the Catholic, that is to say universal emperor. International solidarity had not been born, and in fact only one nation without equal existed, the Roman one. She had no sister to deal with. It was in the Middle Ages that solidarity grew. Mr. Herm, 14, admirably summarizes the story according to Mr. Nyes, 15, here 12 degree, year 550, Western Europe. Let's take Mr. Herm's words again. Introducta bella, law of war, neutrality, peace, discreti gentes, territory, land, maritime, air domain, acquisition of territory, regna condita, notion of the state, recognition of states by each other, representatives, 16. All this is the work of custom, of centuries of customary law, of bizarre incidents like that of the ambassador in Rome, which were decisive. Other precedents were intertwined, and we still managed to create an atmosphere of law between societies reputing themselves to be equal, and even unequal. There was even more, there was from the moment when the high seas were furrowed by the flags of all nations, from the moment when nations were established along the rivers and lakes, 11, 17, from the moment there were posts, telegraphs, international means of transport, there were international things to be managed internationally. The war interrupted the preparation of international air legislation. We even saw, painfully and out of chaos, the creation of permanent bodies, diplomacies, consular bodies, representing many national sovereignties. However, concerned with adjusting rights and interests often in conflict, capable of tradition, they were at the origin of many uses, and made justice reign as much as intrigue and force. Conferences, treaties, and congresses multiplied. Just before the war, a staff of jurists and specialists in international law was formed. Some conventions, almost all located in Bern, a sort of federal capital, or in Brussels, also a neutral capital, had permanent offices attached to them. The organs for regulating international life were beginning to appear. There, as always in the life of peoples, custom, tradition, the law, the prudent people who follow and explain them, preceded the law, the express agreement of the peoples. However, modern states had not risen to the idea of an international morality, which the people already had, in part. On the one hand, the rulers, the ruling classes, heirs of the ancient dynasts, preserved the customs of intrigue and violence, and only conceived 12 of treaties and peace as rules and formal measures. Hence, the German adages, might trumps right, it's just a scrap of paper, 18. On the other hand, the people, ignorant as they are even of their general and collective instincts, even more ignorant of their common interests, were incapable of forcing their diplomats to the work of reason and wisdom. They did not know. They could therefore not demand the establishment of true international law, that is to say where each limited sovereignty would find its law, where each infraction of the law would find its sanction. Finally, the formation of free nations, even the aspiration of nationalities for independence, resulted in the exasperation of these feelings of sovereignty, of sacred egoism. Nations were beginning to form an egalitarian society and were even doing so within the framework of an international community of nations. But they did so in absolute anarchy, reserving their interests, their rights, their honor, their strength. The society that the nations formed in their conferences, at The Hague and elsewhere, was comparable to the old civil society of Roman and Frankish law, where the will of one stops the will of all. Following Mr. Nice's apt formula, public international law was a private law of states. It was moreover without sanctions other than moral and diffuse, the strength of which we saw, since it was this which increased the number of troops allied against the centrals, from 5 to 31. But these sanctions were completely inorganic, irregular, extrajudicial. The permanent court of arbitration in The Hague was just being formed. It hadn't worked yet. 13. The war, as we will see shortly, after having called everything into question, and destroyed the work of 3 centuries, has made more progress on this path than one could believe, and brings many ideas and principles from theory to practice. Through this sentimental and logical dialectic of which humanity is accustomed, it has brought out a certain number of remedies from the evil. International law subsists, resists, exists, since societies finally consent, at least in words, to no longer be in a state of nature towards each other. They are no longer sometimes wolves, sometimes gods for each other, as the old Latin adages said, Cicero de officiis, but individuals subject to the same law. 2. Christianity. International law, private and public, developed in the West in a Latin atmosphere on the one hand, and a Christian atmosphere on the other. One could even say that it needed both. In addition to all the described conditions of Western civilization, these two elements of morality, the notion of national law, discreti gentes, and human fraternity. One wasn't enough. Proof of this is the remarkable absence of this right in all the countries of Eastern Europe, of Byzantine, imperial, Machiavellian tradition. Tsarism in particular has always been an element of trouble. It has always been the last state to join the conventions of private international law. Even Bolshevik Russia, so eminently internationalist, distinguished itself and still distinguishes itself from all revolutions by its contempt for people's rights, private or public. This is because, in Russia, which is barely a nation, we have no notion of the rights that others may have. And on the other hand, Christianity, 14 although it had more powerful roots than anywhere else, closed, national, sectarian, having nothing Catholic or universal, is more or less, politically, to the phase he was in Europe at the beginning of the Middle Ages, inquisitor, imperialist, and directed towards political goals, the clergy and the ruling classes. However, the Roman Church, in the ruin of the Western Empire, was a theoretical heir of Roman peace, and the great innovator of international things and ideas. It would be profoundly incorrect to ignore it. The Christian religion since St. Paul was profoundly universalist. Christ has saved all men, and not only a people and those who convert to this people. Because an important difference separates Christianity from Buddhism which preceded it, and from Islam which followed it. The Buddha also saved all men, but he only saved them outside the sanctuary, in the church, or rather the convent. His realm is extraterrestrial and philosophical. Only at the end of their reincarnation will all men end up being saved. The future Maitreya Buddha, a special invention of Northern Buddhism, may be later than Christ. The one who will make friendship and love and peace reign among men has not yet been born. He is still a simple bodhisattva who is born and reborn. Hundreds of millions of men are waiting for him there in the East. Buddhism, the religion of a universal savior God, but which has absolutely disappeared, is only a pure religion. Islam is a regression, from this point of view, on Christianity. The Prophet also saw the salvation of men, and Allah through his mouth calls the universe to it, and promises it peace. Islam means peace and salvation. But the entire Islamic world sees itself as a sort of 15 vast chosen people. It is basically a Judaism of proselytism. The unity of sacred language, circumcision, civil criminal and religious law, even political unity around the caliph, around two capitals, Mecca and Istanbul, the comings and goings of pilgrims, the society's secrets and religious orders, all of which makes it seem like a movement of nationalism rather than internationalism. Add to this the centuries-old struggle against Christianity. Here Christianity is by no means victorious, especially in Africa. The current need for independence of Muslim peoples placed under supervision by 2 or 3 Christian peoples, and Islam will appear to have violent tendencies towards national unity rather than human unity. Moreover, this is more sensitive at the moment than ever. The Islamic world is becoming aware of its unity. The Turks found no better protectors than the Muslims of India. In all the countries of northern Africa, where Muslims learn, access civilization, become rich, a growing need for political independence is emerging, as shown by the difficulties that England encounters in Egypt. And we in Syria. It is not certain that the 3 or 4 nations which claim to direct, for their own benefit, the Mohammedan world have the strength to do so, England, France, Italy, Netherlands. It is also not certain that this world of Mohammed and the Mahdi is ripe for what is commonly called our civilization. The problem is serious, and I could not say how it even tends towards a solution, by force or by law. But it is obviously absurd to treat Islam as a pure religion, without anything temporal, only wanting to ensure salvation in the afterlife, and being able to be repressed from the secular sphere of life in the regions of the ideal, as Christianity was. Unless he changes. 16. Islam will still have its Mahdi, its warrior prophets, its messiahs, who will make it a self-confident people before making it a nation, and even more so an international nation. Christianity of the first 3 centuries was, on the contrary, vigorously universalist, extending to all humanity the respect for human personality that the Greeks and the Jews had founded between them, in morality the first, especially with the Stoics, in religion the latter, especially with the post-exilic prophets. Leviticus 19:18, you shall love your neighbor as yourself, Acts 15:15, 19, citing J 12:15, Galen 3:28-20, and which the Romans had founded in law, but always within a people, cities, the nation. But it was Paul, and perhaps at a precise moment in his mission, the one manifested in the epistle to the Galatians, who, in the image of Christ, made all men sons of God, 3:24, told them that there was no difference between the free and the slave, that there was freedom only in faith, and that it was for the freedom that Christ had delivered men. Certainly, it was still a question then of the freedom sought in freedom from the flesh, and of the quarrel over circumcision. But it was the decisive moment when the same rights and the same privileges were claimed for all men adhering to the same faith. This morality developed magnificently, and the Roman Church, which calls itself Catholic, that is to say universal, is still partly in the true tradition of its time. Refusal to bear arms, protest of war, ideal of peace, many martyrs, many churches went that far, and still go there, witnesses, conscientious objectors, 21, whom the laws on English conscription must have recognized. The seed has never stopped growing in Christian souls. But the churches, from their victory in the 4th and 5th centuries, 17 were victorious. At that moment they changed their political form. Like the ancient religions that they had replaced, especially the Roman one, they became an instrument of rule in the hands of emperors, they became imperial. The legend, in Hoc Signo Vinces, 22, marks the end of the purely humanist period of Christianity. It was a compromise, the emperors renounced their divinity, the church renounced its humanity. It was at one time national, as long as the empire lasted, it remained very little internationalist and even proselytic in the Orthodox East, where the emperor for whom Mass will be celebrated at Hagia Sophia identifies with the future patron of the Church. In the West it became the tool of kings and emperors, heirs of the Holy Empire, unless they enslaved themselves to being its instruments. It was a time when she sincerely tried to be the thing, the vicar of Christ, and to be apart, above, and outside the people, moral authority, real authority, society in itself. This was the work of the great popes, the great orders, from Gregory to Innocent, and even Julius II. For the secular clergy, divided between the nation's heirs of Rome, established, provided with temporal goods, for which they even had to be authorized to fight, always remained, in France, in England before the Reformation, in Germany with the ecclesiastical leaders, an element of nationalism and separatism. On the contrary, the regular clergy, and, above them, and with them the Roman Curia, heir, no longer of the provinces, but of the very appetites of Rome, and also guardian of the apostolic tradition, were elements of an international active, useful. The Catholic Church was and still is the oldest, most venerable, and 1823, strong international thing. Claiming to come from God, she knew how to remain a little above men and their cities. She even succeeded in part, and theoretically, for a time, because we would write badly, and we write badly. 24, the history of the Middle Ages when we write it from the point of view of the peoples who became modern nations. In the 11th, and even in the 15th century, political movements not only international, but national, if it is permissible to speak of nations in cases where they do not exist, took place above all within the Christendom. These were international movements like the Crusades, the Inquisition, the Renaissance. They were also movements of the Church. Rules were established internationally by ecumenical councils, or precisely Rome and the orders discussed with the churches of the kingdoms and the empire. The Canon of Gregory II, 25, is the basis and principle of public international law, Decretal, 9, 2. The unity of canon law in Christianity was largely responsible for the unity of modern law, which in turn allowed the establishment of private international law. This internationalism, this pacificism, this morality were little applied during violent periods. But there was a moment in the time of Innocent III when the Church could believe that the kings were all willing to become vassals of the popes, but it was only theory. It doesn't matter, it was something that these ideas were proclaimed, sometimes observed, always respected as an ideal. Finally, and this is not the least fact, the Church founded and developed a uniform education from one end of Catholic Europe to the other. The universities are his work. Until the 16th century, they were all essentially clerical. From there, unity of doctrine, even of language, Latin, of science throughout Europe. It was only later, after the slow victory of the so-called vulgar languages, after the Reformation, the Renaissance, that the university ceased to be a thing 1926, of the Church, and therefore international. However, the Sorbonne's pretensions in theology lasted longer than the character of education, and the clerical character of the university itself. The university is of international origin, universal le. The university does not only mean those of the arts and law, and theology, but also the universal character of the teachings distributed identically to nations. Because it is in the university jargon and that of the consuls that the very concept of nation developed, above all in the Middle Ages. The Reformation put an end to this movement. From this point of view, we could accuse it of being reactionary, if we did not know that we must go through the stage of nations before achieving internation. The pretensions of the Church were unbearable to the large states in the process of formation. It was necessary to have independence from political powers, and also to return the Church to its true spiritual function. Most peoples of Germanic origin, therefore constituted national, Reformed churches. The others, most of the French-speaking peoples, constituted secular states, even though they continued to call themselves very Christian, Christianissimus, and Apostolic. 27. An important moment in the life of nations, and it is a shortcoming of this work not to study in depth the relationship between religious life and national life, which still interests so many constitutions and states. But nations large and small are all, at bottom, secular. It is a fact to simply note. The secular form of the modern state is so established that it no longer needs to be questioned from a political point of view, and we have therefore been able to remove it from the political problems of the present time. In any case, the Pope's practical international role was over. The presence of the nuncio in the country at Concordat is the only survival. From the 18th century, legates only appeared at conferences as representatives of the Papal States, and no longer as the sole high authority 20 in matters of relations between nations. Only a few orders, and especially the Jesuits, have kept the tradition of the great popes. To this they owed a good part of their unpopularity, of the persecutions of which they were the object, even legal and legitimate. More seriously, the Catholic Church, repressed in the spiritual, or concordatory and enslaved to national or non-national states, democratic or monarchical, has in recent centuries lost all international moral authority. It was no longer a factor of peace and international law. She was content to weakly preserve and defend old traditions. Its peace encyclicals have become watered down. No more councils, except for pure theology. The popes no longer observed the dogmas of the just war, although proclaimed by their great predecessors. They intrigued, in the midst of the intrigues of the states. It is true that the whole of Northern Europe escaped them. But even between Catholic nations they no longer intervened after the theoretical sharing of the colonies between the Spanish and Portuguese. This ended in a failure which will weigh cruelly on the doctrine of Catholics. We have seen the lamentable collapse of the Church of Rome in the face of the war unleashed by the clericals of Vienna and Budapest, in the face of atrocities that no prelate of criminal nations knew how to stop or even blame, in the face of miseries that no one really wanted to help in the name of Christ. The Church has not even been able to get its cardinals to agree. The Pope still holds only a trembling balance between the national churches, and his last encyclical, 28, has disappointed everyone, which only appeals to Christian love, and indicates no direction in which to move. Exercise, politically, practically, Christian charity. As for the Protestant churches, they were all strictly national. The Prussian version was even almost pagan, Unser alter Gott, Gott mituns of the Prussian soldier, 29, and of this chief chaplain, William II, was not Jesus, but Wotan. There were anarchists, conscientious objectors only in the sects, in nonconformism, English, 21 American, Russian, or among the secular revolutionaries. And today alone in the Protestant world which was belligerent, the Anglo-Saxons deploy in the world, with their Red Cross, and their missions, something of Christian love which is necessary to heal the wounds a little. 2. Gaping from the war. The Church as an international phenomenon, Christianity as a religion of peace, have now entered the realm of the ideal, and are nothing more than imponderables. A serious policy must take this into account. But this is a small matter, in the face of immediate realism, such as that posed by the modern movement of the Workers' International. 3. The Workers' International, 30. The most important ideal movement of internationalism after the Church is that of the Workers' International. Not that we attribute any interest to all the peace leagues, and the parliamentary committees and other organizations for arbitration, etc., which flourished at the end of the 19th century, and before this war. They deserve civilization, and maintain a useful agitation around concepts that had to be created, and formulas that had to be found. They provided a distinguished staff of jurists and politicians to the League of Nations as soon as it was in question. They deserve neither the sarcasm of Mr. Clemenceau, nor the disdain of the socialist and workers' organizations who accused them of impotence, and who were no less powerless to prevent war than to mitigate its barbarity or to contribute to establishing a wise, moral, and solid peace. 22. But, with all the praise that we can give of them, it must be said that they were nothing other than groups of individuals, of goodwill, of intelligence, and that they were without influence, and that they will remain so. They were not able to form a separate, international group, they didn't know because they couldn't. Because they only correspond to ideas, to propaganda, and not to interests, to natural groups of men, states, or classes. We also do not ignore the interest of numerous purely literary or philosophical works with tendencies or doctrines that are either internationalist, or simply anarchic, or even more simply anti-militarist and pacifist. They derive some from Christian ideas, and others from estimable philosophical ideas. At the moment, these works are proliferating, on both sides of the former belligerents, as a reaction against the war. They find, especially among former soldiers, and among the most real fighters, a sensitive echo. But these hymns to peace, and these imprecations against war, do not correspond, just like the preaching of universal fraternity, of anarchic communism, to anything real, to any determined social state of the life of societies. They are moments, manifestations of currents. We will be careful not to say that they are deep or superficial, these movements which are currently inspiring young talented writers in France and Germany, almost not in England or the United States. Literature, especially romance and poetry, correspond to things so difficult to grasp that we never know in advance whether the poet and the novelist are artists or prophets. Their functions can only be sonorous echoes of weak collective beginnings, or they can be formulas full of life and anticipation, where the will and strength of the masses come to rhythm for a long time. Sociology and history are incapable of making predictions when faced with them, as its science is weak in relation to those who see the future. We will therefore pass modestly. 23. Working-class internationalism is something entirely different. It is more than literature. It's a fact, a social fact. This is an entirely modern fact. 31. So-called utopian socialism and state socialism have remained, until today, deeply national and even nationalist. In France, the militarist tradition of this socialism has barely died out. Chauvinism, even Napoleonic, existed side by side for a long time with an entirely idealistic pacifism. The Commune was patriotic above all. Boulangism had its authentic socialism. Rochefort, 32. If our contemporary trade unionists and socialists readily claim to be Proudhon, we should not forget his militarism, and his Napoleonic theories of war, of the organization of Europe, and his intervention, quite crazy, in the polemics against the Italian war, not in the name of peace, or the rights of peoples, but in view of the cynically diplomatic interests of his country. In Germany, imperialism was long associated with a section of worker socialists. The relations between Bismarck and Lassalle are historical. It was only at the Eisenach Congress in 1872 that Lassalleans and Marxists merged, and the former admired the internationalist dogma. In fact, internationalism dates from the founding of so-called scientific socialism, in other words Marxism, and the Communist Manifesto of Marx and Engels, 1847, 33, which ended, as everyone knows, with the famous adage, proletarians of all countries, unite. On the other hand, unionism was, until around 1892, strangely national. International cooperative, or general workers, congresses were extremely rare. Few unions joined the International Labour Review, no major unions, especially not from Britain, the only country where there were any that mattered at that time. 24, 34, the congresses were content with very vague formulas: universal peace, arbitration, understanding of peoples. International agreement among workers was not even a wish, very rarely expressed in unions influenced directly or indirectly by Marxism. In fact, all the international unions date back to 1890. Agreements are well established, such as those of the Tullists, 35, of C. and Nottingham. In 1887, there were a few international congresses of corporations, but no international trade union organization was set up, except outside of politics. Relations between workers from different nations is the starting point for the famous workers' delegations to the various Universal Exhibitions from 1857. Syndicalist internationalism was subsidized by the English and French states. Proof that the bourgeois, and even imperial, state is not incapable of working in great nations against class interests. What was the cause of this foundation and the success of workers' internationalism? It is well known, however it must be remembered, because, corresponding to a permanent and growing fact, it explains the permanence and increasing importance of the fact. Knowledge makes it possible to measure the vigor and chance of development of this movement, and to specify the attitude that a wise policy must take in this regard. Marx, as opposed to his predecessors and contemporaries of socialism, had immense merit. He was an economist, and as such, he had one stroke of genius among others, and among other faults, not the least of which was narrow-mindedness. He was one of the first economists to note the existence and importance in capitalism of the world market, and especially of the world market of values. Until him, political economy, especially in Germany with the notions of oikonomie, 36, had rather been placed, 37, from the point of view of the various nations. Marx, an observer of English facts, living at the time of the struggle which resulted in the victory of free trade, deduced from the same facts used by the liberal doctrinaires in England and France the deep insight that there existed an international market values, and that the main force of capitalism was precisely the exploitation of this market. Here we can say that the factual development throughout the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century proves Marx right. In relation to such a market, Marx, continuing to string together extremely accurate and profound intuitions in deductive and systematic and often inaccurate form, made the following observation: the workers are defenseless, exploited as they are by the capitalists of their nations, not only against crises and national monopolization, but also against crises of the world market and cosmopolitan capital. Their defense can only be international, simultaneous, identical in all countries. The gospel of the Gentiles was found. Here Marx, moreover faithful to the old traditions of utopian and anarchic communism, joined the old doctrine of the pioneers that the worker has no homeland, having no property. This internationalism, still imbued with anarchism, still lives in this form in significant fractions of socialism. As an example, it is enough to cite Hervé, 38, before his conversion to a nationalism, as radical as his pre-war internationalism. But Marx himself, during the 40 years of his literary activity, and Engels his collaborator, corrected what was anarchic in their doctrines. The conquest of universal suffrage in all the countries of Europe gave them the sense that the social revolution could take place by political means in all frameworks of the nation, and the Second International, when it was founded, especially after the expulsion of the anarchists in Zurich, in 1895, it was on a program of common, universal international action, carried out within each nation by sections of the Workers' Party. We will discuss this concept further. Furthermore, the political international, the one called by the name of the Second, evolved during the quarter of a century when it had its true existence. The majority of socialists, under German influence in particular, as a reaction against Tsarism, which was indeed dangerous, inclined towards a fairly superficial internationalism. The Stuttgart Congress of 1911-39 was decisive in this regard. The majority refused to consider the general strike, and any other means of revolutionary action against the war. Thus in Brussels, in 1914, at the meeting of the Board of the International, we witnessed the collapse, the admission of impotence of political realism. The attitude of the Germans and Austrians, the dejection of the venerable Adler, 40, were, I know, the last great pain, the supreme disillusionment of Jors. For me, I will remember all my life, not without anger, this issue of April 1, 1914, of the Arbeiterzeitung, the last one that I saw, where the Austrian Socialist Party called on the people to defend the idea Austrian, not distinguishing themselves in this from the imperialists, and the Jesuits, and the nationalists who, here, assassinated Jors. I will pass on the history of the International during the war. It is too early for us to know it and to be able to tell it. 41. The failure of the Stockholm Conference, 42, requested by an Allied government, that of Kerensky. At that time the influential socialists of all countries rather put their international relations at the service of their respective countries than at the service of the international, even in the case of the Russians and the Germans, initiators of the conference, because we now know that Kerensky, 43, wanted it as a personal success, and that the Germans acted under an agreement with the Chancellor. Which, his memorandum to the Emperor of August 1917 proves, used the two internationals, he called them that, the Church and the Red, 44, to obtain the white peace to which the great state otherwise inclined. Major, at least the majority of German politicians, at the opening of the Paris conferences, the Second International, struck by impotence by the formation of the Third, the absence of the Russians, then that of the Italians. The decision of the German socialists, despite the fact that most of the new, 45, were under the growing influence of socialism, was and is more and more incapable of reconstituting itself every day. The international trade union movement was more solid. First, not having had the same pretensions as politics, it had not recorded the same moral defeat. Then it had neither in the war, nor in the past, nor in governments, the same influence and the same responsibility as the socialist parties which were in power and participated in it, or at the end of hostilities governed and dealt with. She did not have the same initiatives. Finally, while, despite the pretensions of being class parties, the socialist parties are nonetheless above all groups of ideas, the international corporate groups, those of the weavers, the toll workers, the postal workers, to cite those who were the first to meet again after the war, 46. And the large national organizations, which internationally constituted the Berlin office, could and had to transport this office to Amsterdam. They had interests to administer, decisions to make, in particular regarding the unexpected success of the labor convention in the peace treaty. 29. Despite all verbal appearances, 47, international trade unionism moves within the framework of nations, does not claim to replace responsible governments, does its job, fulfills its function. This function is natural. Trade unionism is growing. He knows on the one hand the recent development of the world market, on the other hand that of the working class in the various nations. It has strength, wealth, political and economic, moral and mental influence, and it needs not to let itself be competed by enslaved working classes in nations where they have not reached the same standard of living. The internationalism of workers' unions is an absolute necessity for their action. He therefore could not weaken. And above all he did not have to encumber himself with the political problems in which the Second International got bogged down, where the Third, that of Moscow, got bogged down before it existed. It now constitutes a great force, let's not say peace, but true internationalization, unification in private and public law of living conditions between nations. The richest nations, concerned about their interests, should encourage it. They will thus avoid unfair competition from less humane nations for their workers. They will reduce economic conflicts which result in national conflicts. This is a first practical conclusion regarding working-class internationalism. It seems moreover that this is the path that America and England and France and the main members are committed to, and that the International Labour Office functions with the real assistance of states and working classes organized in the Amsterdam International of Trade Unions. We will return to this subject in connection with current peace. But for the moment we note that here there is not just an idea, but forces of true internationalization. There is another movement, less specifically workers, but 30 nevertheless mainly produced by classes of workers, which, in essence, and from now on, is international and peaceful. It is that of cooperation, of consumer cooperation in particular. For 30 years, it has had its regular international organization, with its congresses and its bureau, one of the best equipped among the international bureaus of various associations, the International Cooperative Alliance. The latter, the day after the war, resumed its functions, and leads all cooperation throughout the world. Even there is something solid, because the cooperations and the consumers that they claim to represent, and want to organize, in fact have common interests throughout the world. It is therefore not only ideas, but interests and natural groupings of men that the International Alliance represents. She does it with some competence, since basically part of the international program of the Supreme Economic Council is hers, and was developed partly under her influence. However, we must not deceive ourselves. This especially does not suit the author of this book, who has devoted part of his activity to this cooperative movement. Consumer cooperatives do not yet hold such a place in the political and economic life of peoples, and do not have such an influence that we must rely heavily on them to establish and maintain peace and cooperation between peoples, because these at this moment play among themselves and against each other much more than their interests. They regulate their lives and civilization. We may now conclude with regard to all those moral and ideal phenomena by which modern nations, and vast publics or sections of the public within nations, have regulated or aspired to regulate, or regulate and aspire to regulate this life of hitherto unregulated relationships between societies. The development of international law, public and private, proves 31 that the idea of the egalitarian society that nations form, and of a human ideal extended to all individualities, collective or physical, nations or individuals, is emerging more and more in law and morality, and that it is in this direction that politics must resolutely engage if we want to make progress in the world. Without ignoring the authorities that the churches still represent, and especially the Catholic, we cannot really count on their strength. While recognizing the solidity and future of international workers' groups, we cannot trust them to ensure peace and Lorraine. 31 bis, 48, all purely workers' internationalist movements suffer from two imperfections. 49 Firstly, they are workers, that is to say, they are only those of a class of nations. Now, we will see later, this class is, in many nations, neither the richest, nor the strongest, nor the most influential, nor the most numerous. It will perhaps one day, in many countries, be the majority, as it is in England and Germany only. But even in these countries, even here after the German Revolution, there after the prodigious growth of the English unions, it is far from having completely and equally the internationalist ideas that the militants inculcate in it, or attribute to it in anticipation. Socialist parties, unions, cooperatives are powerful internationalization organizations, they are only adjuvants, for the moment, to ideas of international law. In fact, where the workers' parties are masters, in certain Australian states, in New Zealand, they have, with right and reason, shown themselves, in the Great War, to be as patriotic as others, even more patriotic than, for example, the conservatives of the province of Serbia, and the reactionaries of Ireland or the Catholics of Italy. For the moment, Bolshevism is strictly militarist, nationalist and even all-Russian. Then they are only solid where they are interest groups. The rule of law is a simple compromise of form and appetites. It is the very rhythm of collective life, the form which is substance. There needs to be communion in the idea and in the symbols that express it. Currently, thanks to the development of the political education of the people, there is a need for clear expressions of the views of the majority, disdain for politicians by those conservatives. Sacrifices of interests are necessary, especially in matters of internationalism. You have to give up certain privileges, agree to do without certain products. The current moral state of the working classes does not allow us to assume that they are nevertheless animated by the spirit. In fact, the English Labour Party is very lukewarm on the export of English coal to coal-starved Europe. The Labour parties of Australia and New Zealand and British Columbia and North America are at the head of the movement which reserves part of the world for the white race and thus becomes one of the most serious dangers that experienced peace. Solidarity with the devastated nations, and even within the devastated nations, has not been very strong among the working classes in all countries. We are not yet at the clarity of view and the height of soul that true internationalism and true Christian charity suppose. 31 It is therefore on the development of nations, the growth of their consciousness, their wisdom, their control over ill-intentioned leaders, that in the final analysis peace and the end of wars depend. Should we despair of them, that is the question we would like to address. The response that we make dictates the policy that we can recommend, internal and external, to nations large and small, all and including the vanquished. We must enlighten them both about their own state, and about their interests, because they are, more than they have ever been, masters of their destiny, because they have the choice degree thanks to democracy, thanks to the direction in which the war against disappeared despotisms was resolved. Will the next civilization be military or communist, imperialist or wise, solidarist or selfish? Everything depends on future events, and these are more than ever driven by public opinion and the wishes of men. This is what we are going to deal with, trying to demonstrate without passion, and without hiding the shadows of the picture. 32 The war has left neither Russia nor Germany nor a host of other states. If we only noted the current state of affairs and that which immediately preceded it, our predictions would be very gloomy, even desperate. Things that we had described under the rubric of ideal phenomena seem to have vanished into thin air. Those that we believed to be best acquired, such as private international law in times of war, on land, if not at sea, were in substance, and in form, abolished. Not that the crimes against the law were committed differently on the two sides. They say that in Russia, in Turkey, the war is not all the barbarity that it is here. It is certain that the Turks allowed the dead to be buried and the wounded to be raised in the Dardanelles. Important German colonies lived free, to the great damage of Russia in the empire of the Tsars. We have been told incredible stories about the freedom left to central prisoners in Russia. So let's only talk about the Central and Western powers. The maritime war, which, at all times, had been more barbaric, violent, with little respect for lives and property, was led in particular by England with absolute care and vigor. The Allied naval army succeeded in separating, almost immediately and almost completely, Germany and the Centrals from the sea. They succeeded in blocking the Russians, even from the Baltic and the Straits of the Black Sea. But Germany, taking advantage of the new weapon that was the submarine, unforeseen by the century-old practices of capture and seizure, was given to give this war a character of savagery, of the absence of any chivalry, which, rightly, rallied against it almost all of humanity. The land war was conducted 33 immediately by the Germans, following the oldest and most horrible customs. Obviously, the German Grand Quarter was thinking of a short, victorious war, etc. Victory would make the terrorized populations forgive everything. He ran the whole big game, shooting hostages, burning cities, terrifying civilians, troops, and trying to impress. It was Attila in Europe, as it had already been when Marshal von 50 had been sent as the scourge of God against the ill. He is certain that he almost succeeded in achieving his goal. If France had not been the strong and nervous nation that it was, if it had been seized by the panics that we saw elsewhere, like the one which seized Germany, in the end, the Imperial Germany would undoubtedly live and rule the world. The atrocities on this front did not resume until 1917 and, definitively, only at the moment of the supreme effort of 1918. Until then, except for the gas affair and small treacheries of the kind, of which the soldiers boast more than they do not hide, Fritz was a fairly loyal soldier. It was his government, his troops, and especially his stage and staff officers who were responsible for the shootings of Miscavel, of Jacquet, the deportations from Lille, the destruction of the Amiens fair, the ruin of the factories, mines, confiscations and requisitions, and above all moral torture inflicted on old men, women and children left alone in the invaded countries. It is of these tortures, even more than of physical misery, of the inadequacies of the supplies generously organized by America, that the unfortunate people whose testimonies, during the advance, we were able to collect, complained to us. However, from another point of view, the Allies 34 were not without reproach. The private law war, on their territory, against enemy properties and nationals was particularly harsh. We can say what we want about the Boche, and especially note that having many more Germans abroad than foreigners at home, they had an interest in it, but it is a fact, the Boche did not make concentration camps, sequestrations, confiscations, the use that all the Allies made, including the United States when they entered the war. It was only in 1917 that they began to liquidate French property in Alsace-Lorraine. Their respect for people and property was greater than that of the Anglo-Saxon law of war, which was applied with an energy worthy of the embargoes of old. The prisoners were mistreated on all sides, especially the unfortunate Russians. The practices of war and private international law were in fact non-existent. They only served to fuel the controversies of the first years and the diplomatic protests, alternatives to neutrals. The internationals, we saw what they were, dormant or powerless. We have seen the churches reduced to the level of pagan nationalism or entirely diplomatic internationalism. Externally, it is the downgrading of all the ideals and practices of law. The same seems to be true of everything that constituted the intense physiological relationships that existed between societies before the war. Suddenly all usual and moral exchanges ceased between societies. No more universal religion, gods, national cliques. More unity in the institutions, everyone convinced themselves that their constitution, their law, was the best, criticizing without justice, without sparing, the customs and morals, and the constitution of the enemy. We saw fools go so far as to 35 denigrate even the German organization, the regime of order and discipline which had almost defeated us, and in the other camp, the almost unanimity of the influential organs of public opinion was stupid enough to criticize the English shopkeepers, the dissolution of French morals, while these two great nations gave a completely different spectacle of vigor and nobility. Many people, on all sides, will be ashamed of what they wrote and said in the heat of battle, civilians, and far from the front lines. This moral disagreement will even be one of the ugly sides, one of the pettinesses of this great era. Unfortunately, it will take time for these insults and rudeness to be forgotten. Finally, the war completely suspended economic relations. Even between the Allies, they were not and are not even as intense as they should have been and could have been. Throughout the war, the great nations pooled their state finances and generously helped each other. Others had to buy. But they did not pool their capital, their public wealth. We already have to repay loans. However, the war and the conclusion of the peace which was concluded, have, between the enemy countries, created the worst economic conditions. Clearly, during the first trade conferences between the Allies, the aim during the war and after the war was to definitively ruin German trade. This goal was largely achieved, although the motives and personalities that made them triumph have been left in the shadows. Even more clearly, and through atrocious destruction, following abominable blackmail of peace, Germany, which had threatened to destroy occupied France and Belgium, was content to destroy France. It was clever, deliberate, ordered, organized, done with that German Grundlichkeit, 51, which neglects nothing. And, in fact, France is also put out of action industrially. Without this benefiting Germany. 36 Only technical borrowings continued, despite jealously guarded secrets, patents given without publicity, correspondences suppressed. There were military necessities. Aviation, for example, developed wonderfully, perhaps better than in peacetime, when crowds of questions about licenses, patents, operations, and communication would have delayed everything. Because everything was immediately communicated to everyone. The most serious ruptures in our opinion are the intellectual and the moral. Morality first. These are the disagreements which are more harmful to understanding and reconciliation than material conflicts in themselves, which are more vital. These are moral and sentimental things, and hurt feelings cannot be easily handled. Not to mention that the hatred of the populations of the north of France and Belgium will be legitimate and tenacious, and that the discontent of the peoples of Germany, Austria, and Hungary, who are still starving now, and above all believing themselves to be despised, will last. I do not believe that the intellectual rupture will last. There is a material impossibility. Science, reason, truth are above nations, even when morality is not. The war did not stop Mr. Einstein, a Swiss Jew, professor in Berlin, from producing, nor the English from verifying hypotheses, revolutionizing mechanics and geometry on a par with those of Newton. Here, as in economics, we will need to collaborate. But there is a serious wound to heal. At the start of the war, German intellectuals lost all measure, at least those who followed the imperial grand quarter. The German press was still, in its ignorance of the intellectual dignity of other nations, below the French, which was nevertheless very low. For the moment, each nation is making an effort to isolate itself, to be scientifically self-sufficient. International congresses are impossible. The universities, bodies of civil servants, are with the academies, at the center of the nationalist reaction. This is the end of the universal university. This too will take time to forget, to undo. But it will come undone. 37 The apparent rupture of aesthetic traditions will not last longer, I believe. Germany, which claims the scepter of at least music and poetry, has never obtained it. We play Berlioz and Debussy there, while at home we stop at Wagner, except at concerts. In England we are also eclectic. In France it's a question of time. The art of Munich nevertheless continues to infiltrate better into our Faubourg Saint-Honor. From a linguistic point of view, the war, curiously enough, brought as many points of contact as points of rupture. The loss of prestige of the Dudum, 52, can now be seen in the use of a good number of words of French origin in the vocabulary, especially political ones, from which they were banned. Everyone here more or less jabbered in English or American. And several million Anglo-Saxons are currently bringing our words to every corner of the earth. It is only through the constitution of new nations, jealous of their finally rediscovered language, through the reaction of minorities against the bilingualisms which will be opposed to them. Basically, despite appearances, linguistic problems are becoming simpler, even by the fact that their dimensions and their seriousness are increasing. 38 Thus Flemish becomes more and more identical to Dutch. The unity of the Yugoslav school will make Serbian a uniform language. Everything is not a dead loss for Slovenian and Croatian, even if it would stop the process of ill that Mr. Schuchard, 53, described so well on the borders of Slovenia and of which we have already spoken. Lord Ill says very well that at this moment many languages are dying. This is already something good, whatever regrets lovers of the picturesque may have. That's pretty much the toll of the war, those kinds of results. It has not destroyed all of these contacts and these borrowings which we said were the very essence of civilization. The reaction was violent. But it could not be economically effective, because everything happens as if the capitalists of all the countries at war had really wanted to prove that it was their own reign, that of their national capitalisms, that they had wanted to impose on the world, and that it was they who had wanted war, who had wanted peace with violence and the barbaric destruction of industries, and the less barbaric but no less sure elimination of rival commerce. Everywhere else, the elements of human community 39 are not seriously affected, and there will still exist a civilization which will not be exclusively national, and, above all, not nationalist. Reactions on structures. One of the reasons why, while forgetting nothing to deplore or blame, we must not despair, is that from the point of view which could have been the most serious, from the point of view morphological relationships between societies, the reaction of war and the provisional peace, let's say, which followed it, was less serious and less dangerous than one could have feared. There could have been these annexations, these colonizations, these partitions, these rapes, these fusions of nationalities which were the rule of past wars and peaces. This would surely have been the result of the war if the Central Powers had won. It does not become the imperialists of Germany and those of Austria to bleed for reconciliation. The military, the people of the center, the right, even the Democrats, who wanted to annex Belgium and part of France, who carved up Poland again, the military ill who occupied the Baltic, Oberost, 54, and annexed it in silence even after their defeat, after the armistice, are little qualified to deal, even in the name of a people who do not yet know how to thoroughly disavow them. The map of Europe, which a 40 German victory on the Marne or on the Isère or on the Somme, would have drawn up, would have been infinitely different from the map drawn by the Holy Resistance of Ypres, 55, of Verdun, of Noyon, of Château-Thierry, and the victories of Law, and the sinking of the legions decorated with barbarian and Wagnerian names. The victory of the Centrals would have been that of the old principles of violence, rancor, revolt, the desire for revenge, despair, violence, would have been anchored for centuries not only in the heart of the nationalities that the Germans of Austria and the Empire and the Magyars oppressed, but also in almost all European nations. Now, as if he were a god and a justice, the Allies conquered and won by proclaiming the famous 14 principles. They have been to a large extent faithful to it or, if you like, have consented to remain prisoners of it. We have already noted several times their faults with regard to these principles and themselves and, what is more serious, with regard to their sworn faith. They are venial compared to those that the Centrals had made. Here is the table: Eupen and Malmedy, Southern Tyrol, the German valleys, Soldan, etc., are the only serious injustices done, even without plebiscite forms, to Germany, to Austria, by the great powers. In the Saarland, a minimum of violence, the result of a compromise maneuver, undoubtedly unstable. In Schleswig, impeccable attitude. In Upper Silesia, matters are dragging on, but these delays prove the goodwill of the Allies rather than the bad. The two most unstable things are firstly the situation of the Germans in Austria, after the attachment, the Anschluss to the Empire, 56, which was prohibited and which is very contrary to the right of free disposal of peoples. Secondly, the situation of the Bohemian Germans to whom more serious violence is inflicted, since it is in the name of exclusively historical, economic, or military principles that, as they say by an act of Czech will, they are brought to Czechoslovakia and they are ultimately a minority, 4 million out of 17. A stinging phrase in the mouths of those who, 2 years ago, imprisoned or shot or banished Czech patriots who for centuries had refused even local administration. But fair sentence. In this problem of minorities, 57, there are numerous and diverse and contradictory orders. But surely one day we will have to choose, and without doubt the rights of people will overcome other rights or rather other interests. Third part. Nationalizations, or socialism. Introduction, 1. It is clear that modern nations will only be able to reach a phase of sufficient internationalism and will only be able to guarantee mutual peace when they have managed to provide each other with material proof of relative disinterestedness, to provide each other with services mutual, from all points of view, economic in particular. Perpetual peace, if it is possible, will only be between nations equally good and helpful, if not idealistic, and reasonably sacrificing part of their interests to each other. But for them to be able to reach this point, so that they can contract together in the full sense of the word, as in a marriage contract, to lend each other all of their property, material and moral, they will have to be mistresses of it, and have it at their disposal. Above all, they will need to be able to complete themselves. They will first have to stop being the instruments of ruling and selfish, imperialist, and conquering classes. They will have to be realized themselves on all grounds, the economic one in particular. They will have to discipline their capitalists and their ambitions. More radically, no doubt, they will eliminate these private interests which govern them, and will ultimately appear as what they really are too, considerable groups of men living in community on common ground and neither attempting to appropriate the territories of other human groups, nor to unduly seize privileges from them, nor to unduly detain and charge too much for materials or things essential to the rest of humanity, to the industries and arts of other nations. A state of stable peace can therefore only be understood between nations already firmly in control of their economic destinies, and capable of providing mutual benefits to each other, over and above private interests, or after the destruction of these private interests. We have also indicated two facts which prove that the nations are moving in this direction. The first is the series of serious questions raised in recent years by the appropriations and private detentions, under the protection of large states, of materials essential to other nations, coal, oil, and whose exploitation alone or monopolization is the object of increasingly serious discontent from an ever-increasing number of large and small nations. Indeed, European nations have difficulty supporting even English state control over coal, thanks to which the profits of the mine owners and the profits of the English state are in short taken from foreign consumers. 3. Likewise America, although it was once the country of choice for oil monopolies, but whose deliveries are running out, and almost the rest of the world is watching, with concern and even anger, the temptations of both imperialists and capitalists of a few states and a few high finance circles to monopolize the monopoly of mineral oils. A producing country, Romania has already revolted against the San Remo Agreement. 2. Mexico is in full rebellion against the Lesage and English agreements. But the rumblings of non-producing peoples are much more vast and increased, and will not fail to be heard. Thus, in the international domain, nations refuse more and more to be exploited, economically oppressed by the capitalists of other nations, and even by the nation holding the materials, because there, as in the case of the control of English coal, or the German Kohlenwirtschaft. 3. The nation managed to absorb a certain number of the profits. We therefore note the phenomenon that nations, even those furthest from socialism, already have, where their needs are cruel and cruelly exploited by others, international demands which are not only national socialism, but even of human socialism degree, and conceive a sort of general property right of all men over all things on the planet. Considerable change, fully apparent in recent years, a real upheaval due to the crisis of part of human consciousness. But these two facts are not the only ones. At this very moment, in a rather dramatic way, another series of facts, quite dramatic, is happening, to which we have already drawn attention, which demonstrate that in their mutual relations the nations fear among themselves a nationalization growing and often much greater than they themselves would dream of demanding from their own institutions. This is the series of problems posed by foreign exchange and national credits. We had the privilege of knowing the tragedy that happened in the financial mysteries of the Supreme Council of the Allies, during the discussion of the exchange problem and the dissolution of the Inter-Allied Bureau of Exchanges, at the end of March 1919, 4. The moment was decisive. In fact, what was decided was the future of Europe, whose progressive financial collapse could only have been avoided by very generous American credits. Serious political questions arose at this time, and the attitudes of, dissatisfied the American delegation, those of French public opinion, in particular that of the Parisian press, deeply irritated President Wilson, and especially the group of very distinguished financiers who made up part of his staff. On all these questions, the annexations of the Saar, the League of Nations, peace with the Russians, the colonial mandates, commercial peace with Germany, the fixing of indemnities, the unanimity of the Allies no longer existed, and the chances of a Wilsonian peace were disappearing. President Wilson was missing, gone to America. It was in this atmosphere that we demanded, from men whom the French press accused of mercantilism every day, the maintenance of this inter-allied exchange office, where all the benefits were for the European allies, and all the charges for the American financiers. Now the main argument which decided them, even after specific transactions led to the compromise since signed at Versailles, was the following: the American financiers accepted, strictly speaking, that their nation made to help the French nation, but they refused to enrich the French capitalists, that is to say a handful of men and speculators, who, thanks to the import and export regimes, disrupted and flooded the market. They did not yet conceive, that it was their duty to help our financiers to ill the French nation, that this decision should result in the greatest misfortunes for peoples who, like France, Italy and Belgium, would nonetheless have made to their common cause. This is what these men, after all sympathetic to the nations themselves, knew and regretted, and still regret. But to enrich those whom they considered to be the bad accountants of our poor nations, they refused to impoverish themselves, and to drain towards us the wealth of the nation whose fortunes they made, very convinced moreover that there would have only benefited 1/6 class and one type of people, the least interesting, and would have ended up dragging themselves, who could save themselves, into the abyss of madness, expenses, and speculation, which took over European markets 18 months ago. Even now, if anything is done to restore the finances of Europe, it will be strictly by helping states and nations, and not individuals, by guaranteeing certain national transactions with an international currency, by making international credits for national objects, food imports, or raw materials made under the control of states, etc. The financial practice is therefore, at this time, to consider the credits of nations, and not that of the financiers who made payments out of the nation's funds, and it is really nations that tend to help nations, not financial unions that come to the aid of other unions. Financial internationalism is replacing financial cosmopolitanism more quickly, or rather is being organized more quickly, tends to be organized even more quickly than financial nationalizations, and perhaps will annihilate them, if this whole movement does not come, as there is reason to fear, to a board. These observations are more than a transition between the third and fourth books of this work, 5, and the reader is asked not to consider them as a 7 stylistic artifice. They demonstrate that there already exists an ideal of the industrial, economic, financial nation, and that this ideal is already so widespread in civilized humanity that nations are more demanding from this point of view for others than for themselves. Even if they do not realize this ideal, and we will see how far they are still from it, they pretend that others do. Which is human, but which demonstrates what is the ideal that they themselves nourish for themselves. Human public opinion is fixed. However, each nation is still too routine to conform to it. Just as so many individuals know that the collective interest would be theirs and do not conform to it, out of simple selfish laziness, so nations are not yet capable of regulating acquired rights, established interests, within themselves, to master the propertied classes by organizing themselves in the way that their masses already understand and that all of humanity is beginning to understand. There is therefore this movement which leads nations to be masters of themselves, and conscious directors of their economy. It is to indicate the lines of this movement and to specify the legal principles which will be the consequence that this IVTH book is devoted to. 6. We title it Nationalizations, or Socialism, for we prefer the first term to the second, because it better marks the natural group of men which acts in all this, and how it is the nation and not the state which conquers a new domain. And yet we use the old term socialism, because it is better known, and because it still signifies in the eyes of everyone a moral attitude concerning economic facts, while the term nationalization is almost not yet out of the technical use of theorists and the ill-specified demands of the working class. There are, moreover, other collective groups than the nation which have the right to intervene under its sovereignty, and the term socialism applies better to movements of construction, municipalization, insurance, mutuality, than the word of nationalization, which has the disadvantage of only revealing one interested group, the most important, the sovereign nation, it is true, but which is neither the only one nor the best. However. 7. Notes. 1. Marcel Mauss Fund File 30.1. Of this part, there is a handwritten version and a typed version. We follow the first with the help of the second. 2. San Remo Conference, April 24 to 26, 1920. French, British, and Italian leaders discuss the Treaty of Versailles and prepare the Treaty of Sèvres, August 1920, during which the dismemberment of the Ottoman Empire will be decided. 3. Coal economics. 4. Following conflicts over the repayment of debts contracted between allies, Great Britain decides to put an end to the financial support granted so far to France. See on this theme the series of articles by Mauss in Le Populaire, January 18 to April 18, 1924. In the text of March 5, Mauss evokes his perception of the events. I had just returned from the war. I had friends in the various French and foreign delegations of this committee. I remember the emotion of the French delegation during the conference of February 18, 1919, which Mr. Keynes describes so well, from his point of view, and Mr. Klotz so poorly from his. I perfectly remember the very just reasons of the Allied financiers to dissolve the Exchange Committee. See Marcel Mauss, Political Writings, OPCIT, p. 617. 5. Following the structure initially planned by Mauss. See our notes on the text in the introduction on this point. 6. See previous note. 7. Mauss wrote a sentence in the margin, which he then crossed out. Despite several illegible words, its meaning is clear. According to Mauss, the word socialism has the disadvantage of containing confusion between the notions of society and state, which are however distinct, but whose distinction is not by no means classic in France. V.S. Hapter. I. Definition of socialism and nationalization. 1. First let's define. We will be very brief on the definition of socialism. We refer purely and simply to the lessons of the course that Durkheim gave on the history of socialism, and which relate to this definition. 2. Durkheim proposed to call socialist theories all those which demand the more or less complete connection of all economic functions, or of some of them, which are still diffuse, to the directing and conscious organs of society. And he showed firstly that this definition, which applies to all socialist doctrines, does not imply state socialism. Because all these systems not only do not subordinate the economic regime to the state, but, on the contrary, most of them, the Saint-Simonians, the Proudhonians, Marxism, subordinate the state, politics, to the economic, or even conceive the destruction of the state, replaced by anarchy degree, according to Proudhon, by the Statistical Council, according to Marx. Durkheim showed, second consequence, that socialism, even among the theorists who had most seen to the doctrine of the working classes, was not specifically worker. On the contrary, everyone pursued a total reform of society and not the appropriation by this class of the goods of all of society. And finally he opposed, finally showed all the distance which separates, socialism, the modern doctrine of the seizure of economic power by society, to ancient and Renaissance communism, which is only the idea of ancient political communisms. Servants of the clan, of the tribe, definitively forgotten and socially obsolete. Finally, in a series of lessons that we have unfortunately not been able to publish, it was shown that the precursors of socialism in the 18th century, Rousseau, Linget, and even at the beginning of the 19th century, for example Sismondi, 3, adhered to an eloquent, and often prophetic, critique of the social organization of their times, but did not see that the question was that of the social regulation of economic forms. This only appears with the founder of the doctrine, Saint Simon, 4. All of these definitions and observations of Durkheim are profoundly correct. However, we must make a correction to them, which is an addition. Durkheim was only trying to describe a three-doctrinal evolution. He wanted to explain the succession of socialist ideas and systems in the first half of the last century. But this limitation of the subject is too narrow. The writings of thinkers were certainly for him rather facts and manifestations of the state of societies in the 19th century, but they were his sole object. Now at the point where we have arrived in this study, it is a question of much more than socialist ideas, it is a question of knowing towards which new regime, economic and moral at the same time, modern nations are tending. It is a question of seeing how they attempt to complete each other and to be not only the highest moral persons, but also the richest beings of reason, and above all the mistresses of their material destinies, as they are, in the great democracies, of their moral and political destinies, at least to a very great extent. In short, for us it is about groups, social movements, and collective ideas, while for Durkheim it was more about individual ideas. Moreover, at the time when Durkheim began this course, 5, it was rather doctrines and parties that mattered. The facts themselves did not yet have the magnitude for that they have since acquired, and the cooperative, union, etc. institutions had not reached such dimensions that they imposed themselves on the study, nor did these questions have the dramatic urgency that they have taken on since the war, the post-war period, and the establishment, already 3 years old, of a socialist regime in Russia. Therefore our study of socialism must include all the facts and institutions and practical, political and economic problems of the life of modern nations. Socialism is broader than socialist systems. It is a modern social movement. And just as we have defined internationalism as being a set of ideas, forces, institutions which tend to regulate the relationship life of societies and groups, so we will say that socialism is the set of ideas, forces, groups, which tend to have the whole of economic life regulated by the nation. But this definition must be clarified, so as to show the role that the nation plays in this movement. We will show this by defining what is meant by the word nationalization. During the formation of the political and moral institutions which made modern nations, there has recently appeared, especially in England, a new form, if not of institution, because it is not yet realized even there, at least a practical project of institution. This is what we have called, for several years, nationalizations. The word is clear enough. It designates the effort made by nations to administer for themselves what is national in the economic domain. 5. We will explore the history of this movement later. But let us immediately say two consequences of this definition. It is not because it is the most recent that they appear to us to be the most. 6. The word nationalization has three advantages over the word socialism. First, it makes it appear that it is the nation and not the state, that is to say the body of politicians and so-called civil servants. Authority, which must take control of things. Nationalization socialism is therefore completely different from state socialism. It is the nation as a natural group of men, of interests, which arrives, at this moment, at the idea, if not at the fact, or even at the right in very rare cases, to realize itself economically as it is achieved politically in major democracies. Second advantage, it implies, obviously, that only societies which have arrived at the national phase of the life of societies, which are nations, can think logically and practically of nationalizing anything. Also, the use of the word shows that the nation must have arrived at these forms of economy where there are national interests, for there to be things to nationalize. Third, the word nationalization expresses an idea of organization, justice, and legality that the term socialism does not imply. This always conceals ideas of pooling not only public but also private goods, of communism in other words. That this assimilation of ideas is unfairly reproached to most ancient doctrines, and even parties, is possible. Better still, it is understood. This confusion is no less real in certain others, the Bakuninists, anarchist socialism, communism. Because of this, the Russian Revolution itself is currently going through a defensive phase. In any case, all existing radical socialist doctrines agree in believing that the ultimate goal of socialism is anarchy, absolute economic and moral freedom, and that the destruction of the bourgeois state will be the destruction of any state, of any nation, and the transformation of humanity into a vast hive of happy bees, not without honey but without a king, and without a master, and without law. So that if some of the socialist parties are not anarchists in the democracies where they operate and accept the legality of it, if even certain theories conceive of an intermediate phase between current society and the future ill collectivist, where there is still an organization of collective property this time, however all admit that after this phase there will be another where the state, even proletarian, no longer having any reason to exist, communism will be achieved. This conception is opposed, in short, to the socialism of nationalizations, because it is exclusively a question of organizing the national ownership of a certain number of national things, of public interests. The problem takes on both an organizational, practical, immediate aspect, on the one hand, and on the other, legal, moral, at the same time as it designates the legal person that must be endowed with certain properties. There is, however, a drawback to the exclusive use of this term. It makes people believe that only the nation can be this moral person. However, we remember our definition of society and that of the state. Any nation is made up of a variable number of subgroups of varying importance, professional, commercial, regional groups, etc. They also have the right to property, realized in many cases. It would therefore be preferable to say rather than nationalization, collectivization, collectivism if you like. But we shrink from the neologism of collectivization, and this old word collectivism has two disadvantages. On the one hand it is confused, in the doctrine and especially in the idea of the masses, with the old word communism and awakens precisely this idea of the inorganic and of economic anarchy. And on the other hand, if among the more learned doctrinaires, and in the latest forms of Marxism, there is indeed the sense of organization of collective, common property, even among them this phase is considered transitory, and should lead to the communism, it is better to renounce the use of a term, which is, moreover, partly obsolete, and which reveals this utopia that the next social organization will be the final word in the history of the evolution of societies. We will therefore say more generally, confusing the two definitions of socialism and nationalization, by socialism we understand ideas, forces, of groups which tend in a modern nation to regulate the whole of economic life. This process takes place by way of nationalization, that is to say the establishment of industrial and commercial property under the control of the nation, by the establishment of a form of collective property appropriate to the various communities whose is made up of the nation and who are currently more or less deprived of it. Armed with these definitions, let us examine the ideas and facts in this book. A historical, and above all comparative, examination of these movements of ideas and social forces among the various nations of the West will allow us to submit a small number of practical conclusions to the criticism of our readers. vs. Chapter 2. Socialist Ideas. The Principle of Nationalization, 1. 1. To be exact, we should not separate the ideas which anticipate from the facts which prepare the upcoming organization of nations. It is by abstraction, truly abusive, that we consider socialism as exclusively constituted by a series of systems of thinkers or party dogmas. This is neither true in fact nor in law. In fact, socialist ideas have never been anything other than efforts to conceive the state of future society, and this in relation to present society. Saint Simon said that his doctrine only recommended another arrangement of the current elements of society, too, and this is at the heart of the most recent attempts at reform, however radical they may be. They are strangely dated not only by the originality of the thinkers, but by the way in which they are of their time, manifesting it, and in reality measuring the distance between the practical, present degree of realization, and another ideal degree, conceived with all the imperfections of the social science and moral philosophy of their time. Saint Simon and Fourier, Owen, Proudhon, and Marx are men of a moment in the history of institutions through which nations acquired a sense of the social, of what is theirs. But what is more serious about this abstraction is that in law it is inaccurate, it is contrary to the facts and to the claims of the main thinkers of socialism, and even more to those of the parties. Both claim to be rational, positive, and some, Marxism in particular, take this claim to the point of the crudest materialism. Not only do they not separate themselves from present reality, but they all claim to be, it is Saint Simon who invented the word and the thing, only positive politics. These claims were abusive, it is obvious. The socialists were the first, from school to school, to criticize each other, and the last schools will still criticize each other and accuse each other of utopia and irrationalism. But they give the politics of modern times, and the socialist parties that followed them, a color, and in this color, a tone that politics had never had. For the first time in history, thinkers made it their business to observe and meditate, not for themselves, but for the masses, for and about the nation. In reality they thought with her, and helped her to think. Until the 18th century, political manuals were addressed to princes, and only gave principles in the art of governing. Only theologians and moralists worked to establish some ideals of the people. In the 19th century, after Locke and Montesquieu, and especially after the democratization of England, the United States of Holland, the Swiss Confederation and the American Declaration of Rights, treaties were already addressed to the people, or rather to their ruling classes, but are exclusively political. With socialism, with Saint Simon, a school appears for the first time which has no other object than to present to the people the totality of its institutions, and to show them the totality of their interests. It extensively educates the people about their interests, and no longer just about their political rights. As such, it is itself a historical event, and only wants to be that. An accurate history of socialism should therefore consider both facts and systems. But we do not have the audacity to restart a story which, according to us, is not done, where each socialist school, and its conflicts with the others or with the so-called classical doctrines, would be considered as having apprehended or anticipated this or that event of its time to which it corresponds more specifically. And we resign ourselves to proceeding with this method which separates socialist ideas from the facts which they nevertheless claim to have as their aim only to express or predict. Ideas and systems. Socialism, a doctrine, is a political theory. but an extraordinary difference separates him and his contemporary, individualism, from previous political doctrines. All these were a priori. Those of Machiavelli and his imitators everywhere were only rational and artificialist. According to them, only the wills of princes, subjugating subjects, existed, those of Hobbes, and of Spinoza who followed Hobbes and Machiavelli, less artificialist, and in this way eliminating error and beginning to make the science of societies possible, were still fundamentally metaphysical, and deduced the necessities of the civil state from the nature of man conceived a priori. Socialism, on the contrary, is subsequent to the beginning of the Constitution, by Montesquieu, Rousseau, Adam Smith, Hume, Condorcet, of the science of societies, and in Germany of the philosophy of history by Herder and Hegel. It is a positive doctrine, taking these societies as they are, examining the vices, and trying to remedy them. Above all, it is posterior to that part of social science which is the first to be constituted, political economy. It therefore immediately had not only a positive aspect but also a scientific method. As such, he is entitled to our consideration, and he makes us appreciate the ideas he has sown, first under the name of vague doctrines, and small more or less enthusiastic sects, Saint-Simonians, Fourierists, Owenites, Unitary Socialists, Communists, then, from 1840, in the form of increasingly important, worthy parties, acting in the political life of nations. From Marx onwards, it was even more than that, or at least, it only claimed to be scientific, positive, and to only dictate precepts based on the observation of social facts. Is this claim justified? We'll see it right away. But this criticism will in no way diminish the praise that sociologists must give to modern political doctrines. They were born at the same time as social science, and Saint-Simon was ill, but perhaps also because it was necessary for him to be the founder of both. If social science currently claims absolute independence and complete primacy over all practical doctrines, it is not because it despises them. This is because it does not recognize them as having the right to decide as they do on problems which go far beyond them, and would require much more knowledge and reflection than they have, or even could have had, of theirs. Time, the authors of these doctrines, a time when the methods of observation themselves did not exist. In truth, they are already what Montesquieu wanted his work to be, an effort to teach men what they were and for them to overcome their prejudices, that is to say, their ignorance of themselves. Unlike previous social histories, all apologetic, and starting from religious or moral principles to justify the present state, their theories sincerely try to explain to the citizens of their nation in which regime they live and how it should be granted. Degree. The principle and the method are good, if the application remains bad and still feeds too much on the metaphysics, whether materialist or idealist, and the dialectic, whether historical or pure, of the time when these systems were designed. It is an important fact in the history of science and human morality that this simultaneous birth of the social sciences, on the one hand, and of socialism, on the other, with its counterpart, fundamentally individualism and liberalism. In reality, socialist doctrines and ideas, like the social sciences, are none other than the progressive awareness of the nation. They express the effort of thinkers to help it on this path, and their success measures the sense that the nation takes of its interests, just as we will see in individualism the awareness, by the nation and the individual, of the economic and political rights of the individual. Short critical explanation of theories of socialism. 3. In this short critical exposition of the theories of socialism we will perhaps find rather impertinent the cavalier manner with which we will dispatch various doctrines. We will perhaps find even more serious the shortcoming which consists of ignoring all the so-called bourgeois or classical doctrines which have been opposed to it. We will nonetheless continue this method. Strictly speaking, we could have completely avoided taking a position on this point. The doctrines that are in books are not always in fact, at least most of them, even when they are useful and guiding, they are however only ideas and only anticipate or describe the facts imperfectly. At most, when they are successful, they are formulas of action which have been adopted by a certain number of men. It would be absurd to say that Karl Marx had nothing to do with the formation, among workers, of the idea they have of a class apart. But Karl Marx was only one of those who expressed the idea. It would probably have been, and even perhaps in the same form without him. He himself, moreover, agreed by virtue of his own doctrine. The history of the systems of thinkers is therefore less important than the history of collective ideas, and is only a means of doing the former, to hang on names and dates, for example, the history of the development of socialism. In fact, the history of socialism is secondary to the history of the facts which betray the progress of social organization and economic institutions, for first, the facts do not coincide with the ideas. Such and such facts, apparently anti-socialist to such as trusts, cartels or control institutions, or insurance companies, are in reality 1,000 times more socialist, even when they are instituted for private profit, than such and such manifestations of party or corporation, and above all that such ideas are special to such inventor of system or utopia. And on the other hand, the facts are far from following the ideas. On the contrary, they are generally ideas which followed the facts. In socialism as in individualism, we will see, there are two things, institutions, 5, and ideas concerning these facts. It is by no means true that the ideas anticipated the facts exactly. Most of the major movements which have led, since the 18th century, to political and social consequences have not been, by any stretch, the product of doctrines. We can even say that in almost all cases, from Marxism and the moment when social reformers definitively took the scientific and positive attitude, theorists have been more concerned, rightly, with integrating the facts into their systems rather than bending the facts to them. Among the German revisionists, among the English Fabians, 6, in short, we rather created the theory of current social movements than drew up plans for a future society or indictments against the present. This is because in reality after 1870, we gradually became aware of the power of social facts in general, 3 of the particular institutions of the working class in particular, or of social legislation. And above all we realized that in general these institutions on the basis of which future developments must be conceived come rather from the effort of the masses, and not from the brains of intellectuals. Moreover, most of the time we have observed obscure beginnings and results so fruitful and so unforeseen, that it is useless to want to anticipate too far, either their creation or their future, as happens with the trade union movement or that consumer cooperatives where practice, we can say, has always been ahead of theory. On the contrary, it has been noted that the doctrinal movement of socialism has always been so far ahead of practice that the number of false ideas it has put into circulation far exceeds that of the correct directions. In reality, revolutionary appearances have allowed, in many cases, the worst transactions, the most baroque alliances and often even disconcerting opportunism, as for example with regard to the agrarian question. Because the former French Workers' Party, as with the German revisionist Marxists and communism today in Russia, and even in the communist programs of other countries, goes so far as to buy, absolute individual property, the monopolization of land rent by landowners, their complicity or their passivity in a workers' revolution. So much so that many good minds now think that the socialist doctrine must be reduced to the theory of the contemporary social movement for and its improvement. 7. Socialism, defined as we have done, is a recent thing. 8. The name dates from around 1830, first pronounced in England by Owen, by Raybaud in France in 1837, it was not popular until after the writings of Pierre Leroux, but still in 1847 it was synonymous with communism, Communist Manifesto, Social, 9. We still say today, Social Republic, which is clear but offensive for the sociologist who loves precision, because every republic is social, and social does not mean socialist. But if the name is recent, and the idea is still vague, the idea is older. It dates from the collapse of the feudal organization, on the one hand, and corporative, on the other, slow in England, longer in France, and the abuses caused by the industrial and capitalist revolution which coincided with it. 10. Let's move on to the precursors before the revolution. It does not seem that we are right to count Babeuf and the Babovists, 11, Buonarroti, 12, who was the theoretician of the equals, among the socialists. They are obviously only Jacobins, retarded egalitarians, revolutionaries who sensed the Caesarean and bourgeois danger. Basically, the very notion of socialism was not yet possible at that time, although Linget, 13, found a certain number of successful formulas. We had no idea yet of the revolution which had taken place in the field of industry and commerce. Besides, she was barely getting started. It is Saint-Simon who is the true founder of socialism, and who from 1803 to 1819 was its tireless and often brilliant initiator. It was he who was the first to have the notion that, in addition to the transfer of land, an industrial revolution had taken place for which it was a question of finding the political formulas. 5. Marx and the Marxists gave the Saint-Simonian theories and those which preceded Marxism in France and England the names utopian and petit bourgeois. It is certain that these epithets apply quite well to those of the petit bourgeois contemporaries of Saint-Simon and Sismondi, to his heir Louis Blanc, 14, and even Proudhon, and to the theories of Charles Fourier and the Fourierists, 15, and the Icarians of Cabet, 16, and of Raybaud, and of Pierre Leroux and other idealists of the heroic period, of the English associationists, of the Oweneans and of the Christian socialists, Kingsley, Morris, 17, etc. We can, until more fully informed, in fact, consider this era as the one where famous and generous ideas were born, on the one hand, quite prisoners of the surrounding social reality, on the other hand, where we only conceived the revolution as political and not as a movement mainly of interest to the working class. They were impractical, as numerous unsuccessful attempts by the Saint-Simonians and the Owenists proved, whose banks, colonies, and phalansteries collapsed one after the other. However, there is general agreement that Marx was unfair to his predecessors as he was to Proudhon. In our opinion, it was especially unfair to Saint-Simon. This, for having confused under the name of industrialists all the working classes, including the capabilities and the capitalist administrators. 6, was perhaps less far from the truth than the workers' socialism according to Marx never was. And on the other hand, it is, on Marx's part, supremely inaccurate, 18, not to have paid homage to the scientific depth of Saint-Simon's views on economic history, the links it supports with politics and law. Saint-Simon is not only at the origin of socialism, he is a founder of positive philosophy and the positive science of social facts. Master of Auguste Comte and Augustin Thierry, he is the one who first sought to base a positive politics on a positive science and, as such, he is the ancestor of Marx and the theorists of modern politics, including the opposite of Marx, Spencer. The purely critical and rhetorical, and on the other hand utopian, period of socialism was followed by the pamphleteering period. The two main names of this socialist ideology are those of Proudhon and Marx. Proudhon is certainly the initiator of the following degree. Marx was not yet a socialist when Proudhon had already written his resounding book, 19. Both began in a Hegelian metaphysics of classical political economy. Both believe at the same time that through a natural and forced dialectic, history produces the antithesis of each regime, and that socialism will emerge from capitalism. 7 as the antithesis of the thesis, the affirmation of the negation. Both were, in our opinion, like their predecessors, above all critics and enemies of the society of their time. They both claim to be positive, scientific, and builders. But these are wishes on their part, not real scientific attitudes. Destruum et edificabo, 20, such was Proudhon's motto. Indeed he destroyed quite well, although he was strangely conservative on certain points. But its construction, although it is neither religious nor ill, nonetheless remains utopian. He too had his panacea system, his revolutionary means and his plan of revolution. It was his national credit bank which, without capital, by the sole means of exchange, of mutuum, put the cumulative regime, terrible language, in place of the competitive regime. Marx was more scientific on this point in the sense that he limited himself to prescribing the revolutionary means of the class struggle, the union of the proletarians of all countries, without specifying what the revolution should do. With some caution, he indicated only two immediate goals: the destruction of the state and the establishment of a provisional collectivist regime leading later to a regime of anarchy and communism. 21. Once the abolition of classes achieved. However, he was not, and all the socialist parties that emerged from him were no less utopian than the Proudhonists and Blanquists who succeeded him, or the Christian socialists. He also taught that this social revolution would be the last. They all made capitalism responsible for all the ills of society, war, prostitution, crime, disease, and offered the masses an El Dorado that a simple political revolution would enable them to acquire. As if the simple elimination of individual capital monopolization should really transform men and societies. Basically, all socialists, especially the current communists, heirs of the Jura Federation and the Bakuninists, 22, whom Marx anathematized after the First International, are all convinced that capitalism is the only bad power, the only demonic thing, the only being ill of modern societies. They believe that by suppressing the bourgeois state, they will suppress the bourgeois class and socialize capital, that is to say the means of production and exchange, and will make the world peaceful and happy, after a more or less long crisis caused by the resistance of the formerly privileged. In short, theoretically, the socialist who lives on formulas now 70 years old has remained critical, utopian, and purely political. Let us make do with the semi-classical and generally inaccurate economic theories of socialism, the theory of value, in particular, in Marx and Proudhon. The analysis of economic phenomena on which Proudhon and Marx claim to rely is, on the one hand, pure classical economics. Proudhon believes, like all French economists of the time, that economic events have their natural laws and that it is useless and dangerous to intervene. He also believes in their primacy, and it was he who was the first to proclaim that economics dominates politics. 23. Marx notes this idea in the theory of economic materialism. Generally misinterpreted. 9. It is conceived as making motives of interest the only ones which lead humanity in the constitution of states and societies, whereas it is with him something else and above all takes part in a technical revolution of industries controlling capitalist evolution which, in turn, controls social organization. 24. But if Marx has this profound and correct view, the terms in which he enveloped it, Hegelian on the one hand, crudely materialist on the other, a la Bucher, 25, and Voigt, 26, explain the simplism of the masses who followed him and who still see in the social state only a scaffolding of interests, and in the state the organ of the interests of the class in power. Basically, for the socialist masses, as they were elsewhere, Marx and Proudhon are the authors of two enormous pamphlets, criticizing Marx capital, or more precisely capitalism, Proudhon individual property. The third phase of socialism begins, in our opinion, at the moment when the socialist political parties were founded and when the first workers' organizations came to their attention. At that moment, while remaining critical and negatory, it still is, socialism began to be both constructive and positive. This attitude was formerly referred to in France as possibilism. And Bruce, 27, Ten Allemagne, 28, and Fournier, 29, following Benoit Malin, 30, names well forgotten today, after the failure of the Commune, represent quite well, from 1876 to 1890, these aspirations of immediate reform made by the Republic for the increasingly organized working class and leading it to a social revolution. But it was not in France, where this class has always been more poorly grouped than elsewhere, where it is relatively less strong than in the more industrialized countries, that this attitude of mind was to develop. Great Britain was his country of choice. Until very recently, England, and even more so Scotland, lived outside of all Marxist and revolutionary phraseology. The British mind is repugnant to idealistic, utopian conceptions contrary to experience, let us even say a narrow empiricism. However, it also repels any stagnation, the action is constantly progressive. Without preconceived ideas, without the need for theory, even with an instinctive fear of any theory, the Briton goes step by step, blow after blow, without stopping. But his sense of the social is also instinctive. Now, either by a particular genius, or because the great industrial concentration around Manchester and Glasgow forced the concentration of workers, since the beginning of the century, well before the socialism of the spinning worker RON and well before Chartism, 31, new forms of the workers' association, the trade union, the union had been found. And shortly after the relative failure of Chartism, which was already a 11 political movement of this organized working class, in 1844, the Consumer Cooperation was founded, the principles were found in Rochdale by the famous pioneers, 32. Socialism moreover, and all the ideas of local self-government, resulted in this strong municipalism properly called municipal socialism, which has rendered or given to English and Scottish municipalities a good part of the services imprudently granted elsewhere. Men like Vansittart Neale were activists in all three movements from 1850 onwards. Finally, the experience of the Dominions and the very early founding of workers' parties in most of the states of Australia and in New Zealand, all this created in particular a special terrain where the doctrine of a socialism that is not simply critical and revolutionary can be formed, but also struggles on the terrain of facts, seeking both the possible and everything possible, while maintaining the rights of the working nation to the entire national income. This form of thought first found its expression in the Fabians, a society founded in 1884, and whose name indicates the possibilist character, 33. The distinguished intellectuals who founded it and of whom a certain member still directs it, the Shaws, the Peases, the Webbs, etc., in fact think of constant social progress, but where each institution must establish in time corresponding to the state of society and that of modern organizations. The founding of the ILP, 34-12 followed closely, but it was not until 1898 that the first socialist entered Parliament. Until then the traditional parties, especially the Liberal, had been able to secure some worker members, and negotiated with the trade unions who found it in their interest to have influence on all parties. Then there was the founding first of the Independent Labour Party, then of the Labour Party, a sort of merger and confusion of a certain number of socialist parties of various shades, Fabians, ILP, SDF, 35, and a certain number of unions, not quite the majority but the most important. And as in England action generally precedes theory, it turns out that in these countries of capitalism and advanced industry, socialism has become rather the theory of worker practice and social progress. This is particularly true of the Fabians and even more so of their ungrateful offspring, the Guild Socialists, 36, whose theory, in short, consists of preaching the seizure of economic power, usurping control, 37, to the great trade federations, that is to say trade unions, absorbing into their midst technicians and even directors, not the delegated administrators of the shareholders, but what the English call the manager, the director responsible. However, a third great nation was born during the 19th century, Germany. The very nature 13 of the Germanic mind led it to reflect on social questions as on all others, and to systematize. It is not by mistake, we will see, that Jors found important sources of socialism in Kant and Fichte, and it is certain that it was in Germany that the sense of the social was awakened rather than anywhere else, except in France. The Romantics and Fichte had found the Volksgeist, 38, the collective spirit, which it was a question of magnifying in the past, of reviving after Jena, of making triumph after Waterloo, 1820, with the restoration of the empire. In truth, it is from this mixture that Marx came, in 1837, Rhineland patriot and Hegelian philosopher of the dialectic of the collective spirit, 39. Here is a root where the new tree absorbs new juice. However, it is growing slowly, between and against the old aristocratic, urban bourgeois and peasant classes, industrial, proletarian and capitalist Germany. But the Obrigkeit state remained. 40. One of the forms that specifically German socialism took was state socialism, the socialism of centralized administration, monarchical on the one hand, popular on the other. Mr. Endler, 41, has rightly given a large part to state socialism in the history of German ideas. Perhaps too broad, because the victory of Rodbertus, 42, over Bismarck is in reality a Bismarckian compromise between workers' socialism and the state. The adoption by Bismarck, the monarchy, Wilhelm II in particular, of the ideas of compulsory social insurance and mutuality, this great social achievement of the German Empire, was made with the preconceived idea of attaching the workers to the empire and to detach them from revolutionary socialism, not with the idea of a moral and social enterprise. Moreover, experience has demonstrated that Bismarck's idea was correct. The German working class has been loyal to the empire, it is still loyal to it, because it knows its joint interests 14 and that the credit of its insurance funds, democratically managed, is the credit of the empire. The investments of millions of policy holders, millions of cooperative members of the savings and credit unions were the solid basis for the issue of paper money of the Darlhenskassenschiene, 43, during the war, and this is the acute sensation of people that it is in their interest to consolidate these debts, which is part of the fundamental, instinctive repugnance of the whole of Germany against bankruptcy or against revolution. The Socialist Party growing in strength, on the other hand, the unions growing, the cooperative movement prospering, the English ideas making their way, it was necessary to revise the Marxist dogmas which had invaded German socialism. It was the work of Bernstein and that brilliant staff David Frank de Grey, who sank into the war socialism of Germany at war with the Marxists who were almost all, except Koskai and Liebknecht, nationalists, 44. Although the revisionists were condemned in Dresden, 45, by the International in Amsterdam, at the same time as Jors, and never had with them anything other than an elite and a simple handful of theorists or union and cooperative leaders, they were nonetheless the most active and the most fertile of theorists. Without having among them any man of genius to equal Marx and Proudhon, without even being officially heard or followed, in truth, they directed until the war, and they even still partly direct, the German movement, and this they are the ones who establish, in short, the best theory of nationalizations. The idea that movement is everything, 46, is theirs, and it is in fact completely opposed, like the Fabian idea, to the notion of a total upheaval, of a political revolution which would then bring socialism into facts. 15. This is approximately the point where the doctrine, socialist thought, was before the Russian Revolution and its second phase, that of Bolshevism. We will not be expected to provide a detailed discussion of the ideas and especially the facts that communism has brought to light. 47. We are abundantly informed about the principles put into circulation by an immense ephemeral literature which deeply agitated all the socialist parties throughout the world. We are infinitely less aware of the achievements made by the Russian communists in power, presiding over an immense socialist experiment through terror. In the absence of precise and impartial observations, it is scientific not to speculate too much. However, here are already two observations. First of all, as a doctrine, Bolshevism brings nothing new, absolutely nothing. He presents himself, in our opinion rightly, as the heir of an integral Marxism, indeed it is. It is a revolutionary state socialism, limited to socializing capital, he is that and is only that. There is nothing new except one tactic, 48, Blanquism and Marxism before Erfurt, 49. It is a discipline of the coup d'état, an economic rule established as a general rule for all socialist parties, a principle of dictatorship, not even for the working class, but for a communist party realizing its ideal through decrees. Now, this is our second observation, as far as we can judge despite the obscurities which shroud all the available documentation, this immense revolutionary apparatus 16 has definitively acquired only two negative results. it has destroys Russian capitalism, he destroyed Russian feudal property. So let's see what has been achieved about the two ill. Russian capitalism was a dwarf capitalism, the greatest fortunes being those of the imperial family. Not only was he very weak, but he was 9/10 foreign. But what's more, Russian capitalism was totally ruined by the war in 1915. The socialization of the banks in January 1918 was only the definitive act of Russian bankruptcy. Moreover, since 1916, the Soviet government, we believe it is sincere on this subject, has made a constant appeal to cosmopolitan capitalism, offering to recognize debts, public and private, offer to reconstitute the ill belonging to foreign private firms on condition that they submit to the regime set by the Soviets for workers' contracts. The Soviet state, supplier of labor, abandoning the profit control, offers vast concessions, especially mining and railway concessions, of the type for which contracts have already been signed with Swedish and American unions ill. If the Bolshevist regime solidifies, it will be by organizing itself with the most qualified capitalism. Far be it from us to accuse these men of being opportunists, rather, we would pay them full tribute in this regard. They have a sense of reality and the necessary compromises. Let us now see the result of the agrarian revolution. The Bolsheviks came to terms with individual property ill. They took away, or rather the peasants took, the lands of the nobles. In fact, and even in law, the history of these last 3 years of Bolshevism is that of continuous transactions between a communist party and a peasant revolution which was 17 to the supreme degree individualist. Because the appropriation of the land was exclusively individual. Official Bolshevik documents admit that only 10% of goods were Sovietized. It would still be necessary to see how and by whom these estates are administered, where most often the former owner, in agreement with the local Soviet, remained administrator of the part of the land that the local peasants did not want to take. But let us admit that the sharing was only done between small and medium peasants and that the kulak was not favored. It results in any case from the series of decrees of the People's Commissars that after having nationalized the land, then claimed a increasing property degree, then a simple right of control and requisition, the Bolshevik government ended up even by abandoning this right of requisition, which nevertheless knows, the most reactionary governments, and the most infatuated with individual property. So, what Russia has done is its agrarian, individualist revolution, entirely in the style of 1789. It interests 90% of the population, it represents almost the entirety of current Russian fortune. We are thus witnessing in Russia a phenomenon of the birth of a revolution of the so-called bourgeois type by socialist theorists. Individualist would be more exact, serious, effective, and of a communist revolution, restricted to certain unimportant forms of property, to a part of the population and to urban and industrial and mining wealth, and above all negative and nihilistic. It remains to be seen whether this second revolution is solid, and to what extent it leads to economic failure. It did not socialize ill the Russian economy, have they not rather destroyed every form 18 of Russian social economy, including the most democratic, such as credit and consumer cooperatives. The two definitive achievements of the Russian Revolution, destruction of a rotten political regime and establishment of peasant property, have nothing specifically communist, quite the contrary. Likewise, the few things that we can boast about the efforts of the commissioners are the order they bring to Russia, their patriotism, their authority, it is finally and above all the intentions and projects that they have in matters of education, science, art, hygiene, but all this is once again not specifically communist. The French Revolution, however bourgeois it was, having, in this order, innovated and achieved much differently. We will therefore conclude. Only the suppression of capitalism, of all evaluation ill. The bankruptcy of the ruble, the manufacture of paper money was more effective than all decrees, of all movement of funds is truly socialist in Russia. Of any speculation. In short, the absolute destruction of the very normal economic regime in our country. It is obvious that in the long run the commissioners will succeed in making the Russian industrial machine work and ensuring Russian well-being. Only time will prove this. It would be in the interest of civilization if we allowed this young people the time and freedom necessary to live out all this generous enterprise. The great democratic nations must allow these 19 after all disinterested men the freedom to proceed with this national achievement, since they also ask nothing better than to respect the rights of other nations and their nationals. They currently have the blockade, the civil war and the war with foreign countries as the cause of their internal failures, and of the terror, and of the censorship, and of the police and military regime thanks to which they govern, and of the contempt for international rights public and private. We should, if they agree, put them in a normal situation, of de facto government. Even this done, we should not reproach them excessively for the transactions they will carry out with the capitalists of the whole world. It will obviously be necessary, if they last, for them to adapt to the universal environment still in force in other economic regimes. However, from 2 points of view, we allow ourselves to doubt the success of their enterprise, even in peace. First, they were incapable of making the essential organ of their regime function, the only one which could have given their social republic the appearance of an association of producers, the Soviet, the Factory Workers' Council or industry. They were obliged to reduce it to the role of a simple working committee, to establish the personal dictatorship of industry directors appointed by the Ministry of People's Commissars, and even to establish a regime of emulation between the few factories still in operation, a regime which resembles a brother to the competitive regime which was intended to be destroyed. 22nd, they were incapable of eliminating the free market and speculation, nor small industry and small commerce either. Soviet laws ended up not nationalizing any enterprise employing no more than 10 workers, and a capitalist simply has to reduce his enterprise in order to remain its master. Moreover, the Kustar, small trader, managed not only to be considered loyal, but also to introduce himself into the cooperative organization of the Soviets, to even have Kustar degree cooperatives. The unanimous opinion of observers is that an immense petty bourgeoisie is being formed on the ruins of the old, weak and backward and tiny Russian bourgeoisie. The difficulty of obtaining basic necessities, soap, seeds, etc. increased the number of intermediaries, despite the communist government's claim to eliminate them. Finally, it is said that the exchange trade, old rubles for new ones, that of values current in the rest of Europe, that of materials, precious metals, including gold, and precious stones has never been more intense. Especially with a view to emigration, or purchases abroad. But of this we have no other certain information than the public condemnations published by the official journals of the commissioners and commissions against speculation, and it is impossible to see in what proportion the trade in gold and diverse values has expanded. For our part, we would be very inclined to believe it to be considerable, as is natural in a country where there no longer exists, in reality, any currency having economic, if not legal, currency. Without serious workers' organization, without control over this emerging petty bourgeoisie, we must fear that the Russian communists will not succeed in establishing legally, economically, the regime which they have schematized in their decrees, and for which neither their nation nor even their proletariat, and even less so the international community, do not seem ready. But if they disappear, a memory will remain of them. Like the Paris Commune, the Bolshevik period of the Russian Revolution will leave traces in socialist thought. The idea of what a handful of resolute men can do, that of the power exercised in the name of socialism for 3 years already, will act in the mentality of the masses. The political fact is there, and it has its prestige. For all those who claim to be socialists, there is or will be in Eastern Europe a sort of Salentuig, where men have attempted the impossible for the people, and without the people. Historically this period may be, basically, only a sign of atrocious national depression, of madness of an entire part of a people, of incredible passivity of an entire immense population. Ideally, it will be represented differently, even in the thinking of the Russian people, certainly in that of considerable numbers of proletarians, as a sincere, courageous attempt at fearless socialism which failed in the face of international capitalism. The failure of Bolshevism will undoubtedly not be attributed to the Bolsheviks themselves. Socialism, for the socialists themselves, will nonetheless exist. 22 Achievable, on the contrary, the Russian experience will be one of those which they will allow themselves. Perhaps, especially if the end of these men is beautiful, and ill if it were another socialist party, more democratic, which succeeded them, their name would be raised even by those who are currently fighting them, like the is the name of the conventionalists in our country. However, neither from the failure nor from the success of the immense Russian adventure should we conclude either for or against socialism, the doctrine of the working classes of the great democratic nations of the West. The success achieved against dwarf capitalism, after a war which ruined all the conservative forces of a country, by abandoning even land rent to the peasant, by giving foreign capitalists formidable concessions, real shreds of territory, would not be so great that it could be considered a precedent. On the other hand, if Russian communism is defeated by the blockade, by civil and foreign war, by capitalist intrigue, by the notorious incapacity of the leaders, very few of whom were experienced in business, a certain number of whom are crazy, by the even greater incapacity of a still completely illiterate proletariat, by the appalling selfishness of a peasant class which on the one hand does not want to overthrow the regime which guarantees it the land, but on the other does not want to work with it either, and in reality blocks and starves the cities, it is the Russian and international causes which will have caused the defeat of socialism, if it takes place in Russia. 2350. No sociologist or historian can ever compare Russia to the great nations. She is neither of the same type nor of the same age, it has barely passed the stage of social life that we have described as empire and state, it is not under the regime of the nation, she will get there, perhaps it is even further than China where there is at least a national morality, it is surely further away than Japan was 60 years ago. A political revolution was necessary for it to become a nation of citizens and not a vast herd of amorphous peoples, maintained by passivity to an autocratic regime. This is an established fact. Russia had its 1789, its 1793, now, will it succeed on this clean slate in building a socialist regime? Is it in the process of avoiding a revolution, following Marx's words, a social as well as political revolution? The near future will tell. But the possible failure of the Russian communists would not prove that socialism is impossible in politically, economically, and above all morally and intellectually more advanced countries. Their relative success would not prove that the state socialism is necessary in Western countries, nor even that it would be viable there, nor even that it would be desirable there, because it would only be established there in the price of a very large number of morals, organizations, democratic ideas, freedoms painfully acquired, and which people, even the hardest tried, do not want to give up. Moreover, it is almost certain, given the economic state of the world, that it would at least momentarily ruin 24 and starve the working masses who could wish for it and establish it by force, because it would not only disorganize the capital and national production, note that we do not say capitalism, but also all the flexibility of its use, its global value, and above all would eliminate this fundamental creation of modern societies, the national and global market. This suppression is perhaps possible in a country which was, so to speak, economically amorphous like Russia. Perhaps in the absence of any capital the Russians will try to establish a closed national regime of trade and production. It would, in this case, be considerable proof of the possibility of integral socialism, of communism, of another system of social life than the price system. 51. However, we, in civilized Europe, have, to preserve certain forms, to nationalize capital and production, to organize the market, not to destroy them. The problem therefore arises quite differently from that in Russia. The rebirth of Russia has nothing to do with the political and social problems of Western Europe, the United States and the Dominions. It is time to put it in fact and no longer in law. To do this, Let us proceed as we did with internationalism. Let us see what economic things are nationalized or in the process of being nationalized. Let us see what the customs, regimes, and tendencies of modern nations are. Let us abandon the terrain of doctrines, let us avoid the saltus mortalis that they cause in the future. Let us examine the past and the present and construct a tight curve of the facts, let us only try to extrapolate it towards a very near future 25, to determine the possible, but also everything possible in the necessary constructions. Socialism, we have said, is nothing other than the set of ideas, forms and collective institutions which have the function of regulating through society, socially, the collective economic interests of the nation. Two consequences follow from this. First, socialism is linked to the experience of nations. It was not possible before they were formed, that is to say before the notion of the homeland as a public thing, had become the foundation of public law and of the individual having rights over everything that was public. 52. In other words, he had two conditions when he was born. Socialism could not appear before the rights of man and citizen were proclaimed, an observation generally neglected by socialist schools which, even non-materialist, especially outside France, neglect this point of view, on the contrary admirably represented until the failure of the ideas of social democracy in the Republic of 1848. On the other hand, socialism could only be of interest when the economic domain of the community became so large that its abandonment to private management was no longer understandable, or rather was no longer understood by an ever-increasing number of people. Another observation that is also neglected by the legislators eager for socialism who, intervening 26 throughout the world, claim to acclimatize a uniform regime of property there. The notions and institutions which deserve the name of socialism are 1,000 miles from these utopias and these upheavals, and on the contrary suppose the full development of industrial regimes, of private property, of collective property, which acts precisely to pass from fact to law, or rather to attribute to the true owners, the various communities of which the nation is made up. The second consequence is the corollary of the principle posed first, it is that, in our opinion, all societies which are not yet nations will have to become one before being able to transform into social republics. In other words, it is likely that they will be able to do without becoming democracies, at least in the coming decades, and it is improbable that they will be able to do what the Russians claim to do, a revolution which would only be social and undemocratic. There is utopia on this subject in all the young communist parties of all these young nations where creeping Bolshevism has nevertheless conquered incontestable authority. Either we are very wrong or these new republics will only be able to do one thing, avoid the concessions and exploitations to which the oldest nations have submitted. They will perhaps know how to reserve public wealth for the public domain and not commit the mistakes of the last 2 centuries, but they will thus only accelerate, thanks to the Capital 27 made by the old nations, an evolution which consists only to achieve democracy economically and not replace it with a regime that has not yet been designed and, above all, not practiced. Another point of view on the same fact, where the public domain is still, given the insufficient economic development of the nation, non-existent or weak, even in large companies representing immense interests like Russia and China or the in India, it is clear that there can only be a question of state socialism. There is in reality no industrial socialism to be achieved, no working class to change from the state of employee to the state of manager of interests. There are only virtualities of all this, and politics can only take them into account as future facts to be expected, not to be neglected in calculations. But the social application of the doctrines of Marx or the precepts of Rathenau to Russia or China, leads or would lead to the craziest and most deplorable consequences. And we can immediately deduce from these 2 observations another important observation: far from socialism being an adversary, as utopian communism always was and still is, of individual property, it presupposes it. First, this is constant in the doctrine since Saint Simon and especially Proudhon, it tends to realize it and give workers 28 collective ownership, in the anonymous form but individual by the title to enjoy it, of the means of production and the fruits of labor. We will see what to think of these classic but inaccurate formulas. Then, he always claimed individual ownership of consumer objects. It is a very great absurdity of the doctrinaires who criticize socialism to reproach it with a theory which is only that of the oldest and most backward communisms. The freedom to enjoy a minimum of property as one wishes, to use and abuse it, is the goal of the workers' demand for a decent life, and in current or classic doctrines, whether expired or in flowering, changes in the regime of production have no other aim than to ensure to everyone the well-being and absolute ownership of their home and the things necessary for this decent life. That the idea is not always clear among those who talk about these things is understood. It is nonetheless the point where the dispute between the anarchist and communist schools on the one hand and the socialist schools on the other is resolved, with some assuring that it is enough to put everything in common so that each according to his needs can enjoy everything, others recognizing the rights of each according to his work, but recognizing it thoroughly, and in short giving a real title of ownership to what is called the fruits of labor. 29. But there is more. It is not only individual property of the anonymous type and that of the house, furniture, reserves, and family things that socialism presupposes, it is individual property of the so-called bourgeois, competitive, anarchic type, to serve us terms of pamphleteer socialism, of the Roman type to speak as a historian and jurist. On the one hand, it is only a question of nationalizing or municipalizing, or collectivizing things which have been abandoned by mistake to owners other than those really interested in management, who must become the real owners. Also, let us leave out of all nationalization or socialization projects all property or artisanal or small peasant production. Even the Russian communists, as we have seen, not only allowed it to be established but ended up recognizing full individual ownership of the land itself, and full freedom for industrialists employing fewer than 10 workers. It is clear that all the countries of Eastern Europe, Italy, soon Spain, already agitated in Andalusia moreover, have to carry out an agrarian revolution, to dissolve the large estates, to share between the peasants who want to be owners, in the French way the lands of the lords ruined with 30 the collapsed aristocratic regimes, or against which we fight where traces of them remain. The slumbering of the agrarian struggle in England is only apparent, it is quite strong in Scotland and Ireland. This is because the Wyndham Act, 53, was the treaty of a victorious peace for Irish peasants who achieved their agrarian revolution before politics and their independence. In our country, socialism in the countryside is above all the fight against the non-operating owner and the latifundia which persist in some departments. In fact, socialism, faced with the artisan and the small peasant owner, not only capitulates out of policy, but also merges with the most individualist doctrines. He does this thanks to this loophole that there is no need to change the regime of production where the producer, the worker, and the distributor of the means of production is one and the same individual. But this flexibility of doctrine betrays a much more serious fact, is that no socialist party, even those which will be or were in power in Russia, Czechoslovakia, and Germany, have dared to nationalize anything other than the large industries, the very large estates and the very large interests, and that the division of land in all countries has been carried out according to the most radical type of bourgeois property. 31. So, in fact, individual property is not incompatible with socialist institutions, and there are still a considerable number of categories of wealth of which even the most radical socialists only understand individual appropriation. Socialism still supposes individual property from another point of view. This was extremely familiar to theorists of the heroic period. Imbued with Hegelian metaphysics from around 1840, they only conceived of the revolution, the bourgeoisie, and socialization as the dispossession of individual properties. This even dates from Saint Simon who, on this point, was a precursor of Hegelianism itself. The revolution presupposed property that had to be destroyed. To a certain extent, these abstract or political formulas are still accurate. The construction of industry and public services in the 19th and 20th centuries, except in rare countries and in relatively rare forms, is exclusively the work of the individual, the bourgeois, and private capital. It is a question of 32 transferring in short the wealth and capital created by one regime to another and, consequently, the future regime is a function, negation, of the present. For the middle part of socialists, especially those of the masses, socialism is a righter of wrongs. But just as the policeman presupposes the thief, so the collective property to be established presupposes the monopolization of individual capitalists. A somewhat childish view, although very generalized and the very basis of propaganda. But it has the merit of translating into vulgar terms the fair, common idea of Saint Simon, Proudhon and Marx, that socialism, as a regime, can only come after the capitalist regime and is only as the successor and heir. Perhaps some schools even exaggerate the point of doctrine too rigidly. The Russian Mensheviks, that is to say moderate Marxist democratic socialists, and in general all moderate Marxists, are of the opinion that even in countries where capitalism is weak and inconsistent, it must first be allowed to evolve and concentrate so that you can then socialize it. Some even go so far as to expect only from an excessive concentration of capital, from the growing proletarianization of the masses, the abolition of capitalism which will be its own gravedigger. There is nothing right about economic and moral fatalism, neither politically nor historically. It is not certain that socialist regimes 33 cannot be established in countries new to capitalism. And in fact the new Anglo-Saxon nations, dominions, knew how to defend themselves infinitely better than the metropolises or better than the United States against capitalism, national at least. It is by no means certain that a greater concentration of capital will follow a progressive proletarianization of former artisans, small owners, etc., nor even that this proletarianization, if it takes place, will follow a reduction in wages and the rate of life. On the contrary, as we will see, the countries of high wages are those of great capitalism and not of strong salaried classes, of satisfied proletarians, of happy people. Above all, it is not obvious that the masses, the public, the nation, must wait to legislate and even revolutionize until an economic evolution is complete. In reality, on this point, all socialist schools are wrong and the practice is quite different from what they wish. The relationship between the regimes that will follow one another in history is by no means what they describe. It is perfectly true that socialism is the opposite of capitalism. It is by no means true that it is the opposite of individual property. At this point, modern socialism is only the heir of ancient communisms, it denies a form of property right, but this, having been and still being normal, has every chance of subsisting as long as men believe in it, even after 34 the economic regimes which suppose it have ceased to be the only ones. There will be survivals, entire institutions perhaps, for example the reservation of inheritance, the right of ascendants and descendants to inherit from one another despite any will to the contrary, a trace of the old family communisms remaining in the French law of the Civil Code, while it has disappeared from almost all modern laws. Likewise, it may be that masses of negative institutions of individual property are superimposed on masses of institutions of the type we know. This idea of the contradiction of economic regimes is one of the most familiar among the doctrinaires of socialism as well as those who criticize them. As we will see, the economic, technical and moral progress of modern nations in no way dictates these revolutionary and radical alternatives, these brutal choices between two contradictory forms of societies, but they are and will be made through processes of group construction and new institutions alongside and above the old ones. The dramatic and romantic views of history have nothing to do with reality. The decadence of one regime and the rebirth of another do not necessarily have this catastrophic and tragic aspect of revolutions, it is rather the slow loss of old teeth and the obscure growth of new ones that would serve to imagine this succession of regimes. In general, 54. That certain conflicts are possible and even violent, it would be absurd to deny it in the past and not to foresee it in the future, but it is absurd to conceive that conflict and 35 violence are the goal and the succession of institutions, the simple result. To think this way is to confuse the mode of an action, to confuse the accident with the action itself. It is to reduce to the rank of simple human, historical, comic as often as tragic events, the majestic and considerable alterations and the births and destructions of these infinitely real beings of reason which are the institutions of nations. Socialism, that of facts, is therefore not in the business of substituting a new society for ours, of transporting us to an ideal city in a Fenelon, 55, or Russian-style Salient. Socialism is the economic movement which builds national property and collective properties above, alongside, and below other forms of property and economies. It is useless to deny everything in order to build, we must build against all odds, if we want, but build above all. This is what is being done in our Western societies. We have seen how, we saw in the previous book how the other nationalism of tomorrow is not contrary to the nationalities of today. Likewise we will see that it is the institutions and groups of today's societies which often tend outside and beyond all preconceived ideas towards an ever greater socialization of an ever greater number of objects. In describing these facts, we will no longer be in 36 the realm of utopia than we were when we described the ideas, forces, collective institutions that make up internationalism. And we will have the incomparable advantage, at this point in our study, of being able to see things that we could only sense in the internationalization movement. This time we will be able to show the already evolved natural social groups which are interested in this evolution. We are here on the ground of the most precise sociology and the best made history, the modern one, the one where the facts are known most directly and above all, a crucial thing for sociology, by the figures and dates and places, by statistical processes, in a word. We will not only be able to indicate but quantify, give absolute figures and measure the importance of movements. vs. Chapter 3. Economic facts. 1. We can distinguish three kinds of facts in all the movements by which modern nations have gradually become aware of their economic life and have attempted to direct it consciously. 1. There are on the one hand the economic facts strictly speaking which are themselves facts of socialism, rules, and progress in the general economic organization of nations or sectional of the large communities of which they are composed, industries of state, regions, municipalities, national organizations of capitalists and industrialists, national organization of employees, unions, consumers, cooperation, organization of mutuality, insurance. It is the interests themselves that have become collectivized. 2. There is the politically economic movement coming from above, the awareness and direction of the economic services of the nation. Not only was it necessary to legislate to better regulate the so-called capitalist anarchy, to make laws on limited companies, corporations, trusts, but also it was necessary to theoretically direct, for or against the capitalists, to the economy of the nation. Protectionism, concessions, prices for concession services. Finally and above all it was necessary to protect the worker, his organizations, and the very life and individual security of the nation. Hence an immense and powerful legislation entirely characteristic of modern societies, completely unknown to all types of previous or even different societies. 3. There is the political economic movement coming from below, from the mass of citizens making up the nation, and especially from its underprivileged classes. The movement is twofold: voluntary associations tending towards obligation, cooperatives, unions, mutual societies, popular parties, pressure from public opinion and these various bodies on the state, whether it legislates and protects citizens, whether it allows a free struggle of the masses against the propertied classes, or whether it itself gives in and establishes new services in their favor. This movement is also characteristic of modern societies, half voluntary and half obligatory, half economic and half moral. It is the work of citizens arriving at the awareness of new interests, new legal forms and imposing them consciously and voluntarily in the state. It is no longer simply the politics of theoreticians, it is the politics of the majority of citizens which has become rational, clear, often clearer and more sensible than that of their reactionary or revolutionary leaders. Economic facts. 2. It will perhaps be surprising that we do not describe at length here the very fundamental principle from which Marxism and all socialism following it have made their starting point, the progressive concentration of industries and capital and the progressive proletarianization of the masses, reduced more and more to wage labor, dispossessed of their means of production. The fact is that this fact is by no means so important and that it does not entail the consequences that we would like to say, so that the refutation of the theory of this fact has in no way the importance that one believes. Capital is in fact concentrated more and more, or rather there are formidable industrial and capitalist concentrations, unheard of even 20 years ago. The Steel Trust and Standard Oil were worth well over 5 billion gold francs before the war. The movements of funds of our big banks far exceed the public fortune of the past, in the time of Proudhon and Marx. The Levy Brothers Company, the great soap company, Coates & Co., the sewing thread manufacturers are each worth over £100 million today. Now these affairs are, or have been almost all in the hands of a few families, so that in fact there now exist both two fortunes and colossal enterprises, in all the great nations and in some small ones, for example in Belgium. But it is incorrect that this concentration was carried out at the expense of other forms of capital. In England and France, there are still almost the same number of small traders and industrialists as before, the same number of small fortunes. In truth, as has been well demonstrated, an ever-increasing number of large industries have been created and, parallel to them or for them, a number of small industries sufficient to replace the small businesses that the large ones had ruined. Such as for example cycles, photographers, specialties in general. It is therefore only possible to speak of growing inequality between companies and fortunes, and the injustice is mainly in the excess of the fortune of some rather than in the real impoverishment of others. Even the notion of proletarianization needs to be revised. The small agricultural owner who leaves his field, or the small craftsman who abandons his workbench, his profession, to enter a factory, are in no way more unhappy than they were before. They would not risk it if they did not improve their lot to a great extent. In fact, if they make cheap out of an independence that they feel is precarious, or direct their children towards the city or public jobs, it is because they benefit from it. In fact, the majority of them succeed. We now know that it is the most concentrated, the most richly financed companies that pay the highest salaries, that it is the most industrially advanced countries that provide the best life and not the darkest for their working classes. 3. They have room to raise their standard of living. We must put an end to the romantic fashion 3 dating from the time when Owen and Thompson, 4, knew the honors of apprentice life, and when the beginnings of big industry coincided with one of the most horrible exploitations of man by man that history has known. But the reason why we pass so quickly is more serious than these considerations of fact. It is a question of principle and method and evidence. It is not only socialist theories that are inaccurate on this point. These are the theories of economists and sociologists. All these theories leave a whole side in the shadows, the main one of the fact. Political economy and economic sociology do not have to say the last word here. The concentration of capital follows industrialization or precedes it and makes it possible, it is an effect or condition, it is not a sufficient cause, she's not even the same gender. Industrial concentration is not an essentially economic phenomenon, it is by mistake that we classify it this way. It is because the immense importance of the technical development of society is not generally known that it is confused with economic development. The study of industrial concentration essentially concerns this still little known branch of the social sciences, technology. It is a technical phenomenon. It consists of inventions and progress of industry or the connection of industries. Now we can conceive, and in fact we know, that many of the inventions which revolutionize industry every day are the disinterested work of scientists, engineers, working for personal, moral, aesthetic satisfaction. Neither capitalists nor manual workers have any particular right to exploit these inventions, which are entirely the work of elite individuals and the good of the community. We will return to this point several times, each time regretting our ignorance of technology for and its true history. But who does not see that it is the scientists, the technicians, even more than the workers or the capitalists, who have really fertilized national capital? They have been the male element and not receptive or parasitic in this marvelous and mysterious process which really generates the wealth of nations. The problem of industrial concentration therefore essentially concerns another branch of sociology, and its practical solution must be sought in a completely new direction which we will indicate in our conclusion. The problem of the concentration of capital is quite different. That of the concentration of fortunes is in turn different from that, and this whole controversy is poorly started, between socialists and authors who refute them. Having thus cleared the ground, let us see how the economic regime of modern nations has been constantly and progressively collectivized over the last 100 years, how, of itself, it has become less and less the work of individuals but that of groups. Larger and larger, more and more aware of their interests and their strengths, and increasingly managing interests formerly and still now conceived as private by some, now conceived as collective and public by more and more parties important and informed by the public. 5. We will divide the subject into two parts: formation of capitalist communities, formation of non-capitalist economic communities, the taking of capitalist management by non-economic communities. Formation of capitalist communities. By these terms we understand the process which pushed, from within, capitalist interests to move from blind and anarchic competition to an increasingly complete, conscious, and regulated regime of collectivization. Because it is incorrect, although socialist propaganda and classic bourgeois apologetics agree on this point, that the capitalist regime is that of free competition, and tends more and more towards it. On the contrary, capitalists are organizing themselves more and more, and it is only in countries with mediocre industrial development, like France, that this evolution has barely begun. Elsewhere, in America, in Germany, they are by no means incapable of doing it. They have an interest in it. It is therefore that the curved line that the evolution of the regime of capital itself follows is indeed an increasing socialization and a decreasing individualization. Formation of anonymous and collective capital. 6. No need to dwell on this well-known subject. The transformation of the legal form of the main wealth is the very phenomenon of capitalist property, individual ownership of shares in the capital of a limited liability company. It is therefore essentially collective, because it is anonymous and with limited liability, with unreleased commitments. Liability is limited because if he, 5, is entitled to all of the dividends, he is in no way, once released, liable for the company's losses. However, the proportion of wealth thus possessed in anonymous form is growing every day. The proportion of state or corporate securities, and other securities of wealth, becomes greater every day. Even estimates of values listed on various stock exchanges are not accurate. They should be, especially in France in recent years, considerably increased, because a considerable number of very large cases are organized in anonymous form. The securities have never been offered for admission to any stock exchange. This admission was unnecessary, since in these cases it is generally families interested in this or that industry and who, to avoid the inconveniences of sharing, dissolution, liquidation, renewal of general partnership contracts, or limited partnerships, have adopted this form of contract, much superior in terms of convenience 7 and perpetuity to the various forms of association of the old civil code. 6. English or German statistics are much more accurate. In America and England, more than half of the public fortune is owned in this collective anonymous form. In Germany and France, much more than a third. 7. Socialist theories start from this well-known fact to dogmatize and teach that credits can be socialized without difficulty, the participation of the shareholder being very loose in the administration of the dividend-producing business. The reasoning is very simple: capital is already collectivized, it can therefore be further, let's collectivize it altogether. But it is as false as it is simple, because if, strictly speaking, we socialize all the capital currently held by private capitalists, but divide it into seizable industries, it is obvious that at the same time we dry up all new provision of capital for new businesses, or the expansion of old ones. In fact, we kill capital by killing capitalism. What is more serious, national capital is being killed for the benefit of cosmopolitan capital, because it would be necessary, as the Russian Bolsheviks know, for a significant expropriation to take place at the same time on all the stock markets of the world so that it was effective. And on the other hand, we see these same Russian Bolsheviks currently appealing to foreign capitalism in the hideous and serious form of vast concessions of entire territories and direct exploitation, without benefit for the nation, of immense natural wealth, which are the true capital of the nation. So much so that by a miracle of inconsistency, here they are who, to avoid the exploitation of Russian labor by Russian capitalism, but ultimately for the benefit of Russia, admit the impoverishment of the Russian soil and subsoil, for the benefit of less respectable dealers. The socialist character of this process of concentration of capital must be sought elsewhere. It does not consist in the fact of anonymity, nor even in ill that of the capitalist communities which constitute them. It consists of publicity and availability given to wealth. Even property titles have themselves become commodities, and these are no longer the subject of simple private contracts, but of public appreciation, on the stock market. We must in fact realize that although the entire fragile and variable edifice of commercial law, on which the stock exchange regime is based, is only a kind of compromise, a trompe-l'oeil, it is intended to design under the aspects of private, individual law, contracts and civil obligations, a system of transmission and appreciation of wealth which has nothing to do with that of purchases and sales of commerce or private contracts. From this point of view, French law is surely the most retrograde of all, and French capitalists the most backward. The existence of enormous bond capital in France, while the distinction between bonds and shares is legally and economically very weak, and hardly justifiable, the recognition of interests in the action, whereas the action has, by definition, an entirely signed ownership, without reservation of any right in the company, and that in America for example the capital is carried as memory, and formed by the sale on the market of securities issued at market price and not at their nominal value. Wealth possessed in this way is above all conceived, even in the minds of its current holders, as publicly appreciated, negotiable, so to speak, on sight, and this is what most contrasts it with its previous forms of appropriation whose only transmissions were solemn but whose debates were kept secret degree, and whose results. There is, between the individual property of the beginnings and backward forms of capitalism and the collective forms of the anonymous company, all the margin that separates advertising from hoarding, the notion of public wealth from that of Harpagon's chest. Let us add that, certainly by mistake, out of defiance of the dead hand, out of defiance of beings of reason, and also secondarily to guarantee shareholders, legislation requires real publicity on the part of public limited companies, capital, dividends, modifications to the statutes, and, even, in certain countries, very wisely require the revision, the hearing of their accounts by public experts. The advertising character is even more marked. Not only the property, but also its management are brought to the knowledge of the market, of the assembly of the citizens of the nation, can be judged by their present and future value, especially future, and can be counted. These are very particular features of this form of property, being thus subject to public approval. The rises and falls of securities indicate the favor or disfavor in which the boards of directors are held. There is already an organization of economic responsibility in all this. We will see that there is a practical conclusion to be drawn from this observation. 2. Organization, scaffolding collective capital, cartels, trusts. The industries and businesses thus owned can then associate with each other. These are omniums, cartels and trusts, which are associations generally in the form of limited companies of other limited companies. The scaffolding of these capitals associated and brought to the market, which are the companies and public limited companies, is complicated by an edifice of these same companies. The movement which presided over this organization dates entirely from the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. For it to be possible, first of all there had to be limited companies, and finally, thanks to this or that circumstance, they no longer had an interest in competing with each other but in organizing themselves, in getting along, to share orders, or at least to set certain rules and prices together. This could only happen between already large companies, aware of their common interests, whose leaders could agree on the limitation of competition through the exploitation of a common market. In most cases, it is with the benefit of internal protection by 11 customs tariffs, and very often it is with a view to progress in a common export, that cartels and trusts are created. German cartels, grouping together almost all similar industries to share orders and set main prices, protected before the war by customs duties and differential transport rates, which, thanks to this protectionism, and the high prices practiced on the domestic market, could charge lower prices on the export market, the effect being ultimately favorable to the national economy of Germany, because the development of cartels, particularly export cartels, leads to a better organization of industry and a reduction in prices of the comeback that followed. It also ended up establishing itself on the domestic market, favored by the direct disposal of goods on site. American trusts, a little earlier than the German cartels, but also made possible by customs protection, groups of similar industries, formerly simply to fix prices and limit competition, then to distribute orders, finally to control, and to end up fully owning all private companies. These then only have the appearance of a separate existence. The old firm company still exists, nominally, legally. But its shares are sleeping, or at least the majority of them, in the coffers of the trust whose shares are the only ones in the portfolios of individuals. We know the history of Standard Oil, the Steel Trust, etc. What we know less in France, and what we know better and that everyone knows in America, is the number of trusts, 12, and combines with which America is covered, or rather was covered before the Sherman Bill, 1914-8, on the compulsory dissolution of trusts. Because American public opinion is worried about seeing the majority of national wealth monopolized in this way, not liking to see all of its work managed by a few large companies. 9. Novels like those of Upton Sinclair, 10, Ill, etc., further dramatized the dangers and injustice done to the people. Even the last farmer in the most distant block knew that his harvest had no price, that it was only transported at the will of heartless and mindless speculators. The alarm caused this dissolution. Apparently, the American railways are no longer trusted, they are subject to the regime of free competition. Apparently the Steel Trust is now broken into 40 independent companies, and competing on goodwill and cheapness. And with Standard Oil gone, numerous independent pipelines carry oil to ports and reservoirs, the prices of which are debated by a free market. The trusts have been fragmented. Apparently it is no longer Rockefeller, 11, Schwab, 12, Armour, 13, who own oil, steel, preserved meat. But everyone knows that, under the appearance of obedience to the law, American capitalists have maintained the essentials of their organizations. It is their men who administer all of the new companies. The majority of shares always belong to the same capitalists. And American industry is increasingly under the control of a few groups of tycoons. 13. In Great Britain and France, the institutions are infinitely less developed. Capitalist industry in France, with some exceptions, has no cartels, and even fewer trusts. The only cartels are not price cartels, they are those of coal mines, forges, oil. The only real trust is a subsidiary of Les Forges, and only deals with one item, it is the Comptoir de Pâtes Roules de Longwy. For the rest of our industry, it has barely entered the union path, and the majority, still owned in the manner of joint stock or private companies, lives under the regime of free competition, and even gets along with difficulty. For the defense of similar interests, except when it involves action on the state, the center of least resistance. Even the most highly protected industries before the war, textiles and silks, never really even agreed on joint purchases or sales. They have no other unity than before the taxman, the foreigner, the railway companies, or against the public. In England, the institution is more characterized. The reports of the Committees on Trusts, 14, have by no means depicted it in colors as dangerous as those favored by the American reports on the same subject. Outside of a very few very large industries, nothing of this kind exists. Soap factories, chemical products, tobacco companies, sewing thread factories, are largely combined, and even more than 14 controlled, basically unified, but even there, the aspect of the affair is still that of a large industry in the form of a private company, and even of a private business, the interests of certain families being predominant, and often marked even in the name of the company. Firm which manages to monopolize a very large part of this trade or this industry, the Coates, the Levers, the Mons, the Wills, 15, even give their name to what is constantly disguised in other countries. And furthermore, even the conduct of these great affairs is distinguished by a kind of honesty, and reasonable exploitation and profiting from an unprotected market. The only English trust which shows appetites comparable to the large American institutions is not even exclusively English, it is the Anglo-Dutch Oil Company, grouped around the Royal Dutch, Koninklijke Nederlandse Petroleum Maatschappij, Shell, and the Mexican Eagle, and of which Mr. Pearson, now Lord Cowdray, is the sole, with numerous correspondents in Germany and France. But there is, in the very nature of oil business, something which pushes them towards trust, and even towards cosmopolitan trust. They indeed require such immobilization of capital, prospecting, purchases of wells, construction of pipelines and transport fleets and reservoirs and refineries, and means of distribution, that they immediately organized themselves in trusts, groups of mines, refineries, transport companies, etc. The least of societies 15 is already an omnium. Finally, national, strategic, industrial and international interests force these cosmopolitan capitalists to attach themselves to this or that state, and to rely on their diplomacy, to compete through them. So much so that a part of the politics, not superficial but profound, of these last days is controlled, in France and in America, and in England, and in Romania, and will be tomorrow in Russia, by the existence of oil trusts and their natural and obligatory relationships. Thus private capitalism has come to be an organ of the state, and to treat the latter as an instrument, and reciprocally the state becomes capitalist, and handles the trust as an instrument. On the one hand the nation, which in England, through the Admiralty, owns considerable sums of shares in Anglo-Persian, etc., or through control organizations as in France, attempts to rule this vital industry, whose raw material deposits are almost all located outside its territory. And on the other hand, the interests are so colossal that none of the private companies, even Standard Oil and its subsidiaries, can no longer do without the assistance of the states, and that all end up accepting at least control of their that of their stocks, and if not those of purchase prices, at least of selling prices under certain conditions. We are really a long way from the laissez-faire and free riding of classical economics that the oil companies claim. In appearance, these are really national and international institutions which are born before our eyes, and which are no longer private capitalism 16 except in one aspect, not the most important, the absorption of certain profits. 3. The trust in depth. Thus capital is associated, for an exploitation, a company of an industry, then the capitals of various companies in the same industry join forces nationally and internationally, to organize all or part of their common interests. But we are always in the field of producing some kind of commodity, however varied it may be. Capitalism, even after having monopolized them, only claimed to govern one of the national industries reduced to a sort of gigantic private firm. He in no way claimed to govern all the various industries, much less organize all the pivotal and secondary industries. It was reserved for German capitalism to go beyond this stage. Just as Carnegie and Rockefeller invented the first two and two largest trusts in similar industries, so did Emil Rathenau, the old man, who should not be confused with Walther Rathenau, his son, theoretician and politician rather than practitioner, and Hugo Stinnes, through two strokes of genius, and the Bayers of chemicals, took over the industries in depth. Of course we knew well that the ideal for anyone marketing a product is to be the producer themselves of all the products that go into the manufacture of this product. We thus absorb the profits of all intermediaries. And, what touches even more the thinking of a captain of industry, we make ourselves truly independent of them. Whoever is master of all industrial processes, of all the materials which together contribute to forming the final commodity, is master not only of a part of the market, 17, but of all the successive markets in which it appears, avoids the by-fits and starts, and is master of his own home. But this was still only applied in a few private industries, steel works, mine owners, Krupp, Schneider, 16, etc. The tests that these men attempted, in the 30 years before the war, were of a completely different scale. If the historian of modern societies is allowed to already pass a judgment, it seems that those who conceived this new form, this new regime of capitalism and industry had even more genius than those who only trusted similar industries. This last type of trust was necessary to put an end to the madness of competition, which multiplies crises and jolts, and raises the cost of a host of overheads, added to small, unviable businesses. The discovery of the trust was only a matter of common sense, which Rockefeller and Carnegie made and applied with common sense. It took not only financial genius but above all industrial genius to design and create what the great German capitalists created. Certainly in the case of the chemical industry, and in that of the electrical industry, there was an industrial problem which raised this question of industrial chains. The chemical industry essentially draws its profits from the multiplicity of its products and the careful use that is made of each. It is only a backward capitalism like that of France which in the country of Wirtz and Friedel, 17, allowed to evaporate in the majority of gas factories, until the war, many products that would have been had to distribute, and the founders of the Bayer Co. did not fail to ask and resolve the question. Likewise, the electrical industry does not only consist of establishing sources of current, but also of ensuring their regular use, and it is therefore only natural that the supplier of motive power is interested in all the industries it supplies. The discovery imposed itself on the mind of old Rathenau. But it is already something not to have neglected it and to have created the AEG, 18, while the large electrical industries in the rest of Europe remain stagnant, and 18 which we even see in France, this industry stupidly fragmented into a host of outdated installations. However, it is surely Mr. Hugo Stinnes, still alive and in the prime of life, a man of genius, individuality and frenetic power, who is the true inventor of this form of extraordinarily complex organization. He is the one who organized these industrial chains which control, intersect, and possess each other for the greatest benefit of the inventor or inventors of these hierarchies, but also for that of the masses. Of national industry. Because German industry immediately imitated this organization in every way. It was, at the time of the armistice, such a delicate scaffolding, and where all the parts were so essential to the whole, that the slightest crisis in one of the parts disorganized the whole. For example, the disappearance, during the appropriation of the Saar mines, of the coal reserved for the gas factories, and for which these factories were built, failed to disrupt everything, and still disrupted many industries. Almost always the starting point, possible in Germany because of the extreme richness of the soil, is coal, and it is at the mine that the coking plant, the sulfuric acid factory, the power supply are welded. River and maritime transport, chemicals, stationery, etc. Men like Thiessen, 19, like the man Reams of the Indies, like Stinnes, already saw further than national industry. They were looking for, they found, in France, in Morocco, the iron complementary to their coals, and they organized maritime transport to be masters of their freight, of the depots, of the 19 industries in solidarity with Germany throughout the world. If they had been in less of a hurry, they would undoubtedly have monopolized and organized part of the Schwerindustrie, 20, of the world. They wanted to be the masters too soon. Their imperialism, associated with that of the soldiers and sailors, was impatient. They devour the shame of their failure and their ruin, or hide it in a morgue. Baulein paid with his life, 21. But it is the European world and it is the nations, the little people, the blondes, or ill, the Germans, who atone for their faults. Great lesson in history. May it bear and show the danger faced by people who allow private interests to direct their destinies without control. Now, in Germany, it is only a matter of seeking a compromise between the industrial trusts created and the nationalization of pivotal industries. We will see this face of the problem present itself to us again when we study nationalizations themselves. 4. Effects of war. In this chapter, as in the preceding ones, we will always carefully distinguish the pre-war facts, which it is quite easy to grasp, in the full extent of their curve, and in their relatively normal aspect, and the phenomena of the war and post-war. We would happily be tempted to leave them aside as unobservable or without guarantee. There is an urgent need to take this into account since our work is above all about politics, and it is a question of describing the present situation of nations, and of deducing from it some rather rare precepts of practice. Because we are quite poorly informed, especially about periods of war. The necessary perspective 20 is not yet given. Then they were and are so profoundly abnormal, even among neutrals, sheltered from war, that one may indeed wonder whether it is wise to base any conclusions on them. And on the other hand they have so altered the pre-war situation that we must at all costs try, if not to measure, at least to approximately describe this alteration. In the meantime, historians will work, statisticians will draw up their tables, but we cannot take their place. Even if we could, we wouldn't have time. So let's risk it. As well, a short space of time will invalidate or confirm the observations which follow. In the first place, the war in no way destroyed either capital or capitalism. It was the ruin ill of entire nations such as the central countries and France, Italy, Serbia, Russia, and the countries of which it is composed, the relative enrichment of neutrals and, among the belligerents, of those who, like America and Japan, took only a mediocre part in the war, or even, among those who are ruined, of certain portions of their domain, remained intact, and whose wealth, took on a certain added value, the colonies and protectorates of France and England, India, the dominions, passed from the state of debtor countries to creditors. It is even an absolute enrichment, and not just a relative one, that we must speak of. The stock of gold and silver went to the United States, Japan, Argentina. Australia and North America have merchant fleets that they did not have. India has once again become the fabulous country it was in the 16th century. Egypt has expanded its cultivated areas. These countries are even currently suffering from this enrichment, reflected in the rise in prices, 21, and their ill wealth. The necessities of war resulted in the immediate development of multitudes of industries, new sources of raw materials, in setting new forces in motion, in setting up new transport lines, new avenues of trade opened up. It was created from capital. But it is not only in the rest of the world, it is also among the belligerents, even the most ruined, that this phenomenon has occurred. Inside the country, considerable installations, new and formidable industries were created, immense stocks which are still being liquidated and which have found buyers. The efforts made for national wars were not all lost in military expenditure alone. The new railways, the new wharves and ports, the large captures of hydraulic power, all this remains. In the face of absolute losses, there are absolute gains, which must be deducted from the liabilities of the war. It is only in Russia and in the central countries which have not known or been able to develop a national industry for the war that the ruin is most noticeable, and where the means of production have not absolutely increased. As in England, in Germany, or as in non-devastated parts like in France. It would be premature to take stock of these gains, of this new capital. But it is not impossible to say who benefited from it, not simply nationally, but within 22 nations. We are indeed witnessing at this moment an extraordinary spectacle, the importance of which should not only strike the politician but public opinion which does not know him. We are going to draw attention to this subject, one of the most serious of all. The greatest nations have been ruined, but some of the economic classes of which they are made up have become rich, to the detriment of the nation, whose debt they refuse to pay. We studied this fact in England, a country where the public authorities have made a sincere effort to provide information, and where there are statistics worthy of the name. We could also study it in Germany, where the Republican Empire at least succeeded in carrying out part of the census necessary for the conscription of fortunes. The Italian documents are also convincing. It is impossible to study in France, where, contrary to the major interests of the nation, the majority of it organizes the secrecy of enrichments, where the rolls of taxes on war profits were only published until 1918, and were only painfully published in 1920, the year when the postal crisis began, which prevented their collection. But, overall, it is certain that the identical phenomenon occurred in France. The expenses of the nation, the securities issued, paper currencies, annuity securities, treasury bonds, have entered into the general circulation of wealth, but they are in the hands, they are debts owed, for the party which does not is not abroad. This part is relatively low, even for Germany. 23 currency and prices varying every day in the most diverse directions, the same stock gaining and losing enormous percentages of its value in the same year. It is indeed the regime of the skin of sorrow which is established. But as liquidations, whether increasing or decreasing, always benefit the capitalist who, for his part, can be as easily bullish as bearish, it is certain that despite everything, the peasants, the capitalists, got richer and richer in the war, and the post-war period, and that the peasants and artisans are rich, the fortune of small and medium-sized industry, of small and medium-sized commerce, being the only one really questionable. However, nations are burdened with formidable debts, which only the United States and the Anglo-Saxon democracies seem capable of paying off. 22. Germany and the central countries do not yet know theirs. Austria and Poland are ruined before having really arrived at national existence. Russia is a dead weight for humanity. Italy is roughly where Germany was a year ago. France at the point where Italy was the day after the Peace of Versailles. It is, financially, a column in defeat that the states which were the richest in the world before the war now form. And more numerous and influential texts come to wish for bankruptcy, the suspension of payments from states, to save at least the fortune of the nation, the property of individuals who are too heavily deprived, so that their circulation, their very mobilization is possible. 24. 1. Old capitalists, owners of industries or shares of companies which have developed considerably as a result of the war and can readjust. 2. Landowners, of built and unbuilt property, who have incorporated into the land rent, and houses, the increase in prices of agricultural products and materials and the cost of construction. Between these two classes, more or less numerous depending on the country, two economic classes, one of which has not enriched itself, and the other of which has been ruined. A class, the manual workers, whose scarcity of labor led to temporary prosperity, but who could not, in part, nor knew, for another part, save on wages that were too high, at a given moment, not only in nominal terms, but in real terms, from 1915 to 1918. Another class, the middle class, that of small income earners, insured persons, retirees, civil servants, artists, all the liberal professions which do not were able to keep up with the cost of living. Anyone who only had a fixed income is now crushed. The rise in prices, and now that of taxes, have sometimes ruined, in a proportion which varies from 3/4 to 2/3 of their annual income, simple rentiers, and at least 1/3 civil servants and other employees of so-called liberal professions, with more or less fixed salaries, because salaries have doubled on average, prices and taxes have tripled on average in France, England, etc. The phenomenon will be even more pronounced as the economic consequences of the war and the cost of industrial reconstitution become more apparent. In fact, financial legislation and a number of legislative measures have diverted some from declaring in advance, and from better collecting real profits 25, on war profits, in particular on leases, and have prevented a number of properties from losing the capital gains which will inevitably be incorporated into them. In particular, anyone involved in business to any degree knows that today's balance sheets actually no longer have any meaning. The same things are counted at the most diverse prices, depending on the dates of purchase and depreciation. Huge old installations of inestimable value, long since depreciated, are counted for nothing. It is, in the same balance sheet, very often, very recent fixed assets, sometimes costly on purpose, which are counted at prices fantastic returns. The inventory and balance sheet of most businesses are far from being made, and as long as time has not established both the value of the currency of various countries, and a taxation system which does not encourage fraud, there is no hope that they will be fixed. But it is certain, however, that all industrial assets, and all land assets, built and unbuilt, will one day be revalued at their current value, in today's money compared to today's profits. The surplus value began to appear in agricultural property. It appears in capital increases by which large companies keep sums of money and dividends that they would have previously distributed. However, the looming industrial crisis will make this whole re-evaluation even more unstable. The disruption that we have described with regard to foreign exchange, 23, and international economic relations is even more visible with regard to national wealth. The standard is lacking in measurement. 26. It is a real revolution in all directions which is taking place before us, significant depression of the dominant economies and above all ruin of the states, consequently fatal collapse of the public debt, and of the typical form of rent, the state rent, and on the contrary, in other senses, taking possession by large classes of peasants, freeing themselves from the owner or the mortgage, and considerable enrichment of banks, large companies, and a hitherto unknown crowd of small and large intermediaries, real and new ones. Because the rights acquired today are no longer those of tomorrow. 24. The state has bankrupted its annuitants, its pre-war retirees, to whom it now only serves a nominal annuity, even when it had the conscience to increase it. And conversely, a growing mass of people are enriched by the public distress and the ruin of the state. However, in this turmoil what holds the best is, with the peasant class which acquires a sort of primacy, throughout Europe, the capitalist organizations themselves. There are several reasons for this. First, they escape, a certain number of them at least, from the ruin of nations, because they are not national but truly cosmopolitan. It is a socialist illusion, and even quite generally widespread, to consider the capital of a nation as of national origin, nature, exploitation, and destination. Not only have the oldest and richest sources of capital, even in antiquity, always been distant trade, the exploitation of 27 colonial markets and the trade in rare commodities, but also the volume of values whose investment was actually made abroad had grown to enormous proportions in the 30 years preceding the war. Of the approximately 100 billion francs of securities listed on the Paris Stock Exchange, 40 were foreign securities, 20 of which were state securities, including 12 Russian. But in addition, a certain number of considerable companies domiciled in France, banks, land loans, railways, post office, Suez Canal, etc., corresponded to capital definitively paid. The thing was even more true of the London Stock Exchange. It begins to be on the German Stock Exchange, where foreign stocks had grown in quantity and proportion. Capital is an essentially cosmopolitan thing. First, due to the ease of travel, it is enough to domicile its securities differently, or to move the headquarters of companies and subsidiaries, to lose or acquire the nationality that suits it. Then, by the very nature of the business to which it corresponds, loans abroad, concessions from governments, provinces, foreign cities, properties located abroad, maritime transport, financial affairs. A whole part of the capitalist's portfolio has therefore swelled to unknown but considerable proportions, that which corresponded to investments abroad, in states or in companies that the war had enriched. This is especially true of the London Stock Exchange, where the value of dominions, colonies, gold mines, oil mines, large companies etc. are now experiencing prices which, even reduced to gold parity, exceed all speculation. The capitalists deprived of the limited company, and in general of all the organizations that they administer, benefit from the considerable surplus value of the things to which 28 they correspond. In fact, the prices even of old equipment and installations, if they were the subject of true and sincere evaluations, would align with them when it comes to the pursuit of profits, not on the prices where they appear on the balance sheets, but on the prices of new equipment, because it is precisely the price, excessive in fact, of new installations which prevents their creation, or which obliges the companies which create them to ask high prices which can, in their turn, ask. The old companies, which thus incorporate, if not to their balance sheet, at least to their dividends, all the margin due to general inflation, which results in a general increase in values, which is reflected on the stock market by the tremendous increase in the prices of the main industrial shares, and in law often by an overcapitalization of the shares, which have been doubled and tripled by various processes of wetting. As the Americans say. So much so that the prices obtained by capital, before the decline, had been roughly put at par, in public affairs, with the prices obtained by manufactured products. The swelling of some had caused the swelling of others. The phenomenon has taken on formidable dimensions in Germany. Despite the ruin of the country, despite the immense debt, and the crash of the mark, despite the terrible financial threat posed to all economic life by the uncertainty we live in regarding the amount of the external debt, which has yet to be fixed, in terms of contributions, 29 the inflation of capital, without yet being comparable to fiduciary inflation, is unheard of. Average dividends of 30 to 60% of paid-up capital, multiplication of shares to bring working capital up to the need to increase prices, rise in these shares which go so far as to increase tenfold in value in crazy speculation. Capitalism does not emerge diminished, it emerges increased, relatively, from the crisis. What has disappeared is its normal appearance. He is now monstrous and deranged. We will see later in what way, and we will demonstrate how it is impossible for him to correct himself. Asterisk. However, this breakdown did not endanger the large organizations that capitalism had created. On the contrary, the war and the post-war period strengthened their economic strength and their political authority. They made them flourish where they did not yet exist, such as in France and England, and further increased and strengthened them where they were established before the war, in Germany and the United States. On the one hand, trusts took on an unknown importance as a result of the war. Successively all the national economies of the powerful belligerents, and those of a certain number of 30 neutral powers were organized. He had to. They were all blocked. Germany and the Centrals really only communicated with the outside world through the increasingly monitored and demanding intermediary of a few neutral nations. Russia actually did this in 1914, with the closure of the Baltic and the Black Sea. England, France, and the other allies were supported by submarine warfare. These are therefore nations which sustained a siege like cities of yesteryear, and which applied to their economy an obsidious mentality, moreover voluntarily accepted by all. We will encounter this fact once again when we examine the problem of nationalizations. For the moment, we will only describe part of it. All these economies indeed took a curious form, especially for everything that was either import trade, or distribution of goods, or vast supplies not requisitioned but withheld from the public, an association of the state and consortia or trusts. The state was the main consumer, he was or became the sole or main charterer, carrier, by virtue of his requisitions, he possessed almost all the financial power of the country, being the master of purchases abroad. On the other hand, he had neither the personnel, nor the tools, nor the necessary technique, either from commerce or from industry. Little by little, in imitation, it seems, of Germany, where these organizations were established at the end of September 1918, the states established consortia in the main branches of industry. In other words, kinds of trusts limited 31 to a few important houses. In France they were quite numerous and very varied in appearance and function. Some were basically a sort of consultative body, regulating imports and exports, distributing licenses to each other, and transport priorities. Of this sort were those of the textile industries. Others, on the contrary, were organizations in solidarity with all industry controlled by the state: oil, coal, coking, foundries, chemicals. The last almost rose to the level of a nationalized industry. It was the same in England. In Germany, it was even more serious. The state had pre-war cartels and trusts to rely on. It is only fair to say that the German capitalist leaders, the greatest among them, placed their talent with real disinterestedness in the service of the empire, and the masses who followed them, we must pay this tribute, that she was animated by a fairly high spirit of patriotism, and did not pursue too much the profits, formerly classic and scandalous, of war suppliers. In short, it was to these organizations that Germany had to hold on for so long, and to be able to produce a considerable material effort for itself and its allies. And above all, an immense credit that the individuals group thus granted to the empire allowed it to live beyond all imagined limits. It was the same with almost all the belligerents, especially in America. There the trusts entered the service of the state. History will undoubtedly remember that a Barrack and a Schwab 32 and a Bedford entered the service of the federal government, 25, and for the salary of $1 per year, administered all the management of oil, steel, and transport, and credit. As for us, such a fact demonstrates that there is no class of men who cannot be asked, if necessary, and if sufficiently motivated, to sacrifice their interests. Basically, through war, trusts and cartels are strengthened, implemented, and recognized as legally existing. Not only were these national economic organizations both necessary and possible, but international ones were also needed. It was above all necessary for the Allies, who had the world's resources at their disposal, but their credit was united or quickly became so, or rather was reduced to that of France and England. What they could buy on the American markets, or what the British Empire agreed to give up from its requisitions in its colonies, had to be bought without the Allied nations competing with each other, and the purchases had to be made on common finances. Hence these numerous inter-Allied missions, inter-Allied trading posts, inter-Allied exchange offices, inter-Allied freight administrations, etc. Remarkable mobilization of capital and international and national trade, further completed on the day when the economic supremacy of the United States was fully placed at the service of the American nation which had finally entered the war, and through it at the service of the Allies. At that moment, the center of gravity of these inter-Allied offices became American. It was really the great American trusts which directed, economically, the end of the war. Food supplies, engines, oil, railway, and boat equipment, credits, finally, were made by these immense mixed institutions of the federal state and trusts, which, it may be said, 33 saved the Allies from ruin, if not from the defeat which their arms would perhaps have warded off even without this aid. However, the post-war period did not see trusts flourishing to the same extent as the war. Two great democracies of Western Europe, Great Britain and France, rightly or wrongly, out of economic liberalism and budgetary necessity, have dissolved almost all their semi-official consortia, and this association of the state and trusts has almost disappeared at this time. In France, all that remains is the coal and oil offices. In England, some purchasing counters, of still controlled materials, of shipping board finally only have a liquidation existence. The return to freedom was almost immediate in the United States, although they had not yet concluded peace and there was only the shipping board left, also in liquidation rather than in activity. In Germany, no doubt because of the economic crisis, there still exists, 26, the national economy of coal, steel, paper, foreign exchange, oil, fats, dyes, potash, considerable institutions from our point of view. But if the industrial consortia have disappeared almost everywhere, and regressed in number and importance, the trusts which were at their base have remained. First, even where they were not established, in France, in England, they became, through their official existence, a familiar thing. At the very least, even in these countries of doctrinaire capitalist anarchy, a union notion of industry has been formed. A number of industries and businesses hitherto untrusted, in the field of sales agreements, and sometimes order distribution. At this point certain unions, cotton, lingerie, among others, have reached this point. The English were so alarmed by the schemes which persisted after 34 the armistice that an entire investigation by the Royal Commission was devoted to studying this question. The result was surprising, both for socialism and for liberalism. It is not, from a non-doctrinal point of view, but strictly sociological. 1. English trusts and combines were in no way the cause of the rise in prices, except perhaps in 2 or 3 industries and businesses. 2. Their profits were even relatively reasonable compared to those of intermediaries or those of banks. 3. Sales prices were relatively low compared to cost prices, the increase of which comes primarily from that of raw materials and the increase in low wages, which comes from the general increase in the price of life. In short, the trusts are already fulfilling their normal peacetime role, organization of industry, and through this organization relative reduction in the cost price. This is why they can and do multiply. Asterisk. The deep trust emerged even more triumphant from the war. What the Germans call vertical organization has revealed indisputable superiority, even over the organization of similar industries. Certainly it has almost never been recognized by the state like the consortia and trading companies. There was a reason for this, corresponding only to a part of an industry, and not to an entire industry, to its finished product. There was no reason to use it as an exclusive manufacturing or distribution agent. But if it has not played as considerable a national role as the unions, trusts and cartels, as a form of property and a regime of private industry 35 it has developed even more everywhere than the other. War requires prodigies of war organization. Industry, wartime or not, whether in France or in England, had deprived these countries of the German products they were accustomed to using. Germany had to look for replacements for raw materials that the blockade prevented from reaching it. The usual chains of independent industries were broken. Quite naturally, war capitalism adopted the superior form of the regime and the private industries of complementary industries sought not to let them create them outside themselves, but to create them for themselves. In France, the connection between metallurgy and mining is getting closer every day. Mines and coke works looked for their steel works, and vice versa. The connection of the electrical industries with all kinds of others is less so. The development of the chemical industries was of the same order. In England the same causes produced the same effects. The need for raw materials and products to be processed, or the possibility of using one's own byproducts, has led the very large metallurgical, construction, and chemical, soap, etc., industries to become themselves series of industries taking here all the materials and using there the whole series of products and byproducts, and often selling or even using these. In Germany, Stinn-style organizations have made particular progress in chemical matters. Blocked and deprived of natural nitrates from Chile, Germany was able to continue the war thanks to the discovery of the exploitation of the Haber process. 27. This made possible both the manufacture of explosive powders, and that of fertilizers, and all chemical series. But from now on the overlapping of industries of this size is such that it becomes impossible to classify them, and even coke works, electricity, chemicals, stationery, coloring products, aggregate and build up and intertwine, and mix in incredible proportions. 36. A financial reason also governs all these phenomena, in addition to technical reasons and the lower cost price obtained. The capital required at the moment for the smallest industry, no longer just to set up, but to simply operate, has become so considerable that it requires financial support which goes far beyond the limits of the small capitalist groups formerly capable of launching a business in its infancy. The almost complete elimination of drafts, credits, payment terms, the lengthening of transport and delivery goods, forces companies that were hitherto isolated, and which can no longer obtain credit or find credit in isolation from banks, to merge, take sponsorship interests, shares from each other. More and more, businesses are omnium, that is to say deep within trusts while waiting to become national industries. Let us add to this the fundamental features of the financial economy itself of our great capitalist countries, the concentration of banks, of small private provincial banks, replaced by large banks with countless branches. The big banks themselves merge, reduce their number, increase their capital, the interest taken by the big industrialists in the big banks, of the big banks in the big industries. And we will have completed the picture of large modern capitalism. We will have seen the upper and most important part of the economy of the nation formed of an agglomeration of large and small capitals administered more and more consciously, together, by a group great directors, relatively few in number, appearing on many boards of directors, transacting business with each other. There is already a concentration of powers, but these powers are not in the hands of the state. 37. But they were temporarily and partially, during the war, and after the war, when the consortia placed themselves at the service of the state. And this was a first experience of nationalization, abnormal, which we will have to appreciate, and above all to remember. If it is not socialism, it is already the opposite of anarchy, of the laissez-faire of the liberal school. The capitalist machine has given itself its regulator. If it is not yet the nation itself which is in economic power, the general staff of capital, industry, and commerce of the nation is already organized outside it, but thanks to it and soon with her. This allows us to conclude. 1. The capitalist regime is by no means in essence as anarchic, as private as some wish and others portray. It has already given itself its national organization of services in public domains. 2. It tends through the regime of large concessionary companies, or formed sheltered from tariffs, or through that of trusts towards progressive nationalization. 3. It does not tend towards state ownership. vs. Hafter. 4. The economic movement from below. 1. These movements of capitalism are, basically, quite recent. They are far from complete because an immense part of capital, businesses, and industries are still totally or partially owned and managed privately and by name. The movements of the masses to create their own institutions and defend themselves are, on the contrary, quite old and date in short from the moment when nascent capitalism began to manifest its most cruel abuses. Their beginnings are not too poorly known and their history is infinitely clearer than it was some 20 years ago. Modern social movements are in fact one of those things about which we are more likely to write history than theory, so we have fairly good guides, and even for England too guides as perfect as it is possible to wish for. For these studies, we can even follow the Webbs in their theory of labor movements, which, in our opinion, is much more classic and true than many more recent theories. On the other hand, the process of socialization of the interests of the masses will appear to be fundamentally more advanced than that of capitalism, and although the vast majority of citizens are still far from power and even economic independence, but we can see to what extent and in what direction they come close. 2. General observation. All these movements are marked by the same character, spontaneity. And these are above all facts of free association, self-help as we used to say in the past, when we began the theory. This trait has been largely forgotten in recent decades. The workers' organizations, the unions, the consumer organizations, the cooperations, have claimed too much, or too much has been claimed for them, to the rank of obligatory organizations, to which they have not achieved, and to which it is perhaps not desirable for them to arrive. We therefore qualify them all as democratic. We will divide the study of this movement into three parts, depending on the nature of the institutions, unions, cooperatives, mutuals. Some correspond to workers' democracy, of industry in particular, others to consumer democracy, and to the general interests of consumers, others to the notion of the assurance of all by all, of each by all, which is the foundation of the democratic notion, and which we will call mutual democracy. The Democrats who were the first to talk about industrial democracy and consumer democracy were the Webbs. We propose to extend it to mutuality. The advantage of this name is considerable. First, it reveals the popular character of masses, as they say in Germany. Through these movements, classes or nations are organized. At the same time, this nomenclature specifies the legal form of these organizations, their spirit of freedom. And thus, even at the starting point of our research, we three find everything settled, by a clear definition, this eternal antinomic opposition of democracy or socialism, which both oppose as if there were contradictory principles here, and if it was not the same movement of emancipation, both of the nation and of the citizen. We will also divide the history of these institutions into two periods, pre-war, war, post-war. Because they were so profoundly affected, like the entire nation, by the morphological and economic events of the war that it is useless to want to conclude from their pre-war state about their future, and it is also useless to want to infer from their current state what they will be in more normal times. Worker democracy. We would prefer to deal with the professional group in general, if possible. Because, as we will see, still sharing the ideas of the socialists of the Guild, we do not think that there is a possible economic organization where all the men interested in a product are not linked together by the bond of an authority and a unique movement. And even, contrary to the ideas of these new theorists, we understand in the professional organization not only technicians, engineers, etc., but even the administrators of the industries concerned for. And for us the economic organization of the nation tends in part to divide it into professional groups. The proper object of a sociological study of industrial democracy should therefore be the totality of corporations and each corporation, and not that of workers' democracy, which is only a part of it, because the workers are not in the national economy as a class and in each corporation as one of the sections. But if this is the real problem, it is hardly the current problem, it is neither the historical problem nor the political problem of this time. Because historically, what was formed was the Organization for the Defense of Workers, the employers' unions even being later in date. And politically, it is still workers' democracy which has the strength and which will organize the rest. Because you should hardly count on anyone but her. The corporation, the professional group, the guild, whatever you want to call it, is still only a forecast or a pious wish or a doctrine. Only certain schools of sociologists, that of Durkheim in particular, hardly talk about it. Certain theories of social economy, conservative for the most part, such as those of the Le Play school, too, and certain new forms of socialism, particularly English. We will therefore only study the labor movement or the union. Moreover, the current state of the corporate organization is relatively poorly known. Statistics are only drawn from a few large industries, railways, mines, where all the workers who participate are in fact classified. For all others, especially in France, in the statistics workers are ranked according to profession and not according to industry. However, in order to reliably establish political theories, both groups of figures would be necessary. 5. It is naturally impossible to do, in a book of theory, anything other than a very sketchy sketch of the trade union movement of the great nations. It is rather from comparative history than from history proper that we must borrow its method and the facts which follow and which we believe to be the most salient. We will divide it into three periods: birth, growth, post-war. We will only study it in France, England, and Germany, but, from time to time, we will indicate facts concerning other countries. The history of employee organizations is usually told either in the English or the French way. We start from the Industrial Revolution of the end of the 18th century, or the French Revolution and the prohibition by the Le Chapelier Law of 1792 of any workers' coalition. 3. This is way too simplistic. 4. The first English trade unions were not simple groups intended to defend themselves against the machine, and the first French professional associations were not simple illegal and semi-political associations. In our opinion, 3 features characterize the long period of gestation through which these working-class institutions passed either in France, Germany, or England. 1. Their beginnings are not so distant from the ancient corporations which had not been imbued with their spirit and morals. In certain ways they were the direct heirs of the ancient customs practiced by the lower ranks, journeymen, and apprentices, of the ancient corporations. This is obvious and known to the German labor movement. The corporation was not abolished in the countries of the Germanic Empire or the North German Confederation, except where the Napoleonic Code 6 had prohibited, ultimately, the formation of workers' leagues and associations, and still, at least morally, and often religiously all along the Rhine, the old brotherhoods of workers remained. In France, companionships existed for a long time, some unions are the heirs, others the imitators, and almost all of them inherited some of their customs, the name of chamber union, that of comrades, etc., from numerous corporations. This even results from one of the rare historical investigations into a social movement that our government has undertaken. In England, the Webbs admirably demonstrated the same fact for the English unions. The break between the corporation and the trade union was even less than in France. First of all, they have never had to suffer from a law like the Le Chapelier law brutally annihilating centuries-old institutions. Then, whatever the greatness of the Industrial Revolution, above all new industries alongside the old ones, and the workers could keep their old habits, where the workers of the new factories could find precedents and models. The origin of unions is therefore corporate. 2. The heroic period of the founding of the first unions proper was not only that of a professional struggle, but also that of a political struggle. In fact, in Germany, France, and England, workers, when they first organized, did so to defend themselves not only against the horrible employer exploitation of that time, but also against political oppression no less violent. It wasn't just for questions of big money or working hours that they joined a union. 5. From the beginning, the first small groups had higher aims. General policy first. It was the time when democracy in Europe was still in fact exclusively bourgeois, and when the worker, the passive citizen, was excluded by law from the political rights 7 recognized by theory and often the most solemn constitutions. The slow political revolution, which lasted 56 years in France, from 1792 to 1848, in England almost 100 years, and which began late in Germany was only completed by the war, was at its core a revolution of the masses, and in its process operated under the pressure not of the peasant crowds who have only recently awakened to political life, but of the workers, and especially of those in the industry of the big cities. The conquest of universal suffrage, the victories were the fruit of the political alliance against the monarchical or conservative state contracted by the liberal bourgeoisie and the workers of Paris, Berlin, Manchester. Chartism in England and the triumph of liberalism from 1827 to 1848, 1830, 1848, the Third Republic, the Commune itself, 1848 degrees, and the Reichstag of Frankfurt and the Landtag of Berlin, 6, even the Revolution of November 1918 in Germany, and also that of January 1917 in Russia are the work of bourgeois and workers united to emancipate from the state or class state, the majority of citizens. Because from 1820 to 1864 in France, England, and Germany until today, and especially in Russia, the word class state and that of conquest of power still had this full meaning and still has it in the writings of Marx and Lassalle. The history of the conquest of universal suffrage and that of the conquest of the right of association of workers are therefore, in part, those of a single movement. Because the monarchical and constitutional bourgeois state from 1820 to 1849 in England, from 1815 to 1870 in France, and until 1890 in Germany, fought both the political right and the union right of workers and nonsensified peasants. The workers fought both the political tyranny and the economic tyranny of the state placed at the service of the bourgeoisie, and which prevented them from forming a coalition and acting in common. We are even witnessing in Germany the curious spectacle of a workers' democracy whose rights were recognized and extended well before the Prussian census state and the Prussian or Württemberg or Oldenburg monarchy were abolished. In these countries, the unions and the economic organization of the proletariat absolutely preceded the political movement, which gave trade unionism and even ate German socialism a very particular tincture of materialism and absence of political idea. 3. Not only did the anonymous people who founded and kept the first unions alive had a pure political goal, but they had clear views of social policies. They expressed them in the manner of the prophets, in clear formulas, concrete in form, catchy, which are still repeated, echoes of the old adages of eternal philosophies, and harbingers of new times. The workers who emancipated themselves spoke, and still speak, the language of the poor of all times, and yet it was another accent that they gave it. First of all, they had become, theoretically, citizens, and it was as members of the society that is the nation that they wrote the new notebooks of the economic revolution, after having seen the charters promulgated, and the various declarations of the purely political rights. Right to work, right to bread, right to the product of labor. This is how the people stammered their first demands. But, second point, it was economic rights that for the first time the people were aiming for. It was, already, the minimum wage and the insurance, against the right to the product of work which they did not yet claim in full, but it was already rights that they demanded and not charity contracts, benefits. Then, third point, these were not individual but collective rights, those of union members as well as those of non-union members of the corporation. They are the inventors and the first practitioners of the theory of collective contract, born of the people and by the people, and completely opposed to the old theories of the fair medieval price and the old customary legislation, or to the theories of personal law. Individualist of the time that we saw, 9 and still see, in the employment contract for individual rentals of services. From then on the free, legal, economic, and collective character of the unions was fixed. We pass, not with a cold heart, over all the sacrifices and all the prayers of these founders, of these leaders, of the first economic groups of the working class. The first strikes broken, the unions dissolved, forced to disguise themselves as fraternal societies, the activists hunted down by the police, rejected by employers, condemned, their very poverty of spirit. All this should be noted in a complete history. We only talk about it to show the moral, sacrificial side so to speak of this whole formation of these new communities in the nation. From the beginning the union was for the masses an end and a center of action. He still is. It took, and still takes, courage and a spirit of kindness to join a union. This is one of the points that must be remembered. The last period that unions went through is that of their growth. It is characterized differently from that of the beginnings by characters which are superimposed. She leaves on different dates, from 1857 to the war in England, from 1884 to France, from 1883 to Germany to the present day. But all over the world it presents the same features. We begin with the legal recognition of unions through the various laws which sanctioned it, and made them pass from the rank of simple, often clandestine, illegal, revolutionary associations to that of moral persons 10 and beings of reason. Legal. This hasn't changed everything. The union remained an organ of struggle, contrary to the hopes of the big bourgeois or the great conservatives who legalized it, contrary to the bitter criticism of the socialists who became disinterested in the years 1870 to 1890. They both saw it as an organ of peace and transition with the capitalist bourgeoisie. It was certainly both, but after the war, ill of disputes, and in the struggle, and in the way in which peace is the interval between wars for nations. Because it was and almost always is the means of revolt and defense of workers who have only their union to oppose to the force of the employer's capital. And on the other hand, it is not yet very much in economic use, he is only beginning to enter it. Not all employers and employees are unionized, most are only recently unionized, and many give and accept conditions other than those set by union tariffs and collective contracts. But it is especially not so in moral uses. Its legalization has not taken away all of the horror that the employer, the bourgeois, or better still the peasant still have for him. Here in the Vosges, where these lines are written, 7, the public even after the war considers the union as a new and dangerous thing, and the union member himself is very close to sharing this view and believing himself to be affiliated with I don't know what society full of unknown forces and animated by extraordinary designs. It legally remained everything it was from the start, legal, collective, economic, and above all it remained free. Although the union contains the seeds of the corporate spirit, although the union member strongly believes that workers have the duty to form a union, the principle of obligation is still neither recognized by the law, nor even by union customs. Even in our time we can join or not join, in fact and in law, the union. And you can join here or there, also in fact and in law, because a worker can be part of a trade or industrial union indifferently. Thus an accountant of the gas company can affiliate either with the accountants or with the gas federation where he counts, if he wishes. He is still a free associate, free to enter, free to leave, free to change unions and professions. In fact, the union is always an association and a self-help institution. But the union has become quite different from a certain number of points of view. 1. First, it has become legal. Which means a lot of things about him. He has ceased to be illicit and persecuted by the police, there is nothing left but the economic persecution of which he is the object. This is moreover less and less admitted, if not by morals, those of the bourgeoisie in particular, at least by the governments themselves and by public opinion. Which generally results in contracts which end strikes by non-dismissals due to strikes, or by recognition of the union. It can own and administer funds, fulfill the role of mutuality of former companionships and corporations. He has his sickness cards, unemployment cards, widow's cards, his travel allowance, his employment offices often subsidized by the cities, France, or linked to government labor exchange offices, England. But moreover he is a moral person in the full sense of the word. Being legal on the one hand, being moral on the other, since it replaces for its members a good number of institutions formerly in the pure domain of charity and friendly solidarity of workshop comrades. 8. 2. It was given a collective function. First he took it upon himself, almost everywhere. The first strikes ended with interviews with bosses and employee representatives. The union immediately took the place of these unfortunate people designated for the employer's vindictiveness. It dealt for all its members, in the name of all its members, even in 12 particular conflicts, even in cases of individual resistance to violations of union rights. This is one of the most new aspects of this modern form of citizen groups, and which demonstrates to what degree of organization and complication our nations have reached. It is through the immediately irresponsible intermediaries that the communities concerned deal with, members of limited companies, trusts of various orders, represented by boards of directors or even by employers' unions contracting with workers who are not represented by themselves but by delegates, in England itself by union employees. Everything happens between communities. The employment and service contract no longer has anything individual. This is what this seemingly banal formula, recognition of the right to organize, means. It has even taken on a more considerable extension. In the theory and practice of the collective contract, because the contract past has become more and more a fact, and now becomes a right, by places degree, a contract of general rates, valid, not only for union members, or for the participants in a conflict, but for all members of the corporation, even non-union members, even those not present. In this he is the legitimate heir and already the substitute of the old corporation. But in this respect it already plays more than a legal and collective role. It is a quasi-legislative function that it fulfills there, at least a jurisprudential one. But let's not try to be specific. Words are lacking here, because it is indeed a new way of creating law which has been invented from scratch in our great democracies. Jurists insist on bringing this new law into the framework of the old one. They pile 13 quibbles upon quibbles to explain that there is no innovation, and that the old individualist principle of contractual law is not contradicted by this collective contract, and for others, the residential inter alios acta, 9. The pact passed between the employer and worker communities, or rather between a few delegates, takes on more than the force of a contract. It is something intermediate between a decree and regulation and a contract. Temporary like the contract, it is obligatory, morally and practically, since, like an order from the administration, it is valid for all and towards all. It is, in terms of function, the old corporate usage and custom, this time the fruit of a sort of legislation, conscious and contractual at the same time. Tariffs, union contracts, etc., are increasingly replacing the immemorial and venerable and often absurd local customs of which the code and jurisprudence still continue to apply. But they replace it with something entirely new sociologically. There is not that far that jurists would like to say between usage and contract and the law. It is indeed a new form of legislation that both political and workers' democracy has created. We find this question further on: had they invented only this new tool of law, this new form of law, these spontaneous organizations of democracy which are the unions would still have left a trace which will remain indelible in the development of legal and economic institutions great nations. 3. The union takes on more ambitious economic aspects and becomes a national organization. The old corporations were in some ways national things, in any case provincial, and sometimes even international. But basically they were only there by accident and were above all 14 local institutions. The first unions, which were hardly different from them or from workshop groups, were as isolated as possible. Hatters or typos from London or Paris, ribbon makers and silk makers from Lyon or Saint-Étienne, or textile makers from Rochdale, or miners from Lanark could not see beyond their town, or their factory, or the machines against which they were fighting. These were small groups of citizens practicing revolt against equally local despotisms of often heartless bosses. It was only gradually, partly under the influence of the political movement born at this time, that the unions came together, first corporately, but throughout the nation. On the other hand, the idea of a national union was almost immediately given to the founders of unions, but it is murky, and they were unable to realize it in practice. Everywhere, it is through local autonomy that the union began. It is in very recent times, in France, that we have begun to found only sections of national unions, and no longer autonomous unions to be federated later. The notion of the national corporate union is roughly posterior to the notion of the local union. We very quickly realized that the labor market was national and not local, that the strike breakers came from other parts of the nation, that there was an interest in immediately grouping together not only all similar workers in a place, but all those in the country, to establish, in the midst of local variations, local customs, often very divergent, a certain unity, a minimum uniformity, quasi-legislative, equalizing the opportunities of each category in all regions. We must not believe that this result was achieved very quickly. Even today it is far from being so in countries that are backward from a trade unionist point of view, 15 like France. We do not yet have national unions everywhere. And on the other hand, certain real national unions still retain their title of federation, such as the Fédération du Livre in France. It is the eternal debate of democracy, federalism or centralization, decided in so many different ways and in so many different meanings. But in general, it was the path of the national union that we embarked on at this time. The organization thus created spread the risks against individual or collective unemployment, or illness, supported strikes with all the force of the nationally grouped corporation, individual and collective resistance, above all, it could coordinate its action, penetrate backward circles as is still the case in the poor or impoverished classes, even impose its views on them, and bring refractory unions into the majority. Finally we end up, around the 1900s, with the constant practice of collective contracts, and national tariffs which were reached by the most important unions in Germany and England. In France, only a few have reached this stage, because local customs and practices and prices govern wages and working conditions there even more than anywhere else. National employers' organizations, on the other hand, were practically non-existent. There is, in reality, no opposing party to deal with. 4. The unions join together and form a general class organization. This is a very important moment in the life of modern societies. The notion of the working class, whether it corresponds to reality or not, plays a fundamental role in modern politics, and in the collective mind. In any case, from the end of the first half of the 19th century it began to appear, and to become part of everyday language and popular formulas which lead to convictions. The workers have conceived, at the same time as their professional interests, their class interests. There are two reasons for this. Firstly, the old corporation had disappeared, but at 16 alone could group together all the members of the same profession, masters, journeymen, and apprentices. The industrial and political revolutions had suppressed it more or less violently. The professions, those in large-scale industry at least, employed ever-increasing numbers of formerly unclassified workers, former field workers who had come to the factory, simple employees, renting out their labor power. On the other hand, the givers of work and wages were less and less professionals themselves. They were capitalists represented by boards of directors, seeking only dividends and profits, and having intermediary professionals exercise, engineers, technicians, accountants, foremen, their rights and their authority to direct the work itself. From the time of the first French socialists, of Saint-Simon, of Fourier, the division into three classes, capitalists, technicians, workers, within each profession, was given. The first formulas of socialism, still among the truest, composed and associated capital, work, and talent. Finally, the gradual disappearance of craftsmanship, and even of its intermediate forms, custom work and at home, the way in which the worker was dispossessed of his profession by the machine, especially in certain large industries, textiles, metallurgy, gave an acute awareness of their proletarianization to these masses whose rights had been violated. In France, the canets of Lyon and ribbon makers of Saint-Étienne, the typographers and lithographers reduced to unemployment by the mechanization of printing, silk, and ribbon making, were among the first to embrace the notion of the working class. Forged by socialists. 17. We can even say that they were the first to experience its reality. In England it even seems that the notion is almost entirely proletarian in origin. It was reinforced, highlighted by Marx and the Marxists, by the Germans, Lassalle in particular, even more responsible on this point than Marx himself. Since then she has only progressed. But it was able to do so by the very fact of the existence of unions and their national organization. Here's how. The national unions, not content with including the employees of the profession, grouped together, and gave themselves a central organization, the CGT in France, the German Centrale, the English Trades Union, 10, to be distinguished from the trade unions, which are the unions, with its curious double organization. Congress and Parliamentary Committee, the unions, even before becoming national, had very quickly united with each other. They appealed to each other in the event of a strike, in the event of insurrection or repression, in the event of generalized unemployment and industrial crisis. They had to defend common interests, in particular to push judges and courts to establish case law, to act on parliaments, even from the point of view of union legislation, of labor legislation, on governments, which increasingly dealt with them as with powers. The functions of the central organization have only grown over the past 40 years. We groped for a long time. Various temporary organizations alternately grouped the unions in very varied directions. But in the end we arrived at a formula that was almost identical everywhere. The working class, or rather salaried class, has thus become more sensitive to all its common interests, more united, more organized, more organic and more conscious, in a word. Because it has its own organ of direction 18, as a class. We will even say that this is the main reality and nature and function of this notion, which we will criticize later, of working class. Even if economically it is false, it has a fundamental political and economic role. It created national union unity. This is where it was carried out infinitely more clearly and more effectively than on the political field, where socialism still encourages workers to group together. The working class of a country is in truth the organic grouping of its unions. Conversely, trade unionism, even now, is the idea of a single group of employees. Both terms denote exactly the same thing. And the claim of trade unionism to absolute autonomy in the management of employees seems perfectly justified to us. 5. They have a political attitude, but this is a secondary trait, or rather derives from the simple consequences of the very fact of union unity. The two characteristics of recent trade unionism, its political character, and the revolutionary aspect of its political activity, are only the expression of trade union unity and the considerable social force that this unity represents. Whether linked to socialist parties or not, trade unionism does indeed have a political life. Either these parties are subservient to it, like England, and in general the Anglo-Saxon countries, especially Australia and New Zealand, where the Labour Party is essentially the organ of the unions, or else it is officially linked to them and almost subordinate, as in Belgium, as recently again in Italy, or in fact, as in Germany for the so-called independent or red unions, those of the Centrale, 11. Or it is totally independent as in France. But in this case as in the other, the unions take a political attitude, that of the demand for economic power and power 19 by the working class that they represent. They are not only the organ of representation of the general interests of the working class. They claim a share in managing the general economic interests of the nation. They claim to be the instruments of transformation and the necessary authorities for the management of the transformed society. From 1890 onwards, their manifestations of this kind became more and more frequent, even verbal, more serious, more effective. Their share increases, especially in England, with the growth and progress of the central organization. The English unions have gone from simple formulas voted on, so to speak, automatically from the oldest congresses, to increasingly lively expressions, and to the formation of a party. The French, on the contrary, went from total demands, and so to speak anarchists, to the organization which gave weight to these language demonstrations. But in either case, the Union became a national political force, whose importance, as we will see, was increased by the war. 6. This force was not led according to the old principles of democratic politics. Certainly, it is always legal and moral in its substance. 12. Of course, unions are always the expression of a democratic movement of citizens wanting access to property for all, but in two respects they are revolutionary. 1. First, it is towards a new form of property that they tend. It is collective union property that they claim to achieve, and not individual acquisition, hence their refusal of any participation in profits, of any civil property which would make them responsible, of any participation through work actions and other combinations of conservatism and social transactions. They claim to be, and, according to us, they are the inventors of a new law whose idea is being preformed, and whose realization is slowly taking hold. But this right does not seem to come from the same sources as that which has governed our capitalist-owned societies, and is opposed to it by an opposition which is, as we will soon see, truly revolutionary. 20. And from now on the idea of this right is so strong that, rightly or wrongly, it will push unionist opinion to refuse any transaction and compromise. The working world, or rather the salaried world, has so concentrated the sensation of its unity, of its sufficiency, of its right, that it no longer has any other. The idea is forming within him, dangerously for him and for the nation but, in fact, in a grandiose way, that he is a new world, new order. 13, say the Italians. 2. But it is not simply by the goal that this political attitude is revolutionary, it is also by the action that this idea directs, by the spirit which constantly animates it. Here we encounter the ideas of direct action. 14, the general strike, and revolutionary trade unionism, born in France, that of usurping control, and the taking of economic property which began to take root in England, just before the war, by the Guild Socialists. Here we have actually arrived at the most recent forms that workers' democracy has taken on, as a result of the war and the post-war period. 2. The war and post-war period. We are infinitely less well informed about the war and post-war period of Union life. We will therefore not dwell on it, and moreover, in our discussion of the problem of nationalization, we will be obliged to deal with the same questions again. Let us therefore confine ourselves to a few indications. 1. In the great nations at war, Great Britain, France, Germany, the unions, and especially their central organizations, played a considerable political role. They were extraordinarily, and to the great amazement of many, patriotic. They were believed to be, and most of them said, that they were deeply pacifist 21 and internationalists. The French CGT in particular had so often threatened to oppose with general strike and violence any war, absolutely, whatever it was. National sentiment, rightly or wrongly, it doesn't matter, has triumphed. In France and England, the unions for a long time led the most loyal fight with the rest of the nation against German aggression. It was the same in Germany, where duped public opinion believed that the nation was defending itself against an attack by Russian autocracy and a plot by the Entente. An error if you like, but legitimate in the face of Tsarism, which for German workers' democracy embodied tyranny and barbarism. The unions then provided immense services, they did not sabotage the mobilization and even participated in it. They participated in the organization of war industries, and in the organization of work in particular, recruitment, dilution, in other words distribution of labor outside of usual locations or professions, resolution of conflicts, temporary abandonments, union privileges. Unions, national unions, centrals, did all this. They demonstrated the high national spirit which could animate them, perhaps higher than that of the bourgeoisie, which surely, in France and in Germany at least, does not fulfill its duty of money as the working world fulfills its duty of pain. The main worker activists, Jouherho in France, Legion in Germany, Henderson, Kleins in England, even accepted serious, purely political responsibilities. In England, they even entered the war cabinet, playing loyally for their country, their popularity, and their future. 15. We have only dwelled on these facts because they 22 are, although abnormal, demonstrative. Because if in special circumstances the very organization of the working world can be so profoundly national, it is because it is so by nature, profoundly, and there is no other class of society which or more deeply and more consciously degree. 16. This political and national character of union action continued and accentuated in the post-war period. In Germany, it was the unions even more than the political parties. The sudden general strike of November 7, 17, which overthrew the Kaiser, and it was the unions forming the workers' councils, and even the union members of the armies forming the soldiers' advice. And in short, they maintained order, the framework of German society. Since then they have been one of the most energetic supporters of republican governments, defending them left and right. It was shown in January 1919, and in February 1920 with the greatest energy when they saved the Republic twice. Proof that trade unionism, which can be an instrument of revolution, can also be the very organ of social order. Great example, especially if we compare it to the Russian disorder, caused, in the same circumstances of military and social crash, by an insufficient national consciousness of citizens, and more especially of soldiers and workers. In France and England, the happy measures taken for a progressive demobilization and rehabilitation of industries, the day limited to 8 hours, which allowed everyone to find work, all this was due to the influence of the unions, and to a certain and happy understanding of statesmen. It didn't last. But the critical moment, that of the return of the troops, passed fortunately, largely thanks to the goodwill, not bargained for, of the Union executives. We could say 23 that it was the same in America and in Belgium. Everywhere the Union was a force for social cohesion, the glue that held together in dangerous times. 2. The unions have grown considerably. They have almost everywhere doubled their numbers. This increase took place during the war and post-war period. The reasons for these increases are multiple. Here are a few that are obvious. These are not necessarily the most decisive, and it may well be that original research would reveal others that are much more essential. First of all, this national authority of the Union, its political, even bureaucratic, power, during the war when the activists of the labor exchanges, of the labor exchange, were in direct, official relation, with the ministries of munitions, of war, the organization's employers, managed, directed the workforce, protected and instructed the isolated worker, a newcomer, to the union and even to the profession. Then the considerable development of war industries had called huge crowds of unclassified workers, or otherwise classified workers, or people formerly idle or assigned to domestic work, to become workers in large-scale industry. Now the masses that industry brings together, concentrates and organizes have themselves organized on their own ground. Questions of hours, conditions, and above all food and housing, brought them together strongly. Finally the laws, multiple regulations concerning insurance, canteens, minimum wages, working conditions in industries having contracted with the state, and all were, and the very extension of these laws, in England in particular the laws on unemployment and insurance, to categories formerly too disinterested in union action, employees and laborers. 24 The final conquest of the 8-hour day, granted, so to speak, by force, by legislatures panicked by fears of Bolshevism in France. England, Germany, not only popularized union action, but even obliged. To top it all off, the general disruption of the entire national and international economy, the rise in prices which was part of it, forced employees into multiple mass movements to maintain or increase their real wages, and these movements were administered and directed and created by the Union. The even more abrupt rise in Union membership after the war is due to the return and remanagement of workers whom the army had returned to civilian life. No doubt, at least this is our personal experience, the army taught many of them the benefits of common action, and no doubt they carried this herd instinct, this feeling of shoulder to shoulder, or if we want bigger words, this esprit de corps that we contract from armies, and which gave them their strength. Mr. and Mrs. Webb point out with great accuracy that English unions have mainly progressed in corporations, hitherto untouched by the unionist spirit, of unclassified professions, employees, laborers. 18. It seems that the same is true in Germany, for the female workforce in particular. The only large group of employees who do not yet seem to be affected by the union are agricultural workers. The female workforce also remains on the sidelines, almost everywhere, and the abstention of these two masses explains the margin between the number of employees and that of salaries. We will return to this fact regarding nationalization. 25. 3. The internal structure of unions has changed. The principle of organization has become more and more broad as the unions have grown, less and less strictly corporate. We have definitely moved from the trade federation to the industry federation, or rather in less secular terms, more and more unions bring together all the salaried personnel who contribute to the manufacture of a product, or the execution of a service. The majority of union members in Germany are now grouped into 4 or 5 large associations, Metallarbeiter, Bergarbeiter, 19, etc. In England, it is the Triple Alliance of Miners, Transport, and Dockers, 20, which brings together the most active and largest forces, more than 2 million out of the 8 million union members. In France, it is also the Subsoil Federation, the Metallurgy Federation, and the National Railway Union which concentrate a number of more active unions and whose action is publicly more important than that of the others. It is no longer only the workers of the same corporation or even of a specialty, like the fitters in the metallurgy, the locomotive engineers in the railways, who group themselves into small local sections, painfully aggregated into a weak federation. The whole mass of workers of all kinds who come together, not because they have exactly the same profession, the same interests in all respects, but because they have the same boss, or the same type of bosses, or rather because they are encompassed in the same industry which requires men and abilities of all kinds. Thus, the railway industry employs track personnel who are almost exclusively 26 made up of metallurgists or construction workers, or clerks, a traction staff which is almost exclusively made up of drivers and machine mechanics, and depot metallurgists, and those formerly poorly classified workers, switchmen, semaphore guards, of electrical lines, even grooms, etc. An extremely numerous operating staff, part of which is barely responsible for manual work, and another is, so to speak, purely handling, drayage, shipping, couriers, etc. Likewise, miners now include day workers, underground workers, and employees. Employers and public services now find themselves facing a working class organized exactly like them, according to the interests represented, and no longer just professional skills and career interests. We will undoubtedly be criticized for having considered this development only at the last and in this last period, while the principle of amalgamation is very old in English trade unionism, and that of the Federation of Industry dates back to France. From very ancient times and from the very beginning of the book Federation, which always included binders, margineurs, etc. But a partly French invention, and although commonly used in France for more than 20 years, it only entered into the practice of very large unions very recently. The merger of the Mechanics Union and the French Metallurgy Federation was just before the war. Likewise in England, the fitters have not yet given up their independence. Everywhere, the exceptions, the unions 27 which resist are numerous. In many cases, these are only union federations, as in America where a local union adheres to both its trade federation and its industry federation. The reason why we have only begun to talk about this phenomenon here is that the movement only took off just before the war and only took hold, especially where the trade union movement is considerable. England, Germany, very large dimensions than before and after the war. Above all, a considerable change of mind has occurred, alongside this change in organization. The Union was, until 1910, little more than the instrument of defense of classified workers and manual trades, a means of protecting oneself against employers, but also against the rest, the reserve of the army of labor, limitation of the number of apprentices, limitation of unemployment by reducing output or working hours, that is what its main weapons. He didn't give up. But it has ceased to be only an organ of struggle and defense of the monopoly of manual skill. It has become something more, the monopolist of all classified and unclassified work, including the accounting work of an industry. This has changed more than just its functioning, it has changed its method of action, its goal, and it now sees another stage before it to take. 4. Notion of worker control. The organizational change was spontaneous. Nothing theoretical about him. No prejudice even. It also led to a profound change in morals. The workers realized that they could only effectively defend themselves if all categories, 28 similar or not, were in agreement. As the English proverb said, a few carders can stop the spinning, but the spinners cannot stop the carders. It was even necessary to attract the foremen and employees, who had long been outside the unions. Because their work stoppage also led to the stoppage of other workers, and they could also to a certain extent replace the others, as we see in strikes of electricians, tramways, etc. Currently the unions are more willing to adopt into their ranks the technicians themselves, engineers, etc., then the latter are willing to unionize with them. At the same time, industry is less and less a private affair, and directly administered by the owner, but on the contrary anonymous and managed by directors, accounting engineers, who are themselves appointed by the owners or their representatives. These appear to the workers as employees themselves, whose interests should be the same as theirs. Which they are in fact to a certain extent, so that the idea has arisen in the brains of the workers that the other employees, up to and including managers, are part of the same class as them. Both theory and practice return to the old Saint-Simonian notion of the industrialist, of the producer, with the difference that the owner of shares appears like the owner of land. But this leads to a real transformation of the union mentality. The union begins by being a simple association for the defense of wages and the improvement of working conditions and only grouping together manuals. He now claims to participate in the management of the industry, and now he aims to secure management personnel. He aspires to leadership. In the meantime, he is content with a compromise. This is what we called workers' control. 21, a word which comes from England and seems to have been invented by the Guild Socialists. He means that the union, all categories included, now claims 29 to have a share, if not the whole, of the administration of the company and all the powers in matters of internal organization of work. But here we find ourselves in the presence of ideas even more than of facts, because this control is still only a demand, and has not yet received satisfaction. I can only see one English public service, the railways, where the experience is only at the beginning and reduced to a delegation from the NUR, 22, to the National Board. In Germany, law and custom have only created Betriebsrates more on paper than in reality. 23, moreover, they were established rather out of fear of Sovietism and to replace and basically to dissolve the workers' councils which had played or tried to play a role in the first days of the Republic. In fact, it is not to our knowledge that they actually participate in any industry in even just the direction of work. In reality, I only know, personally, one example, and it is in Belgium and in a non-employer cooperative institution, that of the Labour Commission of the People's House of the large socialist cooperative of Brussels, where the employees, represented by union delegates, participate in the very organization of work, or rather in the distribution of personnel, their attendance, their regulations, their discipline. 24. We are not even, again, at the management of the company. In fact, it does not seem that this notion of workers' control is either ripe for imposition, or even very sure of being imposed. The formula itself is unclear, and the movement unclear. It may very well be that this is one of those missteps of which communities are capable, just like individuals. The notion is also ambiguous. Questions of wages and discipline are mixed in, which are questions of pure and simple worker defense. From this point of view, all we are demanding is a kind of right of supervision in matters involving union members. The union cannot and does not want to take an active risk, going as far as losses, in the very management of the company. It is in reality in this form that it is thoroughly popular in the working world. But on the other hand, it is clearly a demand for the management of the company. The union, all categories combined, claims to have an equal share while waiting to have total power in the administration of the industry. As such, it marks a notable change in the state of mind of the unions. These no longer consider themselves only as organs for the defense of wages and work, or at most for demands for the means of production, but as a normal organ of production, as the legitimate holder of rights or as share rights, in the meantime sovereign, hitherto recognized only to capital, and representatives of the capital involved. It is for this reason that this last form of unionism is important and interesting, even if it is only a phenomenon like so many others, which we cannot predict or contradict. In any case, the war and the post-war period left trade unionism stronger, more generalized, better unified, better organized, more ambitious, closer to bringing together all the active personnel of the industries, more active as a result, closer to achievements. Immediate, because it increasingly realizes the monopoly of work, while waiting to realize that of work and talent combined degree and to be able to claim for them the lion's share that capitalism has until now claimed for itself. Workers' democracy, at least in England and Germany, if not in France, is in the process of transforming into true industrial democracy, and of conceiving how the citizen, as a producer, can manage the totality of certain processes at least from the production. In short, the nation, its active, hard-working part, is partly, 31 in its employees, already divided into large natural associations of employees, and secondary groups, which will one day have to be entrusted with ownership and responsibility, are beginning to form. We are going to meet them again about nationalization. But parallel to the movement which grouped the workers and ended up associating them as producers, a second democratic movement grouped the citizens as consumers, and also began to section the nation, and to organize it in such a way that it can control its economic interests. 3. Consumer cooperation or democracy. It is very remarkable that consumer cooperation was not established first, and that the notion of cooperation is not yet restricted to it. Theoretically, historically, and even today in fact, it has a completely different extension, and denotes a fairly large number of diverse institutions which are in no way directed by consumers as such. This is a sign that the transformations of the idea of cooperation are far from being completed, that they are confused from multiple points of view with what is not it, and that consumer democracy is still far from having a clear awareness of itself. Even 32 leaders do not always know what the cooperative regime they are aiming for is. Let us first elucidate this notion, that is to say, let us separate from the notion of consumer organization all those that history and the law have mixed with it. In other words, let us define the institution consumer cooperative, and eliminate from our consideration everything which in common parlance bears the name of cooperation, but is not it. A little history and geography will better understand the problem of cooperation. We will be infinitely briefer here than on the unions, not that the history of cooperation is less interesting than that of the latter. But it is less long, less dramatic, less eventful, less jolted by the resistance of the ruling classes or the state, less sensitive to major alterations in the economic regime of nations. It looks like one of those rivers of the plain, with a modest source, which ends up having a powerful drainage, and whose course at first hesitant, erratic, congested, ends up rectifying itself and forming in the current state of its course a hydraulic mass which carves out an approximately rectilinear path. We will therefore primarily focus first on marking the historical relationships of consumer cooperation with others, on showing how it detached itself from them, was constituted separately, and currently forms a great organizational force, which has not yet given its full performance. We will 33 mainly focus on describing its present state, of which we have also given a more in-depth study. Cooperation is, like the union, above all a realized idea, but it is an idea of the masses. Almost everywhere it is small groups of individuals who have realized that they have the same tendencies, the same obscure perceptions. In the deepest circles of society, small associations were formed, proceeding gropingly, blindly, empirically, starting from sometimes unreasonable principles, then correcting them, when they could last, dissolving when they encountered too great practical difficulties. And yet the idea lasted, was perpetuated, arrived here and there, depending on the social atmosphere, to be realized more or less powerfully, or, despite the failure, the stubborn old people, not discouraged by what the layman called utopia, took up the work again. What we are telling here is the story of the beginning of cooperation from the heroic period up to and even after the discovery of the so-called Rochdale principles and their popularization, around the 1860s, in England and Scotland. Reread the classic works devoted to it, you will see the associationist idea, ill. Christian socialism, leading to numerous experiences, including those of workers, to numerous failures, similar attempts, attempted in the most diverse environments, almost all city workers, failing almost everywhere. Then the principles begin to take shape, the two illustrious weavers of Rochdale formulated them on their own, in a cellar, following a strike, in a text which is still the decalogue of the cooperative movement. However, in Glasgow, in 34 Leicester, other associations were already founded on the same principle, or almost, disappeared there or could boast, like the Equitable Pioneers, of being the inventors of what will one day be one of the forms of social life. It is also the history of the French movement, such as our friend Gaumont, 25, is writing it, amassing so many documents before it is too late, and still incomplete, because so many memories and people and things have disappeared. We will see the multitude of these societies, many of which were already called cooperatives well before the very idea was launched, or mutuals, which is the same thing. The name mutual did not have the same success as the word cooperation, but it is one of those linguistic accidents, as there are so many. The arbitrary choice of a word and a formula are in fact the sign of social intervention. We will see the long tradition of the Fourierists, of the Cabatists of all kinds. We will follow the chain, which extends over 50, 60 years, of the dedication of brave utopians and socialists, Proudhonists, Blanquists of all kinds who try by all means to realize a part of the future society in the present society. Their faults and weaknesses, especially common sense, do not prevent them from holding the torch and passing it on, or rekindling it whenever they can. Brave people, workers and petty bourgeois for the most part, who group together in terrible corners of Lyon or industrial Paris, canets, lithographers, workers who found a workshop here, a bakery there, who give there, with a few enthusiastic, a large part of their lives, who see the company founder, and who nevertheless will still try, years later, another adventure. The work was repeated 100 times, never abandoned in these dark and poor backyards and shops. Sons and grandsons and friends keep the idea alive. And from time to time lasting achievements. The phalansteers crumble, but the familistera de guise remains and prospers, foundation of the good Godin, 35, a curious mixed institution of capitalism, cooperatism of production and consumption, 26. Proudhon's banks and Proudhon himself are ruined, but the idea remains, and multiple consumer associations in Alsace, Paris, Lyon had already found the Roquedalian principles before they were known in France. The cooperative workshops of Louis Blanc, 27, and Pierre Leroux, romantic socialists of the Second Republic, foundered with the coup d'état, but there still remain the eyewear makers of Paris, 28. Nothing makes us feel better than this tragic story, comical at times, humble almost all the time but always honorable, the treasures of dedication hidden in numbers. Nothing makes it clearer what force of renewal, of perpetual moral and economic activity smolders in the minds of the citizens of the great democracies, especially in that of the suffering classes and of the few defectors from others who sympathize with it. Nothing more gives the impression of the unlimited possibilities that collective effort and the freedom left to this effort imply. Because these initiatives provoke countless inventions and countless actions. These are countless forms of actions which are attempted, tried, until a few happy discoveries, viable legal and economic formulas end up grouping more and more numerous individuals, more and more interests, into powerful organizations. More serious, and that the crazy utopia realized obscurely in some very small environment, results in some imposing movement of national interest this time, and of such force that it imposes itself on the public authorities. This is in fact the history of cooperation, like that of all 36 movements of deep democracy. They are comparable, by the sacrifices involved, by the search for ideas and formulas, by the violence of the passions that they arouse, to the great movements of sectarianism within religions. Or even, we could even more solemnly compare them to the grandiose and at the same time modest beginnings of most great religions. With this difference that what is sought here is the grouping of interests, and that the citizen who took initiatives most often sacrificed himself to the interest of others and not to a divine power, the contact of which even Piacular could afterwards all bring benefit at least in another life. There have truly been men in this last century of people's history who have been good to man, without hope of divine reward. The religion of man for man that Saint Simon and Comte and Enfantin preached is where it worked. We will draw conclusions further from these facts which are only modest in appearance. Cooperation begins with the two most difficult things to achieve, banking on the one hand, production on the other. Owen and Proudhon both led their banks to bankruptcy and liquidation, which did not prevent other good people from imitating them, with the same failure. But there remained the idea which has since developed in the form of credit cooperation. At the same time, the Owenists in England, the Fourierists, the Christian Socialists, the petty bourgeois socialists in France with Louis Blanc, advocated cooperative production groups. It was a flowering of cooperative workshops. Most English companies went bankrupt. 37 The Second Republic, on the contrary, saw a certain number of them prosper, much more than one would think, especially as a result of state orders. But the unfortunate workers' groups had 2 years later to face both the suppression of these orders and police dissolution, following the coup d'état. Almost all of them sank. However, some still remain powerful today, Paris eyewear makers, etc. And around well-known men, Leclerc, Rampal, Godin, old Fourierists who made their fortune. 29. The very tradition of production cooperation was maintained. It was also maintained in bourgeois republican circles, where it remained an article of faith, until our time, with Waldeck Rousseau and A. Daumer, up to M. Henry Charon. 30, where production cooperation is assured of relatively considerable subsidies, and also in the French working class, small groups of whom have taken up and resumed this task for 70 years, and have experienced not only failures, carpenter from Paris, lithographers, and in recent times, glass worker emancipation. Likewise in England, since 1860, a certain number of productive societies have succeeded in forming respectable and important institutions. Like production cooperation in France, credit cooperation also finds powerful support in German public opinion, first among the liberals with Schulz-Delitzsch, 31, then among the Catholic conservatives, in particular when the Raiffeisen funds had the development they took from 1875, because these two forms of cooperation, however important they are in no way, in our opinion, social novelties. They do not constitute institutions typical of the economic regime that nations are creating for themselves. They alter nothing and presage nothing. In the case of production cooperatives, they allow relatively few individuals to become personally emancipated by becoming owners of their corporate workshop, or even the factory, of some stocks. In reality, the production cooperative transforms the associated worker into an ordinary capitalist. Even they tend so much towards this that, to preserve the movement's philanthropic character, it was necessary to react against the insensitive way in which a certain number of them were transformed into simple anonymous companies. Because the partners willingly provided help and, in short, played the role of bosses. In most cases, we have hardly reached profit-sharing companies, such as the Charpentiers de Paris, where the management, the direction, the shares share the largest share of the dividends and do not 38 leave only a small part to be divided in proportion to wages between workers. It is only very recently and in France that the Emancipation Workers' Glass Works has brought new formulas to success, attributing management and profits largely to the owner-worker organizations. But these are completely exceptional institutions, and basically, however strange it may seem, quasi-capitalist establishments of the working class which makes capital grow there. Credit cooperation is likewise an institution of pure capitalism. Where it flourishes, in Germany, it certainly serves a considerable number of small craftsmen, small traders, small farmers, in the case of agricultural funds, who pool their capital, and free themselves from the usurer of the countryside or the cities, of the wholesalers and suppliers who ransom them with his credit, and of the banker who is a modern usurer. As such, they reduce to a certain extent, by removing these few invisible intermediaries, the exploitation that weighed on them. But it is for their benefit, and it only strengthens their power and their capital and their small property. Which is interesting, but is only interesting for them. Likewise agricultural cooperation. This one is of more recent date. It began in Germany with credit unions around 1886, then the purchasing and sales cooperative was created. Since then, she has established herself in certain countries, in Germany and especially in Denmark, her chosen land. In France, it is less prosperous, but is growing very quickly. Inventions such as skimming, milk pasteurization, starch production, cooperative distillery a certain wealth of the peasant, even a simple farmer or sharecropper, have made it, if not necessary, at least so useful that one wonders why, simply by routine, this management process is not even more widespread. In fact, in Siberia, even before the war, all sales and purchasing in isolated villages, where private commerce had never thought it worthwhile to establish, was cooperativized. In Denmark, although local trade is not very strong, almost all agricultural products or products necessary for agriculture are managed cooperatively. In fact, these cooperatives have arrived or are destined to become a normal institution of the agricultural economy, and they constitute 39 progress since they eliminate country usurers, dangerous mortgage loans, sales intermediaries who take profits still medieval on the sales or purchases that the peasant makes. In the case of Siberia or Denmark, they have already managed to constitute organs of the national economy, and are, in short, accountants and managers of part of the export and movement of the country's wealth. However, they are still, like production cooperatives, or credit cooperatives, more closely related to the current regime than to the future regime of society. In fact, they are above all associations of small capitalists in a cooperative legal form. Moreover, in most cases remuneration goes to capital, and not to work, or to consumption. Those which are making the most progress are more about mutuality than true cooperation, attracting part of the consumption or part of the work that they organize through bonus distributions. Some quite sophisticated ones are at the same time purchasing organs and are truly consumer cooperatives, purchase sale of fertilizers and food products, of animals. A certain number are at the same time distributing foodstuffs and are, already, a kind of nationally organized producer corporations, egg counter, Danish pork counter, 32. As such, they are linked either to the union or to consumer cooperation and give an idea of these mixed institutions whose possibility and viability must be admitted, and which are desirable. It is to this extent that they act on the current regime of the economy, but it is when they approach either the National Association of Land Workers organized for the sale of their products, or the cooperative of consumption and are a form of it. This is the beginning of the 40 complicated series of developments which will undoubtedly occur in all our national economies. Because it is by no means certain that the large economic organizations into which nations are divided will confine themselves to this or that productive or distributive department of the economy, and even less to this or that specialty, agricultural, industrial, or other. On the contrary, we easily see them as being responsible for multiple functions, as these agricultural cooperatives already are, as we are going to see consumer cooperatives tackling production, as are large national, even international institutions such as the Panama Canal, the of Suez, or such large companies, or such trusts which ensure its production, its sale, the lives of its employees, etc. What is in appearance, in economics, is not necessarily less simple and less effective than apparent simplicity. An elementary division of labor only increases the number of intermediaries and employees attached to the same operation. Just as we now see machines of very complicated appearance carrying out in a few turns and very simply operations which formerly required very numerous, varied, and slow movements of several workers, in the same way, by bringing together, by articulating the cogs of industry and distribution, by assembling more of them every day, we will certainly build much larger machines, but ultimately more flexible, more regular, and with better performance. 41. This is what consumer cooperation did. We will see it grow and become more complicated, until it begins to alter the capitalist economy of our nations. Its beginnings were extremely modest. However, the idea that has driven her ever since is an immense revolutionary ambition. In fact, it is one of the rare mass movements that is what it promised to be. She immediately thought of reforming the regime not only of consumption, but also that of production and property. We will not write, after so many others, the history of the equitable pioneers of Rochdale, and the beginnings of the movement. It was sufficiently popularized first by Holyoake, 33, and then, over and over again, for years, by theorists, first bourgeois economists, and then socialists, at first only of certain schools, then all of them. But let us note the clarity with which the principles were then laid down. In fact, some date in part from Owen's time, and go back to the three congresses of 1830 and 1833 that the associationists organized, 34 because there were already fixed once and for all, 1. The character exclusively economic, non-political, independent of any religion or doctrine, of the movement, 2. Its socialist character, which must result in common ownership of land and means of production. But the economic, moral, and political failures of the Owenists had obscured the ideas, and it was, in fact, a real rediscovery that the good pioneers made, or that many other small societies had made a little earlier, either in France, either in 42 Switzerland, or in Scotland, or in the rest of England. But of these institutions, only the pioneers are still standing, and its principles have long been the table of cooperative law, both moral and economic. Now it is truly marvelous that so few men, in such humble conditions, were able to suddenly find so many happy principles. The others had found one or the other, but the whole thing was created at once. It was not enough to have a clear view of the goals. What makes the discovery rare is that it was necessary at the same time to find the practical principles, and even to find them all at once, because the lack of one could lead to the downfall of the company. These principles can be summarized in a very small number, and they have all been recorded either in the statutes or in the internal regulations of the equitable pioneers. 1. Direct, cash, public sale, at market price, of healthy goods and good weights. 2. Administration by elected and frequently reporting boards of directors and supervisory boards. 3. Equal rights of all members, one man, or one woman, one vote. 4. The capital provided by the members is only entitled to interest. The profit is distributed at the end of the financial year in proportion to purchases, and not in proportion to the capital invested. 5. A percentage must be given to education. Each of these principles is in fact essential, and none, it can be said, 43 has been added to them. We will not comment on them at any more length than is necessary to show what organic whole they form, where everything is articulated. 1. Consumer cooperation is an economic institution of distribution, of sale, and not of simple distribution domestic. It is placed within normal commercial conditions, but on an essential level of honesty and morality. 2. Its administration is democratic, because whatever the capital that each member deposits or whatever the rate of his consumption, he only has one vote. But it's good democracy, not this direct, inorganic democracy, with imperative mandates, irresponsible general assemblies, supervisory boards, squabbles. Administration is delegated to civil servants, supervised by councils, and they report frequently. 3. What is pursued is not profit but the lowest cost price. In other words, the cooperative community does not reward capital and modest capitalism, that is the member. A certain number of companies, even with cooperative rights like Swiss law, do not even admit anything other than the contribution and do not know of actions. It pays for consumption, or more precisely it does not pay for it, returning to it in proportion at the end of the year the overpayments, the excesses that to cover risks and costs it has taken from consumption. In reality, it reduces the cost price. In this respect it has been possible to say, not without some exaggeration, that 44 the cooperative society is the only one which does not pursue any profit, and which is, following the Owenian and socialist dream, entirely an economy of use and not profit. This is often repeated but not without exaggeration, because the low-cost price is still a profit. In this triple capacity, as they have known for a long time, the cooperators are revolutionaries. They have instituted new forms to the detriment of and against old forms of economics, and they have already won. 1. They established a new standard of business, by and for you. It is certainly as complicated and even more so than the old distribution of retail trade which still flourishes in most of our countries. It requires the same operations, and some additional administration. But it is more honest and it is more rigorous, involving customers in its success, and above all more sustainable. A well-founded cooperative is an eternal thing like capital itself. It consists in fact of an association which in principle is perpetual between consumers of the same good and has every chance of becoming so since it satisfies the interest of these people who are at the same time their own buyer and seller. 2. They established a new form of ownership of capital, or rather they demonstrated that we can create something, and even capital, without initial capital. The capitalists have known this for a long time, they who practice the system of commissions and door passes, sales of customers, contribution shares, even issues of founders' shares, and, last but not least, preferred shares. But this is what economists ignore or pretend to ignore. What is essential in cooperation, as in the founding or transfer of any commercial enterprise, is the right to a market. It is the market, the customers themselves. 45. From yet another point of view, the cooperative idea and cooperative action are revolutionary. They aim at the entire nation, outside the forms of commerce. The fundamental idea of consumer cooperation, of any cooperative, perhaps, like that of any business, is the aspiration towards indefinite extension and in every direction. Strictly speaking, the old-fashioned merchant happily confined himself to the very small sphere of his shop, content not to lose his customers, to whom personal ties most of the time linked him. There are still some, and many of this kind, especially in commercially backward countries, like many parts of France. There are still cooperatives of the same type, small associations of families, often prosperous, old too, which even manage to obtain quite considerable results in remote places. But normally the consumer cooperative has a formidable force for expansion. In this respect it is like the union, like mutuality, like capitalism itself, it tends to absorb all forms, and similar forms. A cooperative, however small it may be, tends to add new members every day. The increase in turnover is its goal, that of its capital and reserves, its means, and it can only 46 achieve means and goal by encompassing more and more consumers and absorbing more and more of their consumption. There is a circle here, not a vicious one because there is no vicious circle in practice, when the action jumps and rebounds on the same ground. Normally cooperatives even tend towards the national form. On the one hand, they have all currently created their own wholesale purchasing and production organizations, which are always national. On the other hand, since J.C. Gray, the late secretary of the English Cooperative Union, launched it, they have always tossed around the idea of a single consumer cooperative per country. It is obvious, in fact, that they have no limits other than these borders of the nation. On the other hand, theoretically, from the point of view of an ideal economy and practice, it is useless to have all kinds of diverse, even competing, companies spread across the country, and it is useless to complicate, by various accounts and by opposing interests of independent cooperatives and their wholesale stores, the administration of something after all identical, the interest of consumers of a specific country. There is still great progress to be made in this direction. If, personally, for 47 practical reasons, of current maturity of minds and institutions, we opposed premature extensions of large cooperatives, and even more so unified cooperation by country, and if we have highlighted elsewhere the radical failure of the single cooperation imposed by Bolshevik law in Russia, it is not that we in any way ignore the tendency of consumers to found only one consumer democracy per country, and even less the merits of this trend. There are only a few steps that separate us from this ideal, we agree, but we want us to cross them cautiously and not attempt a leap where the finest organizations could break their backs. From this point of view, consumer cooperatives and the consumer democracy that they are beginning to outline, have a superiority, as organs of economic formation of the nation, over the unions, however great the importance that is recognized to these. Because this movement corresponds to the entire nation and not to just one of its classes, the most important, but which in short still only groups sectional interests, or the interest of a section of the nation. The consumer's interest is identical among all citizens of a country. And we can 48 even wonder if the skillful and fair management of this interest would not be enough to adjust private interests among themselves on the one hand, and to make the sum of private interests coincide with the general interest on the other hand. Which is the very problem of utilitarian morality which receives its solution here, partial at least. Let us confine ourselves to one indication which militates in this direction. We observed that wherever a cooperative society existed, even one not open to the public, it played the essential role of price regulator, not only for its members, but throughout the entire society. Extent of the community, a sign that good management of private interests can lead to fulfilling a useful function for the entire community. But the problem is infinitely larger and raises that of the relationships between production and consumption, between public and private interests, which consumer cooperation mainly pursues, and it is better to treat it further, when we come to the overall problem. The seemingly most extraordinary phenomenon presented by consumer cooperation is that it is not limited to revolutionizing consumption or, more precisely, the distribution of wealth, it is beginning to revolutionize its production. We understand that it brutally dispossesses the small merchant of a clientele that he 49 served poorly. We understand that it fights mercilessly, like a business against other businesses, against large-scale retail trade, and we know that the new cooperatives with multiple headquarters and management are opposed to large commercial companies with multiple branches, like department stores. This revolution is basically only that of a form of commerce by and for those interested, against another form of distribution of goods to those interested by capitalists who exploit them. But that it tends to take over considerable productive industries, and to organize not only the distribution but the production of commodities, is what seems extraordinary, and which is nevertheless normal. First of all, it is the normal process of capitalist commerce itself to tend towards production, and one of the most considerable advances made by most of the large auction houses is to ensure either control, or the property of the industries which were until then their suppliers. Likewise, manufacturers are moving more and more towards direct sales every day. The lingerie and clothing trade, for example, have been transformed in 50 both directions over the last 30 years. Cooperation, as we have seen, believed in this program from the first day. Founded by workers who united their interests as consumers but who thought above all of their situations as producers, it immediately had this goal, to transform itself into an ideal asylum for producers, who would have gradually emancipated themselves. But here, like so many other events in the life of societies and individuals, the idea came true differently than it was dreamed of. The poor pioneers of Rochdale and the Knits of Lyon saw things from afar, 1,000 times better than the licensed economists of their time, but they nevertheless naturally saw things badly, as we undoubtedly still do. They saw that they were emancipating from the tutelage of a boss the brave fellow baker who baked their bread. And they imagined, theoretically they were not wrong, that little by little they could produce everything that was necessary for their consumption, and transform themselves into emancipated owners of their industries. Amusing fact, some very old English companies, in love with this plan, devoted their first profits to purchasing shares in local industries, and thus made excellent investments. But the realization of one of them recently raised a most curious problem. The 51 current members having appropriated the relatively considerable profits of the operation saw themselves vilified by almost the entire English movement. All that cooperation pursues is not the profitable dividend but the very organization of consumption for all and production for all. Because that's what it's about. Very quickly, large companies established workshops and industries intended to satisfy their needs. Moreover, most companies started with baking, a business which is in reality an industry. Some, in Belgium and the north of France, succeeded almost immediately in carrying out this industry on a large scale. In France we have nearly 400 companies which are in reality cooperative bakeries, a certain number in Deux-Sèvres and Charente. These havens of agricultural cooperation in ancient and modern forms, are also heirs of the old common oven where the peasant brought his flour and made his bread. But butchery, charcuterie, coffee roasting, even shoemaking, were undertaken almost everywhere. However, this production, which we technically call domestic, was limited, and although it still reached considerable numbers, especially in large German 52 and English companies, it had to be complicated in other ways to achieve a more important result. It is through the organization of consumption itself that action could be initiated. Very quickly, before 1861, the Lancashire companies, around the Venerable Rochdale Company, organized joint purchases. In addition, as most were bakeries, the question of mills arose. They had some. Societies in the north of England imitated them. The Cooperation Wholesale Society, 35, of England was founded. It was both a wholesale purchasing body and already through its mills a production body. In 1864, the SCWS, 36, of Scotland was founded. These were only relatively minor difficulties that had to be overcome. The Scottish wholesale store is only going through a crisis, due to a circumstance which was not within its control. It had committed funds to a maritime construction company founded by the workers and production cooperatives of the region of Glasgow. And now they are organizations so powerful that they are among the richest, strongest, and most influential businesses in the world. The English WS brings together more than 1,000 companies with £1 million sterling of capital, shares, and depository bonds. Scotland's SCWS almost 6 million. 53 Their sales totaled more than £7 million in 1920. They made up about 60% of Scottish cooperative sales, and about 20% of English cooperative sales. And the self-sustaining output of both was over £20 million, almost 60% of total sales for the Wholesale Society of Scotland, 25% for England. The other countries do not have the same cooperative success to record, although Switzerland and Denmark closely follow even the Scottish figures and thus almost achieve the best results obtained. But we have analyzed these facts elsewhere, in detail. Here we must summarize them, and draw the conclusion on the current state of production and cooperative trade. As we can see, they constitute a new form, not only of distribution, but of production. What is even more important than their novelty is their form. It means that they are technically a viable economy. Moreover, their rapid development and their constant financial strength prove that this form is not only normal but great. Because they develop notwithstanding the often unfair, often violent competition from private or affiliated capitalists. The British wholesalers and the German GEG, 37, had to fight against the law, against the trusts, in particular those of soap, which they themselves threatened and defeated. End of manuscript. Complement to the nation. The principle of nationalities. 1. The word nationality has taken on various meanings. 2. 1 designates what makes a particular citizen belong to a particular nation. We say that so and so is of such and such a nationality. This is the ordinary, scholastic, correct meaning, national quiddity of an individual. The other designates what makes a particular group of men form an independent nation. It is the national quiddity of a collective individual this time. In this sense we say, principle of nationalities. This word means, right of nations to self-determination. Finally, a third meaning designates not existing things but possible nations. Thus we speak of Jewish nationality, of Ukrainian, that is to say of masses of men who have not been independent for many years and of whom Renan said spiritually, they aspire to become nations. Here it is simple virtuality that the word denotes. The use made of it by the common people, even diplomats and jurists, is therefore abusive and dangerous, because it confuses multiple questions, and we will abstain.